Linjiang City, Linjiang No. 1 High School. Director Wei, why is my name missing from this month's list of hardship subsidies? Inside the grade director's office, Su Ming spread a printed list flat on Wei Jiaxing's desk. According to the regulations of the Linjiang City government, every major middle and high school must grant a monthly subsidy of 20,000 credit points to students whose qi and blood ranks in the top 10 of their grade and whose families are in financial distress, so that they may purchase daily cultivation resources. In the qi and blood test at the end of last month, Su Ming's value reached 318, placing him 5th in his grade. By the government's rules, he should also receive 20,000 credit points this month. Faced with Su Ming's questioning, Wei Jiaxing lifted a hand to adjust his black-framed glasses, never once lowering his gaze to the list lying on his desk. He had drafted that list himself and needed no second look to know its contents. Instead, he turned his eyes to Su Ming, the corners of his mouth lifting into a professional smile. Su Ming, the original intention of the government's hardship subsidies is to support truly gifted youths from poor families so they may walk further along the path of martial cultivation. Your academic performance is good, but during yesterday's awakening ceremony, you failed to awaken any ability. You know well the gulf between ordinary martial artists and awakened ones, so I crossed your name off the list. After all, Linjiang City must hand out subsidies to so many students every month that the burden is heavy. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. I believe the opportunity should be reserved for those who are true prodigies. I hope you can understand. Having finished, Wei Jiaxing even assumed an air of lofty righteousness. Director Wei. Upon hearing that it was Wei Jiaxing who had removed his name from the list, Su Ming's tone suddenly grew heavier. I have read the government's regulations. For hardship subsidies, aside from family circumstances, the only standard is qi and blood ranking. Even if I did not awaken any ability, my qi and blood value at the end of last month still placed me 5th in the grade. By regulation, even as grade director, you have no right to casually give my slot to someone else. Wei Jiaxing's brows furrowed, his voice sharpening. Student Su Ming, mind your tone when you speak. Yet Su Ming did not retreat in the slightest. His stance remained unwavering. Director Wei, I am merely fighting for the rights that should by law belong to me. If you believe my attitude is unacceptable, very well. I will not trouble you further. I will go to the city government and explain the situation myself. With that, Su Ming did not linger for even a moment. He turned and left. It was not that he coveted the monthly 20,000 credit points of subsidy, but that he had compelling reasons why he had to secure it. Originally, Su Ming's life had been comfortable enough. Both his parents were first-rank martial artists, and he had a cute younger sister. Yet in the very year he entered high school, a beast tide stole the life of his father Su Zhe, and left his mother Lin Wanru gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Su Ming exhausted all of the family's savings, barely managing to preserve his mother's life. And that was the limit of what he could do. Because Lin Wanru's injuries were too severe, only the water of life could completely heal her. For now she remained in a coma. The water of life was a 7th-rank heaven and earth treasure valued at 10 billion credit points. 10 billion credit points was to Su Ming nothing short of an astronomical figure. All he could do was have the hospital keep using life-sustaining equipment to maintain Lin Wanru's vital signs, which alone cost 20,000 credit points every month. His younger sister was now in junior high as well. Her cultivation and daily expenses demanded money too. Every subsidy he had previously received as a hardship student had gone toward Lin Wanru, and even then he had to take on a part-time job just to barely cover his and his sister's everyday costs. If the hardship subsidies were cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning the school had ignored government regulations and removed his name from the list, Su Ming had been so anxious. Humph. Su Ming, I advise you to stay put in school and go nowhere. Su Ming's final remark made Wei Jiaxing spring from his chair with a sharp scrape, threatening him in a harsh tone. Yet Su Ming did not pause at all and walked straight out of the office. Seeing his words utterly ignored, Wei Jiaxing's smile vanished and the muscles on his face stiffened. After a long moment, Wei Jiaxing drew in a deep breath, opened his computer, and his fingers began to dance swiftly across the keyboard. Su Ming's file appeared on the screen. Does he really think that will frighten me? How naive. Gazing at Su Ming's student record, Wei Jiaxing snorted coldly and began to operate swiftly on the computer. 2.5 hours later. They actually expelled me. Wei Jiaxing, that damned bastard, that pile of garbage. Leaving the municipal hall, Su Ming could no longer suppress the fury boiling in his chest and immediately let loose a string of curses. He had never expected Wei Jiaxing to simply expel him from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Just moments before, when a staff member at the city hall checked Su Ming's identity information, they discovered he was no longer a student of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Without student status, no matter how high his qi and blood value was, he could no longer receive the government hardship subsidy. There isn't much time left. I have to find a way to make money. After a barrage of curses, his rage was finally vented a little. Su Ming drew in a deep, steadying breath. There was no time now for him to remain angry. In just 1 week, he would have to transfer funds to the hospital. Earning money was now the most pressing matter. Yet trying to earn 20,000 credit points within a week was far from easy. No matter how he racked his brains, he could think of no job within Linjiang City that would allow him to earn that much in such a short time. It seems I can only try my luck at the Martial Artists Association. If fortune smiles, perhaps I can join a martial squad as a porter. In the end, Su Ming made a risky decision, to descend into the Abyss. The Abyss was the collective name for the underground passages linking this world to countless alien realms filled with ferocious beasts and unspeakable dangers. Still, despite the peril, martial artists flocked to it. For within the Abyss lay not only cultivation resources that could help martial artists strengthen their power, but even the beasts themselves were treasures from head to tail. Their fangs and claws could be fashioned into weapons, while their flesh and blood could be boiled down into precious medicines that nourished chi and blood and advanced a martial artist's realm. Within the Abyss, all technology from Blue Star ceased to function, so those who entered to hunt beasts had to carry every bit of material out with their own hands. Even for martial artists, fighting while burdened with a pile of materials significantly weakened their combat strength. Thus, many squads entering the Abyss to hunt beasts would specially recruit temporary members of lesser strength to serve as porters. These temporary recruits did not need to fight the beasts themselves. As long as they survived and brought the materials out of the Abyss with the squad, they would earn a generous commission. This was what had caught Su Ming's eye. Of course, entering the Abyss would mean taking an enormous risk. Even powerful martial artists faced the prospect of death there, and Su Ming's chi and blood was only 318, less than half the minimum standard for a martial artist. Even so, Su Ming chose to stake everything on this gamble. He hailed a car and headed straight for the Martial Artists Association of Linjiang City. At the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association, crowds flowed in every direction as martial artists in all manner of attire came and went. Su Ming stepped into the association's main hall and fixed his gaze on the giant electronic screen at the center where lines of mission information scrolled past. He searched for tasks that were recruiting temporary squad members. Very soon, Su Ming realized he had been overly optimistic. Among the stream of information on the screen, every squad recruiting temporary members required a chi and blood value of at least 5. With only 318, he was a high schooler that no one would even consider. Since the appearance of the Abyss, the physical fitness of people in this world had generally improved. On Earth, a healthy adult's chi and blood would sit around 1 point, but here ordinary people already averaged about 1.5. A chi and blood value of 5 was more than triple that of a healthy adult here. With such a physique, one could carry far more materials in the Abyss. After he had approached several martial squads in succession, only to be turned away at each attempt, a faint sense of despair crept over Su Ming. Su Ming, it really is you. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Just then a somewhat familiar voice reached his ears. Following the sound, Su Ming looked over and saw a 4-person squad walking in their direction. At the front was a tall woman with a high ponytail and a cool, aloof bearing. The woman wore a combat uniform bearing the emblem of the Extreme Martial Hall and carried a long blade strapped to her back, her posture sharp and valiant. Coach Xin. Su Ming froze for a moment, recognizing her as Xin Menghan, one of the coaches at the Extreme Martial Hall, where he had once worked part-time as a sparring partner, a second-level martial artist. What brings you to the Martial Artist Association? When Su Ming had been a sparring partner at the Extreme Martial Hall, he had trained diligently and possessed strong blood, and she, so Xin Menghan, had a good impression of him. Seeing him here at the association, she could not help asking in curiosity. To be honest, Coach Xin, I urgently need a sum of money right now, so I came to see if I could work as a porter. Su Ming gave a helpless, bitter smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Xin Menghan's delicate brows knit together. Su Ming, you need to think this through. The underground cavern is extremely dangerous. With your current strength, if you encounter even a single first-level ferocious beast, your life will be in peril. I know it's dangerous, but I really need the money. Since that's the case, then come down into the cavern with us. We happen to need a porter as well, and I'd rather not waste more time looking for someone else. Seeing the urgency and resolve in Su Ming's eyes, Xin Menghan fell silent for a moment before extending the invitation. Thank you, Coach Xin. Don't worry, I definitely won't drag the team down. Su Ming's face lit up with joy as he patted his chest and promised. Just then, Su Ming's delight had barely settled when a mocking voice rang out. Well, if it isn't the great beauty Xin from the Extreme Martial Hall. What, couldn't find anyone else? You even dragged along this baby-faced boy who hasn't even grown his hair to make up the numbers. Huh. At that moment, an ill-timed burst of laughter echoed through the area. A burly bald man with a face full of ferocious flesh strode over in the uniform of the Thunder Martial Hall, leading his squad. Arms crossed over his chest, he stared at Su Ming and Xian Ming Han with open ridicule. The Thunder Martial Hall and the Extreme Martial Hall had long been at odds, and the members behind the burly man joined in the jeering. Brother Xiong, look how skinny that kid is. I bet he couldn't even fill the gaps between a beast's teeth. Has the Extreme Martial Hall run out of people? They actually dare bring that kind of trash into the cavern. He'll probably be so scared, he wets his pants and drags everyone else down. Xian Ming Han's expression turned icy as she cast a cold glance at the bald brute. Cheng Xiong, who I choose to bring, is none of your concern. Just take care of yourself. Su Ming, let's go. With that, Xian Ming Han ignored Cheng Xiong and the others, leading Su Ming and her own teammates away. Cheng Xiong watched Xian Ming Han and the others depart and spat viciously on the ground, cursing them under his breath. Meanwhile, Xian Ming Han took Su Ming out of the Martial Artist Association, then drove with him and the others toward the entrance of Cavern No. 3. Su Ming, these are Fong Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomo. They are all first-level martial artists. On the way, Xian Ming Han introduced her 3 squad members to Su Ming one by one. Fong Mo was a short-haired woman in her early 20s wearing black-framed glasses. Her weapon was a long spear, and she carried herself with crisp efficiency. Guanshan and Xiaomu were both men around 30 years old, and like Xian Ming Han, their weapons were long blades. Little brother Su Ming, welcome to the team. After Xian Ming Han's introduction, Fong Mo was the first to smile and greet Su Ming, while Guanshan and Xiaomu nodded to him in acknowledgement. Su Ming returned each of their greetings in turn. Su Ming, I remember you handle a spear quite well. I happen to have a spare black iron spear in the trunk. When you're grabbing the packs later, remember to bring it along, so you'll have something to rely on inside the cavern. Seeing that everyone had already exchanged greetings, Xian Ming Han turned to Su Ming and said this. Su Ming, deeply grateful, thanked her sincerely. Before long, Xian Ming Han's group of 5 arrived at Cavern No. 3, located 20 kilometers outside Linjiang City. After donning their gear, they passed through the strict security checks of the garrison stationed outside and entered the passage leading into Cavern No. 3. Passing through the tunnel, Su Ming experienced a brief wave of dizziness and weightlessness before his vision suddenly opened up. The sky overhead was a murky yellow and the air was thick with a faint stench of decay and blood. Most of the surrounding vegetation was an eerie dark purple or deep green, and distant bestial roars echoed from somewhere far away, instinctively tightening one's nerves. This was the world of the underground cavern. I'll take point. Guanshan will cover the rear, Fong Mo and Xiaomu keep an eye on both flanks. Su Ming, you stay in the middle. You don't need to fight, you just be responsible for packing materials. Understood. Once they entered the cavern, Xian Ming Han immediately issued her commands, her gaze finally settling on Su Ming, who was quickly encircled by the others in the center of their formation. Su Ming nodded heavily, gripping the black iron spear in his hands tighter. In his tense gaze, a faint glimmer of excitement flashed. Move out. At her command, Xian Ming Han took the lead with the others following closely behind. Though Cavern No. 3 was the lowest-ranked cavern near Linjiang City with ferocious beasts no higher than 2nd level, the danger within could not be taken lightly. The squad had not gone far before they encountered a ferocious beast. It was the first time in Su Ming's life that he had seen a living ferocious beast. It resembled a cat in size with gray-black fur and a pair of half-foot-long fangs, an enormous rat. The moment it saw Xian Ming Han's squad, the sharp-toothed rat's eyes flushed red, and without the slightest hesitation it charged straight toward them. This is a first-level ferocious beast, a sharp-toothed rat, the lowest rung of cavern creatures. Its intelligence is poor, its offense and defense both weak, but its speed is not slow. Many new martial artists who enter the cavern for the first time start by using sharp-toothed rats as their initial targets. Watching the creature rush forward, Xian Ming Han leisurely explained to Su Ming before turning her gaze to Fong Mo. Fong Mo, heavily injure this sharp-toothed rat, then let Su Ming get used to it. Got it, Captain. At the order, Fong Mo's blood and chi surged around her as she stepped forward, her spear shooting out like a flood dragon bursting from the sea. With a wet sound, the spear's gleam flashed and pierced straight through the sharp-toothed rat's body. Little brother Su Ming, this one's yours. As the sharp-toothed rat let out a pained screech, Fong Mo flicked her spear, sending the rat, its chest blown open, tumbling to a stop at Su Ming's feet. At this moment, all 4 members of Xian Ming Han's squad fixed their eyes on Su Ming, waiting to see how he would react. Su Ming looked at the sharp-toothed rat, its body still twitching slightly, its breath already more out than in. He understood that Xian Ming Han and Fong Mo were doing this to let him acclimate to the bloodshed in advance. To everyone's surprise, Su Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He drove the black iron spear down hard toward the sharp-toothed rat's skull. The spear tip struck the rat's skull with a crisp clang. So hard. Su Ming was startled by the resistance that traveled up through the shaft of the spear. Although the sharp-toothed rat was among the weakest of ferocious beasts, it was still a first-level creature, its body far tougher than that of an ordinary animal. Again, his first strike having failed, Su Ming withdrew the spear and stabbed down at the rat's head once more, this time channeling all the blood and qi in his body. With his vital energy surging, this thrust was twice as powerful as the last. This time the black iron spear sank cleanly into the sharp-toothed rat's skull with a wet sound. The rat's previously twitching body suddenly stiffened and went completely still. At the very moment Su Ming slew the ferocious beast, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to freeze in place. Deep Blue System. A novice starter pack. The golden sheet has finally arrived. 17 years. It's been 17 years since I crossed into this world. Do you know how I've endured these 17 years? Su Ming was stunned by the cold mechanical prompt in his mind, then immediately seized by fierce excitement. His pupils trembled slightly. The slight discomfort from his first kill of the ferocious beast was swept away by this overwhelming joy, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Su Ming, what's wrong? Xian Menghan's cold voice came. Her gaze towards Su Ming tinged with surprise. Fang Emma, Wanshan, and Xiaomu all stared at Su Ming oddly. The smile lifting Su Ming's lips at that moment was entirely unexpected to them. Back when they had first become martial cultivators and descended into the caves to hunt beasts, the bloody sights of that inaugural encounter had made them all queasy. Yet after Su Ming's first kill, rather than showing any discomfort, he smiled, which made them wonder if he harbored some peculiar inclination. Oh, no, it's nothing, I'm just too excited. Xian Menghan's question snapped Su Ming out of his elation. He withdrew the black iron spear embedded in the fanged rat's skull, his expression quickly regaining its normalcy. Seeing that, Xian Menghan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su Ming, well done. Though the fanged rat was mortally wounded, you struck decisively and finished it with 2 thrusts. Your composure surpasses that of many newcomers on their first cave descent. Fang Yemo slung his spear and walked towards Su Ming with a smile. At Fang Mo's praise, Guanshan and Xiaomu also cast approving glances. They had seen too many newcomers crumble before dying beasts. Su Ming's performance had indeed exceeded their expectations, better than anticipated. We should not linger here. Fang Yemo helped process the materials once Su Ming hoisted the pack, while catching the spreading stench of blood from the fanged rat's corpse. Xian Menghan interrupted their conversation in time and looked to Fang Yemo. Fang Yemo nodded, drew a black gold dagger from his waist, swiftly approached the corpse, removed the pair of dagger-like fangs, packed them into Su Ming's large backpack, and the 5-man squad continued deeper into the cavern. As the team marched, Su Ming turned some of his attention to the newly bound Deep Blue System. A minimalist blue translucent panel hovered within his mind. Host Su Ming. Vitality 3. 18. Spirit 3. 0. Abilities none. Body tempering method Chaoyang, Rising D advanced. Meditation technique none. Martial art Jingang spear technique D intermediate. Enhancement points 0. Detected a novice starter pack. Open it. The body tempering method Su Ming practiced was the basic regimen the Quan Hanxia government issued free to middle school students nationwide. Reportedly, it had been adapted from pre-cataclysm school gymnastics, and it is ranked grade. As for the martial art Jingang spear technique, it was left by Su Ming's father and is also grade. The proficiency ranks for martial arts and body tempering methods run from lowest to highest: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and consummate. The higher the proficiency, the greater the martial arts potency. For example, Su Ming's current Jingang spear technique at the elementary level enables him to exert 2 times combat power, intermediate can exert 5 times, advanced 0 times, consummate 5 times. Similarly, the more adept one is in the body tempering method, the greater the increase to one's vitality when practicing it. Glancing at the system panel, Su Ming's attention was snagged by the final line. He focused his will and silently chanted, "Open the novice starter pack." Ding! Novice starter pack opened. Rewards obtained: enhancement points 100, strength ability, Bing, Huangguanmian ice crown diadem. Strength ability. Seeing the starter pack's rewards, Su Ming's heart thudded uncontrollably. As he knew, ability grades in this world run from lowest to highest FEDCBAS. S-level abilities stand at the pinnacle of all classifications. Such a top-tier ability had never appeared in the entire history of Linjiang City. Only about 1% of martial cultivators awaken abilities, thus even the lowest grade power can alter a cultivator's fate and make them a revered awakener. In Linjiang City's history, the strongest awakened ability had only reached grade. Even at yesterday's awakening ceremony among the students at Linjiang No. 1 High, who had awakened abilities Lin Man, who awakened a Crave Fire ability Liao Yuan, was already the school's most gifted in ability rank. But Su Ming now possessed its great ability. Ding, fuse and integrate this great ability Bing, Huangguanmian ice crown diadem. Notability fusion will be accompanied by related phenomena. Choose whether to conceal the manifestations. After the novice pack granted this great ability, the system presented 2 more prompts. Fuse, conceal manifestations. Su Ming immediately chose. Whoosh. The instant Su Ming wielded an exceedingly cold, yet strangely docile energy, surged from the deepest recesses of his body, without warning rushing through every limb and sinew until it converged at the space between his brows. In the sea of consciousness at his brow, an ice crystal diadem radiating biting cold hovered above Su Ming's soul, bestowing upon it a noble frostbound, all-commanding sovereign aura. Strange strands of energy dripped from the ice diadem, nourishing Su Ming's soul. In an instant his spiritual platform cleared, he felt invigorated, and even his perception of the surroundings amplified manifold. A surging sense of power flooded him, making every cell of Su Ming's body seem to cheer. He instinctively glanced at the system panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 5. 0. Spirit 30. Ability Bing, Huangguanmian S. Body Tempering Method, Chaoyang, Rising D Advanced. Meditation Technique None. Martial Art Jingang Spear Technique D Intermediate. Enhancement Points 100. Vitality increased by 182, and Spirit had exploded to 10 times its former level. Hiss. Seeing the fused attributes, Su Ming drew a cold breath. A 10-fold increase in Spirit. The terrifying amplification and great ability bestowed on mental attributes far exceeded his expectation. The thresholds for first-tier martial cultivators and first-tier awakeners are Vitality 10 points and Spirit 10 points respectively. Su Ming's current Spirit had reached 3 times the threshold for a first-tier awakener, not inferior to that of a mid-level first-tier awakener. My Spirit has reached the level of a first-tier awakener. If I go to the Martial Association for a rank appraisal, I can obtain the identity of a first-tier awakener, and then I can descend into the caves alone to hunt beasts. No more worrying about my mother's medical bills. Seeing his surged spirit, Su Ming's eyes gleamed alight with excitement. All the spoils from solo cave hunts would be kept by the hunter, a far higher income than that of a porter. System, are these enhancement points used to increase martial arts and abilities? Can they elevate the levels of abilities and martial arts? Su Ming calmed his excited heart, focusing his gaze on the enhancement points section of the system panel while silently contemplating. Enhancement points can be used to learn martial arts, body refining techniques, and meditation methods, as well as to improve proficiency. They can also be used to evolve abilities and enhance their levels. As soon as Su Ming's thoughts settled, the system panel immediately responded. Indeed. Are there any other ways to obtain these enhancement points aside from the novice gift pack? Enhancement points can be obtained by hunting ferocious beasts. The higher the level of the hunted ferocious beast, the more enhancement points one receives. Additionally, there is a certain chance of plundering the abilities of the ferocious beasts, including, but not limited to, nature-based superhuman spatial and mental abilities. System impressive. Su Ming looked at the system's functional introduction and gave a thumbs up in his heart. As far as I know, Shrank abilities are the highest tier of abilities. How can my Shrank Ice Crown still evolve? What level are the abilities above Shrank? Filled with excitement, Su Ming turned his attention to the Shrank ability Ice Crown, tapping the sign behind it. Shrank ability Ice Crown 01000000. While evolving in Shrank ability is not something I should consider right now. Seeing that evolving the Shrank ability requires 1,000,000 enhancement points, Su Ming shifted his focus to the martial arts and body refining techniques he currently mastered. Drank Body Refining Technique. Morning Sun Rising. 80,100 Drank Martial Arts. Diamond Spear Technique. 50,100 System max out the proficiency of both the Diamond Spear Technique and Morning Sun Rising. Realizing that his current 100 enhancement points could fully upgrade the proficiency of the Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique and the Body Refining Technique, without hesitation, Su Ming acted promptly. 70 enhancement points transformed into 2 torrents flowing into the Body Refining Technique, Morning Sun Rising, and the Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique. Buzz. Instantly, the proficiency of both Morning Sun Rising and Diamond Spear Technique reached perfection. A flash of enlightenment flickered in Su Ming's eyes as countless profound understandings of these 2 martial arts and body refining techniques surfaced in his mind, fully mastering both. As the Body Refining Technique Morning Sun Rising reached perfection, Su Ming's vitality surged by 2 points, bringing it to 7 points. With the Diamond Spear Technique also reaching perfection, an invisible sharp aura briefly swept over him. At that moment, Xian Menghan, who was leading the way, suddenly turned to look at Su Ming in the middle of the group. However, upon closer inspection, she found nothing amiss. Why did that aura disappear just now? Could it be that I was too tense and imagined it? Xian Menghan furrowed her brows, feeling puzzled. Oh woo. However, this doubt vanished with a ferocious beast's howl, and Xian Menghan immediately turned her head, eyes wide with vigilance, as she faced forward. Fang Mo, Xia Mu, and Guanshan also changed their expressions, drawing their weapons and nervously staring at the shadows that appeared ahead. Su Ming also looked towards the direction where everyone was on guard. He saw a group of ferocious beasts with necks adorned with lion-like manes resembling hyenas, but even more robust coming into his view. These ferocious beasts were massive with bulging muscles and savage eyes fixed on the small group, their exposed fangs dripping with thick saliva. Lion Mastiff. Upon recognizing these ferocious beasts, Su Ming immediately recalled one from the Beast Encyclopedia he had once perused in the school library. Although lion mastiffs are first-tier ferocious beasts, they are quite formidable among first-tier beasts. Adult lion mastiffs possess the strength of late first tier. Even more frightening is that lion mastiffs are pack hunters. Whenever they strike, they come in groups of at least 5 or 6, and sometimes even dozens. Faced with dozens of late first-tier adult lion mastiffs, even a freshly promoted second-tier martial artist would have to flee. Awoo! Awoo! With sharp piercing howls, a total of 16 adult lion mastiffs surrounded Xian Menghan's small team of 5. Several lion mastiffs quickly locked their gazes on Su Ming. In their perception, Su Ming's aura was the weakest, making him the easiest target. Everyone gather around Su Ming and prepare for battle. Upon realizing that the lion mastiffs had targeted Su Ming, Xian Menghan's expression changed, and she shouted sternly. As soon as she spoke, she took a step back, positioning herself in front of Su Ming. The other 3 quickly joined her side, forming a protective circle around Su Ming, weapons aimed at the surrounding lion mastiffs. Awoo! As Xian Menghan and the others moved, the surrounding lion mastiffs launched their attack simultaneously. 7 or 8 brownish-gray figures lunged from the nearby rocks and trees like lightning, charging at the small team. Kill! Xian Menghan shouted sharply, her overwhelming vitality erupting as her long knife traced a fierce arc in the air. This strike instantly sent one lion mastiff, which had dashed forward, flying, blood splattering as it collapsed on the ground. With just one blow, she had ripped open the belly of the late first-tier lion mastiff, killing it on the spot. So powerful. Su Ming was astonished as he felt the intensity of Xian Menghan's burst of energy up close. Her vitality was at least 30 times his own, with hers at a minimum of 210 points. Overlord Blade. Flowing Cloud Spear. In other directions, Fang Mo and the others also mobilized their vitality, unleashing their respective martial arts. All 3 were late first-tier martial artists, and although their martial arts were drank, their proficiency had reached an advanced level capable of unleashing double their combat strength. However, compared to Xian Menghan, the 3 were considerably weaker. In the face of the same tier ferocious beasts, the best they could do was repel the lion mastiffs, causing them minor injuries without killing any. You all hold off the attacks of these lion mastiffs and avoid getting injured. Oh, leave the rest to me. After slaying a lion mastiff, Xian Menghan's cold voice rang out. A flash of blade light passed, and another lion mastiff fell under her knife. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xia Mu all nodded in agreement, firmly guarding Su Ming's side against the approaching lion mastiffs. Meanwhile, Xian Menghan struck down with her knife. Each blow claimed a lion mastiff's life. The team cooperated seamlessly, and even as the lion mastiffs desperately charged, they failed to breach the defenses and harm Su Ming. In less than half a minute, more than half of the 16 lion mastiffs lay dead. The remaining 6 lion mastiffs did not continue their assault, but instead retreated, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at the formidable Xian Menghan, already contemplating fleeing. Roar! Just as everyone thought the lion mastiffs were about to retreat, a louder beast roar echoed, and a fierce presence that made Fang Mo and the others' hearts race swiftly approached. Not good. It's the lion mastiff king. Upon seeing a lion mastiff as large as a cow and twice the size of an ordinary lion mastiff charging, and even Xian Menghan couldn't help but exclaim, her expression extremely grave. The lion mastiff king is second-tier fierce beast. Su Ming glanced at the lion mastiff king, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although the lion mastiff is a first-tier fierce beast, there are rare individuals capable of breaking through their limits to become the rulers of the lion mastiff clan. The strength of the lion mastiff king before him had evidently reached the early second tier. Among the Xian Menghan team, only Xian Menghan could contend with it. Roar! As Su Ming examined the lion mastiff king, it had already charged towards the team, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light, filled with a desire for the flesh and blood of human warriors, and in the next moment, it launched an attack. Beast, face my blade. Seeing this, Xian Menghan let out a light shout, surging with chi and blood, wielding a long knife to intercept the lion mastiff king. As a second-tier fierce beast, the lion mastiff king was incredibly powerful. Xian Menghan had to keep it at a sufficient distance from the team, otherwise if the battle between her and the lion mastiff king affected Fang Mo and the other first-tier warriors, casualties would be inevitable. With Xi and Menghan, the second-tier warrior, taking on the Lion Mastiff King, the remaining 6 Lion Mastiffs lost their fear and charged toward Fong Mo and the others. Without Xi and Menghan to share the majority of the pressure, Fong Mo and the other 3 first-tier latest-stage warriors were besieged by Lion Mastiffs, which outnumbered them 2-1, increasing their stress significantly. Moreover, the 3 of them had to be cautious to protect Su Ming. After several exchanges, Fong Mo was the first to show a flaw. "Fong Mo, be careful on your right," Guanshan shouted loudly. Among the 2 Lion Mastiffs fighting Fong Mo, one took advantage of a gap in Fong Mo's frontal assault, suddenly leaping out from his blind spot, its massive jaws biting towards his calf. Not good. By the time Fong Mo noticed, it was already too late to completely dodge. In that critical moment, Su Ming, who was behind Fong Mo, acted. With all his strength, he thrust the black iron spear, and the grade martial art diamond spear technique allowed him to execute the thrust flawlessly. With a 2.5 times increase in power, the spear lunged swiftly and urgently into the shoulder of the Lion Mastiff. With a 2.5 times battle power increase, Su Ming's thrust had a force of 175 cards, surpassing the standard battle power of 100 cards for first-tier warriors. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Su Ming's right arm holding the spear jolted, and a surge of great force caused him to involuntarily step back half a pace. After all, the Lion Mastiff was a fierce beast of the late first-tier, capable of matching first-tier latest-stage warriors. First-tier latest-stage warriors usually had chi and blood over 70 cards, and their battle power could easily exceed 700 cards. Although Su Ming could unleash strength comparable to that of a newly promoted first-tier warrior without using his abilities, there was still a significant gap compared to first-tier latest-stage warriors. However, although Su Ming's strike did not repel the Lion Mastiff, it successfully stalled it for a moment, allowing Fong Mo to narrowly evade the sneak attack. "Thank you." Fong Mo, drenched in cold sweat, swept the long spear back, forcing back the injured Lion Mastiff. He expressed his gratitude to Su Ming, a hint of subtle surprise flashing in his eyes before once again engaging in battle with the 2 Lion Mastiffs. "My current strength, if I don't use my abilities, is still a bit lacking. However, with my current mental strength of 30 Hz, if I fully unleash the Ice Crown ability, I should be able to contend with the second-tier fierce beast, the Lion Mastiff King." Tianlin Sword Technique. After a cup of tea's time, Xi and Menghan shouted, lightly executing her sword technique, ultimately inflicting a heavy blow on the Lion Mastiff King, leaving a wound over a meter long that could be seen to the bone. Roar! The Lion Mastiff King let out a painful howl and dared not linger any longer. "Where do you think you're going?" However, Xi and Menghan did not give it a chance to escape, using her martial art, the Tianlin sword technique, to completely slay the Lion Mastiff King. Roar! After the Lion Mastiff King died, the 6 Lion Mastiffs that were battling Fong Mo and the others suddenly let out a mournful cry and scattered, tucking their tails between their legs. Phew, it's finally over. Seeing this, Fong Mo and the others did not give chase, but tightly gripped their weapons, their heavy breaths rising and falling. Even Xi and Menghan, as a second-tier warrior, was rapidly heaving. Clearly, the recent battle had taken quite a toll on all of them. "Let's clean up the battlefield together and then head back." After resting for a moment, Xi and Menghan spoke to the others. Upon hearing this, Fong Mo and the others all nodded in agreement. Although this time they entered the No. 3 cave for a shorter duration than any previous attempt today, they not only encountered a pack of Lion Mastiffs, but also the Lion Mastiff King. Killing a second-tier Lion Mastiff King and 10 first-tier latest-stage Lion Mastiffs, the materials from these fierce beasts combined were worth no less than their previous gains from entering the No. 3 cave. The group quickly cleaned the battlefield, skillfully dismembering the fur, teeth, and claws from the Lion Mastiffs, and used special containers to collect the remaining blood from the Lion Mastiffs. After a quarter of an hour, Su Ming's backpack was filled to the brim, heavier than the others. Even so, they could not fit all the materials. In the end, they made a temporary leather bag from the fur taken from the Lion Mastiff King to carry the remaining materials, which Guanshan shouldered as they walked toward the cave entrance. "Brother Xiong, isn't that the team with that woman from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Did they finish their hunting task so quickly today?" As Xi and Menghan's team approached the cave passage entrance, a Sharpied member from Cheng Xiong's team, just emerging from the passage, pointed toward the approaching Xi and Menghan team and exclaimed to Cheng Xiong, "If it really is them, they've struck gold, actually killing a Lion Mastiff King." Cheng Xiong, hearing this, looked up, focusing on the Lion Mastiff King's fur that Guanshan was carrying. He snorted coldly, his tone laced with envy. "Let's go." Thinking that Xi and Menghan might show off her haul in front of him later, Cheng Xiong led his team in another direction before Xi and Menghan and the others could get close. Xi and Menghan had long noticed Cheng Xiong and the others at the passage entrance. Seeing that they deliberately avoided her team, a smile crept onto her lips, but she said nothing. With the spoils from this cave, the group passed through the passage and returned to Blue Star. After stuffing all the fierce beast materials into the trunk, Xian Minghan drove everyone back to Lingjiang City. Su Ming, today's haul is considerable. This is your reward. 20,000 credit points. Coach Xian, isn't this a bit much? Under normal circumstances, porters could only receive 5 of the team's haul, and better teams might grant an extra point. Based on Su Ming's estimation, the materials from this hunt were worth around 200,000 credit points. 20,000 credit points already accounted for 1/10 of this haul. You performed well in the underground today, and if it weren't for your assistance, Mo might have been injured this time. This is what you deserve. Seeing the astonished expression on Su Ming's face, Xian Minghan smiled, and said then, "Thank you, Coach Xian." Upon hearing this, Su Ming understood and expressed his gratitude to Xian Minghan before bidding her farewell and heading towards the Linjiang City Central Hospital. Captain Su Ming is a promising talent, and your relationship with him seems good. Why not formally recruit him into the team? After Su Ming left, Feng Mo emerged from a nearby corner and suggested to Xian Minghan. Upon hearing this, Guanshan and Xiaomu nodded in agreement, looking at Xian Minghan with anticipation. They had noticed the power of Su Ming's shot that saved Feng Mo in the underground. Especially Feng Mo, who was closest, confirmed that the power of Su Ming's shot had already reached the level of a first-tier warrior. Su Ming, being so young, already possessed the strength of a first-tier warrior. As long as he joined their team, they would soon have another second-tier warrior, greatly enhancing their strength. Having one more second-tier warrior would be immensely beneficial for everyone in the team. You guys should stop dreaming. Su Ming is currently just a senior student at Linjiang No. 1 high school. A genius who can enter the Huanxia Martial Arts Academy is certainly not someone a team like ours can keep. Xian Minghan glanced at the group and shook her head with a helpless smile. She had not yet had the chance to explain Su Ming's status as a student. What? Su Ming is still a student. Hearing Xian Minghan's words, Feng Mo and the others were clearly taken aback, and then a hint of regret appeared on their faces. Since Su Ming is a senior at Linjiang No. 1 high school, he has only 1 month left before he participates in the National Unified Martial Arts Examination held by Huanxia. And among the candidates for the martial exam in Linjiang City, every year the number of students with martial artist strength does not exceed 10. Such students are all recruited by various key martial arts academies in Huanxia. They understood that genius students like Su Ming would undoubtedly shine at the martial exam, be admitted to martial arts academies, and have a bright future graduating as at least a third-tier warrior. As Xian Minghan said, such geniuses are certainly not someone a team like theirs can keep. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 Senior 3 Qin Jingwen burst into the office of Principal Wang Zhenghua with a look of indignation, placing a report on his desk. Principal, I want to report that Director Wei has violated the rules by cutting Su Ming's financial aid for impoverished students and later expelled him. Qin Jingwen was furious. Su Ming was her student, excelling in both academic and martial arts subjects and humble in nature, which she greatly appreciated. However, she did not expect that when she arrived at school this morning, Su Ming was absent. After class, she immediately began to investigate and quickly learned that Su Ming had already been expelled. She also found out from Su Ming's deskmate that he had gone to the grade director's office this morning regarding the financial aid. Qin Jingwen first sought an explanation from Wei Jiaxing, but to her surprise, he offered no explanation and directly admitted to his actions, showing an arrogant attitude. Only then did she angrily seek justice from Principal Wang Zhenghua for her student. Teacher Chun, there's no need to be so angry, it's just the expulsion of a student. It's not a big deal. However, what Principal Wang Zhenghua said next left Qin Jingwen stunned. She looked at him in disbelief and said, Principal Su Ming is an outstanding student, not an ordinary one. Even if he hasn't awakened any abilities, his blood value is still among the top 5 in the grade, and he is a candidate for admission to a martial arts academy. Principal Wang Zhenghua looked at the agitated Qin Jingwen, unfazed, shaking his head calmly, and saying, Su Ming is no longer a student of Linjiang No. 1 high school. This matter is settled. Do not bring it up again. Hearing Wang Zhenghuo's words, Qin Jingwen was extremely disappointed and questioned, Principal, are you covering for him just because Director Wei is your brother-in-law? Teacher Qin, you've lost your composure. Su Ming has not awakened any abilities. With his current blood value of less than 4, he cannot possess the strength of a warrior in the martial exam. Ultimately, he is just a mediocre talent. Moreover, Su Ming openly threatened the grade director. Director Wei expelled him to uphold the school's reputation, which is entirely justified. If there's nothing else, Teacher Qin, you may return to your class. With that, Wang Zhenghua issued a dismissal order. Principal, you will regret this. Looking at Wang Zhenghuo's expression, Qin Jingwen was thoroughly disappointed, leaving behind a remark before exiting the principal's office. Only she knew that since entering high school, Su Ming had used all the government-issued financial aid to support his mother and had not purchased any supplements for his training, spending a significant amount of time working part-time. Even so, Su Ming's blood value was still able to maintain a top 5 rank in his grade, stronger than most students who could afford blood tonic supplements every month. With such martial arts talent, even without awakening any abilities, Su Ming's future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. With Su Ming expelled from Linjiang now. One high school, he has lost the qualification to participate in the martial exam. If he cannot take the martial exam and enter a martial arts academy for further studies, it would be a complete waste of his talent. I must find a solution. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Jingwen calmed her emotions and quickly started thinking. Soon she thought of an acquaintance at Linjiang No. 7 High School. Since Su Ming can't stay at No. 1 High School, why not let him go to No. 7 High School? I will find someone to visit Su Ming's home tonight to explain the situation to him. With an idea in mind, Chen Jingwen finally felt relieved and continued to her classroom. On the other side, Su Ming went to the Linjiang City Central Hospital, paid this month's fees, and then sat by the bedside with the still unconscious Lin Weiner for a while before leaving. He needed to go to the Martial Artist Association to get his martial artist status evaluated. Only by becoming a formal martial artist and obtaining a martial artist certificate could he pass the military check at the underground entrance and gain the qualification to enter the underground alone. In addition, formal martial artists receive a monthly subsidy of blood tonic from the Martial Artist Association. Blood tonic is extracted from the essence of ferocious beasts and can promote the growth of a martial artist's blood value. It's quite expensive. A single blood tonic costs as much as 5,000 credit points in the market. 5,000 credit points are enough for a typical family of 3 to cover their living expenses for 2 months. First, let's go to the warm-up room to test my current combat power. After arriving at the Martial Artist Association, Su Ming found a private warm-up room and entered it. The Martial Artist Association provides warm-up rooms equipped with instruments for testing blood value, spirit, and combat power, allowing martial artists preparing for level evaluation to adjust their conditions and perform at their best during the assessment. In the warm-up room, Su Ming closed the door and walked straight to the weapon rack, selecting a metallic spear. Diamond Spear Technique. Su Ming's blood surged his muscles, executing the techniques of the Diamond Spear Technique, achieving a perfect release of power. Thud! The spear thrust violently into the testing target, producing a deep resonant roar. 10, 30, 50. The numbers on the combat power tester flickered rapidly before finally settling at 178. Seeing the number displayed on the combat power tester, Su Ming did not stop, but continued to unleash the grade martial art Diamond Spear Technique, which he had perfected. Thrust, jab, lift, sweep, chop, smash. The spear in Su Ming's hands danced with vigor, repeatedly striking the testing target. The numbers on the testing device kept fluctuating. 173, 175, 178, 175, 176. After dozens of strikes, Su Ming's explosive combat power stabilized around 175. A combat power of 175 is exactly what I estimated. Even though there are slight discrepancies in each strike, they are negligible. After completing the set of spear techniques, Su Ming gazed at the combat power value on the tester, nodding slightly. Next, it's time to test my abilities. Su Ming sheathed the spear and closed his eyes. He summoned the ice crystal crown from his sea of consciousness, and in the next moment, it trembled violently, releasing an astonishing chill. At the same time, the temperature in the warm-up room dropped rapidly, and a layer of frost appeared beneath Su Ming's feet. Whoosh! Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand towards the testing target. A beam of white light radiating fierce cold shot from his fingertips and struck the target instantly. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the entire target was encased in layers of ice, the ice crystals still exuding an astonishing chill. 50, 100, 300. Meanwhile, the numbers on the tester danced wildly, finally settling at 15000. 15000 combat power. The power boost from this grade ice crown is actually as high as 50 times. Looking at the final number on the tester, Su Ming's pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock. But soon after, the shock on Su Ming's face turned into overwhelming joy. Under normal circumstances, the combat power from the same mental energy explosion and the physical power from blood energy is nearly identical. 1 point of mental energy and 1 point of blood energy explosion both yield 10 combat power. Su Ming's 30 points of mental energy intensity produced a burst of 15000 combat power, showcasing the terrifying boost of this great ability, Ice Crown. I have underestimated the terror of great abilities. With my current explosive power of 15000, I am completely on par with latest second-tier warriors. If I were to encounter the junior second-tier Lion Mastiff King in the caves again, a single strike from my ability could likely take it down instantly. Now let's see if I can control the intensity of my abilities. Su Ming looked at the combat power value displayed on the tester, and with excitement, he began to manipulate his abilities, continuously attempting to control the power of their explosion. About 20 minutes later, Su Ming walked out of the warm-up room, a confident smile gracing his lips as he headed towards the Warrior Association's grading area. Su Ming submitted his identity information and was arranged into a testing room. Su Ming's 17 years old. So young, he seems to be a genius. The testing staff member, a man nearing 40, glanced at Su Ming's data, revealing a look of surprise. Then he turned to Su Ming, his eyes brightening with anticipation as he said, "You must be Su Ming. As long as your blood energy reaches 10 points and your combat power hits 100, you will become a formal warrior. Let's get started." He was eager to see just how far this young man had come. Su Ming, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately began the testing process as arranged. The warrior assessment first tests blood energy. Seeing Su Ming's finger on the blood energy meter, the middle-aged tester's gaze immediately fixed on the number displayed on the device. But soon his expression stiffened. Blood energy 7.0, blood energy 7.0. This does not meet the standard for a first-tier warrior. Is this kid here to waste my time? Looking at the 7.0 blood energy displayed on the device, the middle-aged tester's face darkened, and he prepared to mark the result as unqualified. However, just as he was about to make a mark, his actions halted, and his gaze shifted to the mental energy testing device, following Su Ming's figure. Mental energy, he is going to test his mental energy. Could he be an awakener? Buzz. Mental energy 30. His mental energy has reached 30 points. This already meets the mental energy intensity of a mid-level first-tier awakener. Staring at the results displayed on the mental energy tester, the middle-aged tester's eyes widened suddenly, but Su Ming's subsequent performance left him breathless. After completing the mental energy test, Su Ming directly approached the combat power testing target, flicked his finger, and a small white ice pillar suddenly erupted, crashing heavily into the testing target. Crack! Crack! Instantly, the combat power testing target was encased in layers of ice, and the numbers on the combat power tester soared rapidly, finally settling at 1800. Six times the combat power boost. This is the kind of boost intensity only a great ability possesses. He is actually a great ability awakener. 1800 combat power. That's 300 points higher than the standard threshold of 1500 for junior second-tier warriors. And he is only 17 years old. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Watching the final number on the combat power tester, the middle-aged tester's heart raced, and the shock within him surged like waves. Does this mean I can be classified as a formal warrior now? Compared to the astonished middle-aged tester, Su Ming remained calm, simply glancing at the number displayed on the combat power tester before turning to the responsible middle-aged man. Yes, absolutely. Please wait a moment, I will handle the paperwork right away. Hearing Su Ming's words, the middle-aged tester quickly snapped back to reality, hastily replying to Su Ming, even using honorifics. After recording Su Ming's test results, the middle-aged tester swiftly uploaded the results to the Warrior Association's system, passing the review in less than 3 minutes. Here is your warrior certificate. From today onwards, you are a formal warrior of the Warrior Association. After completing the procedures, the middle-aged tester respectfully handed the warrior certificate to Su Ming. A first-tier awakener. Su Ming took the warrior certificate and murmured as he looked at the information. Yes, your mental energy has reached first-tier standards and possesses a powerful ice attribute ability, so you are naturally an awakener. The middle-aged tester immediately added upon hearing this. Blood chi powder enhances a martial artist's vital energy. 1 dose costs 500 credit points. Spirit pills boost mental acuity, and each pill commands a price 4 times that of a single dose of blood chi powder. Awakened individuals receive a monthly stipend of 300 credit points from the Martial Artists Association, 6 times the allowance granted to ordinary martial artists. This compensation truly dwarfs that of ordinary practitioners. They say awakened individuals hold far greater status than ordinary martial artists. I've witnessed it firsthand today. Upon hearing the middle-aged tester's words, Su Ming nodded silently. Thereafter, Su Ming inquired how to claim the Martial Artists Association's monthly stipend, then departed the testing chamber. Emerging from the Martial Artists Association, Su Ming clasped 2 vials of blood chi powder, deep crimson as fresh blood, and 1 jade-white bottle exuding a cool, refreshing aura. A profound wave of emotion welled within him. This was the privilege of the awakened. A single month's stipend nearly doubled his former government subsidy, and equaled months of grueling part-time labor. Without delay, Su Ming boarded a vehicle and returned home to his modest 2-bedroom apartment in the old district of Linjiang City. Furnishings sparse, yet immaculately kept. His younger sister Su Xiaowei had not yet returned from school. Su Ming entered his cramped bedroom, sat cross-legged upon the bed, and regulated his breath. He did not rush to ingest the pills, but instead he began practicing the drank body forging art, Dawn Ascension, already perfected to its pinnacle. Having attained perfection in Dawn Ascension, every movement Su Ming executed was flawlessly precise. Yet he performed only one full cycle of the technique. Though the session lasted merely 10 minutes, sweat drenched his body, and a surging warmth coursed through his veins. At the perfection tier, this body forging art yields vastly superior physical refinement, even surpassing its advanced tier efficacy. 1 cycle equals 5 cycles I used to perform. Hardly had he completed the first cycle when Su Ming gasped in astonishment. His entire body's vital energy surged violently, matching the cumulative effect of 5 sessions practiced at the advanced proficiency level. After his marvel subsided, Su Ming repeated the Dawn Ascension sequence twice more. Upon completing the 3rd cycle, he sensed a subtle yet distinct rise in his vital energy, and immediately summoned his system interface. Vital Energy 7.01 indeed a 0.01 increase equivalent to 15 cycles practiced previously. 3 cycles raised my vital energy by 0.1, what once required 2.5 hours of daily practice. The perfection tier body forging art is truly extraordinary, truly the work of the system. Now let me test the blood chi powder. With quiet reverence for the system's power, Su Ming retrieved 1 dose and swallowed it without hesitation. The blood chi powder dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a torrent of searing, but controlled, energy that flooded his limbs and meridians. Pure and immense, this force dwarfed the feeble vitality he usually drew from food. Without pause, Su Ming resumed the Dawn Ascension movements. Each motion executed with flawless precision, his body voraciously absorbed the torrential energy, swiftly converting it into raw vital energy. Every cell in his body seemed to sing with rapture, greedily drinking in this rare nourishment. His frame, like parched earth beneath life-giving rain, felt his vital energy swell, visibly, palpably, irresistibly. Only after 6 complete cycles of Dawn Ascension did Su Ming fully assimilate the final trace of the powder's potency. By then he had shed his garments, his skin glowed faintly crimson, his body radiated heat, and sweat vaporized into mist rising from his steaming form. Ignoring his drenched state, Su Ming eagerly checked his system interface. Host Su Ming. Vital Energy 7.51 Spirit 30 Ability Ice Crown Regalia S Body Forging Art Dawn Ascension D Perfection Meditation Art Nun Martial Art Diamond Scripture Break D Perfection Enhancement Points 30 A single session increased my vital energy by 0.5. Without the blood chi powder 6 cycles would have yielded only 0.02. This powder multiplies training efficacy 25-fold. Is this the power of resources? Su Ming drew a deep breath. The first time he grasped with visceral clarity the irreplaceable value of cultivation resources. Yet he remained unaware that such extraordinary results stemmed from 2 converging advantages. His perfection tier body forging art enabled near total absorption of the blood chi powder's essence, and his innate martial aptitude surpassed even that of prodigies. It was this synergy, art and talent, that catalyzed such unprecedented advancement. Again, exhilarated, Su Ming commanded himself softly down the remaining dose of blood chi powder and resumed training. An hour later, the 2nd dose had been entirely metabolized, and Su Ming ceased his practice. His vital energy now stood at 8.01. With 8.01 vital energy, even without invoking his ability, Su Ming's physical combat prowess, amplified to 5-fold by his perfected diamond spear art, soared to an astonishing 205 kara. Gurgle. After 2.5 hours of relentless training, hunger roared through him, so fiercely that he abandoned further practice, showered swiftly, and devoured 5 servings at a nearby restaurant before returning home utterly sated. Next, let's test the spirit pill. Back home, Su Ming set aside the body forging art and turned his attention to the spirit pill, placing it on his tongue and swallowing. Spiritual strength governed the potency of his ability. Enhancing it was equally vital. The moment the pill dissolved, a surge of cool clarity shot straight into his mind, merging seamlessly with his forehead's spiritual sea. Within that sea, the noble ice crown regalia trembled faintly, emitting waves of delight as it hungrily absorbed the pristine spiritual energy. Su Ming's thoughts sharpened beyond precedent, his senses heightened, and even his command over his ability grew subtly more refined. Within a quarter, the spirit pill's essence was fully assimilated. Spirit 30. His spiritual strength rose by 0.2 points. A modest increment, yet his strength ability conferred a 50-fold combat multiplier. Thus a mere 0.2 point gain translated into a staggering 100 kara surge in peak explosive output. Ingesting spirit pills causes no discomfort. meaning given sufficient supply, I could rapidly elevate my spiritual strength. I'll need to acquire more spirit pills. After absorbing the final trace, Su Ming glanced at his spirit stat, murmured softly, and a flash of resolve lit his eyes. Then he resumed practicing the body forging art. Brother, I'm back. In the evening, a girl with a high ponytail and a delicate appearance opened the door, changing her shoes while calling out. The girl was Su Ming's younger sister, Su Xiaowei. Xiaowei is back. I will start cooking dinner now. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Ming, who was practicing in his room, immediately walked out, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He had just been immersed in the joy of enhancing his vitality and mental strength, and had actually forgotten about his sister. After saying that, Su Ming headed towards the kitchen. Brother, I'll help too. Seeing this, Su Xiaowei immediately followed, showing her understanding by offering to assist. Knock knock. Just as the two were about to start cooking, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Who is it? Su Ming and Su Xiaowei paused, exchanging a glance, and seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. I'll go take a look. Su Ming stepped forward to open the door, momentarily stunned. Standing outside was none other than his homeroom teacher, Chen Jingwen, from Linjiang One High School. In addition, beside Chen Jingwen stood a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, exuding an elegant demeanor. Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming, Chen Jingwen greeted him first with a smile. Teacher Chen, what brings you here? Please come in. Chen Jingwen had always treated Su Ming well, so he showed great respect, and quickly welcomed the two into the house. Hello, Teacher Chen. Su Xiaowei also greeted politely, then went to the kitchen to pour tea for the two. Chen Jingwen looked at Su Ming with a face full of apology and concern. Su Ming, I'm so sorry. I only just learned today that you were expelled. I went to find Director Wei and Principal Wang, and they alas. Chen Jingwen sighed, her face full of disappointment and indignation. They acted unreasonably, disregarding the rules, and I couldn't help you get justice. Su Ming felt touched upon hearing this, and quickly replied, Teacher Chen, please don't say that. It's not your fault. I'm already very grateful that you stood up for me. There's no need to bring up the past. After witnessing Wei Jiaxing's true face, he understood how rare it was to have a principal teacher like Chen Jingwen. Hearing this, Chen Jingwen nodded, and then introduced the middle-aged man beside her to Su Ming. Su Ming, this is Director Lu Wan from Linjiang 7 High School. He is also my college classmate. I've informed Director Lu about your situation, and 7 High School is willing to accept you, allowing you to participate in next month's martial arts examination. Lu Wan adjusted his glasses and smiled warmly. Su Ming, I've heard from Jingwen about your situation. Your academic performance and martial arts scores are both outstanding. Although our resources at 7 High School are not as strong as those at 1 High School, we will never overlook any talent, nor will we engage in absurd acts like withholding subsidies or expelling students without reason. On behalf of Linjiang 7 High School, I sincerely invite you to transfer here. The school will fully assist you with your enrollment issues. After saying this, Lu Wan extended his right hand towards Su Ming. You want me to transfer to Linjiang 7 High School? Su Ming hesitated slightly upon hearing this. If it were before his trip to the 3 cave, he would have accepted without hesitation. However, now that Su Ming had awakened the system with his current strength, slaying ferocious beasts in the cave and selling their materials would provide enough to cover his mother's medical expenses and the family's living costs, so he didn't need the government's meager subsidies. As for the martial arts examination in a month, with the system he now possessed, as long as he killed ferocious beasts, he could earn enhancement points to continuously improve his strength, making it seem unnecessary to participate in the martial arts examination or attend a martial arts academy. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Thank you, Director Lu. Su Ming stood up and expressed his gratitude to the two, then shifted the conversation. I currently do not plan to participate in the martial arts examination, so I might have to decline your kind offer. Lu Wan, upon hearing this, awkwardly retracted his right hand, unsure of what to say. Beside him, Chen Jingwen's expression turned anxious upon hearing this, and she quickly said to Su Ming, Su Ming, you must not act impulsively. With your talent in martial arts, you have a great chance of entering a martial arts academy for further studies. Moreover, I am well aware of your family situation. Your mother needs the life water, but that is a rare treasure of the 7th rank, difficult to find even with money. However, those martial arts academies possess many high-level resources. Attending a martial arts academy might allow your mother to awaken sooner. Chen Jingwen understood Su Ming's family situation and knew what he cared about the most. Sure enough, when Chen Jingwen mentioned the life water, Su Ming trembled all over. Teacher Chen, do martial arts academies really have life water? Chen Jingwen nodded. I can't guarantee for other martial arts academies, but the life water at prestigious schools like Beijing Wu University and Modu Wu University, which rank among the top 10 nationwide, will definitely not be lacking. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming immediately nodded, his face filled with determination. All right. Then I will transfer to Linjiang No. 7 High School and participate in the martial arts examination. Great. I love your confidence. Lu Wen glancing at Chen Jingwen, and Su Ming couldn't help but twitch. It was not easy to enter a top 10 martial arts academy. This year, fewer than 10 students from Linjiang City would likely qualify for the top 10 martial arts academies in the nation. These two were truly one who dared to speak and one who dared to believe. However, since it was a matter entrusted by an old classmate, Lu Wen just muttered a few words in his heart and said to Su Ming, in that case, I will start processing the paperwork tomorrow. You can attend No. 7 High School as early as the day after tomorrow. As for the assistance for underprivileged students, the school will conduct a vitality test after your enrollment. As long as your vitality ranks in the top 10 of your grade, No. 7 High School will apply for assistance according to the regulations. Although there might not be enough time if your vitality meets the standards, even if the government's assistance is issued early, the school will find a way to provide you with some rewards. After listening to Lu Wen's words, Su Ming shook his head. Director Lu, I don't need the assistance for underprivileged students or the school subsidies. I would like to apply for a month's leave from school and only return for the martial arts examination. Su Ming was currently focused on hunting ferocious beasts in the cave and did not want to waste time at school. Alright then, it's all up to you. Lu Wen was initially a bit hesitant, but when he turned and saw Chen Jingwen nodding at him, he ultimately agreed. After some more discussion, Chen Jingwen and Lu Wen left under Su Ming's farewell. The grade director and principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School are too despicable. Watching Su Ming send the two downstairs, Su Xiaowei, who understood everything, clenched her fists tightly, feeling furious. Her eyes slightly reddened. Only just now did she realize how much her brother had suffered today, and her heart ached. Brother not going to school, must be thinking about working part-time to earn money for mom's medical expenses. I'm already in high school, and I should help my brother share some of the pressure. Looking at the open door, Su Xiaowei made a silent resolution. The next morning, after sending Su Xiaowei to school, Su Ming returned to the Martial Artist Association of. In the task hall of the Martial Artist Association, Su Ming used his martial artist certificate to accept a mission to hunt the fangtooth rats and collect 20 pairs of their sharp fangs. He also purchased a detailed map of the periphery of Cave No. 3, a large climbing backpack and a sharp bone knife for cutting beast materials, and then took a vehicle straight to the entrance of Cave No. 3. The rewards for tasks at the Martial Artist Association are usually higher than selling beast materials directly. If it weren't for the fact that all the hunting tasks at the Martial Artist Association had been taken by other teams, leaving only this simple task, Su Ming would have certainly accepted more than one hunting task. After passing through layers of military guards, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Cave No. 3. The guards at the entrance strictly check everyone entering the cave. A first-tier awakener at such a young age. When Su Ming presented his martial artist certificate, the soldier looked at him in surprise. After verification by the machine, the soldier immediately returned the certificate to Su Ming, saluting him with respect. Su Ming smiled and nodded in response, putting away his martial artist certificate before stepping into the cave entrance. After passing through the deep corridor, experiencing that familiar dizziness and weightlessness, Su Ming once again set foot in this dim yellow world where the air was still filled with the stench of decay and blood. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming took out the map, identified the direction, and hurried towards the area where the fangtooth rats appeared. This time he was acting alone, so Su Ming was even more cautious than before. He slightly spread out his spiritual power, although his 32 points of spiritual power couldn't allow for large-scale precise detection. It enabled him to have an extraordinarily keen perception of movements within 20 to 30 meters around him. Rustle. After about half an hour of progress, a faint gnawing sound reached Su Ming's ears. His eyes narrowed as he silently approached a patch of bushes. Through the gaps he saw 3 fangtooth rats the size of cats with gray-black fur and half-a-foot-long sharp fangs gnawing on the remains of an unknown beast. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Su Ming flicked his fingers, and 3 streams of white cold air shot out from his fingertips, precisely hitting the 3 fangtooth rats. The 3 fangtooth rats had no time to resist and were frozen into 3 ice sculptures. Killed a first-tier early-stage beast fangtooth, rat 1 enhancement point. 3 cold system prompts echoed in Su Ming's mind like a celestial melody. A first-tier early-stage beast only gives 1 enhancement point. Looking at the 3 enhancement points received, Su Ming murmured, then drew his knife and walked towards the 3 fangtooth rats, turned into ice sculptures. Approaching the fangtooth rats, Su Ming willed, and the ice layers sealing the 3 fangtooth rats quickly melted away as if it had never existed. After yesterday's training with the Xian Menghan team, Su Ming was now able to skillfully use the knife to remove materials from the beast's body. In less than a minute, 6 gleaming sharp fangs were placed into the climbing backpack he carried. After taking the fangs from the 3 fangtooth rats, Su Ming did not linger and quickly left. Fangtooth rats were merely the lowest-level beasts. Aside from a pair of sharp fangs, the other materials on them were not worth much. Given the limited capacity of the backpack Su Ming brought, he naturally aimed to collect higher-level beast materials to maximize profits. For the next half hour, Su Ming roamed the area where the Fangtooth rats were active. With his superhuman perception and strong power, all the Fangtooth rats discovered by Su Ming were killed in a single strike. Killed a first-tier early-stage beast Fangtooth, Rat 1 enhancement point. The system prompts continued to sound, and the enhancement points steadily accumulated. Su Ming's control over his abilities also became increasingly proficient in actual combat. In just half an hour, Su Ming gathered the required 20 pairs of Fangtooth rat fangs for the task, and then continued to delve deeper into the cave towards the area marked on the map for higher-level beasts. A woo! As Su Ming ventured slightly deeper, a loud wolf howl came from the dim forest ahead, followed by the sounds of a struggle mixed with continuous wolf howls. Something's happening. Sensing the commotion ahead, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he immediately raced towards the direction of the fighting sounds. With his current level of spiritual power combined with the combat strength boost from his level ability, he could easily surpass most latest-stage second-tier martial artists. In this cave No. 3, where the highest beast was only second-tier, he could practically walk through it. Upon discovering a commotion, he certainly had to check it out. After Su Ming passed through a dense dark forest, the scene before him became clear. He saw 5 robust giant wolves with dark red fur, exposed fangs, and fierce expressions surrounding a wild boar over 3 meters long covered in silver-gray fur. A latest-stage first-tier beast Bloodfang wolf and a peak first-tier beast Silver-maned boar. What luck! Seeing the 2 fighting beasts, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. 5 latest-stage first-tier beasts and 1 peak first-tier beast, the value of the materials on them easily exceeded 50,000. Oh whoa! The moment Su Ming revealed himself, the 5 Bloodfang wolves attacking the Silver-maned boar immediately noticed him, abandoning their assault and lowering their bodies, growling threateningly at Su Ming. Oomph. At the same time, the Silver-maned boar also looked at Su Ming, exhaling 2 puffs of white mist with a hint of brutal bloodlust flickering in its eyes as it stared at Su Ming. Although the Bloodfang wolves and the Silver-maned boar had been enemies a moment ago, upon encountering a human martial artist, both beasts instinctively set aside their enmity to face the common threat. After all, to the beasts in the cave, human martial artists were the true intruders. Oh whoa! The Bloodfang wolves were the first to attack Su Ming. With a wolf howl, all 5 lunged toward him with bloodthirsty eyes. Boom! The massive Silver-maned boar also charged forward like a tank. Overestimating yourselves, Su Ming looked at the 6 beasts charging at him and snorted coldly. When they were within 30 meters, he raised a hand, and the temperature around him plummeted as 6 ice spears materialized above his head. Hiss! With a wave of Su Ming's hand, the 6 ice spears shot out like arrows, tearing through the air and accurately striking all the Bloodfang wolves and the Silver-maned boar, piercing through the bodies of the 6 beasts in an instant. Crack! The chilling sound of freezing echoed, and the 6 beasts, still in their fierce attacking postures, were instantly frozen into shimmering ice sculptures, resulting in a swift and effortless kill. Killed a peak first-tier beast Silver-maned boar, 5 enhancement points. Killed a latest-stage first-tier beast Bloodfang wolf, 3 enhancement points. Killed a latest-stage first-tier beast Bloodfang wolf, 3 enhancement points. Huff, that took quite a toll. After dispatching 5 mid-stage first-tier fierce beasts and 1 peak-stage first-tier beast in one breath, Su Ming exhaled a cold breath. Even with his careful control over the power of his abilities during the recent attack, it consumed about 5 of his mental energy. Although Su Ming's strength ability Ice Crown provides a staggering 50-fold increase in combat power, allowing him to rival a latest-stage second-tier martial artist. However, Su Ming's mental energy was only 30 points. According to the classification of mental energy levels, he was merely a mid-stage first-tier awakener. Compared to a true latest-stage second-tier martial artist, his endurance was significantly lacking. After this trip, I'll use the money I've earned to buy a suitable weapon. Fighting these fierce beasts with my physical body will help me accumulate combat experience. I can't always rely on my abilities to kill them instantly, otherwise when my mental energy runs out, I will be in danger in this cave. Having assessed the mental energy consumed by his strike, Su Ming shook his head in lamentation. He then approached with his dagger to collect materials from the blood-toothed wolf and silver-furred wild boar. After collecting the materials, Su Ming continued to delve deeper. All the fierce beasts encountered along the way were easily dispatched by his abilities, and he accumulated more and more enhancement points. However, once Su Ming's mental energy was half depleted, he decided not to venture further and instead returned the way he came. Although he had only been in the cave for half a day, his large backpack was already packed to the brim. Due to the sheer number of fierce beasts he had killed, Su Ming retained only 20 pairs of sharp teeth from the Martial Artist Association's mission requirements, discarding all other materials from beasts below the latest stage first tier. All the materials in Su Ming's backpack were from latest stage first tier beasts or above, including materials from 2 early stage second tier beasts. It wasn't until Su Ming returned to the Linjiang City Martial Artist Association with his haul from Cave No. 3 and sold all the materials that his account balance increased by a whopping 4,300 credit points. Among them, the most valuable were the materials from the 2 early-stage second-tier beasts, Iron Wall Ape and Shadow Cat, which were worth 0 credit points. I made 4,000 in half a day. Being a martial artist sure is easy money. Looking at the incoming 4,000 credit points, Su Ming wore a face of disbelief. Back then, while working part-time as a sparring partner at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he worked hard for a month and only earned 2,500 credit points. Now he made that amount in just half a day. First, let's see if there are any weapons I can afford. With money in hand, Su Ming immediately headed towards the weapon sales area of the Martial Artist Association. Black Iron Spear, a rank weapon entirely forged from black iron, priced at 1,000 credit. Fire Rhinoceros Blade, drank weapon crafted from the horn of the peak second-tier beast Fire Rhinoceros, mixed with Fire Copper alloy, priced at 9,500 credit points. Scale Fish Spear, drank weapon made from the mixture of Moreau alloy and peak second-tier beast White Phosphor Fishbone powder, priced at 1,000 credit points. As Su Ming gazed at the various weapons displayed in the showcase, his mouth twitched. He suddenly realized that he had spoken too soon. Just a single drank weapon easily costs over 1,000,000 credit points, and now the funds he had were only enough to buy the lowest tier frank weapon. After checking the weapons, Su Ming also looked at the various martial arts sold by the Martial Artist Association, as well as meditation techniques suitable for awakeners. However, he found that even drank martial arts required 1,000 credit points, while meditation techniques were several times the price of martial arts of the same rank. He couldn't afford either. In the end, Su Ming only purchased a black iron spear, and then used the remaining credit points to buy 10 spiritual pills and 20 blood chi powders. I thought 4,000 was a lot, but now I can't even buy what I want. The rumors about martial artists burning money aren't false. Looking at his account balance, which had just dropped to 3,000 credits, Su Ming sighed deeply before her. Upon arriving at his apartment building, Su Ming first filled his stomach at a restaurant downstairs before heading. As soon as he entered the house, Su Ming put down his backpack and spear, retrieved a jade bottle containing 10 spiritual pills, poured one out, and swallowed it. An hour and a half later, the jade bottle in Su Ming's hand was empty, having consumed all 10 spiritual pills. After taking the pills, his mental attribute soared to 32. The mental attribute increased by 2 points. How satisfying. But it seems that swallowing 10 spiritual pills at once has reached my limit. It appears that the anticipated rapid increase in mental attributes from consuming a large number of pills won't happen. Oh, what a pity. The increase in mental attributes made Su Ming feel refreshed, but he also sensed a hint of saturation in his sea of consciousness, making it clear that swallowing 10 spiritual pills at once was approaching his limit. Upon realizing this, Su Ming's inner joy faded somewhat, and he couldn't help but sigh. Little did he know that for others, even among those with strength abilities at the first tier, they could only swallow a maximum of 3 spiritual pills at once, which was less than half of what he just accomplished. Shaking his head, Su Ming took out a blood chi powder, consumed it, and quickly began practicing body tempering techniques. He practiced continuously from noon until nightfall for a total of 6 hours, consuming 6 blood chi powders, and the floor beneath his feet was soaked with his sweat. It wasn't until the phone in the house rang that Su Ming stopped his training. "Brother, it's me. Our school is starting night training for the first-year students today, so I will be boarding at school and won't be going home at night." Su Ming answered the phone, and Su Xiaowei's voice came through. "Night training? Isn't that something that starts in the second year?" Upon hearing her words, Su Ming frowned slightly. Su Xiaowei was attending Linjiang No. 2 High School, but in his impression, night training at Linjiang No. 2 High School only started in the second year. "Oh brother, that was in the past. Things have changed. Anyway, night training is about to start, so I won't chat with you anymore. Bye." At Linjiang No. 2 High School, Su Xiaowei hung up the phone, letting out a breath of relief. "Xiaowei, your brother won't find out, will he?" A nearby girl of similar age, beautiful and dressed elegantly, whispered. "Not for a while, he. Let's go. Starting today, you're my boss." Su Xiaowei put away her phone and smiled playfully at the girl beside her. "All right." The girl shrugged helplessly, and the two then left the school together. As soon as they stepped out of the school gate, Su Xiaowei's phone received 2 text messages. One was a notification of 2,000 credit points deposited into her bank account. The other was a message from Su Ming. "Xiaowei, eat well during night training and replenish your nutrients so you won't fall behind in energy. Looking at the message Su Ming had sent on her phone, Su Xiaowei felt a pang in her nose and quickly replied with a cute emoji, saying got it. Then followed the girl beside her towards a high-end restaurant in the city center. This girl. In the house, Su Ming gazed at the cute expression that Su Xiaowei had replied with on his phone, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Afterward, he went downstairs to a restaurant for dinner, then returned upstairs to continue his cultivation for 5 hours, practicing until late into the night. So that's enough for today. Su Ming stopped, a hint of fatigue on his face as he let out a long breath, his gaze falling upon the system panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 13.02. Mentality 32. 2. Abilities Ice Crown Diet MS. Body Refinement Technique Rising Sun D Perfect. Meditation Technique None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect. Enhancement Points 186. After 10 hours of cultivation, he consumed 10 portions of Vitality Elixir, and his vitality increased by 5 points. His current vitality had already broken through to 13 points, officially surpassing the threshold of 10 points for a first-tier warrior. If I continue to increase my vitality by 5 points a day like this, I can add another 150 points before the martial arts examination and become a second-tier warrior. Moreover, I am currently practicing a level body refinement technique. Once I gather enough money to buy a higher-level technique, the speed of my vitality growth will only accelerate. Looking at the 5 points of increased vitality, Su Ming felt much less fatigued. He closed the system panel, deciding not to continue cultivating, but instead enjoying a relaxing hot shower before returning to his room to rest. Tomorrow he would enter the cave to hunt ferocious beasts and needed to be well rested. From then on, Su Ming would go to the cave every morning to hunt ferocious beasts, then return at noon with a large bag of materials to sell at the Warrior Association, exchanging them for vitality elixirs and mental pills before continuing to cultivate until late at night. Under such a nearly obsessive discipline, Su Ming's strength rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. During these 20 days, the value of the materials Su Ming obtained from hunting ferocious beasts increased day by day. After deducting the fixed expenses of 2500 for 10 mental pills and 10 vitality elixirs, Su Ming had saved a considerable amount of money. Now I have accumulated over 5 million credit points, enough to purchase a clever martial art. Moreover, I have also accumulated over 4,000 enhancement points, sufficient to max out the proficiency of a clever martial art. One morning, Su Ming arrived at the Warrior Association as usual, looking at the over 5 million credit points in his account as he headed towards the martial arts sales area of the association. Soon he set his sights on a clever martial art called Cloud Breaking Spear. Cloud Breaking Spear clever martial art, after reaching the beginner level, can achieve a 2x power increase, intermediate level can achieve a 3x power increase, advanced level can achieve a 4x power increase, and perfected can achieve a 5x power increase. Price for 5 million credit points. That's it. Cloud Breaking Spear for 5 million credit points, and I still have enough left to buy a level weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. Looking at the introduction of the Cloud Breaking Spear, Su Ming immediately purchased it and used the remaining credit points to buy a level weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. The level spear, Black Iron Spear, in Su Ming's hand was already becoming insufficient against the second-tier ferocious beasts in the cave, and switching to the level Fish Scale Spear would allow him to break through their defenses smoothly. After reading through the Cloud Breaking Spear martial art from beginning to end, a prompt sound suddenly rang, and it detected clever martial art Cloud Breaking Spear. Would you like to spend 100 enhancement points to learn it? Learn. Su Ming was troubled about how to allocate his points, and the system popped up the prompt, so he immediately chose to learn without any hesitation. At the moment Su Ming chose to learn the Cloud Breaking Spear, a surge of insights and experiences regarding the martial art flooded into his mind. The next moment, the system's prompt sound echoed again. Ding. Clever martial art Cloud Breaking Spear learned, current proficiency beginner. You can consume 900 enhancement points to raise the proficiency to perfected. What are you waiting for? Allocate the points. Seeing the prompt from the system, Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately made his choice. Boom. A multitude of insights regarding the Cloud Breaking Spear rushed into Su Ming's mind. In just a few breaths, he completely mastered this clever martial art, reaching an unparalleled level. With a thought, Su Ming called up his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 116. Mentality 74. Abilities Ice Crown Diet MS. Body Refinement Technique Rising Sun D Perfect. Meditation Technique None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect. Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfect. Enhancement Points 8,169. With a 5x power explosion based on my current vitality of 116, I can unleash a burst of 5,800 calories, enough to overpower many mid-stage second-tier warriors. If I unleash the Ice Crown Diadem ability with full force, I can instantly erupt, with 3700 calories of power, freezing even early-stage third-tier warriors. Looking at his attribute information, Su Ming felt confident, and carrying the newly purchased fish scale spear set off towards Cave No. 3. Entering Cave No. 3, Su Ming made his way towards the deeper areas where the second-tier ferocious beasts were active. Along the way, encountering a few oblivious first-tier ferocious beasts trying to attack, Su Ming didn't even use the fish scale spear. He simply extended his fingers like a blade, wielding a chilling aura with a casual sweep, instantly freezing them. The system's prompt indicating enhancement points gained echoed in his mind, yet it failed to stir much emotion. Defeated a mid-tier first-tier beast Corrupted Claw Fox, enhancement points 2. Defeated a late-tier first-tier beast Fong Rat King, enhancement points 3. This time Su Ming didn't even collect the materials from the first-tier beasts he defeated along the way, but instead sprinted ahead. After racing for half an hour, Su Ming arrived at an area filled with massive gray rocks, nearly 100 miles from the entrance passage of Cave No. 3. Moo. A thunderous beast roar echoed from behind the rocks ahead, shaking the ground slightly. Su Ming immediately stopped, reached behind him, and patted. The fish scale spear flew up, spinning in midair, before landing in his hand. The armored rhinoceros launched the first attack with a thunderous bellow. With a deafening roar, its massive body surged forward like a heavy tank charging at full speed, crashing towards Su Ming, each step shaking the ground and causing the rubble to tremble. Seeing this, Su Ming did not retreat. With a flick of his wrist, the scale spear emitted a faint hum, its tip aimed directly at the armored rhinoceros. Facing the brutal charge of the armored rhinoceros capable of sending a small car flying, Su Ming quickly mobilized his internal chi and blood, his muscles becoming extraordinarily active as streams of power began to circulate according to the Crade martial art Breaking Cloud Spear. The perfected Breaking Cloud Spear surpassed the previous Diamond Spear technique in its power application. Just as the armored rhinoceros charged within 10 meters, its menacing horn poised to strike, Su Ming stepped forward, advancing instead of retreating. As the two were about to collide, Su Ming made a quick maneuver, sidestepping like a ghost, narrowly evading the direct impact of the armored rhinoceros. This was the reaction he had trained over 20 days of combat, certainly aided by his high mental attributes. Breaking Cloud Spear. As he evaded the armored rhinoceros charge, Su Ming's entire body resonated, his chi and blood erupted explosively, 116 points of chi enveloping all his strength, pouring unreservedly into his arms holding the scale spear. Su Ming's arm muscles bulged the scale spear, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, precisely thrusting toward the relatively vulnerable side of the armored rhinoceros neck. This thrust was swift, accurate, and fierce. Under five-fold amplification, the terrifying combat power of 5,800 calories erupted in an instant. Clang! The spear tip collided violently with the armored rhinoceros scales, producing a harsh metallic clang and spraying a flurry of sparks, leaving a wound about a foot long on the side of its neck, blood flowing forth. Such high defense. Su Ming felt a slight numbness in his arm, astonished. The defense of this armored rhinoceros was indeed as reputed, far surpassing that of an average mid-second-tier beast. Moo. The armored rhinoceros let out an angry roar in pain, its massive body suddenly pushing off the ground, executing a tail whip and abrupt stop. Its thick horn pointed directly at Su Ming, and with a powerful push from its limbs, the horn glinted coldly as it lunged toward him. Su Ming's figure flickered again, retracting the scale spear, then thrusting it out like a venomous dragon emerging from its den, striking out several spear shadows in the blink of an eye, targeting the armored rhinoceros' eyes, joints, neck, and other relatively vulnerable spots. The Breaking Cloud Spear not only had a massive amplification, but was also exquisitely profound, emphasizing targeted strikes to break through defenses with extreme penetrating power, made even more formidable in conjunction with the scale spear. Clang! Uft! The sounds of metal clashing and the spear piercing flesh alternated, resonating incessantly. Su Ming executed his movements to the fullest, constantly maneuvering around the armored rhinoceros' massive body, the scale spear in his hands seeming to come alive, each strike precisely targeting the beast's weak points. The armored rhinoceros, despite its immense power and defense, could not even touch the hem of Su Ming's clothing, roaring in rage, its bulk becoming a liability, appearing incredibly clumsy and forced into passive defense. Eventually, as prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss after Su Ming unleashed a barrage of attacks, he finally seized an opportunity to thrust the spear into the armored rhinoceros' right eye. Uft! This time there was no harsh sound of metal colliding, but rather a dull sound of flesh being torn and blood being pierced. The scale spear was nearly buried in the armored rhinoceros skull. A stream of scalding beast blood mixed with the explosion of its eyeball shooting out through the blood channel. Moo! The armored rhinoceros let out a heart-wrenching, earth-shattering wail, its massive body convulsing violently, the life force rapidly ebbing away like a receding tide. Boom! In the end, this remarkably defensive mid-second tier beast fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, completely silenced. Having slain the mid-second tier beast armored rhinoceros, Su Ming received 20 enhancement points. He slowly withdrew the scale spear, shaking off the blood droplets from its tip, his breath slightly hurried. The defense of this armored rhinoceros is likely not weaker than many late second tier beasts. With my 5,800 calories of physical combat power combined with the great scale spear, I can surely slay any mid-second tier beasts in this no. 3 cave using sheer physical strength. After killing the armored rhinoceros, Su Ming gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his surging chi and blood, he approached to cut off the valuable horn from the armored rhinoceros. Although the armor on the armored rhinoceros was also quite valuable, it was too large to carry, so he had to abandon it. After swiftly processing the most valuable horn from the armored rhinoceros, Su Ming also filled several bottles with its precious blood before storing these materials in his large mountaineering bag. So many materials left behind, what a pity. If only I had a space ring. After packing his bag, Su Ming glanced regretfully at the massive body of the armored rhinoceros side and continued deeper into the cave. In the following time, Su Ming specifically sought out mid-second tier beasts to hunt in the depths of the cave. He relied entirely on his own physical strength and martial arts, engaging in close combat with the beasts, continuously accumulating battle experience. The scale spear danced like a silver dragon, striking like lightning, often able to slay early mid-second tier beasts in a single move. Only mid-second tier beasts could exchange a few blows with Su Ming. The remaining first-tier beasts were no match for Su Ming at all. After slaying the peak first-tier beast Shadow Leopard, 5 enhancement points. After slaying the early mid-second tier beast Burrow Demon Spider, 10 enhancement points. After slaying the early mid-second tier beast Steel Mane Wild Boar, 10 enhancement points. As time passed, system prompts and enhancement point notifications popped up continuously on the system panel, and the high-level materials in Su Ming's backpack increased. Only when his backpack was full to capacity and could no longer hold any additional beast materials did Su Ming reluctantly make his way back along the path. As Su Ming was halfway back, traversing through a dense grove of dark purple trees, with his fully packed mountaineering bag, he vaguely heard a series of clashing weapons and beast roars coming from the right. Extending his spiritual sense toward the right side of the grove, Su Ming keenly detected a fierce and somewhat familiar wave of chi and blood coming from afar. There's a battle over there. This chi and blood fluctuation feels so familiar. Is it Coach Zin's? Could it be her team? Su Ming paused, immediately associating it with Xian Menghan and her team members, furrowing his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming accelerated towards the direction of the battle. After a moment, Su Ming approached the battlefield, gazing ahead. There, on a relatively open stony beach, a 4-member team was engaged in a desperate battle. To their attackers' surprise, there were over 20 Bloodfang wolves. Just as I thought. Upon seeing the familiar figures of Xian Menghan and Fang Mo, Su Ming secretly exclaimed. However, Xian Menghan and her companions were now in a perilous situation, with even the porters who had entered the cave with them lying dead in pools of blood, while several Bloodfang wolves greedily devoured the corpse of one of the porters. At this moment, Xian Menghan and Fang Mo had no time to worry about that. Besides the numerous Bloodfang wolves surrounding them, there was also a particularly large Bloodfang wolf king, distinguished by a tuft of golden fur on its forehead. The fierce aura and energy fluctuations it emitted were unmistakably at the mid-stage of the second tier. At that moment, Xian Menghan was desperately trying to fend off the mid-stage Bloodfang wolf king all by herself. She wielded her long knife with the grace of the wind, executing the Tianlin blade technique to its utmost, but the fierce blade energy only left shallow wounds upon the Wolf King's tough fur and thick muscles, failing to inflict any fatal damage. Conversely, she herself had already been injured under the Wolf King's frenzied attacks. A deep claw mark on her left arm, exposed bone blood staining her combat suit, and her breathing was rapid, clearly at the end of her strength. On another front, the situation for Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiamu was equally grim. The three formed a small defensive circle back to back, each bearing varying degrees of injuries, gasping for breath, with their vital energy greatly depleted. Fang Mo's glasses were long gone, her short hair soaked with sweat sticking to her forehead, and her hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. Guanshan's combat suit was torn, and a claw mark on his chest was bleeding profusely. Xiao Yu's face was pale with a chunk of flesh missing from his right thigh, blood flowing continuously. Upon witnessing this brutal scene, Su Ming was startled, immediately dropping his backpack and rushing forward with his fish-scale spear to rescue them. However, just as he was about to spring into action, his spiritual sense suddenly detected some extremely faint, deliberately concealed auras further away. These auras were hidden behind rocks and dead trees over 100 meters away, numbering no less than 5, with 2 of them being quite powerful, clearly at the level of second-tier warriors. Are there still ambushers? Su Ming's heart jolted, instantly regaining his composure. It seems this matter is not as simple as it appears. In a flash, Su Ming's mind raced. He immediately suppressed the thought of using thunderous means to annihilate the wolf pack, and instead unleashed all his vital energy. At the same time, he shouted, "Hold on. I will assist you." Before his voice faded, Su Ming had already rushed to Fang Mo and the others, sweeping his fish-scale spear against a bloodfang wolf. In this strike, Su Ming did not use any martial arts, but his vital energy exceeding 116 allowed this attack to easily unleash combat power exceeding 1,000 calories, instantly sending this latest-stage bloodfang wolf flying. Su Ming's vital energy had just barely surpassed the threshold of a second-tier warrior. Without needing to conceal it, at first glance he appeared to be just an ordinary second-tier warrior. Yet even though he had just broken through 1,000 in combat power, he was still a second-tier warrior. The latest-stage bloodfang wolf struck by Su Ming's spear had half its bones broken, collapsing on the ground with a pained howl, unable to rise. Kill. After dispatching a bloodfang wolf, Su Ming's movements didn't halt for an instant. He slashed, lifted, jabbed, swept, and thrust. The fish-scale spear created a flurry of spear shadows, cutting a bloody path through the encroaching bloodfang wolves around Fang Mo and her companions. Su Ming, is that really you? How are you so strong? The sudden appearance of reinforcements filled Fang Mo and the others' previously despairing faces with joy. But upon realizing it was Su Ming, the 3 were momentarily stunned, almost simultaneously exclaiming in surprise. For at that moment, Su Ming's vibrant vital energy clearly reached the power of a second-tier warrior. How long has it been? Just less than a month ago, when Su Ming was a porter in their team, he could barely unleash the combat power of a first-tier early-stage warrior. Back then, facing a latest-stage lion mastiff, Su Ming had to expend all his efforts just to momentarily halt the beast's charge. However, now upon seeing Su Ming again, he had swiftly become a second-tier warrior, effortlessly inflicting severe damage on the same latest-stage fierce beast, the bloodfang wolf, with a mere spear thrust. The magnitude of his power increase during this time was simply astonishing. Be careful. There are too many of these beasts. Fang Mo hurriedly shouted. After the shock, Fang Mo was the first to remind Su Ming. Although Su Ming was now a second-tier warrior, the sheer number of bloodfang wolves was overwhelming. More than 20 latest-stage bloodfang wolves posed a threat to a newly ascended second-tier warrior. It's fine, let's kill our way out together. Su Ming replied, turning to Fang Mo with a confident smile. Seeing the smile on Su Ming's face, a hint of color returned to Fang Mo's pale cheeks, but she quickly reacted, shaking her head. No, Xiao Yu's leg injury is severe. Then take care of yourselves first. I will slay a batch of bloodfang wolves to lessen your burden, then go help Coach Xian. Before Fang Mo could finish, Su Ming glanced at the bleeding wound on Xiao Yu's right leg and immediately nodded. In the next second, he adopted a serious demeanor, fully committed, and charged into the wolf pack wielding his spear. Su Ming's movements were agile, and with his spear as swift as a dragon, he relied on his early-stage second-tier power to enter and exit the wolf pack, severely injuring bloodfang wolves, while also blocking the most dangerous attacks directed at Fang Mo and her companions. Su Ming's arrival significantly alleviated the pressure on Fang Mo and her companions, stabilizing their previously faltering defensive circle. On the other side, Xian Menghan, fighting the Wolf King alone, noticed that Fang Mo and the others were temporarily safe and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fully focusing on delaying the bloodfang Wolf King before her. Finally, with Su Ming's all-out effort assistance, only 2 limping, ordinary bloodfang wolves remained in the pack that had besieged Fang Mo and her companions. Coach Xian, I'm here to assist you. After confirming that Fang Mo and the others were safe, Su Ming no longer hesitated and charged towards the bloodfang Wolf King with his fish-scale spear. Not long after Su Ming dashed out, one of the remaining 2 bloodfang wolves was slashed by Guanshan's knife and fell dead, while the other was pierced in the abdomen by Fang Mo's long gun, collapsing without moving. At this moment, the only fierce beast still active on the field was the mid-stage bloodfang Wolf King. The Wolf King let out an enraged howl as it saw its subordinates decimated, launching an even more frenzied attack, disregarding its own defenses and desperately pouncing towards Xian Menghan. Just as Xian Menghan caught her breath facing the Wolf King's reckless onslaught, she found herself in imminent danger on the verge of collapsing. Beast, do not be arrogant. Su Ming seized the opportunity, shouting with fury, thrusting his spear towards the Wolf King with an expression of reckless abandon. However, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the blood-toothed Wolf King's savage eyes as it suddenly abandoned Xian Menghan and swiped at Su Ming's spear. Su Ming, be careful, Xian Menghan exclaimed in shock, urgently calling out to him. With a loud crash, Su Ming was struck back as if hit by a heavy blow, staggering several steps, his face turning pale and his hand trembling violently around the spear. Ow! The strike that knocked Su Ming back revealed to the blood-toothed Wolf King that Su Ming's strength was far inferior to Xian Menghan's. It roared and lunged at Su Ming, determined to eliminate this human warrior who had intervened, seeking vengeance for its pups. Diamond Spear Technique. Faced with the Wolf King's full-force strike, Su Ming shouted loudly and immediately unleashed the perfected Diamond Spear Technique. With a 2.5-fold enhancement, his nearly 3,000 caliber strike successfully blocked the Wolf King's full-on attack. This seemingly desperate strike also created an excellent opportunity for Xian Menghan. Heavenly Scale Blade Technique. Scale slash. Xian Menghan, mustering her last bit of strength, seized the moment when the Wolf King was momentarily weakened from attacking Su Ming. She merged with her blade, transforming into a dazzling blade light, striking fiercely at the relatively soft abdomen exposed by the Wolf King's assault on Su Ming. With a sharp thrust, this blade, which contained all of Xian Menghan's power, finally breached the Wolf King's formidable defenses, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound as its entrails and blood gushed forth. Ow! The Wolf King let out a deafening wail. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes as it dared not continue to tangle with Su Ming and Xian Menghan, hastily dragging its intestines behind it as it fled into the distance. Beast, where do you think you're going? Xian Menghan shouted, ready to pursue. However, just as she took a step forward, her legs buckled and her body uncontrollably collapsed. After the fierce battle, she had reached her limit. Clang! At this moment, Su Ming also plunged his fish-scale spear into the ground, leaning on it as he gasped for breath. He said to Xian Menghan, "Coach Xian, don't worry. Even if that beast escapes, it won't survive. Let's rest quickly and leave this place immediately after recovering a bit. Su Ming, I really owe you one this time. If you hadn't appeared in time, our team would have been annihilated here today." Hearing this, Xian Menghan nodded, her gaze towards Su Ming filled with gratitude and a strong sense. Su Ming, how did you? Just as Xian Menghan was about to curiously inquire how Su Ming had improved his strength so dramatically in such a short time, a sudden round of applause interrupted her. A teasing yet somewhat surprised laughter came from a high ground in the distance. Wonderful. Truly marvelous. I didn't expect you all to survive. And you, kid, turns out you're a second-tier warrior. We underestimated you last time. Before the words had faded, 5 figures emerged from behind the rocks and dead trees on the high ground. The lead figure was a burly man with a bald head glinting coldly in the dim light, his face full of brutish flesh. It was Cheng Xiong from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. He descended the high ground slowly, with 4 team members encircling the exhausted and battered 5 members of Su Ming's group, their faces wearing cold smirks as they stared at them. Cheng Xiong, it's you guys. You were just watching the whole time. You did nothing while we were in danger. Seeing Cheng Xiong and his group appear, Fang Mo angrily shouted at them, clearly dissatisfied with their inaction while they could have helped. However, apart from the youngest Fang Mo, Xian Menghan, Xiamu, and Guanshan all looked exceptionally grim, their hearts sinking. Their more seasoned experience led them to suspect that the incident with the blood-toothed wolf pack today was likely tied to Cheng Xiong and his group. "Ha, see no evil. Little girl, you're too naive." Cheng Xiong scoffed, glancing at Fang Mo. "Cheng Xiong, did you bring the blood-toothed wolf pack here?" Xian Menghan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand with her long blade, questioning Cheng Xiong. Don't you already have the answer?" Cheng Xiong grinned proudly. Seeing Cheng Xiong's smug demeanor, Xian Menghan suddenly shouted fiercely, trying to muster the remaining strength in her body as she charged at him, shouting, "Su Ming, take Fang Mo and the others and escape. With your current state, do you think you can escape?" Cheng Xiong casually blocked Xian Menghan's attack with a single swipe of his knife, grinning savagely. "Attack. Send them on their way." "Yes, Brother Xiong." At Cheng Xiong's command, the other 4 team members responded in unison, and one of them exuded a powerful aura of a second-tier early warrior. A second-tier early warrior, there's even another one. Upon sensing the aura radiating from this person, Xian Menghan's face drained of color, devoid of any blood. With another second-tier early warrior on their side, even if she fought desperately to hold Cheng Xiong back, Su Ming and Fang Mo would have no chance to escape. Prepare to die. What a pity. If it weren't for the fact that this is a cave, I would really love to taste the flavors of 2 beauties. The other 4 members of Cheng Xiong's team each chose their targets and charged at Su Ming and the others. Though their words were frivolous, their murderous intent was particularly strong, showing no hesitation in their attacks. You little brat, becoming a second-tier warrior at such a young age is truly remarkable, but what I hate the most is you geniuses. Die for me. The second-tier early warrior charged at Su Ming, his eyes blazing with jealousy and murderous intent, raising his large knife and slashing down at the exhausted Su Ming. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing followed by a ripping sound of flesh. How is this possible? The second-tier early warrior stared dumbfounded at his right hand, which had been torn apart as his long knife was knocked away into the air, spinning wildly. Meanwhile, Su Ming, after knocking away his weapon, swiftly pierced through his heart, with his spear, the bloodied tip emerging from his back. Su Ming calmly withdrew his spear, and the second-tier early warrior's body fell straight down. Just as he hit the ground, the long knife that had spun countless times in the air finally landed beside his fallen corpse. What? Such an unexpected scene caused all present to pause, looking in shock at the seemingly indifferent Su Ming, as if time had frozen in that moment. Cheng Xiong's sinister smile froze his pupils, suddenly constricting like needles, filled with disbelief. The sound of his subordinate, a second-tier initial stage warrior, collapsing hit his heart like a heavy hammer. No, it can't be. Cheng Xiong exclaimed, his voice trembling with extreme shock. You were clearly just a second-tier initial stage. There's no way to fake the intensity of your chi and blood. You just exhausted a huge amount dealing with the wolf pack. How could you possibly kill a fellow warrior of the same tier in one strike? Cheng Xiong's shocked cry shattered the surrounding silence, snapping the other 3 members of his team back to The 3 glanced at the second-tier initial stage warrior lying before Su Ming, their faces filled with terror, and they quickly retreated behind Cheng Xiong, not daring to approach Fang Mo and the others. The youth before them had just effortlessly killed another second-tier expert from their team. How could they dare to step forward to attack Fang Mo and the others? Xian Menghan and Fang Mo were even more shocked. They understood Su Ming's strength better than Cheng Xiong. The fact that Su Ming could kill a second-tier initial stage warrior was a leap in power that could not be described as merely genius. It was utterly inconceivable. In response to Cheng Xiong's question, Su Ming merely flicked the blood off his fish-scale spear and turned his gaze to Cheng Xiong and the others. I've waited for you for a long time. It's time to die. Su Ming's voice was chillingly calm, his gaze as cold as that of a man looking at a group of corpses. Without wasting any more words, he moved. His figure left a faint afterimage in place as his chi and blood erupted violently. The distance between Su Ming and Cheng Xiong was not far. In the blink of an eye, he charged before Cheng Xiong. Break Cloud Spear. Su Ming shouted, unleashing the full power of the perfected class martial art Break Cloud Spear. The fish-scale spear transformed into a silver lightning bolt, the spear flying like a dragon, the air torn apart with a piercing shriek as the terrifying force of 5,800 calories erupted without reservation under a 5-fold combat power enhancement. This strike was incredibly swift. Not good. Feeling the might of this strike, a surge of life-and-death crisis erupted from the depths of Cheng Xiong's heart, causing him to lose his composure. Dominating blade. Yet he was after all a warrior nearing the second-tier midstage. At this critical moment, he unleashed all his potential, roaring as he swung his blade to block his chi and blood surging violently as he slashed at the fish-scale spear charging towards him. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Everyone saw the collision of the blade and spear, a spark erupting, and then Cheng Xiong's large blade was easily knocked away by the long spear. The speed of the fish-scale spear in Su Ming's hand did not diminish at all, expanding infinitely in Cheng Xiong's pupils, effortlessly piercing through his heart's vital point. The spear tip emerged from his body, accompanied by a spray of warm blood. The grimace of fear and shock on Cheng Xiong's face completely froze. He looked down at the bull's-eyed wound in his chest, then painfully lifted his gaze to meet Su Ming's expressionless face, his lips twitching as if he wanted to say something. But Su Ming abruptly withdrew the fish-scale spear and kicked Cheng Xiong's body away. Cheng Xiong ultimately couldn't utter a single word before being kicked away by Su Ming, crashing directly in front of the remaining 3 members of his team, blood frothing from his mouth. Brother Xiong. Seeing Cheng Xiong with a massive hole in his chest, the 3's pupils widened in shock, utterly horrified. Now it's your turn. Su Ming advanced with his spear, his gaze icy. Spare us. Brother Su Ming. No, grandfather Su Ming. Please spare us. It was all Cheng Xiong's coercion. It has nothing to do with us. Just spare us, and we will be willing to serve you like oxen and horses in the field. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Su Ming, the 3 team members were terrified to the core, discarding their weapons and kneeling on the ground with a thud, banging their heads like garlic, tears streaming down as they begged for mercy. In the face of death, all notions of warrior honor and brotherhood became meaningless, leaving only the primal desire to survive. However, Su Ming's gaze remained cold without a hint of wavering. In the martial arts world, it is the law of the jungle. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself and friends. Su Ming follows the principle of if one does not offend me, I will not offend them. If one offends me, I will eradicate them to the root. In your next life, keep your eyes open. Su Ming flicked his wrist, and the fish scale spear transformed into a deadly cold light. Uft, uft. The spear's shadow flickered. 3 soft sounds almost rang out simultaneously as the fish scale spear accurately pierced the throats of the 3. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. The 3 team members covering their bleeding throats, their eyes filled with endless regret and fear, their bodies slumping to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of Cheng Xiong's team, who had just been arrogant and domineering, turned into cold corpses, a strong smell of blood mingling with that left by the wolf pack, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Only the mournful sound of the wind blowing through the rocky terrain and the heavy suppressed breaths of Exine Menghan's team of 4 could be heard. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu looked at Su Ming, who stood holding the spear, his expression indifferent, as if they were seeing him for the first time, their eyes filled with extreme shock, reverence, and a hint of indescribable fear. They could never have imagined that the high school student who had needed their protection just 20 days ago now possessed the terrifying power to instantly kill second-tier warriors. This kind of growth rate was unheard of. Su Ming, did you just use the class martial art Break Cloud Spear, and have you reached the perfected realm? Exine Menghan struggled to stand, her beautiful eyes filled with extreme shock as she stared at Su Ming, her voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, Coach Zin's insight is as sharp as ever. In response to Exine Menghan's inquiry, Su Ming generously admitted it, the cold expression on his face disappearing, replaced by a warm smile. Boom! Su Ming's answer hit Exine Menghan and the other 4 like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of shock in their hearts once more. Hiss! Fang Mo gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, looking at Su Ming as if she were staring at a monster. The difficulty of martial arts cultivation is not low. An ordinary warrior requires 10 years of hard work to master a class martial art to perfection. For a class martial art, it is already a sign of exceptional talent if an ordinary warrior can reach intermediate proficiency after several years of hard work. How old is Su Ming? Not only has his chi and blood reached the level of a second-tier warrior, but he has also perfected a class martial art. This is not just a genius, this is a monster. A monster. I didn't expect that a month ago he was just a kid doing odd jobs in the martial arts school, and now he is transformed into a second-tier warrior stronger than me. Su Ming's martial arts talent is even more outstanding than I imagined. Exine Menghan took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the tumult in her heart, astonished beyond words. Then, looking at the chaos and corpses around, glancing at the injured team members, she stepped forward and sincerely thanked Su Ming. Su Ming, thank you so much today. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. In the future, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Ha, the captain is right. Brother Su Ming, from now on my life belongs to you. Brother Su Ming, whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Thank you, Su Ming. Guanshan, Fang Mo, and Xiaomu also came to their senses at this moment, expressing their gratitude to Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled lightly and nodded to everyone. Seeing this, Exine Menghan said to Fang Mo and the others, everyone hurry and deal with your injuries. The smell of blood here is too strong and may attract other powerful beasts. We shouldn't linger here. Hearing this, everyone's expressions darkened and they nodded. It's fine with me here, you can rest assured to treat your injuries, Su Ming said with a smile, observing their serious expressions. His voice was not loud, but it gave Exine Menghan and the others a sense of security. Under Su Ming's protection, everyone quickly tended to their wounds, and then cleaned up the battlefield. They took away all the materials from the blood-toothed wolves' corpses, and also retrieved the loot from Cheng Xiong's team and their weapons from the cave. Su Ming, we owe you today. Tonight our team invites you to dinner at the Victoria restaurant. We sincerely hope you'll grace us with your presence, Exine Menghan said warmly as they emerged from the underground cavern. They had narrowly escaped death, though all bore wounds, none were serious, merely superficial injuries. Given their formidable physiques as martial artists, a few doses of specialized healing elixirs would restore them fully within 3 days. Moreover, fortune had smiled upon them. Not only did they secure abundant materials from Bloodfang wolves, but they also tracked down and felled the Bloodfang Wolf King, a mid-tier second-rank ferocious beast, harvesting its rare components. In addition, Cheng Xiong's team had made substantial gains within the cavern as well. This single expedition would net them at least 1 million credit points. Coach Xin is far too modest. We're all friends. Just send me the reservation details, and I'll be there tonight. Su Ming accepted Xin Menghan's invitation without hesitation. It feels oddly formal calling you Coach Xin. If you don't mind, please call me Han Jie from now on. Yes, Han Jie. Having settled the arrangements, both parties departed the No. 3 Cavern with cheerful banter heading toward Linjiang City. Upon returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming immediately went to the Martial Artists Association and sold an entire backpack of second-rank beast materials. He also sold 2 Class D greatswords, one belonging to Cheng Xiong and the other to his team's second-rank martial artist, depositing 4.8 million credit points into his previously empty account. Remarkable. Today's haul rivals 10 days' worth of previous earnings. Truly, the stronger one grows, the faster wealth accumulates. 4 million credits in a single day. Within days I'll have enough saved for a Class C meditation technique. Gazing at the sudden influx of 4.8 million credit points, Su Ming felt elated. After purchasing the cultivation resources he needed that day, he hailed a taxi home. That evening at the Victoria restaurant in downtown Linjiang City, one of the city's most prestigious dining establishments, ornate interiors gleamed beneath golden chandeliers, making it a favored venue for affluent patrons and martial artists alike to conduct business or indulge in leisure. Inside an elegant private room, a lavish banquet was laid out. Xin Menghan's team of 4 hosted Su Ming to express their profound gratitude for saving their lives earlier that day. After several hours of rest and treatment, their complexions had improved markedly, though bandages still stood out against their skin. Su Ming, this first cup is ours to you, by right and by heart. Xin Menghan raised her glass. Absolutely, Su Ming to you. Fang Mo Guanshan and Xia Mu echoed in unison, lifting their glasses with eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. Cheers. Su Ming, never one for pretense, raised his glass, clinked it against theirs, and drank deeply. As wine flowed, and dishes multiplied, warmth and camaraderie blossomed within the room. They spoke of cavern adventures and martial cultivation, mostly Xin Menghan's team sharing stories while Su Ming listened attentively. He found their extraordinary trials and growth along the Tao path utterly captivating. When the feast concluded, guests gradually departed. Xiaomu Guanshan and Fang Mo left first. Xin Menghan remained behind briefly with Su Ming before they two stepped out together. Han Jie, I'll just step out to the restroom for a moment, Su Ming said as they reached the threshold. I'll wait for you at the door, she nodded. Su Ming walked down the corridor outside the private room. The restaurant's acoustics were exceptional. The boisterous toasts and animated conversations from neighboring rooms faded into faint murmurs, leaving the hallway hushed and serene. Yet as he passed a chamber labeled Zijin Pavilion, the half-open door erupted with clamor and the sharp shatter of porcelain, shattering the stillness. A haughty, arrogant youth's voice pierced through. Damn it. Do you think we're offering you a favor? Me asking you to join us for drinks is already doing you a kindness. What are you dodging for? I'm sorry, sir. I'm only a server. My duty is to deliver dishes, not to accompany guests. A trembling, terchoked yet unmistakably familiar feminine voice followed. Hearing that voice, Su Ming's mild intoxication vanished instantly, and his steps froze mid-stride. Could I possibly be mistaken? Why does that sound so much like Xiao Wei? A subtle frown creased his brow. Though the voice matched his sister Su Xiao Wei's perfectly, she should have been at Linjiang No. 2 middle school, not serving in a restaurant. Bewildered, Su Ming peered through the slightly ajar door, only for his gaze to harden, his fury igniting like wildfire. Inside sat several young men dressed in opulent attire. At the head of the table lounged a silk-robed youth, arrogance etched across his face, his free hand impatiently lunging toward the wrist of a girl who stood with bowed head, trembling slightly. The girl possessed delicate features and graceful height, none other than Su Ming's younger sister Su Xiao Wei. Instinctively she recoiled from his grasp. Her flinch enraged the silk-clad youth further. Humiliated before his peers, his pride shattered. Rage boiled over. Dare you dodge again? He raised his palm and struck fiercely toward Su Xiao Wei's cheek. His ki-blood surged at the peak of first-rank martial mastery. Should that blow land upon Su Xiao Wei, who possessed no martial cultivation whatsoever, the consequences would be catastrophic. Trapped and helpless, Su Xiao Wei could only shut her eyes tight. The other youths in the room did not intervene. In fact, they burst into mocking laughter, clearly accustomed to such spectacles. At the very instant his palm neared her face, a powerful hand, iron-strong and unerring, clamped down upon his wrist like a vice. You seek death. Su Ming's voice cracked like thunder as he seized the youth's wrist, eyes blazing with incandescent fury, then drove a devastating kick deep into the youth's abdomen. Thud! In an instant the youth flew backward, crashing violently into the wall before collapsing onto the floor. Clutching his stomach, he curled inward like a boiled shrimp, pale-faced, breathless, speechless with agony. The sudden assault sent shockwaves through the room. The remaining youths leapt to their feet, faces drained of color, staring in stunned disbelief at Su Ming, no older than themselves. But having witnessed Su Ming's single brutal kick launch their strongest comrade across the room, they knew, without doubt, they stood no chance against him. Frozen in place, they exchanged helpless glances, paralyzed by uncertainty. Go, go. Only then did Su Xiaowei open her eyes, seeing Su Ming standing resolutely before her. She blinked, stunned, unable to believe what she saw. Su Ming turned, gently stroking her hair with palpable tenderness, not questioning why she worked here, but scanning her carefully as he asked, Xiaowei, were you hurt? No. She shook her head vigorously, but seeing her brother's urgent concern, the pent-up humiliation overwhelmed her, and tears spilled forth like raindrops freed from a broken string. Her tearful, wounded expression stoked Su Ming's wrath anew. Who the hell are you? How dare you strike young master? Do you even know who I am? Behind him the youth's shrill, defiant cry rang out, bravado masking raw fear. I don't care who you are. Su Ming, already fuming, saw the mastermind act so arrogantly, and immediately shouted angrily, turning to confront the just-risen young man in fine clothing once again. What? What do you want? Seeing Su Ming approach with a face full of menace, the young man in fine clothing was momentarily stunned, his expression filled with panic. Noticing that Su Ming showed no signs of stopping, cold sweat broke out on the young man's forehead, and he hurriedly said, I am Lin Tian from the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy. My grandfather is Lin Dian, the deputy director of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will never let you go. Su Ming frowned. He had heard of this name. The Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City was known alongside the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy as one of the three major martial arts academies of Linjiang City. However, the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy was an immensely powerful martial arts force ranked very high in the Hanhua Kingdom, reportedly founded by a peak-level 8th-tier master who surpassed the Grandmaster realm, dominating the region, with influence spread throughout the nation, a true behemoth. The Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City was merely one of many branches, but the deputy director of the Linjiang branch still possessed the formidable strength of a peak 3rd-tier martial artist, ranking among the top 10 powerful figures in Linjiang City. Lin Tian, being the direct grandson of the deputy director of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy, was undoubtedly among the few who could be compared to him in the younger generation of Linjiang City. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He has such a background. Su Ming stopped, his gaze scrutinizing the Lin Tian before him. Are you afraid now, you dog? Kneel down this instant, and kowtow to me to admit your mistake, and sever one of your hands, then let this little brat accompany me for a few drinks. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll spare your miserable life, otherwise I'll make sure your entire family disappears from Linjiang City. Seeing Su Ming stop and frown, Lin Tian immediately regained his arrogance. Heh. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Ming smiled, though the smile was cold and devoid of warmth, his murderous intent almost becoming palpable. Family was his forbidden zone. Lin Tian not only humiliated him, but dared to threaten his entire family. Some things could be tolerated, but this was unbearable. In the next moment, Su Ming lunged forward, grabbing Lin Tian's wrist before he could react, and twisting it violently. Crack! A sharp and painful sound of bone cracking suddenly rang out. Ah! Lin Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream, his wrist brutally broken by Su Ming. The intense pain turned his face pale instantly, almost causing him to faint. You! Lin Tian trembled in pain, looking at Su Ming with eyes filled with fear and disbelief. He never imagined that invoking the name of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy would not intimidate Su Ming, but rather provoke such ruthless action. Don't think that because you're just the grandson of a deputy director that you are safe. Even if your grandfather were here, if he dared to touch my family, he would have to pay the price today. Su Ming's voice was icy, carrying a chilling aura. Before the words fell, Su Ming reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's arm, twisting it forcefully. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed again, and Lin Tian's entire arm hung limply. Ah! The pain of losing an arm made Lin Tian scream again, his face as pale as paper. Bang! Su Ming delivered another kick to Lin Tian's abdomen, causing Lin Tian's body to curl up like a shrimp and slam against the wall of the private room with a loud thud. He then collapsed weakly to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, completely unconscious. The entire private room fell into a dead silence. The few young men who had accompanied Lin Tian now looked like ducks caught by the throat, staring in terror at Su Ming, who resembled a god of death, afraid to even breathe. What's going on? Just then the door to the private room was flung open, and the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the silence. The manager of the Victoria restaurant rushed in, with a crowd gathering at the door. Upon entering the private room, the manager scanned the surroundings, his gaze instantly locking onto the unconscious Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian's right wrist unnaturally twisted, his arm hanging limply and blood trickling from his mouth, his expression changed drastically. Heavens! Young Master Lin. What happened? The manager exclaimed in shock, hurriedly squatting down to check Lin Tian's injuries, his hands trembling violently. Lin Tian was the direct grandson of Lin Dian, the deputy director of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy, and a valued guest of the Victoria Restaurant. Though the Victoria Restaurant was not of low standing, the person behind it was merely a second-tier martial artist. They stood no chance against the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy. Now that Lin Tian had an incident at the restaurant, if he did not handle it well, his position would definitely be at risk. Realizing this, the manager abruptly stood up and shouted, "Who did this?" Seeing this, Lin Tian's companions immediately recounted the situation of Su Ming beating Lin Tian, but they did not mention a word about why Su Ming acted against Lin Tian. Listening to their account, the manager looked at Su Ming, who wore a cold expression, and his heart sank. He was well aware of the type of people Lin Tian and his companions were. He glanced at Su Ming and the girl he was protecting, Su Xiaowei, noticing their somewhat similar features, and he roughly pieced together what had happened. It must have been that Lin Tian had tried to lay hands on their female server, and it just so happened that his brother discovered it, leading to this outcome. However, for him, the exact truth didn't matter. What mattered was Lin Tian's identity. With a single word, Lin Daoyuan could cripple the restaurant's business and even bring about revenge. The urgent task was to placate Lin Tian's side and provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Weighing the situation, the manager quickly made a decision, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Su Xiaowei, saying in an unquestionable tone, "You Su Xiaowei, right? I recognize you. You are the temporary server. Go over there immediately and apologize to young Master Lin and his friends." Before Su Xiaowei could respond, Su Ming stepped forward, his face filled with frost. What a brazen manager, demanding my sister apologize based solely on one side's words. This brat was bullying others and dared to lay hands on my sister. Breaking his arms is already a light punishment. The manager was taken aback by Su Ming's imposing presence, retreating a half step, yet he still gritted his teeth and scolded, "Kid, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. The Guansheng Martial Arts Academy is not something you can provoke. I'm doing this for your own good. Hurry and apologize. If this escalates, you will be the ones to suffer in the end." "Su Ming, what are you doing here?" Just as the manager finished speaking, a voice rang out from the doorway, breaking the tense atmosphere. Xian Minghan waited at the door for a long time without seeing Su Ming's figure. Curious about the commotion, she decided to come and take a look. Pushing through the crowd at the door, Xian Minghan entered the private room. Upon seeing the scene inside, especially the sight of Lin Tian collapsed in front of Su Ming, her expression changed. "Su Ming, you didn't do this, did you?" Xian Minghan approached Su Ming, pointed at the unconscious Lin Tian, her lips twitching as a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She knew Lin Tian's identity. It was clear that Su Ming had beaten him up. If Lin Daoyuan found out that his grandson had been beaten so severely, he would definitely not let it go easily. Lin Daoyuan was a peak third-tier powerhouse. Although Su Ming was a prodigy, he was still too young and was no match for Lin Daoyuan. "I just taught a lesson to some trash who tried to lay hands on my sister." Hearing Xian Minghan's inquiry, Su Ming casually explained. After saying that, Su Ming glanced at the crowd at the door with a slight frown, then turned to Su Xiaowei and softly said, "Xiaowei, let's go." Without caring about the gazes of others, Su Ming took Su Xiaowei's hand and walked toward the private rooms. Watching Su Ming walk by with the obviously flustered Su Xiaowei, Xian Minghan's eyes flickered, but she stopped. Seeing Su Ming about to leave, the manager shouted immediately. Su Ming's expression turned cold upon hearing this, preparing to silence the annoying fly. However, before Su Ming could act, Xian Minghan took out her martial artist certificate and coldly said to the manager, "I am Xian Minghan from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. This matter will be handled by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If there are any issues, let them come to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy." Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The manager's pupils constricted upon hearing Xian Minghan's words, realizing she was yet another figure he could not afford to offend. Seeing the manager fall silent, Xian Minghan put away her martial artist certificate and stepped in front of Su Ming, saying, "Su Ming, let's go." Su Ming shot a cold glance at the manager standing there, then nodded at Xian Minghan as the three of them walked out of the private room together. The crowd at the door quickly parted willingly, making way for the three of them. Watching Su Ming and the others leave the hall, manager clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately released them, not daring to speak out any longer. Whether it was the Guansheng Martial Arts Academy or the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he could not afford to offend either. "Manager, what should we do now?" At this moment, several waitstaff approached to inquire. "What to do? Just let it be." The manager looked at the waitstaff in front of him and thought quietly for a moment, then said, This matter is no longer something we can involve ourselves in. Hurry and call an ambulance to take young Master Lin to the hospital for treatment. Upon hearing this, the waitstaff hurriedly started to make phone calls. Sister Han, thank you. After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming expressed his gratitude to Xian Ming Han. If it weren't for Xian Ming Han stepping in to help him today, would not have ended so easily. Sai, I owe you my life. It's just a trivial matter, nothing to mention. Xian Ming Han shook her head with a smile, but then her expression turned serious. Su Ming, you were too impulsive this time. Lin Tian is not the same as Cheng Xiong. He is the grandson of the vice principal of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy in Lingjiang City. I know he just mentioned his identity. Su Ming nodded. Since you know his identity, why did you still? Hearing Su Ming's reply, Xian Ming Han wanted to lecture him, but seeing Su Ming's expression, she realized he would not listen regardless. She sighed and changed the subject. Sai, it's no use saying anything now. Su Ming, why not join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing Xian Ming Han's words, Su Ming raised, yes, join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. To be honest, my second great uncle is the principal of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. With your talent, you will surely gain his favor. As long as he takes notice of you, today's incident will certainly be resolved by him. Xian Ming Han looked at Su Ming's expression, shrugged, and revealed a secret she had never shared with anyone. So the principal of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is your second great uncle? No wonder you dared to speak so boldly in the restaurant's private room just now. Upon learning about Xian Ming Han's identity, Su Ming was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. He had worked part-time at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy for 2.5 years, during which he had met the principal several times and had seen Xian Ming Han meet with the principal a few times. Despite this, both of them had never shown any unusual behavior, greeting each other in the most ordinary way, making it impossible to tell that they had such a relationship. Seeing Su Ming's rare expression, Xian Ming Han couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride showing on her face. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy, along with the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, was one of the 3 major martial arts academies in Lingjiang City, so it was certainly not simple. Although the founders of the 2 major martial arts academies could not compare to the founder of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy, they were still 8th-tier, marquee-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, the principal of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy was a 4th-tier martial artist, slightly stronger than Lin Daoyuan. Today's incident was initiated by Lin Tian's wrongdoing, and Su Ming had even saved Xian Ming Han's life. With this connection, even if Su Ming had average talent, the principal of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy would still intervene to protect him. Then I will listen to Sister Han. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming ultimately nodded. Although he was not afraid of Lin Tian's revenge, he had to consider his family. After all, his sister was still young and defenseless, and his mother was bedridden. If it weren't for these concerns, he would not have merely crippled Lin Tian's right hand. Then let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy now. Seeing Su Ming agree, Xian Ming Han said eagerly, Then the 3 of them hailed a taxi and headed toward the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to lighten your burden, but I didn't expect to cause you trouble instead. On the way, Su Xiaowei said timidly, her head lowered and fists clenched, her face full of guilt. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head, reached out to pat Su Xiaowei's head, and comforted her, saying, It's not your fault, it's my fault for not explaining things clearly. Don't worry, it's fine. If he had told Su Xiaowei earlier that he had become a martial artist and could hunt fierce beasts in the underground caves for money, she wouldn't have had to run about working part-time until midnight after finishing classes. At the same time, Su Ming silently resolved that once his strength was sufficient, he would eliminate Lin Tian and his family, entirely eradicating this hidden threat. In the Extreme Martial Arts gym late at night, all the students and coaches who came to train had already left. Only the gym owner, Jiang Lingchuan, remained. At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan stood alone in front of the gym's entrance. I am aware of the talents participating in the martial arts examination from Linjiang City. Only 3 or 4 have just broken through to the 2nd-tier martial artist, but none possess the combat strength of a mid-2nd-tier martial artist. To possess the strength of a mid-2nd-tier martial artist before the martial arts examination, and to have fully mastered a crade martial art, such a talent has never appeared in Linjiang City. Could Ming Han be deceived? If I want to see who this so-called genius is. If they dare to deceive Ming Han, even if they saved her life, I will make them pay. Jiang Lingchuan stood at the door, reflecting on what Xian Ming Han had said to him on the phone a while ago. Arms crossed, a trace of indignation on his face as he continued to wait. Before long, an SUV stopped in front of Jiang Lingchuan. Xian Ming Han was the first to get out of the car, quickly coming to Jiang Lingchuan's side, with a smile greeting him, second uncle. With no one else around Jiang Lingchuan, Xian Ming Han no longer concealed the relationship between her and Jiang Lingchuan. Ming Han, this is the genius you praised endlessly, isn't it? Jiang Lingchuan also shed his usual demeanor towards Xian Minghan in front of others. Upon seeing her, his previous expression instantly vanished, replaced by a kind smile. He then turned his gaze to Xian Minghan's companions. Behind her, Su Ming and Su Xiaowei got out of the car. Upon seeing this prominent figure from Linjiang City, the siblings respectfully greeted. Greetings, gym owner Jiang. On the way here, Xian Minghan had already told the two about Jiang Lingchuan. Good lad. He really is a second-tier martial artist. Moreover, he is still so young. Could what Minghan said be true? Jiang Lingchuan focused his gaze on Su Ming, and with his formidable strength he immediately sensed the vigorous energy within Su Ming, causing him to pause. Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Su Ming felt uneasy under Jiang Lingchuan's gaze. Let's go inside and talk. Only then did Jiang Lingchuan come to his senses, quickly clearing his throat awkwardly, then smiling kindly at the two before leading them into the extreme martial arts gym. Minghan has already told me the specifics. That old fellow Lin Dayuan's grandson is indeed in need of discipline. Su Ming, since you saved Minghan's life, I will certainly give Lin Dayuan some warnings to make him think twice. With your current strength as a second-tier martial artist, you can completely join the extreme martial arts gym, but the treatment you receive will depend on your abilities. Inside the gym, Jiang Lingchuan didn't beat around the bush. He led Su Ming directly to the testing room, glancing at the several machines that were still operating. Although Xian Minghan had confidently guaranteed that her words were entirely true and not exaggerated, he still wanted to verify it himself, even though he had already sensed Su Ming's formidable energy. These machines had originally been turned off after everyone else left the extreme martial arts gym, but after receiving Xian Minghan's call, Jiang Lingchuan turned them back on specifically for Su Ming to test his strength directly. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately understood that Jiang Lingchuan wanted to see his strength. He nodded confidently and walked towards the instruments in the testing room. Reaching the vitality testing machine, first Su Ming placed his fingertip on it. After collecting a drop of blood from his fingertip in a brief test, it displayed a vitality value of 116. Seeing the vitality exceed the second-tier martial artist standard of 16, Jiang Lingchuan nodded silently. It was indeed rare for someone Su Ming's age to possess such high vitality. After testing his vitality, Su Ming did not linger, but moved on to the combat power target, took a testing spear from the side, and with his energy surging, his muscle cells instantly became active. He then thrust the spear, fully executing the breaking cloud spear. Bang! The combat power target was nearly blown away by Su Ming's thrust. 100, 300, 1000. The combat power testing machine displayed numbers rolling continuously, ultimately stabilizing at a combat power value of 5,800. 5 times combat power increase. The fully mastered breaking cloud spear. Minghan did not exaggerate. This young man has truly perfected a grade martial art. How old is he? Even I only mastered a high-level grade martial art at his age, and even then I was called a martial arts genius. This kid Su Ming is far superior to me. He is a true martial arts genius. No, he should be called a martial arts prodigy. Looking at the combat power value displayed on the testing machine, Jiang Lingchuan's pupils constricted and his heart shook violently. Even though Xian Minghan had informed him in advance that Su Ming had perfected the grade martial art, the breaking cloud spear, he still had some doubts until he witnessed Su Ming's performance. After all, hearing about it is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. Good, good, good. Upon seeing Su Ming put the spear back on the rack, Jiang Lingchuan took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and exclaimed 3 times. Wait, what does he want to do next? However, Su Ming's next action caused Jiang Lingchuan's body to tremble, his eyes wide open as he stared at Su Ming. Even Xian Minghan, who thought she understood Su Ming, couldn't help but cover her open mouth with her hand, looking at Su Ming with disbelief. This was because after Su Ming returned the testing spear to the rack, he did not stop testing, but went back to the combat power testing machine, reaching out and grasping at the air, causing the temperature in the entire testing room to drop significantly. Then a completely white ice crystal spear materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the combat power target with incredible force under the astonished gazes of Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Minghan. Bang! Crack! The ice crystal spear struck the combat power target with a dull sound, and the entire target was quickly encased in layers of frost. The combat power display rapidly rolled the numbers again, ultimately stopping at a combat power of 1. The combat power value displayed on the machine hit Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Minghan like a heavy hammer, leaving both of them gasping for breath. The entire testing room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Minghan finally gasped in shock, looking at Su Ming as if he were a monster. Neither of them expected that Su Ming was actually an awakener, and his ability was a staggering 100 combat power, a strength that was already comparable to a late second-tier martial artist. A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the silence. Xian Minghan glanced at Jiang Lingquan beside her voice trembling. "Uncle, is the equipment in our martial arts school broken?" This call seemed to awaken Jiang Lingquan, who was lost in shock. "It's not broken, the equipment cannot possibly malfunction." Suddenly invigorated, his face radiated ecstatic joy as his gaze darted from the testing device to Su Ming, his eyes burning with intensity, as if they could melt Su Ming. In the next moment, amidst the astonished eyes of Su Ming and Xian Menghan, this formidable master of the extreme martial arts school, who had dominated Linjiang City for many years, unexpectedly took a bold step forward. He grabbed Su Ming's hand, holding it tightly, then unexpectedly bowed slightly, and said with a flattering tone, "Young friend Su Ming, please be sure to join the extreme martial arts school." At this moment, Jiang Lingquan no longer exuded the imposing aura of a strong figure in Linjiang City, nor the initial disdain he had for Su Ming. Now he was solely focused on employing every means possible, regardless of the cost, to bring Su Ming to his extreme martial arts school. Originally, he thought Su Ming's martial arts talent was already extraordinarily gifted, but he never expected his supernatural ability to be even more terrifying, surpassing his martial arts talent. To be able to unleash a combat power of 100 at such a young age, he could guarantee, even without testing, that Su Ming's ice ability would not be lower than a grade. A grade abilities had never appeared in the entire history of Linjiang City. Su Ming could no longer be described merely as a genius or a prodigy. In Jiang Lingquan's eyes, this was nothing short of a miracle. Looking at the almost obsequious Jiang Lingquan before him, Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he tried to pull back his right hand held tightly by Jiang Lingquan, but found he could not escape. Helplessly, he smiled at Jiang Lingquan and said, "Master Jiang, let's sit down and talk slowly." "Oh, right. Let's sit down and talk slowly." "Menghan, never mind, I will personally make tea for young friend. Menghan, please take young friend Su Ming and his sister to the VIP room first. I will go to my office to get my treasured tea leaves." After saying this, Jiang Lingquan released Su Ming's hand and hurriedly dashed toward his office. Is this really the uncle I know? This scene left Xian Menghan utterly dumbfounded. One could say that Jiang Lingquan's earlier performance shocked her as much as Su Ming's did. "Su Ming, let's head to the VIP room for a moment." Taking a deep breath to suppress her shock, Xian Menghan turned to Su Ming and gestured for him to lead the way. "Young friend Su Ming, as long as you nod your head from today onward, you will be the core member of my extreme martial arts school, enjoying the highest level of resource allocation. All the resources you need for cultivation: blood essence pills, spirit pills, weapons, armor, martial arts, meditation techniques. Whatever you need, as long as my extreme martial arts school has it, and I, Jiang Lingquan, can acquire it, I will go all out to get it for you." In the VIP room, Jiang Lingquan personally poured hot tea for Su Ming, his voice echoing in the room, each word resonating with clarity. He understood all too well what this young man represented for the future. It was no longer simply about recruiting a genius for the martial arts school, but rather about securing a future pillar of support for the entire lineage of the extreme martial arts school. A person who might surpass the masters, becoming a powerful figure akin to the founding master of the extreme martial arts school, and even with Su Ming's prodigious talent, he might have the opportunity to touch the legendary realm of kings. This kind of opportunity was rare if Miss Jiang Lingquan would become a center of the extreme martial arts school. Upon hearing Jiang Lingquan's assurance, Su Ming's expression grew serious. He looked at Jiang Lingquan with piercing eyes and said in a deep voice, "Resources are undoubtedly important, but what I Su Ming value most is not these. The reason I came to the extreme martial arts school with Sister Han tonight has always been singular. I believe Master Jiang should understand that. As for resources, Su Ming could hunt ferocious beasts himself to accumulate funds for purchases. That matter was not urgent. However, Lin Duyuan, the deputy master of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts School, posed a significant threat to him and his family. Rest assured on this point, young friend Su Ming. I, Jiang Lingquan, swear that as long as I am in Linjiang City, no one will harm your family." Jiang Lingquan, being astute, immediately nodded upon Su Ming's reminder. "In that case, thank you, master." Seeing Jiang Lingquan's sincerity, Su Ming also smiled and respectfully cupped his fist in greeting. With Jiang Lingquan's promise as a fourth-tier powerhouse, a huge weight finally lifted from his heart. Seeing Su Ming finally nod, Jiang Lingquan was overjoyed, rubbing his hands excitedly, then looked at Su Ming and asked, "Young friend Su Ming, can you join the extreme martial arts school now?" Seeing this, Su Ming nodded. "Great. Young friend Su Ming, let's sign the agreement now." Jiang Lingquan exclaimed joyfully, immediately producing the prepared documents and placing them in front of Su Ming. After a quick glance, Su Ming nodded slightly. The agreement stated that he only needed to be registered as a core member of the extreme martial arts school. As a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School, apart from possibly needing to participate in the annual National Martial Arts School ranking competition, he would have complete freedom. The school imposed no additional conditions on him. Instead, core members received various training resources and full support from the Extreme Martial Arts School. Moreover, there was a confidentiality agreement stating that any martial arts body refining techniques or meditation methods obtained from the Extreme Martial Arts School above grade could not be passed on to others. The contents of this agreement were entirely beneficial for Su Ming. Seeing this, he did not hesitate to sign his name, affix his seal, and provide his DNA information to finalize the agreement. Su Ming, from now on you are a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. This is the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and a grade body refining method that I obtained through the highest authority of the Linjiang branch and an emergency special approval from the headquarters just for you. Upon seeing Su Ming complete the signing, Jiang Lingchuan quickly took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Su Ming. A grade body refining method. Hearing those two words, Xian Minghan couldn't help but gasp again, her beautiful eyes filled within. A grade body refining methods were extremely precious, considered secrets not to be passed on by major powers. Even for the Martial Artists Association, the highest grade body refining methods available for sale were merely crate. She had learned about the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and knew that within the Extreme Martial Arts School, typically only the masters of the major branches had the right to exchange it, requiring a staggering number of contribution points. Given her current rate of earning contribution points in the Extreme Martial Arts School, even if she were given 100 years, she would still be unable to afford it. Yet Su Ming had just joined the Extreme Martial Arts School as a core member, and the headquarters had directly authorized Jiang Lingchuan to gift him this a grade body refining method. Was this the treatment reserved for prodigies? A rank body refinement art. As Jiang Lingchuan handed over the USB drive, Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement, and he reached out to accept it. The higher the rank of a body refinement art, the more rapidly it enhanced one's vital energy and blood force. Currently, his drank body refinement art, combined with blood chi powder, allowed him to increase his blood force by 5 points daily. Rumors claimed that a rank body refinement art was at least 8 times more effective than its drank counterpart. If Su Ming mastered it to perfection, he could gain no less than 40 points of blood force per day. Originally, Su Ming had estimated that practicing the drank body refinement art, Dawn Rising, would elevate his blood force above 160 points before the provincial martial examination. Now, however, with the rank body refinement art, mastering it fully within the remaining 10 days would allow him to boost his blood force by at least 400 additional points. By then, entering the provincial martial examination with a base blood force of 500, and wielding the crank martial art, cloud-piercing spear, at peak proficiency, granting 5-fold combat amplification. He could unleash a staggering 25,000 combat units, rivaling a newly ascended 3rd-rank martial artist. Even without deploying his strength hetero ability, Su Ming was confident he could claim the title of Provincial Martial Champion of Jiangnan Province. As for why he was so certain he could perfect the rank body refinement art, no need to ask, he possessed a cultivation system capable of direct attribute enhancement. Over recent days, he had relentlessly descended into the abyssal caverns to hunt monstrous beasts, amassing a total of 10830 enhancement points in his system. Even if mastering the rank art were 100-fold more arduous than its drank counterpart, those 10,000 points would suffice to max out its proficiency. Master Jiang, let me pose a hypothetical. Suppose I master the rank body refinement art, 100 forged golden body art. What precautions should I take when cultivating intensively for 10 hours straight, given my current blood force capacity? Having accepted the USB drive containing the 100 forged golden body art, Su Ming, though elated, did not neglect to seek Master Jiang Lingchuan's counsel. After all, even with blood chi powder supplementation, his prior practice of the drank art had permitted only 5 hours of continuous cultivation before overwhelming hunger forced him downstairs for a massive meal. Should he now subject himself to high-intensity cultivation of this far superior rank art, any adverse effects would be exponentially more severe than those of the drank version. To master the 100 forged golden body art, a youth truly knows no bounds. And a rank body refinement art is not so easily perfected. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan blinked in surprise, silently musing to himself. It wasn't that he underestimated Su Ming, but he knew intimately just how formidable the 100 forged golden body art truly was. He himself practiced this very art, a privilege granted only after performing an extraordinary service for the Apex Martial Hall 40 years ago, which earned him a rare discount on its acquisition. 40 years had passed, yet he had advanced it only to intermediate proficiency. Though he acknowledged Su Ming's martial talent verged on the supernatural, in his estimation perfecting the 100 forged golden body art demanded at least 3 to 5 years of relentless toil. Yet despite privately doubting Su Ming's ability to achieve mastery in such short time, Jiang Lingquan answered his question with earnest sincerity. Cultivating a body refinement, art primarily consumes the energy ingested by the body, transforming it into vital blood force. Supplements like blood qi powder are indispensable, but they must be paired with substantial caloric intake, preferably high-tier monstrous beast meat rich in latent energy synergized with the powder. So long as energy replenishment remains sufficient, one may cultivate for as long as desired, though naturally individual physical limits ultimately dictate endurance. Once bodily fatigue reaches its absolute threshold, even abundant energy reserves cannot sustain further effort. So that was it. Problem solved. A spark of revelation flashed across Su Ming's eyes as he absorbed Jiang Lingquan's explanation. He immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Master Jiang, for your invaluable guidance. I shall return home to begin cultivation at once. I bid you farewell. Leaving so soon? At least sip some tea before you go. Jiang Lingquan, taken aback by Su Ming's sudden departure, hastily urged. Su Ming, seeing his host's concern, promptly lifted the teacup, his fingertip releasing a wisp of frost that instantly cooled the scalding brew to the ideal temperature, then drained it in one smooth motion. Exquisite tea. Master Jiang, my younger sister, and I must take our leave now. We'll resume our conversation another time. Placing the cup down, Su Ming offered another formal bow, then gently guided a thoroughly bewildered Su Xiaowei out of the Apex Martial Hall. Su Xiaowei was not alone in her bewilderment. Jiang Lingquan and Xian Minghan stood. Only after Su Ming and Su Xiaowei had departed did Jiang Lingquan finally regain his composure, not with annoyance, but with profound admiration. Such prodigious talent, yet matched by unwavering diligence. Truly a paragon for us all. This young man will undoubtedly rise to greatness. Gazing toward the direction they'd vanished, Jiang Lingquan bestowed his praise unreservedly, then turned to Xian Minghan beside him. Xiao Minghan, you've brought the Apex Martial Hall an incalculable treasure. I shall report this to headquarters. Your contribution warrants rewards sufficient to propel you into the 4th rank. Fourth rank. Xian Minghan's head spun at the words. Her innate talent was unremarkable. Absent extraordinary fortune, she would likely cap at 2nd rank for life, with even advancement to 3rd rank appearing a distant dream. She never imagined that merely recommending Su Ming to the Apex Martial Hall and invoking its prestige to deter Lin Daoyuan would yield such an unimaginable boon. Xiao Minghan, I must depart momentarily. Do close the door when you leave. Jiang Lingquan smiled faintly at her dazed expression, unsurprised. After all, had he been in her place, suddenly informed of such a celestial opportunity descending upon him, he would hardly have fared better. With a soft chuckle, Jiang Lingquan rose and strode away. Yes, understood. After a prolonged daze, Xian Minghan finally snapped back to awareness and nodded vigorously. Yet when she glanced beside her, Jiang Lingquan had already vanished. That night, outside the inpatient entrance of Linjiang City Central Hospital, a luxury sedan came to a silent halt. From the rear seat emerged an elderly man whose countenance was as grim and cold as deep water. Lin Dingyan, summoned upon learning his grandson Lin Tian had been hospitalized after a violent assault. Fury churned violently within him as he strode toward Lin Tian's ward, determined to uncover the identity of whoever dared strike his grandson. Yet just as Lin Daoyuan stepped toward the hospital's inpatient entrance, a terrifying aura locked onto him with chilling precision, sending shockwaves of dread through his being. He whirled around, locking eyes with a tall, imposing figure standing rigidly to the right of the hospital gate. Jiang Lingquan, what do you mean? Lin Daoyuan's face darkened as he shouted at Jiang Lingquan, who was walking towards him slowly. Although his strength was not on par with Jiang Lingquan, he was the vice director of the Linjiang City Guansheng Martial Arts Institute, and the other party would not dare to do anything to him. Lin Daoyuan, I'm here merely to warn you that your useless grandson has provoked a core member classified as Shrank by the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, otherwise, even if you were the director of the Linjiang City Guansheng Martial Arts Institute, you would not be able to bear the responsibility for a war between the two martial arts institutes. Jiang Lingquan looked at the sullen Lin Daoyuan and warned him with a serious expression. After saying this, he said nothing more and quietly watched Lin Daoyuan. He understood that Lin Daoyuan must be aware of what it meant for the Extreme Martial Arts Institute to have a core member rated as Shrank. Indeed, the moment Lin Daoyuan heard the words Shrank core member, his pupils suddenly constricted. The anger he had been harboring vanished in that instant, replaced by profound fear. A core member rated as Shrank, such a prodigy, had the potential to become a noble. Any martial arts institute in the Hanhua Kingdom would cultivate such a genius as a successor to the director. If he dared to touch even a hair on such a talented individual, it would undoubtedly provoke the Extreme Martial Arts Institute's furious retaliation, possibly leading to a full-scale war with the Guan-Sheng Martial Arts Institute. Although the overall strength of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute was inferior to the Guan-Sheng Martial Arts Institute, the difference was not significant. While the several martial arts institutes often engaged in subtle rivalries, they had never reached the point of open conflict. The true upper echelons of the Guan-Sheng Martial Arts Institute would certainly not entertain the thought of engaging in a deadly struggle with the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Lin Daoyuan knew that if it came to that, in order to quell the wrath of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, the higher-ups of the Guan-Sheng Martial Arts Institute would undoubtedly not hesitate to sacrifice him, or even his entire family. After all, he was merely a vice-director of a branch of the Guan-Sheng Martial Arts Institute in Linjiang City. While he might hold some status in Linjiang City, to those true higher-ups, he was nothing more than an inconsequential ant. Huff, I understand. Lin Daoyuan took a deep breath, his face serious as he nodded vigorously at Jiang. Afterward, he clasped his fists towards Jiang Lingchuan, then stepped through the hospital's inpatient department entrance, heading towards the ward where Lin Tian was. At least you're sensible. Jiang Lingchuan glanced at Lin Daoyuan's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, as a trace of killing intent quietly receded from his eyes. Had Lin Daoyuan not been so perceptive just now, he would not have minded killing Lin Daoyuan on the spot. Su Ming was worth such an act. Glancing at the inpatient building, Jiang Lingchuan decided not to linger, turning to leave, his figure swiftly vanishing into the night. Inside the VIP ward, after emergency treatment, Lin Tian had regained consciousness. His fractured right arm had been set, and the entire arm was encased in plaster. Damn you, once my grandfather arrives, I'll make him dig 3 feet into the ground to find you, so you can kneel before me and watch as I torment that little bitch. However, laying on the hospital bed, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with hatred, his face twisted with resentment, and all he could think of was Su Ming's disdainful face. Every time he recalled how Su Ming had publicly beaten him up, humiliating him, he felt an overwhelming desire to tear Su Ming apart into pieces. At that moment, the ward door opened. Lin Tian immediately turned to look towards the door and saw Lin Daoyuan walking in. Grandfather, you must stand up for your grandson. Upon seeing Lin Daoyuan, all traces of resentment on Lin Tian's face vanished as he hurriedly crawled and knelt in front of Lin Daoyuan, clutching his legs, sobbing and complaining, his face full of grievance. Lin Daoyuan looked down at Lin Tian, who was crying on his pants leg, his mouth twitching slightly. Had he not just encountered Jiang Lingchuan, he would have surely felt sorry for Lin Tian, his only grandson, and promised to capture all those who bullied him. But now, after hearing Jiang Lingchuan's earlier words, Lin Daoyuan's gaze toward Lin Tian had changed. How did I not realize before that my grandson is so useless? It seems I have been too indulgent in the past, fostering this arrogant and overbearing character in him. This time he has offended someone the Lin family cannot afford to mess with. If I continue to let him behave this way, one day he might provoke someone we cannot handle, and the entire Lin family will be ruined because of this brat. Thoughts flashed through Lin Daoyuan's mind, and the more he looked at Lin Tian, the more displeased he felt. At this moment, Lin Tian noticed that Lin Daoyuan had been silent for a while, and he couldn't help but secretly look up, only to see Lin Daoyuan frowning, staring at him with a serious expression. He swore that Lin Daoyuan had never shown him such an expression before, even while teaching him martial arts. Lin Tian's expression froze, and his voice weakened considerably. However, the response he received was Lin Daoyuan's slap. Slap. The loud slap sent Lin Tian flying from the ground, spinning twice in the air, before landing on the hospital bed with a thud. Lin Tian, who fell onto the hospital bed, was completely stunned by Lin Daoyuan's slap, covering his rapidly swelling face, staring blankly at Lin Daoyuan, forgetting the pain temporarily. What is happening? Has my grandfather been possessed by a ghost? He couldn't believe that Lin Daoyuan, who usually pampered him, actually slapped him. You little brat, you almost brought the entire Lin family to ruin today. You better use this time in the hospital to mend your temper and correct your bad habits. If you dare to cause trouble outside again and provoke people you shouldn't, I'll personally execute you and have your parents give birth to another one. Looking at the bewildered Lin Tian, Lin Daoyuan flicked his sleeve and shouted angrily. Being a peak third-tier martial artist, his voice was loud enough to be heard throughout the building. After scolding, Lin Daoyuan ignored Lin Tian further and turned to leave, fearing he might not be able to resist giving Lin Tian a few more slaps. The hospital room door slammed shut with a bang, startling Lin Tian out of his stupor. This thouch, Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua. Only then did Lin Tian react, covering his swollen face with his left hand. His newly set right arm broke again due to the sudden impact, and the sharp pain made him gasp for air as he shouted for the doctor. In no time, the previously silent Dr. Hua, after watching Lin Daoyuan leave, quickly returned to the ward with a team of medical staff, taking Lin Tian back to the operating room. Who exactly is that guy to make my grandfather act to this extent? From my grandfather's reaction, even if that guy had killed me back, then he wouldn't receive any punishment, right? So terrifying. After being wheeled into the operating room, Lin Tian calmed down and analyzed the situation, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was more afraid of death than anyone else. Knowing that Su Ming was not someone he could provoke, he quickly cut off those unrealistic thoughts in his mind, secretly thankful that he had saved his own life. Meanwhile, on the other side at Su Ming's home. Brother, are you planning to start practicing that so-called 100 refinements body technique tonight, with all this beast meat you bought? Su Xiaowei neatly arranged the food she had brought back into a large table, and looked at Su Ming with curiosity. It's the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming smiled, and nodded at the curious Su Xiaowei. Oh, I must have remembered it wrong. Upon this reminder, Su Xiaowei immediately showed a look of realization. Alright, you go wash up and rest first. I'll see how to practice this grade body refinement technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique. Su Ming rubbed Su Xiaowei's head, and then turned to enter his room. Inserting the USB drive into the computer, various tips and complex movements for practicing the grade body refinement technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique, soon appeared on Su Ming's screen, accompanied by explanations. The 100 refinements golden body technique, a superior grade body refinement technique created by one of the three giants of the extreme martial hall, Lord Huanjin. When perfected, it can condense the 100 refinements golden body, greatly enhancing physical defense. After going through the entire set of movements, it turned out that the 100 refinements golden body technique took 3 times longer than the sunrise. Su Ming stared intently at the 100 refinements golden body technique for half an hour before he understood all the hundreds of movements. Ding, detected a grade body refinement technique, 100 refinements golden body technique. Would you like to spend 1,000 reinforcement points to learn? The system prompt Su Ming had anticipated appeared as expected, instantly brightening his eyes. Learn. He chose to learn without hesitation. Ding, acquired a grade body refinement technique, 100 refinements golden body technique, current proficiency beginner. You can spend 9,000 reinforcement points to increase the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique to perfection. Would you like to enhance it? Boom. As 1,000 reinforcement points were consumed, raising the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique to beginner, an unknown surge of blood energy suddenly erupted within Su Ming, flowing through his entire body and directly merging into every cell. Su Ming felt that at this moment, his physical blood energy had become much stronger. Before he could choose to enhance the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique, he eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Blood energy 146. Spirit 74. Ability Ice Crown S. Body refinement technique Sunrise D. Perfect. 100 refinements golden body technique A. Beginner. Meditation method none. Martial arts Diamond Spear D. Perfect. Cloud breaking spear C. Perfect. Reinforcement points 9,830. I actually increased my blood energy by 30 points in one go. No wonder the enhancement of my physical body feels so significant. This is just raising the 100 refinements golden body technique to the entry-level stage. If I max out the proficiency, I wonder how much of an enhancement it will bring. System, directly max out the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique. Seeing the increase of 30 points in blood energy, Su Ming eagerly commanded the system. As Su Ming's thoughts settled, instantly 9,000 reinforcement points surged into the 100 refinements golden body technique like a torrent, and countless insights about the technique flooded into his mind. His muscles seemed to have practiced each movement of the 100 refinements golden body technique 1,000,000 times, producing perfect muscle memory for every action. Su Ming felt that now, no matter which movement he performed from the 100 refinements golden body technique, he could achieve perfection, maximizing the training effect. Boom. At the same time, an unprecedented torrent of blood energy was birthed from an unknown part of Su Ming's body. The scorching blood energy surged through his limbs like a volcanic eruption. In this torrent of blood energy, Su Ming felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, incredibly comfortable, making him involuntarily close his eyes. Simultaneously, all the cells in Su Ming's body cheered in this torrent of blood energy, crazily absorbing this rare blood energy nourishment. Su Ming felt his internal strength skyrocketing, his organs seemingly being tempered by divine fire, constantly enhancing. When this torrent of blood energy finally calmed down, Su Ming felt as if his body had undergone a rebirth, every movement containing explosive power, even feeling that ordinary weapons could not harm him in the slightest. He felt that now with a single punch he could take down the mid-level second-tier beast, the iron-armored rhino from Cave No. 3. However, when Su Ming opened his eyes, he found that his exposed hands had turned golden. Seeing the change in himself, he subconsciously walked to the mirror. At first glance, not only his hands were golden, but his entire body had turned golden, resembling a small golden figure. Is this the golden body condensed when the 100 refinements golden body technique is perfected? If I keep radiating golden light like this, how will I go out to meet? Looking at his skin glowing with golden light, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon a moment of enlightenment about the completion of the 100 refinements golden body technique flashed in his mind. In the next second, with a thought, the skin on his body returned to its original color. With another thought, his skin turned golden once again. After his skin changed several times, Su Ming confirmed that he could now freely control the golden body, and he finally let out a sigh of relief followed by a surge of ecstasy. Although I have only just condensed the golden body to the basic level that covers the surface, even so, it can double my defense. As long as I continue to practice the movements of the 100 refinements golden body technique and strengthen my blood energy, my golden Bodis defense will keep getting stronger. However, the greatest reward from enhancing the 100 refinements golden body technique to perfection is not the golden body, but the increase in blood energy. Su Ming muttered to himself, his gaze once again fixed on his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Blood energy, 416. Spirit, 74. Ability, Ice Crown S. Body refinement technique, Sunrise D perfect. 100 refinements golden body technique, A perfect. Meditation method, none. Martial arts diamond spear, D perfect. Cloud breaking spear, C perfect. Reinforcement points, 830. Raising the proficiency of the 100 refinements golden body technique from beginner to perfect actually increased his blood energy by a solid 270 points. Boom. Su Ming suddenly threw a punch towards the window, causing the surrounding air to emit a loud bang. The punch left a visible trace in the night sky outside the window. Even without utilizing any martial arts, with the power of 2 perfected spear techniques, Su Ming's punch unleashed 3 times the combat force, enough to make a late second-tier martial artist break into a sweat. The blood energy gained from enhancing the proficiency of the body refinement technique through the system places no burden on my body. I will now test how much blood energy the A-grade perfected body refinement technique can provide. Su Ming retracted his fist, feeling in good condition. He promptly took out a blood energy pill from the drawer and began performing movements that appeared extremely difficult, even impossible for an ordinary person. Half an hour later, Su Ming consumed 4 more blood vitality pills in succession, finally completing a set of movements for the 100 refinements golden body technique. After finishing his cultivation, he felt a warm current flowing throughout his body, as if every cell was joyfully cheering. Upon completing the set of movements, Su Ming opened the system to check his blood vitality attribute. Blood vitality, 419. Increasing by 3 points in half an hour means 6 points in an hour, which is 12 times the effect of the rising sun. As long as I maintain 10 hours of cultivation each day, I can increase my blood vitality by 60 points a day, reaching 600 points in 10 days. During the martial science examination, my blood vitality will surpass the 1000 mark, meeting the standard for entering the 3rd-tier martial artist level. Seeing his current blood vitality value, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 100 refinements golden body technique's enhancement effect on blood vitality exceeded his expectations. However, the consumption of cultivating the 100 refinements golden body technique was also significantly higher than that of the rising sun. Previously, he only consumed 1 blood vitality pill for an hour of cultivating the rising sun, but the 100 refinements golden body technique required 10 pills. For 1 hour of practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique, the expenditure on blood vitality pills alone reached 500 credit points. To maintain 10 hours of cultivation a day, Su Ming's daily consumption of blood vitality pills would amount to 500 credit points. In addition to the 200 credit points needed for 10 spirit pills each day, along with the beast meat for energy replenishment, Su Ming's total daily expenses would exceed 700. Being poor in literature but rich in martial arts was nothing new. However, Su Ming did not mind such a substantial cultivation expenditure. Currently, he entered the caves to hunt ferocious beasts, and just by selling the materials he obtained, he could earn 3 to 4 million a day, making these expenses manageable. Moreover, Su Ming was now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. As long as he wished, he could easily request these resources from Jiang Lingchuan. There are still 25 blood vitality pills at home. He'll use these up tonight and head to the Extreme Martial Arts School for cultivation tomorrow. After glancing at the increase in his blood vitality from practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique, Su Ming closed his system panel and continued to consume blood vitality pills for cultivation. 2.5 hours later, soaked in sweat, Su Ming walked out of his room, and like a hungry ghost he rushed to the living room, devouring all the ferocious beast meat on the table, enough for 10 people. Is this how much a martial artist eats? Su Xiaowei, who had heard the commotion and stepped out of her room, stared wide-eyed at Su Ming in astonishment. After finishing all the food and feeling the fullness in his stomach, Su Ming let out a satisfied. Just now, after continuously practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique for 3 hours, the hunger pangs in his abdomen were unprecedentedly intense, making him feel that if he delayed any longer, he would faint from starvation in his room. Blood vitality 434. The 100 refinements golden body technique is indeed effective, but the consumption is also substantial. With my current strength, practicing for 3 hours straight is my limit. After alleviating his hunger, Su Ming glanced at his current blood vitality and silently acknowledged it. His gaze then fell on Su Xiaowei, who was still staring at him in amazement. Xiaowei, do I have something on my face? Seeing Su Xiaowei's expression, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. No, it's just that your eating capacity is a bit frightening, elder brother. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Xiaowei snapped back to reality, quickly shook her head, and pointed at the mess. Su Ming followed Su Xiaowei's finger to the dining table and couldn't help but blush. Just as he was about to clean up, Su Xiaowei stepped forward to start tidying up. Brother, you go take a shower. They'll clean this up. Seeing her do this, Su Ming didn't insist and nodded, turning towards the bathroom. When he finished showering and came out of the bathroom, Su Xiaowei had already cleaned the dining table spotless, even taking out all the trash and disposing of it downstairs. Seeing this, Su Ming smiled and took out his phone, operating it while saying to Su Xiaowei, Xiaowei, you'll transfer 2 million to you. From now on, just stay at school, focus on studying and cultivating, and don't bother with part-time jobs. Our family is not short on money right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a message of 2 million arriving in Su Xiaowei's bank account appeared on her phone. Really? 2 million? Brother, that's too much, I can't accept it. You are now a martial artist. I've heard that martial artists consume a lot of resources for cultivation. You should keep this money for your own training. Improving your strength is more important. Looking at the large sum in her account, Su Xiaowei's eyes widened as she hurriedly said to Su Ming, Brother, thank you. I've never seen so much money in my life. Don't forget, I'm now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The school will supply all my cultivation resources, so you don't have to worry. Just keep this money. When you have martial arts classes, buy more blood vitality pills and other supplementary cultivation items. If you run out, just ask me for more. Thank you, brother. Hearing Su Ming say this, Su Xiaowei thought for a moment before nodding and no longer refusing. 2 million. I've never had this much money. Just thinking about having 2 million at her disposal made Su Xiaowei extremely excited as she walked. Suddenly she thought of something and quickly turned to look at Su Ming. By the way, brother, our class is organizing an activity to go to the hot spring resort the day after tomorrow. Many parents are accompanying their children. Why don't you come along to relax? Even martial artists need to balance work and rest. I won't go. In 10 days there will be the martial science examination, and I want to improve my strength as much as possible. Su Ming shook his head, looking at the hopeful expression on Su Xiaowei's face. All right. Hearing Su Ming's answer, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su Xiaowei's eyes, but she quickly said to Su Ming, Brother, you're working so hard you'll definitely get into the top martial arts academy in the country. Then I'll go rest now. Go ahead, go ahead. Good night, brother. After a brief exchange, they quickly returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, after sending Su Xiaowei to school, Su Ming arrived at the car sales center in Linjiang City, spending 2 million to purchase a Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle. The Tank 10,000 is currently the best off-road vehicle available, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 0.8 seconds, with a maximum speed of 300 km/h in the wild. It is extremely wild and favored by martial artists, making it the optimal choice for many martial artists traveling through the wilderness. After purchasing the Tank 10,000, Su Ming drove straight out of Linjiang City towards the No. 2 cave, located 80 kilometers southwest. With his current strength, battling second-tier ferocious beasts in the No. 3 cave would not provide any training effect. To continue enhancing his practical combat experience, he needed to challenge higher-tier, third-tier ferocious beasts. The No. 2 cave outside Linjiang City is home to several third-tier ferocious beasts, with the strongest beast not exceeding the peak of the third tier, meeting Su Ming's needs without putting him in too much danger. In the wilderness area, Su Ming drove the Tank 10,000, speeding towards the direction of Cave No. 2. The engine of the off-road vehicle let out a low, powerful roar akin to a steel behemoth. Inside the vehicle, Su Ming gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead, while his mind analyzed his combat power. I currently possess 434 vitality with a base combat power of 4,340 calories. By unleashing the perfected version of the cloud-piercing spear, my instantaneous explosive power can reach 21,700 calories, just crossing the threshold of a third-tier warrior. However, the defense and vitality of third-tier ferocious beasts far exceed those of second-tier ones. With an explosive power of 21,700 calories, slaying a third-tier early-stage ferocious beast might still be beyond my reach. I must target its vital points. Moreover, this grade-scaled spear I possess likely won't provide much assistance in defeating a third-tier early-stage ferocious beast. Su Ming's gaze drifted to the scaled spear placed in the back seat. After 20 days of intense battles, this grade weapon had already shown significant wear, with even some nicks appearing on the tip of the spear. These damages were caused during his battles against the robust second-tier latest-stage ferocious beasts in Cave No. 2. Although the surge in vitality last night gave Su Ming considerable confidence in confronting third-tier ferocious beasts, he was not blindly arrogant. The gap between third-tier and second-tier is far greater than that between first-tier and second-tier. Generally, the combat power of peak second-tier warriors and ferocious beasts is around 18,000 calories. However, the threshold for third-tier is 20,000 calories, a difference of 2,000 calories. Do not underestimate the difference of 2,000 calories. It is enough for a newly ascended third-tier early-stage ferocious beast to defeat 10 peak second-tier ferocious beasts. Rumbling. The 80-kilometer journey was completed in less than 20 minutes due to the formidable performance of the Tank 10,000. Su Ming reduced the speed of the vehicle and drove into the military base stationed around Cave No. 2, taking his weapon and a large backpack as he hurried towards the entrance. At Cave No. 2, the guarding army was visibly more numerous and the defenses at the entrance were evidently stricter than those at Cave No. 3, with soldiers exuding a much stronger aura, almost all being first-tier warriors. The squad leader among the soldiers radiated an aura not weaker than that of second-tier warriors like Xian Menghan and Cheng Xiong. Coupled with the firearms equipped by these personnel and the heavy weaponry stationed around the cave entrance, even if a third-tier ferocious beast were to charge out, it would be obliterated by the guarding army. The number of warriors entering Cave No. 2 was clearly much fewer than those entering Cave No. 3. Su Ming only saw 2 incoming warrior vehicles in the parking area, not even 1/10 of that at Cave No. 3. Su Ming was not surprised that after all, the ferocious beasts in Cave No. 2 were significantly stronger than those in Cave No. 3. To ensure safety in Cave No. 2, at least one third-tier warrior would need to lead, and the team members must all be second-tier warriors. Third-tier warriors are already considered top-tier experts in Lingjiang City, and their numbers are limited, so naturally, there are fewer warriors hunting ferocious beasts in Cave No. 2. Little brother, are you really going to enter Cave No. 2 alone? The ferocious beasts in Cave No. 2 are formidable. With your strength as a first-tier awakened individual, recklessly entering would only lead to your demise. It would be better to wait until you become stronger before coming back. At the entrance, the soldier squad leader glanced at Su Ming's warrior identification. It still showed a first-tier awakened certification, and seeing Su Ming's young age, he couldn't help but advise. He did not look down on Su Ming. Rather, he saw that Su Ming was an exceptional talent to have already become a first-tier awakened individual at such a young age, and he did not want to witness such a talent meet with death. Sir, I just haven't had the chance to go to the Warrior Association for a subsequent strength assessment. I have the ability to protect myself in Cave No. 2. Upon hearing this, Su Ming remained unshaken. Seeing this, the soldier squad leader ceased further persuasion, returned the identification to Su Ming, and allowed him to pass. Sigh, the youth is too proud. Oh, another genius will be lost to Lingjiang City this time. As Su Ming entered the passage, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Inside the cave, Su Ming passed through the passage of Cave No. 2. As he entered the cave, a wave of heat assaulted him. Unlike the environment of Cave No. 3, the entire Cave No. 2 was bathed in a crimson hue, with distant volcanoes puffing out steam. The temperature inside the cave soared above 40 degrees, and the air was filled with a sulfurous odor. Feeling the harsh environment of Cave No. 2 reminiscent of a fiery mountain, Su Ming focused his mind, and a chill emerged, causing the temperature around him to drop significantly. Now this feels much more refreshing. Let's set off. Feeling the temperature drop around him, Su Ming took out the prepared map of Cave No. 2. After determining the direction, he located the area closest to the entrance where third-tier early-stage ferocious beasts were active and proceeded deeper into Cave No. 2 with his spear. The ferocious beasts in Cave No. 2 were indeed stronger than those in Cave No. 3. On his way, Su Ming encountered several ferocious beasts, most of which were second-tier. In Cave No. 3. Second-tier ferocious beasts could only be seen deep within the cave. Yet against these second-tier foes, Su Ming dispatched them with a single shot, each killing them instantly. Only the peak second-tier ferocious beasts could exchange a few blows with him, but they too ultimately met the fate of being slain by Su Ming harvested for their materials. After about an hour, Su Ming arrived at an area filled with crimson rocks, cracked ground, and a faint sulfur smell in the air. According to the map, this was the habitat of the third-tier early-stage ferocious beast, the twin-headed fire lizard. Upon entering the area where third-tier ferocious beasts were active, Su Ming became more cautious, expanding his spiritual perception to the maximum as he advanced on foot. Hiss! Not long after, a hissing sound reminiscent of a venomous snake flicking its tongue emanated from behind a massive rock ahead. Su Ming sensed a scorching breath coming from behind the boulder. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately halted, readying himself. Soon a giant lizard over 3 meters long, covered in dark red scales, and possessing 2 ferocious heads, climbed up the rock, coming into Su Ming's line of sight. It was the third-tier early-stage ferocious beast, the twin-headed fire lizard. Standing atop the rock, the twin-headed fire lizard continuously flicked its forked tongues, its 2 pairs of yellow vertical pupils glaring coldly at Su Ming, who intruded into its territory from a distance. The twin-headed fire lizard sensed an icy aura emanating from Su Ming that it found extremely distasteful. The environment of Cave No. 2 led to nearly all ferocious beasts within to favor fire resistance. The twin-headed fire lizard, being a fire attribute, ferocious beast capable of double-head flame breath, was naturally averse to cold. With Su Ming intruding into the domain of the twin-headed fire lizard for no reason, and surrounded by an aura it found utterly repugnant, the twin-headed fire lizard immediately placed Su Ming on its kill list. Roar! Without any warning, both heads of the twin-headed fire lizard let out a deafening roar simultaneously. The next moment it leaped down from the massive rock, landing on all fours, and then charged fiercely at Su Ming. Good timing. As the ferocious two-headed fire lizard charged towards him with unmatched ferocity, Su Ming's heart raced, not out of fear, but excitement. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming felt the surge of blood and chi within him, his foot suddenly stomping down on the ground. Bang! The ground was dented, and Su Ming's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Breaking Cloud Spear. Su Ming shouted softly, and the fish-scale spear in his hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt, piercing straight towards one of the fire lizard's eyes. Hiss! The two-headed fire lizard reacted swiftly, its left head whipping around sharply, its sturdy neck covered in scales, smashing accurately against the spear's tip. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. A massive recoil force surged from the spear, causing Su Ming's arm to tingle slightly as his body was pushed back. On the neck of the two-headed fire lizard that was attacked, only a few cracks appeared on its scales, showing no damage whatsoever. Such hard defense. Su Ming was secretly astonished. He had exerted all his strength in that last strike. With a 5-fold enhancement of the Breaking Cloud Spear's combat power, his previous attack had already reached the level of a third-tier early-stage warrior, yet it had merely caused a crack in a section of scales. It seems I've chosen the wrong target. After the shock, Su Ming looked at the two-headed fire lizard covered in scales, a touch of helplessness appearing on his face. Now, without using his abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to slay a third-tier early-stage beast was not the right choice against a beast with such armored scales. Roar! The attacked two-headed fire lizard did not give Su Ming much time to think, and let out an enraged roar. Both heads opened their mouths wide. The left head spewed a torrent of blazing flames, while the right head unleashed a viscous, pungent green venom. Flames and venom intertwined, covering a vast area, the temperature skyrocketing, and the air becoming distorted. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. He dared not take it heeded, and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the attack. After dodging the fire attack from the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming seized the opportunity and launched another strike. Breaking Cloud Spear. The blood and chi erupted violently, 21700 calories of terrifying combat power converging at the spear's tip, the fish scale spear vibrating with a humming sound, once again thrusting towards the other eye of the two-headed fire lizard. The two-headed fire lizard seemed to sense the threat of this strike, both heads pulling back simultaneously, bracing themselves with the hardest parts of their scaly foreheads. Boom! Another loud sound echoed as the two-headed fire lizard was pushed back half a step, its forehead scales showing slight cracks, yet it still suffered no substantial injury. Meanwhile, the tip of the fish scale spear in Su Ming's hand had developed slight rolling edges after 2 fierce collisions. This broken spear needs to be replaced. Su Ming cursed quietly. However, the damage to the fish scale spear did not deter him. he continued to wield it, launching relentless attacks against the two-headed fire lizard, entangling himself in battle. Su Ming maximized the power of his spear techniques, skillfully circling around the two-headed fire lizard and targeting its relatively weak spots, such as the eyes, mouth, and joints. Though the two-headed fire lizard possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, as well as a wide attack range with its flames and venom, its speed was relatively weak, which provided Su Ming with the opportunity to engage. In an instant, figures flew across the battlefield, spear flashes flickering and flames and venom rampaging. Rocks were shattered by the aftermath of the battle, the ground corroded into pits by the venom, leaving chaos in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged blows over 100 times. Gradually, Su Ming's breathing became rapid, sweat beading on his forehead, and he was experiencing significant energy depletion. Although the two-headed fire lizard showed no significant injuries, many of its scales were damaged and dark red blood seeped from the gaps in the weakened areas of its joints, but these were merely superficial wounds. These injuries did not diminish the two-headed fire lizard's condition. Instead, they ignited its ferocity, driving its attacks to become even more violent. Though Su Ming's combat strength was comparable to that of a third-tier early-stage warrior, his blood and chi were only about half that of a third-tier warrior. It was nearly impossible to slay the two-headed fire lizard relying solely on his physical strength and martial arts. It's about time. If this drags on, I'll exhaust all my energy. Su Ming's mind raced, and he made a quick decision. He suddenly leaped back a considerable distance, creating space between himself and the two-headed fire lizard. Thinking Su Ming was fleeing, the two-headed fire lizard let out a victorious roar and moved its robust limbs to pursue him. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and the noble ice crown in his spiritual sea suddenly radiated brilliantly. An extreme chill erupted from him, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to instantly crystallize into ice particles and fall quickly, covering the ground in a layer of frost. 3 nearly 2-meter-long ice spears, shimmering and emanating absolute zero coldness, rapidly formed above his head. Go! Su Ming pointed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 ice spears tore through the air, carrying the terrifying aura of freezing everything, shooting towards the two-headed fire lizard in a triangular formation. Hiss! The extreme cold emanating from the speeding ice spears suddenly made the two-headed fire lizard feel a deadly threat, and for the first time fear showed in its 4 vertical pupils. With a sharp shriek, it attempted to evade, but its massive body could not react in time, leaving it to desperately tilt its head away. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, the 3 ice spears accurately struck the two-headed fire lizard. Although both heads of the two-headed fire lizard dodged the ice spears' attack, the 3 ice spears fiercely impaled its body, piercing through. The formidable defense of the two-headed fire lizard's hard crimson scales appeared exceptionally weak against the ice spears of the glass ice ability wielded by Su Ming. Crack! After the 3 ice spears pierced the two-headed fire lizard's body, the terrifying cold instantly spread from the wounds, its massive form visibly freezing, its movements completely paralyzed, even its 2 heads rapidly encased in ice. Although a third-tier beast has strong vitality, it did not die immediately after being frozen. In fact, the head that spewed fire gathered an increasingly crimson energy in its mouth, preparing to erupt flames once again to melt the ice encasing it. Die! Su Ming would not give it the chance to escape. He leaped and brought down the fish scale spear with its rolled edges, crashing it heavily onto the frozen head. Bang! Under the tremendous force, Su Ming's spear smashed the frozen head into pieces, scattering fragments of ice all around. Bang! Another muffled sound resonated, and the remaining head of the two-headed fire lizard was also shattered along with the ice, completely obliterating its last flicker of life. All that remained was an ice sculpture without its heads. Kill a third-tier early-stage beast, two-headed fire lizard, 100 enhancement points. Su Ming leaned on the nearly worn-down fish scale spear, standing beside the frozen corpse of the two-headed fire lizard, taking a deep breath. A third-tier beast is indeed not easy to kill. Even though my explosive power barely meets the standard, my blood and chi are less than half that of a third-tier early-stage warrior. In terms of sustained combat capability, I still fall short against the tough-skinned third-tier beast. I must quickly enhance my blood and chi. However, before that, the immediate priority is to make money in exchange for at least a class weapon. Otherwise, if I return to the second dungeon, I'll have to rely on my abilities again. Su Ming looked at the corpse of the two-headed fire lizard, then at the nearly useless fish scale spear in his hand, revealing a wry smile. Then he focused his thoughts, and the ice encasing the two-headed fire lizard quickly melted away. Without the support of the ice, the headless body of the two-headed fire lizard fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ming hurried forward to begin processing the most valuable materials from the two-headed fire. After collecting the high-value materials from the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming did not depart, but continued searching the surrounding area for more of these creatures. Though his current physical combat prowess was insufficient to slay a Tier 3 novice two-headed fire lizard outright, his strength ability, Ice Crown Regalia, granted him overwhelming attribute suppression, enabling him to defeat such beasts with remarkable ease when combined with his martial techniques. After over 3 hours of meticulous searching, Su Ming scoured several active volcanoes within the two-headed fire lizard's known territory and encountered and eliminated 7 specimens in total. Including the first one he had slain at the outset, 8 two-headed fire lizards now lay dead at Su Ming's. That should suffice. The materials from 8 two-headed fire lizards coupled with the Tier 2 monstrous beast components I gathered earlier guarantee earnings well exceeding 10 million credit points. Add to that the 100,000 credits remaining in my account, and I'll have just enough to purchase a classy long spear from the Martial Artists Association. Having harvested the final specimen's materials, Su Ming glanced at his bulging backpack, decided against pressing deeper into the caverns, and turned back toward the entrance he'd used to arrive. A low hum resonated. Half an hour later, near the entrance of Cavern Channel No. 2, followed by a peculiar surge of energy that instantly drew the attention of the soldiers stationed nearby. This fluctuation isn't from a monstrous beast crossing the channel. It's a human martial artist. Could it be the Tiger Squad emerging? The Tiger Squad entered Cavern No. 2 full days ago. Their haul must be extraordinary. Undoubtedly. With 2 Tier 3 martial artists and the rest ranked Tier 2 advanced, the squad consistently retrieves monstrous beast materials worth tens of millions per expedition. What a fortune-making pace. It's truly enviable. As the anomaly rippled through the cavern entrance, the nearby soldiers exchanged cheerful banter, many eyes gleaming with unmistakable admiration. Even the squad's commanding officer, gazing intently toward the cavern mouth, wore the same expression. Yet when Su Ming appeared alone, shouldering a backpack taller than himself, its exterior lashed with a massive bundle of monstrous beast materials, every soldier froze in stunned silence. An abrupt hush fell over the cavern entrance, all eyes locked onto Su Ming, and his colossal packed pupils contracting sharply in disbelief. Su Ming felt their collective gaze, but accustomed as he was to such awestruck scrutiny, he betrayed no reaction, his expression unaltered as he strode steadily toward the parking zone. He loaded his spoils into the capacious trunk of his newly acquired tank 10,000 and drove away from Base No. 2. It's him. He actually survived Cavern No. 2. Did you see the material strapped to his back just now? That looks like the dorsal carapace, the hardest scale, from a Tier 3 two-headed fire lizard. It is a two-headed fire lizard's carapace. By the heavens, he slew one. Is he perhaps a Tier 3 mid-rank martial artist? Judging by his appearance, he can't be older than 18. A Tier 3 mid-rank martial artist of such youth. When did Linjiang City produce such a prodigy? We all misjudged him utterly. He must hail from another major metropolis. Linjiang City, a modest city, could never nurture a genius of this caliber. After Su Ming departed, the guard stationed beside Cavern No. 2 erupted into fervent discussion, their astonishment crashing like tidal waves. Unrelenting, profound, and enduring. Meanwhile, Su Ming sped toward the Linjiang City Martial Artists Association, where under the incredulous gaze of the materials appraiser, he emptied his entire haul from Cavern No. 2 onto the counter. Tier 3 monstrous beast. The dorsal carapace of a two-headed fire lizard. Su Ming, did you personally slay all of these? Yes, Su Ming replied with a quiet nod. HSSSS. At those words, the appraiser sucked in a sharp, involuntary breath. For days Su Ming had arrived, each morning bearing a heavy sack of monstrous beast materials for sale. The appraiser knew him well, and was above all others most intimately aware of the astonishing pace of his martial progression. Witnessing Su Ming ascend from Tier 1 to Tier 2 peak in merely 20 days, she had already deemed him Linjiang City's unparalleled martial prodigy. Yet confronted now with the materials from 8 two-headed fire lizards arrayed before her, she realized she had still gravely underestimated him. This was no mere prodigy. This was a monster. She fixed Su Ming with a long, solemn glance before swiftly beginning to catalog the monstrous beast materials before her. Su Ming, your total proceeds amount to 13,850,000 credit points. Please verify the figure. If it's accurate, we'll finalize the transaction. Her movements were practiced and precise. Within 3 minutes, she had tallied the exact value of Su Ming voiced no objection. The deal concluded instantly, and his account balance surged by over 13 million credits, bringing his total to just over 15 million. Having completed the sale, Su Ming strode toward the weapons display case, and quickly selected a Class C 100 forged spear Class C armament. Forged from the spinal column of a Tier 4 Silver Moon Wolf Sovereign blended with meteoric iron and refined through 1,000 hammer strikes. Price 15 million credit points. 15 million credits. Exactly what I have. I'll take the 100 forged spear. Gazing upon the exorbitantly priced Class C armament, Su Ming stepped forward immediately to complete the purchase. An exceptional weapon. He grasped the spear and swung it lightly, unable to suppress a murmur of genuine admiration. This 100 forged spear far surpassed his previous weapon, the fish-scale spear. Had he wielded it during his time in Cavernel, his battles against the two-headed fire lizards would have been vastly less arduous. At full power, its piercing edge would effortlessly shatter even the two-headed fire lizard's legendary armored scales. Securing the spear, Su Ming left the Martial Artists Association and drove directly to the Apex Martial Arts Academy. No sooner had Su Ming arrived at the academy's entrance than he encountered Xian Ming Han stepping out. The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up, and she called out warmly, "Su Ming." "Senior Sister Han," he acknowledged with a nod, then stated his purpose plainly. "I plan to train here daily until the martial examination. I trust the academy has available practice chambers." "Of course, we have them. Follow me." Hearing him, Xian Ming Han immediately ushered him inside with enthusiastic hospitality. This is the Apex Martial Arts Academy's premier training chamber, originally reserved for the headmaster's personal cultivation. But today he instructed me to assign it to you, exclusively effective immediately. Its interior walls are constructed from ultra-high-strength memory alloy capable of withstanding direct assaults from Tier 4 cultivators, and any damage sustained will self-repair automatically. You may unleash your martial techniques here without restraint. There's also a food conveyance chute. Should hunger strike, simply place an order. The meal will arrive via the chute within 20 minutes and be delivered directly into a temperature-controlled holding chamber for your convenience. Guiding Su Ming into a spacious training chamber spanning over 200 square meters, Xian Ming Han proceeded to detail each feature with careful precision. Su Ming surveyed the expansive chamber in silent acknowledgement. Training here offered incomparable advantages over practicing in his own cramped quarters. "Su Ming, if you have any further needs, state them freely. The headmaster has made it clear the academy will spare no effort to fulfill any request you make." Having finished her tour of the chamber, Xian Ming Han turned her attentive gaze once more towards Su Ming. "I still need 100 portions of blood chi powder and 10 spirit pills for my cultivation today." "How many?" 100 portions of blood chi powder. In fact, 100 portions of blood chi powder is nothing for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, but the key is that Su Ming said he needs it today. Even a true third-tier martial artist would only use about 10 portions of blood chi powder in a day. Yet Su Ming nodded at her with an expression of calmness, causing Xian Ming Han to suppress her shock and confusion. "Okay, I understand. He'll go get it for you right away." However, she did not immediately retrieve the resources for Su Ming. Instead, she first ran to Jiang Lingquan's office to inform him about this news. "What?" Su Ming said he needs 100 portions of blood chi powder in a day. Xian Ming Han did not understand what this meant, but Jiang Lingquan, who practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, was very clear. When he practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, he only absorbed a little over 30 portions of blood chi powder in a day, which was only a third of what Su Ming required. This was because he had reached the intermediate proficiency level of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, allowing him to increase his blood chi by over 10 points in a day. Now Xian Ming Han told him that Su Ming actually needed 100 portions of blood chi powder in a day, which meant that Su Ming's proficiency in the technique was higher than his. But just yesterday, Su Ming had only just obtained the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, while he had been practicing it for 40 years. In just one night, to have mastered the A-class body refining technique to a level that surpassed his 40 years of hard work, how could that be possible? "Ming Han, you don't need to go. He'll personally deliver these resources to Su Ming." Without waiting for Xian Ming Han to respond, he dashed out of the office at such speed that she could only see a "Director, why did you come here?" "I've brought you the cultivation resources you requested, 100 portions of blood chi powder and 10 spirit pill." "Su Ming, I came to ask if you found the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique difficult to practice." Seeing Su Ming's surprised expression, Jiang Lingquan quickly added a flattering smile and slightly bowed, presenting the resources to him. When Su Ming heard Jiang Lingquan's question, he realized why Jiang Lingquan had rushed over. He must have heard that Su Ming needed 100 portions of blood chi powder for cultivation, and guessed that Su Ming had successfully mastered the technique. Understanding why Jiang Lingquan came personally to deliver the resources, Su Ming responded frankly, "It's not too difficult. So you succeeded in mastering it." Without further words, Su Ming took action, swallowing all 5 portions of blood chi powder, and directly began to practice the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. he really mastered it. This proficiency is much better than mine, at least at an advanced level, or even perfect. In just one night to master the A-class body refining technique to perfection. Am I dreaming? Looking at Su Ming's flawless execution of the difficult body refining movements, Jiang Lingquan's pupils shrank in shock, standing frozen like stone. At that moment, Jiang Lingquan's mind was overwhelmed with disbelief. He confirmed that in his 80 years of life, he had never experienced such shock, and had never felt so much like a failure. This kind of terrifying martial talent cannot simply be described as a prodigy. Su Ming is After a while, Jiang Lingquan came to his senses, taking a deep look at Su Ming, who was practicing the 100 Refinements golden body technique, and quietly exited the training room to avoid interruption. Freakishly talented, too freakish. How can the gap between people be so vast? Comparing myself to Su Ming is just asking for humility. After leaving the training room, Jiang Lingquan muttered a few phrases and shook his head as he walked towards his office. When Jiang Lingquan returned to the office, he was still mumbling about freak, shaking his head. What happened to him? Why does he look so dejected after visiting Su Ming? This scene left Xian Menghan, who had just exited the office, filled with confusion. Time flew by, and it was nearing midnight. Only Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan remained in the entire Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingquan silently waited at the door, not disturbing Su Ming. He has been cultivating since 1 p.m. until now at 11 p.m., practicing for 10 hours straight, without stopping. This kid Su Ming not only has a freakish talent, but also an astonishing willpower. Having both talent and perseverance, what great achievements can such a person not achieve? Looking at the time, Jiang Lingquan's face showed deep admiration. He then recalled his plan today to let Su Ming participate in the martial examination as an Extreme Martial Arts Academy student for promotional purposes. He felt indignation and scorn upon remembering the situation. He learned about Su Ming's academic record. That old fool Wang Jingguo really blinded himself. A genius like Su Ming was expelled. He is even more foolish than a pig. When the results of the martial examination are announced, I want to see that old man's expression. It will surely be spectacular. Inside the training room, Su Ming stepped out of the bathroom. After a hot shower following training, it feels so comfortable. The training room at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is indeed much more convenient than at home. Saying this, Su Ming approached the dining table and took out a large amount of beast meat that had been kept warm in the thermos since the afternoon, devouring it heartily. After several minutes, Su Ming finally got up satisfied and left. After he departed, the intelligence system in the training room automatically cleaned the dining table. Bang! The door of the training room opened automatically, and Su Ming saw Jiang Lingquan waiting at the door. Master! Seeing Jiang Lingquan, Su Ming greeted him with a hint of surprise, not expecting that even at this hour Jiang Lingquan was still there. Moreover, it seemed he was specifically waiting for him. Su Ming, it seems you made quite a bit of progress today. As soon as Jiang Lingquan saw Su Ming, his gaze sharpened, noticing that Su Ming's vitality seemed much stronger than when he saw him in the afternoon. It's okay. Su Ming glanced at the system panel, showing a vitality of 495, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Then, he looked at Jiang Lingquan and asked, Master, were you waiting specifically for me? Indeed, I have something to give you. This is my personal collection, a Clevel combat suit Rinjin battle armor. I heard from Ming Han that you often go into the caves to fight beasts alone. This Rinjin battle armor can protect you from damage by beasts below mid-foundation establishment, and even against early-stage beasts it can mitigate 20% of their attack power for you. Jiang Lingquan nodded and pushed the box he was holding towards Su Ming. He specifically mentioned that the Rinjin battle armor was part of his personal collection. So it's really the Rinjin battle armor. After hearing Jiang Lingquan's words, Su Ming opened the box and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the Rinjin battle armor inside. Although the Rinjin battle armor is also classified as Clevel like the 100 Forged Spear, he just purchased the battle armor is an entire set providing protection from head to toe, utilizing far more materials than a single weapon. Thus, a battle armor of the same level costs at least 10 times that of a single weapon. Among all the Clevel battle armors currently available in Huanxiao, the Rinjin battle armor is also the finest, valued significantly higher than others. To purchase one Rinjin battle armor, you would need at least 500 million credit points. Even with his current earning speed, it would take him a month of hard work to gather enough money to buy a Rinjin battle armor, and even with money, it might not be available for purchase. He never expected that Jiang Lingquan would wait so long just to give him a Rinjin battle armor. Seeing the astonished expression on Su Ming's face and the fiery gaze he directed at the Rinjin battle armor, Jiang Lingquan knew that his gift was exactly what Su Ming desired. He immediately suggested, Su Ming, the Rinjin battle armor can automatically adjust to fit the wearer's physique. Just drop a drop of blood here to establish a mental connection, and then try it on. Without hesitation, Su Ming bit his finger and followed Jiang Lingquan's instructions, dripping a drop of blood onto a blue glowing nameplate on the chest of the Rinjin battle armor. Soon he felt a mental connection established with the armor. He immediately took out the Rinjin battle armor and put it on. At first glance, the Rinjin battle armor appeared to be just an ordinary outer garment, but as soon as Su Ming put it on, the armor seemed to come alive at his command, its material flowing like water, rapidly conforming to his body, enveloping him entirely in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 seconds, Su Ming was completely wrapped in a dark golden battle armor, which now showcased a sleek integrated armored form. At that moment, Su Ming resembled a protagonist clad in armor from a tokusatsu series, exuding an imposing aura. With a thought, the armor transformed back into an ordinary coat, quite mysteriously. What a treasure! After testing the mysterious features of the Rinjin battle armor, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm glad you like it. From now on, this set of armor is yours." Seeing Su Ming so satisfied, a smile appeared on Jiang Lingquan's face. "Thank you, master," Su Ming replied, acknowledging the favor of the gift. After all, the Rinjin battle armor would greatly enhance his current strength. With this armor, even if he encountered a peak foundation establishment beast in Cave No. 2, he could protect himself with confidence. After chatting for a while longer, Su Ming took his leave to return home. Having practiced the 100 refinements gold body technique for 10 hours, although his vitality had increased significantly, his body was quite exhausted and needed rest. Tomorrow morning, he would head to Cave No. 2 to continue hunting beasts. As soon as Su Ming returned home, Su Xiaowei, hearing the noise, dashed out of her room. "Brother, why did you come back so late?" "I went to the martial arts academy to train." "What about you? Why are you still awake?" "It's already past 1. Su Ming explained, then assumed a serious demeanor, saying to Su Xiaowei, "It's just that I have a class activity tomorrow. I'm too excited to sleep." "Brother, aren't you considering relaxing with—" Seeing Su Ming's mock scolding expression, Su Xiaowei appeared unbothered. "You go ahead and have fun." And Su Ming shook his head, walking towards his room. "I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too. Staying up late is bad for your health." "Oh, I know." The next day in Cave No. 2. Bang! A dull sound echoed as a dark golden figure skidded on the ground, leaving behind 2 deep grooves. This Rinjin battle armor is indeed formidable. It withstood the attack of a mid-level foundation establishment flame main lion. Apart from being knocked back, I suffered no damage. The dark golden figure was Su Ming, wearing the Rinjin battle armor. At this moment, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he exerted force in his legs and charged toward the flame main lion again. On the other side, a flame mane lion with red fur and a body length of 4 meters also retreated several dozen meters, its lion-like eyes filled with confusion as it looked at the dark golden figure it had just pushed back. It could no longer remember how many times it had been forced back by this opponent. This opponent was like an unkillable cockroach. Every time it was knocked back, it would come charging again. Boom! Before the flame mane lion could catch its breath, the dark golden figure that it had just pushed back suddenly stomped the ground, creating a deep pit filled with cracks, and then charged at it like a cannonball. A spear with a sharp gleam shot straight towards it. Roar! Seeing this, the flame mane lion roared once more, using its limbs to push forcefully against the ground, rushing forward in defiance, claws slashing out. As it clashed with the spear, Su Ming thrust forward. With a loud bang, both Su Ming and the flame mane lion were knocked back about 10 meters, but the next moment, they both charged at each other almost simultaneously. Boom! 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 The two engaged in a frenzied exchange, the deafening sounds echoing in the nearby mountains and stones. At the moment when Su Ming entered Cave No. 2 to fight the ferocious beasts, 30 kilometers southeast of Linjiang City, in the center of a small town, stood a luxurious resort with a sign at the entrance displaying the name Hot Spring Villa in golden letters. This is the venue for the class activity that Su Xiaowei and her friends are holding today. The organizer of this event is Wen Xiaohua, a rich second-generation student from their class, and the son of the Hot Spring Villa's owner. Since it was his own son inviting classmates to the villa, the owner of the Hot Spring Villa strongly supported the event, making the entire resort open exclusively to Su Xiaowei's class today, just to ensure his son's classmates had a great time. "Xiaowei, I'm relieved to see you're fine. I was so worried when I heard your brother knocked Lin Tian out at our hotel yesterday." In front of the Hot Spring Villa's entrance, Xia, he got out of her family's car and happened to run into Su Xiaowei, quickly stepping forward to link arms with her. After the incident where Su Ming knocked out Lin Tian the night before, her father, upon learning that everything was related to Su Xiaowei, whom he had arranged to work part-time at the hotel, didn't let her go to school or meet Su Xiaowei the next day, confining her at home. Not only that, but Xiao's phone was also confiscated by her father, preventing her from contacting Su Xiaowei, fearing that the Lin family might retaliate against the Xia family due to her relationship with Su Xiaowei. It wasn't until today when she had heard no news from the Lin family and learned that Lin Daoyuan had beaten Lin Tian badly in the hospital that her father finally let her out and advised her to interact more with Su Xiaowei. Thus this was the first meeting between the two best friends after Su Ming's violent encounter with Lin Tian. I'm fine, but it's all because my brother is awesome. He is now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Master Jiang guaranteed that the Lin family wouldn't dare to trouble us. I trust Master Jiang. Upon seeing her good friend Su Xiaowei's face lit up with a surprised smile. Your brother actually became a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Xia He's bright eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. After confirming with Su Xiaowei's nod, she finally understood why her father's attitude had changed so drastically in the past couple of days. After all, being a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy placed him nearly on par with the master of the academy in Linjiang City, both being equal in status. Moreover, from Su Xiaowei's response it was evident that she and her brother Su Ming had already met Jiang Lingchuan, the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City. He was one of the most powerful figures in Linjiang City, and even her father would find it difficult to have the opportunity to meet such a person. Xia He, Xiaowei, you're here. Coming quickly. Just as Xia He was about to continue discussing how Su Ming became a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, with Su Xiaowei, a voice filled with excitement called out. The two turned to see a fair-skinned young man with a pleasant smile approaching them. It was Wen Xiaohua, the host of this event. Wen Xiaohua. Both Xia He and Su Xiaowei greeted him with smiles upon seeing him. Wen Xiaohua was not only good-looking, but also came from a well-off family, making a positive impression on them. Yes, most of the other classmates are here. Let me take you there. Seeing that Xia He and Su Xiaowei were looking at him, Wen Xiaohua smiled, even more broadly, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, as he personally welcomed them and led the way. Su Xiaowei and Xia He nodded in response and followed Wen Xiaohua into the hot spring villa. Xia He. Su Xiaowei. Inside the hot spring villa, when Wen Xiaohua personally brought Su Xiaowei and Xia He to the gathering place, the eyes of their classmates turned towards the three, with many smiling and greeting the two. Su Xiaowei and Xia He were the two most beautiful girls in the class, and many even considered them among the top 5 beauties in the school, which made them quite popular except for a few envious girls who were somewhat resentful. Once the two joined the gathering, many boys in the class began to court them in various ways. As the young master of the hot spring villa, Wen Xiaohua took full advantage of his position, personally showing them around the entire resort. Wen Xiaohua was also quite charming, causing the two girls to burst into laughter from time to time, which made the other boys in the class envious. Xia He is fine, at least she matches with Wen Xiaohua, but what is Su Xiaowei? She's just a pretty face, and her family is poor. I heard Su Xiaowei was working part-time at Xia He's family hotel recently, earning money for school. Look at her wearing that cheap stuff, it doesn't even total 100 yuan. Exactly. Coming to the hot spring villa dressed like that just lowers our class. Haha. You don't know I received the latest news that Su Xiaowei's brother was expelled from the first high school recently. A talk about embarrassing. Nearby, 3 girls stood in front of a long table filled with various delicacies, desserts, and drinks, discussing Su Xiaowei, with jealousy written all over their faces. They spoke without any concealment, and Su Xiaowei heard everything. Lu Yuqing, if you don't speak, no one. Before Su Xiaowei could respond to the 3, Xia He, who heard their comments, immediately turned around, her face filled with anger as she glared at the girl leading the discussion. Xia He is right, it's a bit much to talk behind the backs of our classmates. At this moment, Wen Xiaohua also frowned, turning to look at Lu Yuqing and the 2 girls beside her with an unhappy expression. Seeing that the 2 richest girls in the class were standing up for Su Xiaowei, the other 2 girls immediately fell silent, shrinking back like quails. I'm just stating the facts. Lu Yuqing, the leader, felt embarrassed when she saw Wen Xiaohua, the boy she liked, supporting Su Xiaowei. She snorted with a blush, showing no signs of retreat. Seeing her attitude, Xia He was furious and was about to step forward to argue. But at that moment, Su Xiaowei pulled Xia He back and shook her head. That girl is just an ignorant fool, oh, we shouldn't bother with her. After saying that, Su Xiaowei shot a glance at Lu Yuqing, as if looking at a fool. Had it been before, she might have argued with Lu Yuqing, but now that she knew her brother's capabilities, she felt it was beneath her to argue with such people. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Xia He gave Su Xiaowei a surprised look. Seeing her indifferent expression, she paused for a moment before nodding. Su Xiaowei, who are you calling a foolish woman? However, Lu Yuqing became enraged upon hearing Su Xiaowei's words and shouted loudly. Su Xiaowei completely ignored her outburst and linked arms with Xia He as they walked towards a distant flower pavilion. Su Xiaowei. Seeing Su Xiaowei ignore her, Lu Yuqing felt as if she had punched a cotton ball, feeling immensely. Lu Yuqing, we are all classmates. Harmony is precious. If you continue to make trouble, I will have to ask you to leave. At this time, when Xiaohua glanced at the departing Su Xiaowei, and Xia he warned Lu Yuqing, and then turned to chase after the two. You guys. Oh, I'm so mad. Lu Yuqing watched the three walk away, stomping her feet in anger. Caw caw caw. At that moment, a large flock of birds and beasts flew out from the distant mountains and forests, soaring over the hot spring villa. So many birds. What's going on? Looking at the dense flock of birds passing overhead, everyone wore puzzled expressions. Why does it feel? Su Xiaowei gazed at the dense flock of birds above her head, and looked toward the direction from which they were coming, furrowing her brows. On the other side, inside Cave No. 2. Breaking Cloud Spear. Boom. After a fierce battle of over 100 rounds with the flame-maned lion, Su Ming finally seized the opportunity, unleashing a powerful thrust that pierced through the lion's right eye. The 100-forged spear, radiating unmatched brilliance, plunged deeply into the lion's skull. Ow! The intense pain made the flame-maned lion let out an agonizing roar. Before it could struggle, Su Ming's qi and blood erupted, and with both hands exerting force, he twisted the 100-forged spear within the lion's head, instantly turning the interior of its skull into a tangled mess. The struggling flame-maned lion's body stiffened, then it collapsed straight to the ground. Killed the early stage Tier 3 beast flame-maned lion, 100 enhancement points. A notification popped up on the system panel as 100 enhancement points were credited. Su Ming glanced at the newly credited enhancement points with satisfaction, then began processing the materials from the flame-maned lion, packing away all the valuable items. After so many days of battling and gathering, Su Ming was already extremely proficient in collecting beast materials. In less than 10 minutes, he had packed up the materials from the flame-maned lion and continued deeper into Cave No. 2 with his backpack. After moving deeper into Cave No. 2 for over 10 kilometers, a rich fragrance suddenly wafted to Su Ming's nose. Just a whiff made his qi and blood stir, creating an implicit sense of growth. Just a wisp of fragrance has caused my qi and blood to surge. The source of this aroma must be an extraordinary treasure. Feeling the benefits brought by the scent, a glint of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved in the direction from which the fragrance emanated. After traveling about another kilometer, Su Ming arrived at a volcano. Before him stood a cliff over 70 meters high, almost vertical to the ground. At the center of the cliff, approximately 40 meters up, there grew a fruit the color of blood, about the size of a baby's fist, with 3 purple leaves attached to its stem. Su Ming sniffed the incredibly strong fragrance nearby, and realized that the scent he had sensed earlier was indeed emanating from this crimson fruit. The fruit is entirely blood red, accompanied by 3 purple leaves. Could this possibly be the top-tier Tier 4 treasure, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit? This Cave No. 2 has actually produced such a top-tier Tier 4 treasure. It's unbelievable. Looking at the fruit on the cliff, Su Ming recalled a picture he had seen in a library's compendium of common treasures that matched this fruit exactly, along with its description. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit, a top-tier Tier 4 resource, when consumed can significantly enhance a warrior's qi and blood. Remembering the description of this fruit, Su Ming's eyes shimmered with a piercing light as he gazed at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit on the cliff. Without any hesitation, he immediately hurled the 100-forged spear at the cliff ahead. Whoosh! The 100-forged spear sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, driving into the cliff center at 15 meters, its tip fully embedded in the hard stone, vibrating constantly. Seeing this, Su Ming set down his backpack, gathered his legs, and sprinted forward a few steps. With a powerful leap, the ground beneath him was instantly cratered by his foot, and his figure shot towards the cliff like a cannonball. With a mighty jump, Su Ming landed directly on the 100-forged spear he had lodged into the cliff, crashing down onto it. The spear bent dramatically under his weight, then rebounded, propelling Su Ming upwards with incredible force, bringing him right to the location of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Got it! He swiftly plucked the purple blood fruit, and was elated. As his body rapidly fell, he grabbed the 100-forged spear embedded in the cliff, exerting force to pull it out, landing safely on the ground. However, just as Su Ming looked at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit he had just harvested, he noticed that the stem and leaves were rapidly wilting, threatening to spread to the blood-red fruit in his hand. Not that I forgot that the purple blood fruit needs to be stored in a special jade container, otherwise its medicinal properties will rapidly dissipate after being picked. I can't worry about that now. This is a resource worth millions. It can't be wasted. Seeing this, Su Ming frowned, realizing the urgency. In the next moment, he hardened his resolve and stuffed the blood-red fruit along with the 3 purple leaves into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. Boom! As soon as the 3-leaf purple blood fruit was swallowed, a scorching energy erupted from Su Ming's abdomen. This energy was extremely turbulent and violent. In an instant, Su Ming's face flushed red, his entire being turning crimson, and even blood began to seep from his skin pores. What a terrifying energy! I can't hold on much longer. I must find a way to refine this energy. Feeling the blazing energy erupting within him, Su Ming dared not hesitate. Ignoring the threats of beasts in the depths of Cave No. 2, he began to cultivate the 100 Refinements golden body art, right where he stood. One challenging movement after another, all of Su Ming's cells were frantically devouring the scorching energy unleashed by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. As Su Ming fully devoted himself to cultivating the 100 Refinements golden body art, his golden body manifested, turning his skin a golden hue. However, even so, blood continued to seep from his golden skin. Clearly, with Su Ming's current physique forcefully consuming the top-tier tier 4 3-leaf purple blood fruit, even with the perfected gray body refinement technique, made it difficult to quickly absorb the energy it unleashed. Damn, I was reckless. Feeling the increasingly violent energy within and the growing sense of swelling in his body, Su Ming's back was drenched in cold sweat. If this continued, he would surely burst. Buzz. Just as Su Ming was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the scorching energy from the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, the ice crystal crown in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. Subsequently, waves of cold air surged within him, suppressing the explosive energy. Noticing the change within his body, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, then focused entirely on repeatedly practicing the 100 Refinements golden body art. Under the suppression of this cold air, the blazing energy within Su Ming remained at the limit his body could bear, continuously being absorbed by him. Boom. After cultivating the 100 Refinements golden body art countless times, Su Ming finally ceased his practice as the last surge of searing energy was fully absorbed within him. His chest heaved like a ragged bellows, and he gasped for air in great shuddering breaths. That was perilously close. I nearly perished from this 3-leaf violet blood fruit. Had my Shrank ability not suppressed its explosive energy at the critical moment, I would have been reduced to pulp. From now on, I must never recklessly consume anything again. After drawing several deep, steadying breaths, Su Ming exhaled a long, tremulous sigh, his heart still pounding with residual dread. This time he had truly brushed against the gates of death. Had it not been for his Shrank ability, Frost Crown Diadem activating at the decisive instant, survival would have been impossible. Naturally, the rank body cultivation art 100 Refinements golden body art, perfected to its zenith, also played an indispensable role. Without the 100 Refinements golden body art, even if his ability had contained the violet blood fruit's violent energy surge, he could not have swiftly and thoroughly absorbed that scorching power. Though this trial had been extraordinarily harrowing, Su Ming's gains were unprecedented. When Su Ming gazed upon his personal attribute interface within the system panel, all traces of fear vanished from his face, replaced entirely by radiant joy and exhilaration. Host Su Ming. Chi Blood 1994. Spirit 108. Ability Frost Crown Diadem S. Body Cultivation Art Dawn's First Light D perfected. 100 Refinements Golden Body Art A perfected. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Vajra Spear Art D perfected. Piercing Cloud Spear C perfected. Enhancement Points 2380. No wonder the 3-leaf violet blood fruit is coveted even by 4th rank martial artists. It propelled my Chi Blood by a staggering 1500 points. Moreover, my spirit attribute surged from 76 to 108. A leap of 32. They say fortune favors the bold. Though I just danced upon death's threshold, every heartbeat of terror proves worthwhile now. Gazing at his explosive increase in Chi Blood, Su Ming nearly leapt for joy. A single 3-leaf violet blood fruit had spared him nearly a month of grueling cultivation, propelling his Chi Blood past the 100 point threshold required for 3rd rank martial artists, and formally elevating him into their ranks. With nearly 2,000 points of Chi Blood, and the 5-fold combat amplification granted by his perfected crank martial art piercing cloud spear, Su Ming's full force strike now unleashed nearly 100,000 caloric units of destructive power, rivaling even latest-stage 3rd rank martial artists. For the first time, his physical combat prowess, fueled by Chi Blood, surpassed the destructive output of his Shrank ability. Today's luck has been extraordinary. Not only did I discover the 3-leaf violet blood fruit, but not a single beast disturbed me while I absorbed its medicinal essence. Absorbing its potency took over 10 hours. By now night must have fallen. I should return at once. I wonder whether Xiao Wei enjoyed herself today. Once outside, I'll call Xiao Wei first. Ask if she'd like me to pick her up. Recalling Xiao Wei's gathering at the Hot Spring Mountain Villa, Su Ming closed his attribute interface, slung his pack over his shoulders, gripped his 100-forged spear, and sprinted swiftly toward the entrance of Tunnel No. 2. Emerging from Tunnel No. 2 onto Blue Star, Su Ming found the full moon already suspended high above. He hurried back to his off-road vehicle, dumped all his gear into the trunk, and climbed inside, switching on his... It's 8 o'clock. That girl hasn't messaged me. She must be having quite the time. Su Ming glanced at the time displayed on his screen, and at the pristine green messaging app utterly free of notifications, then allowed himself a faint smile before opening the app and dialing Xiao Wei's number. A string of ringing tones echoed, but no one answered. Still no pickup. Has she truly lost herself so completely in play? As the call ended, Su Ming furrowed his brow, sighed, and set his phone aside before igniting the engine. Roar, roar, roar. The moment the engine roared to life, Su Ming stomped the accelerator to the floor. The Tank 10,000's engine bellowed like a caged beast, propelling the steel behemoth toward Linjiang City at breakneck speed. Within minutes, Su Ming arrived in Linjiang City and headed straight to the Linjiang Martial Artists Association, unloading all his spoils from Tunnel No. 2 before the materials procurement officer. Su Ming, why are you back so late today? I feared you might have. Your haul is considerably smaller than you. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, the procurement officer rushed forward. His expression first clouded with concern, as though he'd feared Su Ming had met with misfortune after failing to return earlier that morning. Realizing his slip, he swiftly pivoted his words, then studied Su Ming's modest collection of monster materials with evident astonishment before speaking again. The monster materials Su Ming brought back today amounted to barely 1/3 of yesterday's yield. The first time his pack had returned less than full. I was delayed by unforeseen matters. How much are these worth? Once the transaction clears, I must head to the Hot Spring Mountain Villa to fetch my younger sister home. Hearing the officer's remark, Su Ming responded promptly, revealing nothing of his fortuitous breakthrough within Tunnel No. 2. While inwardly fretting over his sister lingering too long outdoors, he intended to complete the trade and depart immediately for the villa. Originally, Su Ming had planned to drive directly from Tunnel No. 2 to the Hot Spring Mountain Villa, but Tunnel No. 2 lay southwest of Linjiang City, whereas the villa sat northeast. Moreover, both he and Xiao Wei resided in the Old City District, also in the northeast. Since traversing Linjiang City en route to the villa was unavoidable, he opted instead to stop first at the Martial Artists Association, thus sparing himself a second trip later. Very well, I'll tally the value immediately. The procurement officer sprang into action. Within 2 minutes, he had calculated the total worth of Su Ming's monster materials. Su Ming, this batch totals 3.8 million credit points. Agreed. Before the officer could even ask, Su Ming nodded decisively. Excellent. With a grin, the officer instantly transferred the 3.8 million credits to Su Ming's account. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Su Ming finished receiving the payment and turned to leave, a prolonged alarm blared throughout the entire Linjiang Martial Artists Association hall. The sudden alert froze every person in place, eyes instinctively drawn to the massive central display screen. Su Ming was no exception. The instant his gaze locked onto the screen's center, his pupils contracted violently. Without hesitation, his body launched outward like a cannonball, surging past the association's doors and into his off-road vehicle. Roar, roar, roar. The Tank 1000's engine screamed with frenzied fury as the vehicle tore toward the Hot Spring Mountain Villa. A new underground cave has appeared to the northeast of Linjiang City, 15 kilometers from the Hot Spring town. A large number of ferocious beasts have already surged out of the cave and are rushing towards the Hot Spring town. All warriors in Linjiang City are urgently requested to head to the Hot Spring town to fend off the beasts, organize rescue efforts, and assist the Hanxiao military in establishing a control base. In the hall of the Warriors Association, the largest screen displayed a line of bold characters flashing with a glaring red light, drawing everyone's attention. In the Warriors Association hall, upon seeing this news, everyone was momentarily stunned. Following that, several warriors who had family members in the Hot Spring town, just like Su Ming, turned around without hesitation and rushed out of the association towards the Hot Spring town. Should we go for rescue at the newly appeared cave, which hasn't been evaluated for danger levels yet? Indeed, if the danger rating of this newly appeared cave is too high and a large number of third-tier ferocious beasts emerge, without heavy military support from the Hanxiao forces, those of us who go first could be in danger. Yes, let's take it slow and see how it goes. Don't rush too quickly. The remaining warriors in the Warriors Association, who had no family in the Hot Spring town, began to whisper among themselves. Except for a few righteous warriors who left with the first group to provide support, most stayed behind. Facing the suddenly appearing cave, which had not yet been assessed for danger levels, these warriors valued their own lives even more, with hardly anyone willing to take the risk. However, as warriors of the Warriors Association, they enjoyed the benefits provided by the association, and now, when asked to go to the Hot Spring town for support, they could not refuse. Caught in a dilemma, these warriors eventually left the Warriors Association, slowly, symbolically making their way towards the Hot Spring town in the northeast of Linjiang City, moving much slower than those who had rushed ahead. Xiao Wei, please pick up the phone. In the Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, Su Ming floored the accelerator, skillfully maneuvering through the traffic while trying to contact Su Xiaowei on his phone. With his current spiritual power of 108, his reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even at the full throttle speed of 300 kilometers per hour, he could still weave through the traffic with agility. However, at this moment, Su Ming's face was filled with anxiety. He had already dialed Su Xiaowei's number several times, but there was no answer. Unpleasant thoughts began to flood his mind, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. Amidst the roaring engine of the Tank 10,000, Su Ming crossed the urban area in less than 10 minutes, burst into the wilderness, and then continued at full throttle towards the hot spring town 30 kilometers away. Xiaowei, you must be safe, you must be safe. After calling 6 times with no answer, Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tighter. The specially reinforced steering wheel designed to withstand a warrior's strength bore deep imprints of his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. Boom. 6 minutes later, the black off-road vehicle dashed into the hot spring town like a dark shadow. Da-da-da. Upon entering the hot spring town, Su Ming immediately noticed that ferocious beasts had already invaded and were engaged in combat with the warriors inside the town. The soldiers and police stationed in the hot spring town also took out their firearms to fend off the ferocious beasts that had stormed in. Damn. I should have agreed to accompany Xiaowei to the hot spring villa yesterday. With me by her side, I could at least protect her. Looking at the ferocious beasts that had invaded the town, Su Ming's expression grew darker. Although these beasts were only first year, with the strongest being at the peak of the first year, Su Xiaowei was not even a warrior. Even the weakest first-tier beast posed a life-threatening danger to her. Thinking of the life-and-death crisis facing his sister, a sense of guilt arose in Su Ming's heart. As his emotions intensified, the temperature inside the off-road vehicle began to drop rapidly. In the next moment, sizzle. Outside the off-road vehicle, countless ice spikes as thick as adult arms suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shooting towards the ferocious beasts surrounding Su Ming with the ferocity of a torrential rain. Instantly centered around the off-road vehicle in a radius of 100 meters where the vehicle passed, Su Ming, as if equipped with radar, accurately and swiftly killed all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Wherever the ice spikes passed, all the ferocious beasts were instantly pierced through the head, their bodies rapidly encased in ice. Su Ming seemed to be venting all the emotions within him through these ice spikes. Successfully killed the first-tier early-stage ferocious beast, bloodthirsty rabbit, 1 enhancement point. Successfully killed the first-tier latest-stage ferocious beast, bloodfang wolf, 3 enhancement points. Successfully killed the first-tier mid-stage ferocious beast, venomous claw, raccoon, 2 enhancement points. Meanwhile, hints of kills and enhancement points continued to pop up on Su Ming's system panel. Hiss, that was close. I almost got killed. Who on earth intervened? Child, it's alright now, the ferocious beasts have been killed. Ice-type ability and awakened has come to assist. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. If I survive this time, I will definitely set up an ancestral tablet for you and worship it for generations. So powerful, instantly killing a peak first-tier beast, this individual must at least be a latest-stage second-tier awakened. Quick hurry to support other areas. As Su Ming killed the ferocious beasts along the way, the warriors, soldiers, and police fighting the beasts were momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. Ordinary people fleeing from the ferocious beasts suddenly found that all the beasts that had been chasing them were slain and encased in ice. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although many did not know who saved them, they knelt on the ground, grateful to the unknown savior. However, despite his large-scale slaughter of the ferocious beasts, Su Ming's expression did not improve. His gaze became even colder. As he rushed further north, he noticed that the strength of the ferocious beasts storming into the town was also increasing, with numerous latest-stage and peak first-tier beasts emerging, and even some second-tier beasts appearing. Facing the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way, Su Ming showed no mercy, using his abilities to eliminate them swiftly. The kill notifications rang out continuously, and Su Ming's enhancement points increased rapidly, but none of this improved his mood. Hiss. Finally, after 2 minutes of entering the hot spring town, Su Ming drove the Tank 10,000 to a screeching halt in front of the hot spring villa, performing a wild drift. The rear of the vehicle crashed into a latest-stage first-tier beast, the bloodfang wolf, sending it flying as he came to a stop. With a loud bang, the car door was kicked open, and Su Ming leaped down, wielding a refined spear, instantly piercing through the bloodfang wolf that had just gotten up and was about to charge at him. With a flick of his wrist, the wolf's body was shattered into a cloud of blood. As he casually disposed of the bloodfang wolf, Su Ming focused his mind, and the Ranjin battle armor enveloped him entirely before transforming into a stream of dark golden light rushing towards the hot spring villa. Only after Su Ming rushed into the hot spring villa did the fragmented remains of the Bloodfang wolf fall to the ground. Inside the hot spring villa, chaos reigned with traces of the rampage left by ferocious beasts everywhere. Not only that, but there were also numerous beasts causing destruction within the villa. Due to their different species, many ferocious beasts even began to fight amongst themselves within the hot spring. When they saw Su Ming rush in, the ferocious beasts were momentarily taken aback by the dark golden figure in their line of sight. However, their eyes soon revealed a fierce glint as they roared and charged at Su Ming. Even those beasts that were already fighting halted their attacks, all turning to charge at Su Ming. Faced with a human, the goal of all the beasts was clear: to kill him, seeking death. Seeing more than 30 first and second-tier ferocious beasts lunging towards him, Su Ming's gaze turned cold beneath his Rinjin battle attire. He gripped his Baiduan spear tightly and swung it fiercely. The spear tore through the air, even with just the most basic technique. With Su Ming's nearly 2,000 vitality, every strike he made bore the terrifying power of a third-tier warrior's full force. Among the beasts charging at him, there was not a single third-tier beast. Faced with Su Ming's attacks, they were no match at all being slain in an instant by his spear. Ow! Roar! The spear's shadows danced, and the ferocious beasts howled in despair. In just a few breaths, more than 20 ferocious beast corpses lay around Su Ming, half of which were second-tier beasts, all killed by a single blow from his spear. The remaining few beasts were finally terrified by Su Ming's displayed strength, daring not to advance another step, howling as they turned to flee. These fleeing beasts were all first-tier, the weakest among those that had just besieged Su Ming. However, their weaker strength and slower charge became the key to their survival. Yet this merely prolonged their lives for a short while. Su Ming cast a faint glance at the fleeing beasts, and with a thought, several ice spikes materialized out of thin air and shot towards them, accurately piercing the foreheads of all the fleeing beasts, annihilating them completely. A series of kill notifications popped up on Su Ming's system, granting him nearly 200 enhancement points. After exterminating a large number of beasts near the entrance, Su Ming continued to rush into the hot spring villa. As he searched carefully along the way, Su Ming discovered that although the hot spring villa was chaotic, there were no human corpses to be found. Instead, numerous ferocious beasts had already perished in the villa before his arrival. Moments later, Su Ming stood beside the corpse of a second-tier mid-level ferocious beast, the black lion snake, which had half of its head severed. Around him lay the other beasts he had slain in various positions. This second-tier black lion snake was killed by a sharp weapon. This indicates that there is at least a later-stage warrior within the hot spring villa. Moreover, I haven't seen any human corpses in the hot spring villa. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as... Looking at the beast corpse before him, Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, and the stone in his heart fell a bit. He immediately took out his phone again and dialed Su Xiaowei's number. Beep, beep, beep. Brother. This time, after a moment of ringing, the call was finally answered, and the voice that Su Ming desperately wanted to hear came through. Xiaowei is fine. Hearing Su Xiaowei's voice, even though it was slightly trembling, Su Ming finally felt relief, his face breaking into a joyful expression. Su Ming took a deep breath and immediately said to Su Xiaowei on the other end of the line, Xiaowei, the hot spring town is currently being ravaged by ferocious beasts. Where are you? I will come to find you right away. In the underground shelter of the hot spring villa, upon hearing Su Ming's voice on the phone, Su Xiaowei's excited body trembled, but she shook her head after a moment's thought. Brother, I am currently in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa. The students are all here along with 2 instructors from the extreme martial arts hall. We are temporarily safe. The hot spring villa is too dangerous. You must not come here. As she spoke, Su Xiaowei glanced at the 2 middle-aged warriors beside her, her gaze growing more resolute. At this moment, 2 latest-stage second-tier warriors from the extreme martial arts hall stood on either side of Su Xiaowei, protecting her in the middle. However, both had sustained injuries and were now wrapped in bandages. These 2 were warriors secretly assigned by Jiang Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei. Without their presence, Su Xiaowei and the others in the hot spring villa would have had no chance of escaping into the underground shelter. Even so, the 2 latest-stage second-tier warriors had still suffered significant injuries while facing the numerous ferocious beasts that had poured into the hot spring villa. Although Su Xiaowei knew that Su Ming had become a warrior and possessed powerful abilities comparable to those of a latest-stage second-tier warrior, upon seeing the injuries of the 2 warriors beside her, she didn't want Su Ming to fall into danger by trying to save her. I have arrived at the hot spring villa. Tell me the location of the underground shelter, and I will go there immediately. Hearing that Su Xiaowei was hiding in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa, Su Ming felt a wave of relief, quickly asking, while also starting to search rapidly within the hot spring villa, trying to find the entrance to the underground shelter. What? You have already arrived at the hot spring villa. Brother, you must be careful. The hot spring villa is now filled with ferocious beasts. Su Xiaowei's voice involuntarily rose, revealing a look of concern. The underground shelter was currently extremely quiet, with everyone hiding inside listening to the roars of the ferocious beasts outside, not daring to breathe a word. Su Xiaowei's shout immediately echoed throughout the underground shelter, drawing the attention of everyone else. Su Xiaowei, what are you shouting about? Do you want to attract the ferocious beasts and endanger us all? Exactly. What do you mean your brother is here? Stop bragging. That waste who was expelled from the first middle school would only make the beasts outside even fatter. At this point, one of Lu Yuqing's friends spoke up to ridicule her. However, Su Xiaowei paid no mind to their words, filled only with worry for Su Ming. She knew her brother would never lie to her. Since Su Ming said he had arrived at the hot spring villa, then he must have truly arrived, perhaps even searching for her outside right now. With so many ferocious beasts outside the hot spring villa, one could imagine how dangerous Su Ming's situation. Although Su Xiaowei did not respond to Lu Yuqing and the others, the two latest second-tier warriors guarding her suddenly turned to glare at Lu Yuqing and her friend. If you say one more word, I will tear your mouth apart. After saying this, the two warriors cast a cold glare at the many others who were looking angrily at Su Xiaowei and continued to scold. And you all, if you dare to look at Miss Su with such eyes again, I will gouge out your eyes. As the two shouted in anger, the aura of second-level martial artists was suddenly released from their bodies, and the fierce struggle they had with the fierce beasts outside was witnessed by everyone, making it clear to all the power and methods of the two. Under the scolding of the two, everyone quickly lowered their heads. Only Lu Yuqing's face was ashen, glaring at Su Xiaowei with a look of indignation. Why is it that Su Xiaowei has two powerful protectors by her side, and they treat her with such respect? Two latest-stage second-level martial artists, even one of them is stronger than everyone present. Even the parents of wealthy second generation like Wen Xiaohua and Xia, he must treat such experts with courtesy. Yet these powerful individuals seem to be protecting Su Xiaowei like her servants, which left her puzzled, unable to understand what was going wrong. Everyone please remain calm. The entrance to my underground shelter was built at great expense, and even a peak second-level fierce beast cannot damage it in the slightest unless a third-level fierce beast attacks. So everyone is safe here, just wait quietly for rescue. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big belly stepped forward, patting his chest as he spoke. He was Wen Guodong, the owner of the hot spring villa, and Wen Xiaohua's father. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly resonated from the entrance ahead. At the same time, the entire underground shelter seemed to tremble. The sudden roar caught everyone's attention, and they all looked towards the entrance only to see the heavy alloy door now dented from an unknown force outside. Dad, didn't you say we were safe in the underground shelter? This. When Xiaohua looked at the deformed door beside Wen Guodong, his face paling. Third-level fierce beast. It's a third-level fierce beast outside. I had a specialist test this door. Only a third-level martial artist attack can shake it. Now with this dent, the fierce beast outside must be a mid-third level one. Seeing the deformed door, Wen Guodong's eyes widened in shock. His previous calm demeanor vanished. Did this guy's mouth open up? Nearby, the two latest-stage second-level martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall exchanged a glance, speechless, while expressions of urgency and panic surfaced on their faces. A mid-third-level fierce beast could easily annihilate them if it broke through the door and came in none of them. Immediately, the two looked at Su Xiaowei, their last hope, and said, Miss Su, please ask Su Xiao if the Hall Master and the others have arrived. They all knew that Su Ming was a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and given Zhang Lingquan's regard for Su Ming, if he knew Su Ming was coming to the hot spring villa, he would definitely not stand idly by. Moreover, in their opinion, although Su Ming had immense potential, he was still just a student who had yet to take the martial arts exam and could not possibly come to the hot spring villa alone or have time to call Su Xiaowei. They also wanted to call other powerful members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for help, but in this underground shelter the signal was terrible, making it impossible to contact the outside world. If it weren't for Su Ming already being nearby, it would have been impossible to connect with Su Xiaowei's phone. Ask my brother right away. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowei seemed to have thought of something, her eyes lighting up as she quickly nodded and began inquiring about Su Ming. What Hall Master Jiang? I came here by myself. Okay, I heard the noise just now. It was so loud. I know where you are hiding. I'm coming over now. After Su Xiaowei's inquiry, Su Ming's voice came through the phone. Although Su Xiaowei did not use the speaker, everyone in the shelter was terrified by the previous impact, and the entire place was silent. Although Su Ming's voice was quiet, it reached everyone's ears. Upon hearing his response, despair washed over everyone's faces. Boom. At that moment, another deafening roar erupted from the entrance, and the heavy alloy door was deeply dented by this impact, with even a gap revealing parts of the fierce beasts outside. At this rate, just one more hit, and the door will be broken open by the fierce beasts outside. Hee Su Xiaowei, it's all because of you that the third-level fierce beast outside was attracted by your shout just now. Now everyone will die. Suddenly among the crowd a voice filled with a hint of madness and despair spoke out, belonging to Lu Yuqing. Upon hearing Lu Yuqing's words, everyone's expression darkened and the despair on their faces deepened. Looking at the door of the shelter with a gap, everyone couldn't help but start to panic, pressing towards the back of the shelter, as if doing so could give them a sense of security. At this moment, the two second-level martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall could no longer chide Lu Yuqing. Their figures flashed as they disregarded their injuries, drawing their weapons to stand in front of Su Xiaowei. Zhang Lingchuan had tasked them with protecting Su Xiaowei at all costs. At this moment, even if they had to die, they had to ensure her safety. If the third-level fierce beast broke in, even if they could not defeat it, they had to die in front of Su Xiaowei. Boom. With the last bang, the next moment, the heavy alloy door collapsed to the ground under the terrified gazes of everyone. Following that, a giant wild boar the size of a tank appeared before everyone's eyes, its body covered in crimson fur, and its mouth sporting fangs over a meter long. A third-level fierce beast crimson tank. This size is definitely mid-third level, even close to latter third level. Upon seeing this enormous wild boar that nearly filled the shelter's door, the two martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's pupils suddenly constricted, sensing the ferocious aura emanating from it. Their hands trembled slightly as they gripped their weapons. Thud! Thud! Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, upon seeing such a terrifying fierce beast that had knocked down the door, most people went weak in the legs and collapsed to the ground. This included Lu Yuqing and others. It's actually the Crimson Tank, it's over, we're all done for. Wen Guodong clearly recognized the Crimson Tank, and upon seeing that such a fierce beast had broken open the entrance to his shelter, his entire body trembled, his face pale, as he looked ahead, muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with despair. Huff! Huff! Across from it, the Crimson Tank, after crashing through the heavy door, was met with the sight of numerous humans in the underground shelter, its eyes instantly turning an excited shade of red, releasing streams of white-hot vapor with each breath. Its gaze first locked onto the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, standing at the forefront. The vitality of the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists was the highest among everyone present, and the beast preferred to consume those with greater vitality, as it provided greater benefits. With a roar, the Crimson Tank charged towards the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Its massive size did not hinder its speed, and it rushed through the door and into the shelter. Feeling the immense pressure of the Crimson Tank charging towards them, the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists felt as if they were mere leaves in a storm, ready to be overturned at any moment, giving rise to a sense of helplessness. Facing the mid-stage third-tier Crimson Tank, their strength was simply too weak. We fight to the death. Kill. However, knowing that facing the Crimson Tank meant certain death, they showed no sign of retreat, their eyes filled with a frenzied determination as they advanced to attack. Being chosen by Zhang Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei, they were naturally the best in every aspect. Having taken on the task of protecting Su Xiaowei, they would fulfill it with their lives. Suddenly, as the two took a step forward, a heavy ice wall appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path. Seeing this, the two hurriedly stopped, looking with uncertainty at the ice wall that blocked their way. At the same time, in front of the Crimson Tank, similar ice walls suddenly appeared, blocking its path. The Crimson Tank, unable to evade, crashed directly into the first ice wall, which only momentarily stalled it before shattering with a loud crash. In the next moment, the enormous body of the Crimson Tank, propelled by its strong inertia, continued to charge towards the next ice wall. Boom, boom, boom. After smashing through 5 heavy ice walls, the Crimson Tank finally came to a halt, just a wall away from the two latest-stage second-tier martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The two latest-stage martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall saw the Crimson Tank shake its head, slightly dazed from the impact, before turning to look behind it. Behind it, a figure wrapped in dark golden battle attire appeared before the beast, and the people just a wall awakened one. The power of this ability indicates that the opponent should be a third-tier awakened. Behind the ice wall, the two latest-stage martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall pounded their fists against the wall, peering through to see the dark golden figure outside, their eyes flashing with surprise. A third-tier awakened with such powerful ice abilities, its strength would definitely not be inferior to that of the Crimson Tank. They were saved. A strong one is here to rescue us. This is amazing. This is amazing. At this moment, the others behind the ice wall, witnessing this scene, also showed signs of relief, their faces filled with excitement as they shouted loudly. Huff! Outside the ice wall, the crimson tank exhaled a scorching white mist, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing dark golden figure, filled with a grave expression. At this moment it ignored the cheers from behind, focusing entirely on Su Ming as it sensed an immense pressure emanating from him, making it wary. Beast, meet your end. Facing the crimson tank, which was more than 10 times its size, Su Ming glanced at the unharmed Su Xiaowei behind the ice wall before redirecting his gaze back to the crimson tank. A cold and fierce voice emanated from beneath the Renjin battle attire, and in the next moment, Su Ming struck first. Gripping the 100-forged spear tightly with both hands, he stepped forward, executing the cloud-breaking spear technique. The spear tip erupted with 5 times the combat power, approaching 100 calories, aiming directly at the head of the crimson tank. Roar! The crimson tank sensed the terrifying power of Su Ming's strike, and the sharpness of the spear in his hands filled it with dread. Not daring to underestimate the situation, it immediately let out a roar, its limbs pounding the ground, its white fangs aimed at Su Ming as it charged out, attacking instead of defending. Boom! The two moved at high speed, colliding instantly, as the crimson tank's white fangs clashed, with Su Ming's 100-forged spear producing a thunderous sound of metal colliding. The fierce collision compressed the surrounding air, creating a booming sound and stirring a violent wind that swept outwards. Where the fangs met, the spear tip sparks flew, and a massive backlash force transmitted through the 100-forged spear into Su Ming, causing him to involuntarily take half a step back. However, the massive body of the crimson tank was directly pushed back several meters from this blow, its feet making a dull sound against the ground. In the first collision, the victor and the vanquished were clearly defined. Huff! The first clash had placed the crimson tank at a disadvantage, letting out a muffled groan as it looked at Su Ming, its enormous eyes filled with anxiety and shock. It was incredibly confident in its own strength. Even mid-stage third-tier beasts were rare opponents for it to face head-on. Yet at this moment it was pushed back by Su Ming, who had only taken half a step back in contrast. After this test, the crimson tank instinctively believed that Su Ming's current strength surpassed its own, deepening its wariness of Su Ming. What it did not know was that Su Ming's true strength was considerably weaker than its own. The reason he only retreated half a step in their recent clash, gaining the upper hand, was due to the Renjin battle attire. The Renjin battle attire could reduce 70 of damage even when facing attacks from mid-stage third-tier beasts. Though the crimson tank was close to mid-stage third-tier, its explosive power was no less than that of an average mid-stage third-tier beast. However, with the reduction from the Renjin battle attire, Su Ming gained the advantage. After the surge in vitality, my physical condition has improved significantly. Even when facing the charge of a mid-stage third-tier crimson tank, I can maintain my footing, unlike before when I had only a few hundred vitality, where I would be thrown back by a low-stage third-tier beast, even with the Renjin battle attire's help. Swallowing that 3-leaf purple blood fruit was risky, but in hindsight it was all worth it. Come again. Looking at the vigilant expression of the crimson tank, Su Ming's lips curled slightly as he moved his feet, wielding the 100-forged spear to initiate the cloud-breaking spear technique, once more continuing his battle with the crimson tank. How formidable! He can actually suppress the nearly latest-stage third-tier scarlet tank with just his physical. A warrior with the strength of a latest-stage third-tier practitioner and an ice-based supernatural power at the mid-stage third-tier. Is there such a person in Linjiang City? Could it be a hermit residing in the hot spring town? Behind the ice wall, 2 latest-stage second-tier extreme martial artists watched as Su Ming single-handedly pushed the powerfully defensive scarlet tank back, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. A powerhouse capable of repelling the scarlet tank and possessing ice supernatural power, not weaker than the mid-stage third-tier, would undoubtedly rank among the top 20 in Linjiang City. If he is a powerhouse from Linjiang City with such strength, he certainly cannot be nameless. However, despite their many years in Linjiang City, they had never heard of such a person, and at this moment they thought that he was likely the expert hiding in the hot spring town. Even the 2 latest-stage second-tier warriors were shocked, and the astonishment felt by the hot spring villa staff and the students from Su Xiaowei's class who were not even martial artists was even more intense. Who on earth is this person with such formidable strength able to suppress such a terrifying beast? How wonderful! With an expert like this around, we are saved. When will I become such a strong warrior and fight against third-tier beasts? A group of youths watched the fierce battle up close through the ice wall, their fists clenched tightly, eyes gleaming with excitement. Witnessing the battle between a powerful warrior and a vicious beast at such a close distance today will be an unforgettable experience for many, and it will be the most intense battle most people will ever encounter in their lives. Pucci. In the midst of everyone's excited gaze, Su Ming had already engaged in over 100 exchanges with the scarlet tank. Finally, finding an opportunity to stab a spear into the beast's neck, and when he pulled it out, a spray of blood erupted from the wound. Struck by Su Ming's spear, the Scarlet Tank let out a painful howl as the excruciating agony tore through its flesh. Blood gushed out continuously from its neck, resembling a crimson fountain. Feeling the massive loss of blood, the Scarlet Tank looked at Su Ming with no combat intent left in its eyes, its neck muscles quickly tightening to suppress the flow of blood. Then it turned and dashed toward the only exit of the shelter. It knew it was gravely injured in the neck, and if it continued fighting Su Ming, it would surely die at his hands. Still trying to escape. Su Ming glanced at the fleeing Scarlet Tank. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and with a mere thought, as his voice fell, without any visible movement, the temperature at the shelter's entrance rapidly dropped, and thick ice walls suddenly appeared, sealing the entire entrance. Even as the Scarlet Tank made fierce charges, it could only break through a few ice walls before losing momentum. Seeing the Scarlet Tank slow down, Su Ming thought again. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath the Scarlet Tank was covered in a layer of solid ice, while its limbs were encased in thick ice, rendering it unable to move. Roar. Seeing its limbs frozen, the Scarlet Tank let out an angry roar, exerting force in its limbs, shattering all the ice that covered them. After breaking free from the ice, the Scarlet Tank attempted to charge forward, aiming for the ice wall blocking its path, to continue its escape. But just at that moment, Su Ming had already approached from behind with the 100-forged spear, unleashing the full power of the Breaking Cloud Spear with a combat power of 100. A flash of cold light appeared as the spear tip, imbued with unmatched sharpness, suddenly pierced the Scarlet Tank's weak spot at its hindquarters. As the spear plunged into the Scarlet Tank, Su Ming's blood energy erupted violently, causing the spear to churn wildly within the beast's body. The pain from the ruptured organs within far exceeded the agony of its neck being torn by the spear. This strike from Su Ming completely incapacitated the Scarlet Tank, whose massive body collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and letting out piercing cries. Die. Taking advantage of the opening after severely injuring the Scarlet Tank, Su Ming withdrew his spear, flashed forward, and unleashed another full-powered Breaking Cloud Spear. Poochie. The sound of flesh being torn echoed, and the next moment the 100-forged spear pierced the Scarlet Tank's head. Pulling the spear out, it splattered red and white matter everywhere. From this blow, the Scarlet Tank's body convulsed violently for a few seconds, then its limbs straightened rigidly, finally ceasing to breathe. Successfully killed the mid-stage third-tier beast Scarlet Tank, 250 enhancement points. With the Scarlet Tank down, Su Ming received 250 enhancement points, the most he had ever earned in a single instance, which also confirmed the formidable strength of this Scarlet Tank, undoubtedly the strongest beast he had faced since becoming a martial artist. After dealing with the Scarlet Tank, Su Ming snapped his fingers, and the massive ice wall that had been blocking Su Xiaowei and the others instantly transformed into a multitude of blue lights, dissipating completely. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Su Ming walked straight towards Su Xiaowei, first reaching the two extreme martial artists who stood in front of her. Thank you for your timely rescue. Please let us know your esteemed name, and the Extreme Martial Arts Academy will surely reward you handsomely. Seeing Su Ming approach, the two extreme martial artists quickly cupped their fists in gratitude, their attitude extremely respectful. However, what Su Ming said next left them momentarily stunned. It is I who must thank you. It was thanks to your care for my younger sister that I could arrive in time. Su Ming deactivated the combat mode of the Renjin battlesuit, revealing his face with a smile directed at the two second-tier martial artists. From the weapons in their hands, he inferred that the beast from the Hot Spring Villa had met their end at their hands, coupled with their act of protecting Su Xiaowei, and their claiming to be from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He deduced that they were likely the martial artists assigned by Jiang Lingquan to protect her. At that moment, Su Ming felt even more gratitude for Jiang Lingquan. Su Xiao. Only upon hearing Su Ming's words did the two suddenly look up. When they recognized his face, both widened their eyes in disbelief. Prior to this, they had never imagined that the mysterious powerhouse capable of slaying the Scarlet Tank would turn out to be Su Ming. Brother. Just as the two were still immersed in the shock of Su Ming's formidable strength, a delighted shout from Su Xiaowei sounded from behind. She rushed past the two and stood in front of Su Ming, her eyes filled with concern as she looked him up and, "Brother, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm as strong as ever. How could I possibly be injured?" Seeing Su Xiaowei's worried expression, Su Ming smiled slightly, patted his chest, and then turned to look at Su Xiaowei, saying, "What about you? Are you hurt?" "No, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Li protected me very well." Su Xiaowei quickly shook her head, and then looked at the two middle-aged martial artists beside her. Su Ming nodded. "Thank you both." He then turned to the two martial artists, slightly bowed, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Ha ha ha, Su Xiao, you're too polite. We were just following the orders of the master. This is what we should do. Yes, if Su Xiao really wants to thank someone, it should be Master Jiang. The two responded, quickly smiling and waving their hands, not forgetting to mention Jiang Lingchuan. I will personally go to thank Master Jiang. Hearing this, Su Ming gently nodded and then glanced at the scarlet tank lying at the entrance, saying, "You two please handle that scarlet tank. I hope you won't refuse." Ha ha ha, then we won't be polite. Upon seeing the resolute expression in Su Ming's eyes, the two did not refuse and immediately nodded with joy. With that, the two stepped forward to begin handling the corpse of the scarlet tank. This scarlet tank was nearly at the late stage of the third tier, and the materials on it were quite valuable to these second-tier martial artists. Even if they split all the materials from the scarlet tank, it would be equivalent to the value of materials obtained from hunting second-tier ferocious beasts in the underground cave for half a month at the risk of their lives. Shall we stay here for now? There are still many ferocious beasts outside. I'll go out and kill them. After the two began dealing with the scarlet tank's corpse, Su Ming did not stay in the underground shelter, but spoke to Su Xiaowei. The number of ferocious beasts invading the hot spring town was considerable, by killing more fewer people. Moreover, even in the underground cave he rarely encountered so many ferocious beasts. This was a rare opportunity to earn enhancement points. Just a few minutes ago, while killing his way to the hot spring villa, he had already collected over 1,000 enhancement points, a number he would usually gather in a day. Brother, be careful. After witnessing Su Ming's formidable strength, Su Xiaowei did not stop him, instead nodding and reminding him with concern. Rest assured. Su Ming gave Su Xiaowei a confident look, then with a thought the Renjin battle armor wrapped around him again, transforming him into a flash of dark golden light as he rushed out of the underground shelter. In the passage leading from the underground shelter to the outside world, ice walls formed wherever Su Ming passed, sealing the passage layer by layer. Dozens of ice walls blocked the passage. As long as it wasn't a third-tier ferocious beast, they couldn't break through these ice walls. Kill. No longer worried about Su Xiaowei's safety, Su Ming burst out of the underground shelter, seeing the ferocious beasts wandering around the surface. He let out a low shout, his figure flashing as he swiftly moved through the hot spring villa. With his 100 forging spear combined with his ice-type abilities, he swiftly dispatched the nearby ferocious beasts. In less than 2 minutes, all the ferocious beasts in the hot spring villa were slain by Su Ming. After dealing with the ferocious beasts in the hot spring villa, Su Ming centered his attacks on the more distant ferocious beasts around. With Su Ming's relentless killing, the system's enhancement points were rapidly accumulating at an astonishing rate. Xiaowei, is that your brother? Your brother is so strong. That's amazing. In the underground shelter, after surviving the ordeal, Xia, he came to Su Xiaowei's side, gazing at the layers of ice walls outside the shelter that blocked the ferocious beasts, her beautiful eyes shining with admiration. Su Ming was previously just a senior student from Linjiang one high school, only 2 years older than her, yet he already possessed the terrifying strength to slay third-tier ferocious beasts. Now she finally understood why Su Ming had become a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. With his talent, not to mention the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, even the top-ranked Xinxiao Martial Arts Hall would fight to recruit him as a core member. Seeing her good friend's increasingly infatuated expression, Su Xiaowei smiled faintly, saying, I don't know. Before today, I had only seen my brother display his strength once back during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and that was after he fought Lin Tian the night before. However, at that time my brother's strength seemed to be only at the late stage of the second tier. Now it appears that he hit a lot of his strength during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Thinking back to the strength Su Ming had shown during the Extreme Martial Arts Hall test, and what he just displayed, Su Xiaowei couldn't help but shake her head, secretly thinking that her brother was truly good at hiding his talent. Hearing Su Xiaowei's response, he nodded in agreement. Was that just now Su Xiaowei's brother Su Ming? So strong. I'm so envious of Su Xiaowei for having such an amazing brother. Su Xiaowei's brother was so handsome. Tian Wenjing, didn't you say before that Su Ming was expelled from one high school? How could such a talented genius be expelled? Where did you hear that false information? If it's not false information. My cousin is at one high school, and is in the same class as Su Ming. He said it himself, there's definitely no mistake. With Su Ming's current strength, he could almost certainly secure the top spot in the Jiangnan province martial arts examination. It's unbelievable that he was expelled from one high school. I wonder what the principal was thinking. I guess the principal of one high school must have some issues in his head. He must have been pinched by a door or kicked by a donkey. You wouldn't do such a ridiculous thing without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. Not that few. Haha, don't we have classmates whose brains are just as messed up as the principal of one high? Nearby, Su Xiaowei's other classmates were also fervently discussing Su Ming. When the topic of Su Ming's expulsion from One high school came up, everyone looked down on Principal Wang Jinghua, while many others cast strange glances at a figure in the corner of the shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing, who had previously targeted Su Xiaowei, now kept quiet, squatting silently in the corner, not daring to look at Su Xiaowei again. At this moment, she felt the unusual gazes of her classmates around her, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. A sudden sneeze escaped Wang Jinghua in the martial arts training room of No. 1 high school. What's going on? Why have I been sneezing uncontrollably lately? Which guy is cursing me behind my back? Wang Jinghua rubbed his nose, shaking his head in bewilderment before turning to look at a figure in the training room drenched in sweat. In the training room, Lin Man was clad in a black training uniform, continuously performing a series of high-difficulty movements, which were part of the martial artist's body refining technique. Lin Man's body refining technique was different from the grade technique Morning Sun that Su Ming had previously learned. It was a grade technique prepared specifically for her by the Lin family. However, despite both being surnamed Lin Man and Lin Daoyuan had no relation to each other. After a few minutes, Lin Man completed the entire set of movements and approached a blood test device to check her vitality. Soon the blood test device displayed a value of 93. Seeing this, Wang Jinghua walked over with a smile and said to Lin Man, Lin Man, at your current rate of vitality growth, in just a few days you can definitely raise your vitality to 100 points and step into the second rank of martial artists. Of course, my suggestion is that you focus on enhancing your mental strength in the next few days. Your Crade Fire ability Raging Flames is a top-tier ability among Crade powers, possessing a formidable lethality and an impressive 11-fold increase in combat power. Although your current mental strength is only 40 points, with the combat power increase from Raging Flames, you can unleash a power of 4,400 calories sufficient to surpass mid-level second-rank martial artists. If you can raise your mental strength to 45 points in these last few days before the martial arts examination, combined with your martial arts prowess, you will stand out among all the candidates in Linjiang City. But your goal is not just to be first in Linjiang City, it is to break into the top 50 rankings in Jiangnan Province, bringing glory to No. 1 high school in Linjiang City. That way my nearly month-long special training for you won't be in vain. After the awakening ceremony, Wang Jinghua had already investigated the awakening situations of all students from the 7 high schools in Linjiang City. In recent days, he also learned about the top-performing students from several high schools. Among the senior students participating in the martial arts examination in Linjiang City, Lin Man was significantly stronger than the others, and securing first place in Linjiang City was a certainty. During this time, Wang Jinghua also discovered that Qin Jingwen secretly arranged for Su Ming to attend Linjiang No. 7 high school, but he didn't care. In his view, Su Ming, who had not awakened any abilities, would merely be a first-rank martial artist at most during the martial arts examination, even with the support of No. 7 high school. Moreover, according to what he learned, Su Ming had not attended school even once after entering No. 7 high school. To him, Su Ming had already given up on himself and was not worth worrying about. Don't worry, principal, I will definitely not let you down. Upon hearing Wang Zhengguo's words, Lin Man nodded immediately, her face filled with pride. Ha ha ha, good. In response, Wang Zhenghua repeatedly nodded his face, breaking into a beaming smile. In the hot spring town, Su Ming was clearing nearby beasts around the hot spring resort, when suddenly dozens of fighter jets flew overhead, heading north towards the hot spring town. Drawn by the fighter jets above, Su Ming looked up to see missiles hanging under the wings of these jets, launching towards the distant mountains and forests. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted, and mushroom clouds of flames rose into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that swept through the air, carrying the scent of smoke and burnt flesh. Even from over 10 kilometers away, Su Ming could still feel the tremors from the ground caused by the missile bombardment, and soon after he felt strong winds blowing towards him. Following this round of airstrikes, dense gunfire and artillery sounds erupted from the distant forest, indicating that ground troops had also moved in to provide support. The firepower of modern technology is indeed fierce. Even a 4th-rank beast would only face death under such bombardment. I wonder what level of power one must reach to ignore the attacks of these modern weapons. Feeling the immense firepower of modern weapons, Su Ming gazed at the mushroom-shaped flames rising to the north, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. At that moment, a 2nd-rank beast, the shadow leopard, took advantage of Su Ming's distraction while staring at the distant flames and pounced at him from behind, its sharp claws aimed at the back of his head. However, Su Ming did not even turn around. An ice spike suddenly fell from the air, piercing the nape of the shadow leopard, pinning its body to the ground just 2 meters away from Su Ming's back. After struggling violently for a few moments, the shadow leopard finally ceased its movement. Successfully killed the early-stage 2nd-rank beast. Shadow leopard, 10 enhancement points. Without even glancing at the shadow leopard behind him, Su Ming continued to move around the hot spring resort, each flash of gunfire taking the life of another beast. The hot spring resort was situated at the center of the hot spring town built on a flattened hillside, giving Su Ming a good view of the overall situation in the hot spring town. At this moment, many martial artists from Linjiang City had arrived to provide support, including several third-rank powerhouses. These martial artists, in conjunction with those from the hot spring town and the guards, had already managed to control the situation. With the earlier bombardment targeting the direction the beasts were coming from, and no further influx of beasts, the numbers of beasts in the hot spring town began to decrease rapidly. About 5 minutes later, Su Ming paused. There were hardly any beasts left alive in the entire hot spring town, and all the beasts inside and outside the hot spring resort had been eliminated by him. Enhancement points 9,735. This battle brought significant gains. In just 10 minutes, I accumulated over 7,000 enhancement points, comparable to more than a week's worth of income. With the situation stabilized, Su Ming looked at the enhancement points he had accumulated during this battle, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Closing the attributes panel, Su Ming stored away his Renjin battlesuit and turned back towards the hot spring resort, heading towards the underground shelter. Director Jiang. As Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the underground shelter, he saw a familiar figure rushing towards the shelter. It was Jiang Lingquan, the director of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, at this moment, Jiang Lingquan was not as composed and dignified as Su Ming had seen him before. His hair was disheveled, his combat uniform had numerous bloodstains, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. At a glance, Su Ming could tell that Jiang Lingquan had just experienced a fierce battle. Nevertheless, as a fourth-rank martial artist and one of the strongest individuals in Linjiang City, Su Ming was curious about what kind of battle could leave him in such a state. Su Ming. Upon hearing Su Ming's voice from behind, Jiang Lingquan turned around, his expression one of astonishment, and immediately asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "I happened to hear at the Warrior Association that a new dungeon had appeared near the hot spring town, and since my sister is also at the hot spring villa, I came over." As Su Ming approached Jiang Lingquan, he succinctly explained why he was here. "I see." Su Ming's answer caused Jiang Lingquan to display a knowing expression. No. Su Ming, how can your vitality be so strong?" But soon he sensed something was amiss, suddenly looking at Su Ming, and after carefully sensing for a moment, his pupils abruptly constricted. Su Ming had just been slaughtering ferocious beasts nearby, and the agitated vitality within him had yet to calm down. With Jiang Lingquan's strength, if it weren't for the significant consumption from the previous battle, he would have noticed the explosive increase in Su Ming's vitality, which was several times greater than yesterday, at first glance. "This morning I fortuitously obtained a 3-leaf purple blood fruit in Dungeon No. 2. After swallowing it, my vitality surged so much." Seeing Jiang Lingquan's current expression, Su Ming did not hide anything. "Hiss, are you saying you swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit directly? That is a top-tier 4th-grade heavenly material. How could you not have been overwhelmed?" However, upon hearing Su Ming's answer, Jiang Lingquan sharply inhaled, the shock in his heart more intense than when he first discovered Su Ming's explosive vitality. As a top-tier 4th-grade heavenly material, the energy within the 3-leaf purple blood fruit is extremely violent. Even a peak-level 3rd-grade warrior with close to 1/0 vitality must be cautious when consuming it. But Su Ming's vitality last night was only around 500. With a body strength of 500, directly swallowing the 3-leaf purple blood fruit without exploding was nothing short of a miracle. I'm not hiding it from you, Manager Jiang. I was really on the verge of being overwhelmed today. Surviving was purely luck." Looking at Jiang Lingquan's expression, Su Ming was not surprised by his reaction. After all, if it weren't for this great ability that saved him at the last moment, he would have died under the violent energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Even now, recalling the situation back, then Su Ming felt a wave of fear. Just luck again. Jiang Lingquan's lips twitched slightly, but upon seeing the look of fear on Su Ming's face, he understood that Su Ming was not lying. "Manager Jiang, with your current appearance, you just came from the newly appeared dungeon in the north to fend off the ferocious beasts." Watching Jiang Lingquan's expression, Su Ming did not let him continue to inquire about his situation, but instead voiced his own doubts. "That's right," Jiang Lingquan nodded. Su Ming thought to himself as expected, and then continued to ask, "Did you encounter a 4th-grade ferocious beast to look like this?" However, Jiang Lingquan shook his head, his answer surprising Su Ming. It was not a 4th-grade ferocious beast, but a peak-level 3rd-grade strange beast. Su Ming trembled at these words, quickly asking, "A strange beast? What is that? How could it make a mid-level 4th-grade manager like you so distressed?" The term strange beast was something Su Ming had heard for the first time. He had only known about ferocious beasts before, and had never heard of the existence of strange beasts. Seeing the look of confusion on Su Ming's face, Jiang Lingquan began to explain. A strange beast is merely another term for a special ferocious beast. A strange beast possesses various special talent abilities. You can understand that a strange beast among ferocious beasts is a special existence, just as an awakened one is among warriors. What I encountered at the entrance of that dungeon was a mountain-shaking ape that possessed special talent abilities. Although it was only a peak-level 3rd-grade beast, it had a talent ability called Furious Blood. The Furious Blood talent ability allowed that peak-level 3rd-grade mountain-shaking ape to significantly enhance its physical attributes in a short amount of time. Its speed, defense, and strength all received a comprehensive boost, and its combat power surged in a short time, rivaling that of a mid-level 4th-grade ferocious beast. That creature was quite cunning. At first, upon seeing I was a 4th-grade warrior, it did not unleash its talent immediately, but approached me taking advantage of my underestimation before suddenly erupting and causing me quite a bit of trouble. Had it not been for that cunning creature's sneak attack that caused me injury first, even if it unleashed its Furious Blood talent, I would not have let it entangle with me for so long. It's just a pity that I couldn't personally kill that beast. After saying this, Jiang Lingquan pointed at a visibly damaged area on his battle attire, revealing a wound that, despite being treated, was still seeping blood. His gaze filled with indignation. Clearly he still bore a grudge against the peak-level 3rd-grade mountain-shaking ape that had injured him, wishing he could take revenge. I remember the Deep Blue system not only grants me enhancement points when I kill ferocious beasts, but also allows me to plunder their abilities. Is the talent you mentioned, Manager, the ability of ferocious beasts? The Furious Blood talent can instantly elevate the physical attributes of the body several times. If I could obtain the talent of that mountain-shaking ape through the system combined with the explosive power of martial arts, wouldn't my physical combat power surge dramatically? I wonder if that mountain-shaking ape is dead. It would be best if it isn't, and is instead severely injured under the military's bombardment, allowing me to kill it and plunder its ability. Hehe. After hearing Jiang Lingquan's description, Su Ming was both shocked by the strength of that peak-level 3rd-grade mountain-shaking ape and excited about the Deep Blue system's ability to plunder ferocious beast abilities. During this time he had killed no less than 1,000 ferocious beasts, yet he had not encountered a single one with talent. The system had never plundered any so-called abilities from those ordinary ferocious beasts. At first he thought the system was incapable, but now it seemed that it wasn't the system that was inadequate, but that he had simply not encountered suitable targets. What are you thinking about, kid? You aren't planning to meet that mountain-shaking ape, are you? Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, a sudden voice jolted him back. When Su Ming came back to his senses, he saw Jiang Lingquan staring at him with a suspicious look. Manager Jiang, you jest. I'm hardly a match for that creature now, and besides, that beast might already have been blasted to pieces. By the way, Manager Jiang, since you are here, could you please go to the underground shelter of the Hot Spring Villa and bring my sister and the others out, then escort them back to Linjiang City. There are still many ferocious beasts in this hot spring town that need to be dealt with. I will go and eliminate them for the people. If my sister asks about me, just tell her I'm fine and not to worry. With a smile at Jiang Lingquan, Su Ming dashed towards the northern area of the Hot Spring Villa without waiting for a response. That brat really has some heart. Watching Su Ming rush towards the north of the town, Jiang Lingquan chuckled, shaking his head softly, not stopping him. The northern part of the town was right across from the newly appeared dungeon, and the ferocious beasts roaming in the north were significantly more than those near Linjiang City in the southern part of the town. Now that Su Ming was going to hunt down the ferocious beasts still in the north and rescue the townsfolk, it was quite reasonable. Even he had no reason to make Su Ming stop. Moreover, having sensed Su Ming's vitality surge 2 to 3 times after the refinement by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, he also had a rough understanding of Su Ming's strength. With Su Ming's current vitality combined with the perfected Kraid martial arts cloud-breaking spear and the Rin gold battle attire, he provided his strength was already not inferior to a peak-level 3rd-grade warrior. Even if he encountered a peak-level 3rd-grade ferocious beast, Su Ming would be fully capable of protecting himself. Clearing out these ferocious beasts in the town would pose no risk. Casting a glance at Su Ming's rapidly receding figure, Jiang Lingquan withdrew his gaze and headed towards the passage leading to the underground shelter of the Hot Spring Villa, preparing to escort Su Xiaowei back to Linjiang City first. He also needed to return to Linjiang City to rest and tend to his injuries. Although the external injuries inflicted by that mountain-shaking ape were not severe, the internal injuries he sustained from clashing with the beast that unleashed its furious blood talent were not light. This time he would need at least a week of recovery to return to his previous state. Meanwhile, Su Ming dashed towards the north of the town, once again wrapping himself in the Rin gold battle attire before hunting down the remaining ferocious beasts. Earlier he had mainly focused on protecting Su Xiaowei because she was at the hot spring villa and dared not stray too far. He could only slay the ferocious beasts around the outer perimeter of the hot spring villa. Now that Jiang Lingquan was present at the hot spring villa, even though he was injured, his combat power was still much stronger than Su Ming's, allowing him to no longer worry about Su Xiaowei's safety. He could finally unleash his full capabilities in hunting ferocious beasts and accumulating enhancement points. Of course, Su Ming was more eager to explore the vicinity of the newly emerged dungeon, hoping to encounter that peak-level third-grade strange beast. To the north of the hot spring town, Su Ming's figure darted swiftly through the streets, resembling a flash of dark golden lightning. With each flicker of the 100-forged spear in his hand, a beast's life was taken. The efficiency of the Shrank Ice ability in killing the beasts was terrifying. Wherever Su Ming passed within a radius of 100 meters, one beast after another that attempted to hide in the hot spring town was pierced through the skull by the suddenly emerging ice spikes. Kill the second-tier latest stage beast Ironback, Grey Wolf, reinforcement points 30. Kill the first-tier peak beast Shadowcat, reinforcement points 5. The system's prompt sounds continuously rang out, and the reinforcement points steadily increased. As Su Ming killed the remaining beasts in the hot spring town, he was also heading towards the forest north of the town. From that direction, the sounds of cannon fire and gunfire continued. Evidently, the supporting army was still engaged in battle with the beasts that were constantly pouring out from the underground. In the northern forest of the hot spring town, smoke filled the air, trees lay broken, and the ground was pockmarked with craters blasted by shells. In this area ravaged by brutal bombardments, remnants of the beasts littered the ground. At the very center of this area, a spatial passageway with a diameter of 20 meters shimmered with strange light, and beasts were continuously rushing out from within. In the outer perimeter, hundreds of tanks and artillery surrounded this area from all sides, and armed helicopters circled overhead. On the ground, numerous soldiers armed with firearms had their weapons aimed at the direction of the spatial passage, constantly firing. As these beasts burst forth, they were met with a hail of bullets. Even the third-tier beasts could not last long after rushing out from that spatial passage. Apart from the troops surrounding the spatial passage, several assault teams composed of military warriors were scattered throughout the distant forest, hunting down the beasts that emerged from the underground before the army could completely encircle them. The third-tier peak mountain shaking ape had just battled against the master of the extreme martial arts school Jiang and was injured by the explosive shockwave of a thunder missile. Before it could recover, they had to catch up and kill it to prevent further damage to the lives and property of the people. One of the teams was rushing through the forest, led by a third-tier warrior in camouflage combat gear, shouting to the few people behind him as they frantically chased along the trail of broken trees. Roar! About 200 meters ahead of this team, a giant ape with a pitch-black body, all its fur burned off, was swiftly navigating through the forest. Its towering 5-meter figure resembled a tank, breaking through the slightly thinner trees as it charged. This ferocious beast was indeed the third-tier peak mountain-shaking ape. However, this mountain-shaking ape had long lost its fierce momentum as a third-tier peak beast. Faced with the pursuit of a mid-tier third-tier warrior and several second-tier warriors, it could only flee. Whoosh! Just as the mountain-shaking ape was sprinting, a sudden sound of air being sliced came from behind, and a rocket propelled toward it with a long-tail flame. Sensing the sound behind it, the mountain-shaking ape tilted its head, and the rocket passed by it, creating a shockwave as it landed ahead. Boom! The shell exploded, flames soaring into the sky. A violent shockwave carrying intense heat rushed towards the mountain-shaking ape, forcing it to halt. In this moment of hesitation, the mid-tier third-tier warrior had already rushed up behind it, swinging a metallic combat knife that gleamed ominously towards its thigh. Roar! Seeing that it could no longer escape, the mountain-shaking ape let out a furious roar, its beastly eyes filled with madness, and it swung its fist violently at the approaching warrior, instantly engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Su Ming had dashed out of the hot spring town and arrived in the forest to the north, racing through the farther north he went, the stronger the smell of blood and burnt flesh became, and the gunfire grew louder. Su Ming knew he was not far from the newly emerged underground. Boom! Roar! Just as Su Ming was rushing towards the direction of the new underground, a noise from the right front suddenly caused him to pause. This noise doesn't seem like something an ordinary first or second-tier beast could create. It must be at least a mid-tier third-tier beast. I should check it out. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he turned to run towards the right front. Passing through a dense forest, the scene ahead opened up. In the area before him, most of the trees had been broken, and the culprit was that giant towering pitch-black ape. Su Ming looked and saw that the giant ape stood 5 meters tall, its muscles bulging like steel. But at this moment, besides being charred black, it bore a 3-foot-long wound on its chest, deep enough to see the bone. Moreover, the giant ape's left arm hung limply at its side, It was only swinging its right arm fighting against a mid-tier, third-tier warrior in camouflage. In the distance, several second-tier warriors in camouflage held heavy sniper rifles, occasionally firing at the giant ape, putting it at a disadvantage. This appearance, could it be the mountain-shaking ape? Even severely injured, it can still fight fiercely against a mid-tier, third-tier warrior. This mountain-shaking ape's strength level is at least late third-tier, if not peak. My luck can't be this good, right? Regardless of whether it is or not, at least it's a late third-tier beast. Killing it can't be wrong. Su Ming looked at the dark figure not far away, his eyes shining with brilliance. Friends in the military. Without hesitation, Su Ming tightened his grip on the 100-forged spear, shouting loudly to alert the warriors of the military behind him to avoid misunderstandings, and then suddenly rushed out. With the crank martial art breaking cloud spear unleashed to its fullest, nearly 2,000 points of vitality erupted. The 100-forged spear shot towards the mountain-shaking ape with a piercing whoosh. Su Ming suddenly burst forth, moving at incredible speed. The already injured mountain-shaking ape, entangled by a mid-tier, third-tier warrior, could not dodge at all. Thud! Under the full force of Su Ming's nearly 1,000-calorie combat power, the spear easily tore through the charred skin of the mountain-shaking ape, penetrating its thigh. Freeze! The moment the 100-forged spear pierced the mountain-shaking ape's thigh, Su Ming's strength ice ability erupted, instantly freezing the lower half of the beast. The mountain-shaking ape didn't even have time to feel the pain in its thigh before its body froze in place. Gale slash. On the other side, the mid-tier, third-tier warrior, seeing this, didn't bother to be surprised and immediately unleashed his full power, slashing down with his blade on the frozen thigh of the mountain-shaking ape. Boom. Crack. With a combat power of tens of thousands of calories unleashed, a single slash shattered the frozen thigh. On the other side, Su Ming also exerted his strength, shaking the spear violently. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the 100-forged spear, directly shattering the mountain-shaking ape's other thigh. Roar! With both legs incapacitated, the mountain-shaking ape let out a painful roar, its massive upper body suddenly crashing down. Breaking cloud spear. Facing the half-dismembered mountain-shaking ape, Su Ming moved swiftly, piercing towards the ape's head before the mid-stage, third-tier martial artist from the military could act. This thrust gathered all of Su Ming's strength, fast and vicious. The mountain-shaking ape, heavily injured, could not react in time. Only when the deadly spear light from the 100-forged spear approached did it try to turn its head to evade, but it was already too late. Puffed. Blood spattered. The 100-forged spear accurately struck the mountain-shaking ape's head with nearly 100,000 combat power concentrated at the spear's tip. Its overwhelming penetrating power left the ape unable to resist, instantly piercing through its skull. Roar! With this blow, the mountain-shaking ape let out an unprecedented, mournful howl. Its remaining upper body twitched violently a few times before falling silent. Successfully killed the peak third-tier beast mountain-shaking ape, strengthening points 500. Successfully plundered the mountain-shaking ape's innate abilities. You have obtained grade superhuman ability Blood Fury. As the mountain-shaking ape died, Su Ming's system displayed 3 notifications in succession. Boom. In the next moment, a surge of hot, violent energy rushed into Su Ming's limbs and bones. He felt his blood boil and his physical attributes enhanced significantly. At the same time, a peculiar energy gathered at his brow, entering his sea of consciousness alongside the noble ice crystal crown, forming a heartbeat-like phantom that pulsed with a crimson glow. Simultaneously, Su Ming's mind also grasped how to trigger the power of this heart phantom, providing information on temporarily boosting his blood vitality. Instantly digesting this information, Su Ming turned his gaze to his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 2,500. Spirit 200. Abilities Ice Crown S, Blood Fury B. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D, Full 100 Forged Body Technique A Full. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D, Full, Breaking Cloud Spear C Full. Strengthening points 11038. After merely plundering the grade Blood Fury ability from the mountain-shaking ape, Su Ming's vitality surged by over 500 points. Moreover, his spiritual power also rose by nearly 100 points. The grade Blood Fury ability can temporarily quadruple my vitality. With my current vitality of 2,500, if I activate the Blood Fury ability in conjunction with the grade Perfected Martial Arts, the explosive combat power will reach 500, allowing me to compete with early 4th-tier martial artists. Looking at his dramatically increased vitality and the newfound understanding of the Blood Fury ability in his mind, Su Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. But in the next moment, he focused on the plus sign behind the grade ability Blood Fury. Evolving to its grade ability requires 1,000,000 strengthening points. I don't have enough right now, but evolving the grade ability to a grade should cost significantly less. Perhaps my current over 10,000 strengthening points can allow the grade Blood Fury to evolve once. Upgrade superhuman ability can quadruple my physical combat power. I wonder what effects an grade superhuman ability would have. After glancing at the over 10,000 strengthening points accumulated during this time, Su Ming immediately attempted to upgrade the Blood Fury ability. Grade ability evolution requires 10000 strengthening points. Do you wish to proceed? As Su Ming's thoughts shifted, a prompt instantly appeared on the system panel. Strengthen. Seeing that the grade ability evolution only required 100 strengthening points, Su Ming was overjoyed and chose to evolve without hesitation. On the system panel, the strengthening points were rapidly consumed like flowing water. Soon another prompt popped up on Su Ming's system panel. Consumed 10000 strengthening points. Grade Superhuman Ability Blood Fury evolved into a grade Superhuman Ability, Raging Heart. Boom. The moment the Blood Fury ability evolved into Raging Heart, another torrent surged into Su Ming's limbs and bones, rapidly strengthening all his cells. At the same time, the Heart Phantom in Su Ming's sea of consciousness became even more solid. Waves of domineering energy seeped from this gradually solidifying heart, invigorating Su Ming's spirit. Successfully killed the mid-level second-tier beast Shadow Wolf, enhancement points 20. Successfully killed the latest stage first-tier beast Poison Claw Frog, enhancement points 3. The system's notification echoed in Su Ming's mind. With his current 3,500 points of vitality, even without using any martial arts or abilities, the combat power he could unleash casually would reach 3,500 points, not weaker than a beginner 4th-tier warrior. Most of the beasts scattered in the mountains were below the 3rd tier, unable to withstand a casual strike from Su Ming. Unknowingly, Su Ming had already traversed the forest outside the hot spring town, hunting beasts until nightfall. Enhancement points 3,206. That's enough for today. I'll leave the remaining beasts to others to deal with. I should head back now. Su Ming glanced at his enhancement points exceeding 3,000, no longer seeking to hunt beasts, and turned towards the hot spring town. In less than half an hour, Su Ming returned to the center of the hot spring town, driving away the off-road vehicle parked at the hot spring resort. Although the vehicle had suffered some damage to its rear when it collided with the latest stage first-tier beast Bloodtooth Wolf, even the door of the driver's cabin was kicked off by Su Ming. However, it would only cost a few thousand to fix it, which is far cheaper than buying a new one. After returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming first dropped the vehicle off at the 4S shop, then drove the courtesy car provided by the shop back home. Brother, you're finally back. As soon as he entered the door, Su Xiaowei's excited voice rang out. She quickly ran to Su Ming, her face still showing traces of her earlier worry. Even though she knew Su Ming had the strength to kill latest stage 3rd-tier beasts, after hearing Zhang Lingchuan mention Su Ming helping others deal with the remaining beasts in the hot spring town, she was still anxious at home. She didn't dare to call Su Ming to ask if he was safe, afraid that it might distract him during a battle with the beasts. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Looking at the lingering worry on Su Xiaowei's face, Su Ming smiled gently. Not yet. Su Xiaowei nodded. Before Su Ming returned, she had been worried about him and naturally couldn't eat. Then it's perfect. I haven't eaten either. Let's go downstairs to grab a bite. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't close the door and led Su Xiaowei downstairs. After eating, the two returned home. Su Ming took a comfortable hot shower and then went to his room to rest. The next morning, Su Ming changed his usual habit of entering the underground cave to hunt beasts every morning and went directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to begin training. With his current strength, he could fight a mid-level 4th-tier beast in full force, making it unnecessary to go to the underground cave to practice. Su Ming's plan for the coming week before the martial arts exam was to enhance his vitality as much as possible through training. Due to the increase in vitality, Su Ming, now a 3rd-tier warrior, could continuously practice the body tempering method for 15 hours, and the number of spirit pills he could digest each day had reached 15. With ample resources supplied at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming could increase his vitality by 90 and his mental power by 3 each day. 7 days later, on the morning of the martial arts exam. Host Su Ming. Vitality 4,130. Spirit 421. Ability Ice Crown S. Berserker Hard A. Body Tempering Method Rising Sun D complete. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A complete. Meditation Method None. Martial Arts Diamond Gun Technique D complete. Cloud Piercing Spear C complete. Enhancement points 3206. With 4130 vitality under the enhancement of the Berserker Heart ability, using the Cloud Piercing Spear, my instantaneous combat power can reach 165 million, enough to crush any warrior below the 4th tier. This time I'm determined to secure the top spot in the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam. Su Ming glanced at his attribute panel, clenched his fist, and a confident light flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Jiang Lingquan, the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, arrived with Lu when the director of the senior year at Class 7. Su Ming, the martial arts exam is about to start. The bus to take the candidates from Class 7 to the exam venue has arrived outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall waiting for you. Lu Wen approached Su Ming, his face full of excitement. Just last night, Jiang Lingquan had revealed a bit about Su Ming's current strength to Lu Wen. Lu Wen firmly believed Jiang Lingquan, especially after learning about Su Ming's current strength. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He never expected that by doing a favor for his college classmate Chen Jingwen, he would stumble upon such a great... The day before, he had heard about Lin Man from Class 1, whose combat power was approaching that of a latest-stage second-tier warrior due to her abilities, and lamented that Class 1 would again take the top spot in the Linjiang City Martial Arts exam, admiring Lin Man's excellence. But now to him, the so-called genius Lin Man from Class 1 didn't even have the qualifications to carry Su Ming's shoes. That night, he decided to bring the candidates from Class 7 to welcome Su Ming the next day and accompany him to the martial arts exam venue. Let's go? Looking at Lu Wen's eager and excited expression, Su Ming nodded silently and walked out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with Jiang Lingquan. As the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City, Jiang Lingquan would never miss the martial arts exam each year. This year, with Su Ming a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall participating in the exam, Jiang Lingquan would personally attend to announce to everyone that Su Ming is the genius cultivated by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He was eager to show off in front of his old rivals, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the head of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Hall. Who is this person making us all wait for him? What a grand occasion. I heard he just transferred to our school last month, and even though he was placed in Class 1, he has never attended a single class. Look, isn't that the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? He actually accompanied that kid on the exclusive car of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Could it be that this kid is the grandson of the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? I've never heard of him having a grand. If this kid has such a background, he could easily go to Class 1. Why come to Class 7, the tale of Linjiang City? Who knows, maybe he prefers to keep a low profile. Low profile. We have so many people specially taking a detour to wait for him, and the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall personally accompanying him. Isn't that a bit too much? On the bus, students from Class 7 participating in the martial arts exam saw Lu Wen accompanying Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan into the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's exclusive car, even kindly closing the door for the two. One by one, they pressed their faces against the window, discussing eagerly. As Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan arrived, the convoy from Class 7 set off towards the Linjiang City Martial Arts exam venue. At the central square of Linjiang City, the examination venue for this year's martial arts assessment has been. In the center of the square stands a platform the size of 4 basketball courts. At the heart of the platform is a humanoid metallic puppet exuding a sense of advanced technology, with a black LCD screen at the position of its eyes. On this platform, the mayor of Linjiang City sits in person, quietly awaiting the arrival of the candidates participating in the martial arts assessment. The martial arts assessment is the most significant event across the entire Hanxia Kingdom. At this moment, before the candidates from various high schools in Linjiang City enter the examination venue, the stands around the venue are already filled with spectators eager to watch the assessment. Most of these spectators are third-year high school students from various schools who did not participate in the martial arts assessment. To achieve results in the assessment and enter a martial arts university, one must at least become a first-tier martial artist. However, the vast majority of third-year students from Linjiang City's high schools are unable to cultivate their qi and blood to above 10 points before the assessment. After all, the saying, wealth in the martial arts, poverty in literature, holds true. Not every family can support their children in the resource-intensive practice of martial arts. Children from ordinary families, knowing that their qi does not meet the minimum requirement to enter a martial arts university, will choose to give up on the assessment. In addition to the spectators outside the examination venue, there are soldiers from the army patrolling the area, armed and alert. The martial arts assessment is a major event, and the candidates are incredibly important to Hanxia. These soldiers must ensure the safety of the examination venue, screening the audience entering to observe the assessment to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating and causing disruption. The students from No. 1 high school have arrived. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, someone shouted aloud. Instantly, many gazes turned towards the entrance of the martial arts assessment venue. 2 buses came to a stop, and the principal of Linjiang No. 1 high school, Wang Jinghua, stepped down from the luxurious car, dressed in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and a smile on his face. Following him, over 70 young boys and girls disembarked from the 2 buses, with the leader being this year's ace Lin Man. Today Lin Man wore a fiery red combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure perfectly. Her aura was significantly stronger than it had been 10 days prior, with faint fluctuations of chi and blood surrounding her indicating her status as a second-tier martial artist. Clearly Lin Man had successfully surpassed 100 points in chi and blood, officially becoming a second-tier martial artist. Under the leadership of Principal Wang Jinghua, the more than 70 candidates from No. 1 High School underwent identity verification and entered the examination venue one by one. Just after Principal Wang and the candidates entered, candidates from Linjiang No. 2 No. 3 No. 4 and a total of 6 high schools also arrived. However, the number of candidates from these schools was not as many as those from Linjiang No. 1 High School, especially Linjiang No. 7 High School, which had fewer than 15 martial arts candidates disembarking from the bus, only 1/5 of those from Linjiang No. 1. Nonetheless, the arrival of the candidates from Linjiang No. 7 High School caused a commotion no less than that of Linjiang No. 1. Wait, isn't that Jiang Guan Master from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Why is he mingling with the candidates from Linjiang No. 7? I said the heads of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy and the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy had already arrived, but I hadn't seen the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. It turns out he actually came together with the candidates from Linjiang No. 7. Wait, look at the young man beside the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Isn't that Su Ming, the one expelled from our class? He really made it into the candidate group of Linjiang No. 7. It seems the rumors are true. After being expelled from No. 1 High School, Su Ming transferred to No. He, the tail of the crane, is still the tail of the crane. The student we rejected at No. 1 High School is treated like a treasure at No. 7, even leading the group of all the candidates from Linjiang No. 7. Only a worthless school like Linjiang No. 7 would treat a rejected student from No. 1 High School as a gem. Without a doubt, Linjiang No. 7 will be at the bottom in this year's martial arts assessment. Seeing Su Ming enter the examination venue with the candidates from Linjiang No. 7, the students from Linjiang No. 1 who knew Su Ming as well as those watching all expressed their disapproval. Since Jiang Lingchuan had strictly ordered everyone not to disclose Su Ming's true strength before taking Su Xiaowei and their classmates away from the hot spring resort, now only Su Xiaowei's classmates and a few individuals from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy know of Su Ming's true capabilities. What the hell, how did this demon come here? He's actually a candidate from Linjiang City this year, and from No. On the other side, as all the candidates from this year's group entered the examination venue, Lu Wen and the teachers and principals who accompanied their respective schools' candidates were also arranged to observe from the platform. On the platform, aside from the principals of various schools, there were also the academic directors of the third year and the heads of various martial arts academies. Director Lu, your No. 7 High School is becoming increasingly ineffective. How could you pick up such eliminated trash to fill in? Seeing Lu Wen take his seat, Wei Jiaxing from Linjiang No. 1 clasped his hands together, and with a hint of disdain on his lips mocked Lu Wen. Beside him, Principal Wang Jinghua of No. 1 High School also glanced at Lu Wen. Although he did not speak, the cold smile on his face conveyed his disdain. Some people are simply blind to the brilliance of pearls, allowing them to gather dust. Just wait, this year's martial arts assessment champion in Linjiang City will undoubtedly be from Linjiang No. 7. Facing Wei Jiaxing's unabashed derision, Lu Wen, who knew Su Ming's true strength, was not angry, but merely snorted coldly, looking at Wei Jiaxing and Wang Jinghua as if they were clowns. Lu Wen's response caused both Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing to pause in their expressions. However, Wang Jinghua quickly regained his composure and smiled at Lu Wen, saying, Director Lu, you may not be aware of Lin Man's current strength, but once you know, you won't make such remarks. Just wait and see. Lu Wen remained unfazed as he settled into his seat, then turned his gaze back to the examination venue below. Alongside Lu Wen, Jiang Lingchuan took a seat among the group of martial arts academy heads, calmly observing the dispute between Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing without uttering a word. On either side of Jiang Lingchuan were the heads of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Lingchuan actually accompanied the candidates from No. 7. Could it be that the newly promoted core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy is among the candidates from No. 7? Could it possibly be that Su Ming, who transferred from No. 1 to No. 7? If that's the case, this year's top scorer in the Linjiang City Martial Arts Assessment might not come from No. 1. Unlike other martial arts academy heads, the head of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy at this moment followed Jiang Lingchuan's gaze towards Su Ming, the leader among the candidates from No. 7, his eyes flashing with keen insight. The deputy head of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy, Lin Deyuan, had previously been warned by Jiang Lingchuan and had communicated with the head of the Guan Sheng Martial Arts Academy to inform him of the appearance of a core member from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City. Initially, he thought this mysterious core member from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy had come from another major city and was only temporarily staying in Linjiang City. But it now appears that the candidate from Linjiang No. 7 Oisu Ming is likely the newly recruited core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If this is the case, this year's top scorer in the Linjiang City Martial Arts Assessment will have nothing to do with Linjiang No. 1. Silence. After all the candidates from Linjiang City entered the examination hall, the mayor, dressed in a suit, cleared his throat and commanded. Despite the absence of any amplification devices, the mayor's deep voice resonated like thunder, instantly quieting the entire examination hall. Those watching from around the square all fell silent, their eyes fixated on the mayor standing at the center. Seeing the hall fall silent, the mayor's gaze shifted to Su Ming and the other 200 candidates. As he continued, candidates, I will now preside over the 2521st martial examination of Linjiang City. The martial examination begins with a test of the candidate's vitality. Only those whose vitality reaches 10 or more will qualify for the next stage of the exam. As for those among you who are awakened, it doesn't matter if your vitality falls short. As long as your mental strength surpasses 10 points, you can still enter the second stage of the exam. The second stage of the examination requires you candidates to exert all your strength to attack this metal puppet beside me within 1 minute. The rule for the second stage is simple. You may only use the standard weapons and equipment provided in the examination hall to battle the metal puppet, and no personal weapons or equipment are allowed, otherwise you will be disqualified from the martial examination. These specially made metal puppets will evaluate your strength based on the intensity of your attacks, and after this minute the score given by the metal puppet will be your final result for the martial examination. Now I declare the martial examination open. As I call your name, please proceed to the corresponding vitality testing device and mental testing device for the first round of testing. After quickly announcing the process and rules of the martial examination, the mayor did not wait for Su Ming and the other candidates to respond before directly declaring the examination to begin. With his command, the displays of several high-precision vitality testing devices and mental testing devices at the center of the square lit up simultaneously. Beside these testing devices stood several judges from the Provincial Martial Examination Bureau, their demeanor solemn as they recorded and verified the results. Meanwhile, the mayor's voice rang out once more. Linjiang No. 1 High School Fong Mo to the first vitality testing device for testing. Linjiang No. 1 High School Shenghuayan to the second vitality testing device for testing. Linjiang No. 1 High School Lu Qian to the first mental testing device for testing. As the candidates heard their names called by the mayor, they began to move forward to test their vitality and mental strength. Fong Mo Vitality 45 qualified. Sheng Huayan Vitality 41 qualified. Lu Qian Mental Strength 28 qualified. Soon the judges swiftly reported the test results for each candidate. The candidates from Linjiang No. 1 High School have remarkably high vitality, all reaching the mid-level of first-tier warriors. Indeed, they are the best high school in Linjiang City. I wonder how high the vitality of Lin Wanwan from Linjiang No. 1 High School is, and whether she has entered the ranks of second-tier warriors. I heard Lin Wanwan has awakened a clever ability. I believe she will be the top scorer in this martial examination of Linjiang City. As they observed the vitality tests of the candidates from Linjiang No. 1 High School, the audience in the stands began to whisper among themselves, many glancing at the graceful red figure leading the candidates. Linjiang No. 1 High School Lin Wanwan to the second vitality testing device for testing. Soon the mayor called out Lin Wanwan's name. Look, it's Lin Wanwan. At once all eyes focused on Lin Wanwan. The center of attention, Lin Wanwan smiled slightly as she confidently approached the second vitality testing device, placing her palm on the cold testing panel and channeling her internal vitality. Buzz. The numbers on the vitality testing device rapidly fluctuated before finally settling on a bright red number. Vitality 108. Lin Wanwan Vitality 108 qualified. The judge beside the second vitality testing device glanced at the number displayed and with a hint of admiration in his eyes announced loudly, "Wow!" A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. 108 points of vitality. Lin Wanwan has indeed broken through to the second tier. So impressive. Lin Wanwan is the first candidate in Linjiang City in 3 years to exceed 100 points of vitality. As expected of Lin Wanwan, this base vitality value is likely the highest among all candidates in this martial examination of Linjiang City. Wait, the mayor has called Lin Wanwan's name again, asking her to go to the first mental testing device for her mental test. Lin Wanwan's mental test result has come out reaching an astonishing 62 points. She is not only a second-tier warrior, but also a first-tier awakened. Linjiang City's top scorer in this martial examination must be from Linjiang No. 1 High School. Linjiang No. One high school will again receive the top allocation of resources next year. It's truly enviable. Huh. Well done. On the podium, Wang Zhenghua couldn't help but shout loudly upon seeing Lin Wanwan's vitality and mental test results, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. He then smugly stroked his non-existent beard, glancing in the direction of Lu Wan. Director Lu, do you think our no? One high school can secure the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial examination? Lu, when hearing his words, merely curled his lips. The martial examination has just begun. Don't celebrate too early. TCH, stubborn as a dead duck. Beside them, Wei Jiaxing scoffed, thinking Lu Wan was just being stubborn. Wang Zhenghua paid no mind to Lu Wan's remarks, believing he was just being obstinate, and chuckled, let's wait and see. Oh, I truly want to see what kind of astonishing genius comes out of No. 7 high school this time, ha. At the center of the square, as the mayor continued to call the names of the students participating in the martial examination, more and more students completed their vitality and mental strength tests. Everyone's vitality or mental strength met the standards required for the second stage assessment, but no one had surpassed Lin Wanwan's scores. Even the closest genius to Lin Wanwan had merely reached 100 points of vitality. Moreover, this individual was a familiar face to Su Ming, the grandson of Lin Diyan, the deputy head of the Guansheng Martial Arts Institute, Lin Tian. The line moved slowly, and it finally came to Linjiang No. 7 High School. Linjiang No. 7 High School, Su Ming to the first vitality testing device for testing. As the mayor's voice fell, the gazes of Jiang Lingchuan, Wei Jiaxing, Wang Zhenghua, Lin Tian, and others all turned to Su Ming. The previously noisy venue fell eerily silent. Many who knew about Su Ming's situation looked at him, but in their eyes there was more amusement than anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ming calmly stepped out of the line, slowly walking to the first vitality testing device at the podium, placing his hand on the vitality testing device. I want to see what progress this little brat has made during this time. On the podium, Wei Jiaxing crossed his arms, watching leisurely, with an unmistakable sneer at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Director Lu Wan clenched his fists nervously, his face filled with anticipation as he looked at the blood and chi testing device in front of Su Ming. Although he knew Su Ming was strong and capable of killing a third-tier beast, he still wanted to see just how far Su Ming's blood and chi had reached. In front of the first blood and chi testing device, Su Ming placed his hand on the testing port, mobilizing his own blood and chi. Buzz. The device emitted a soft chirp, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate. 150, 100, 150, 200. The speed at which the numbers fluctuated seemed faster than anyone before, instantly shooting up to 100 with no signs of stopping. What a... Watching the rapidly changing numbers on the device, the sneer on Wei Jiaxing's face froze abruptly. Next to him, Wang Zhenghua also sat up straight, his eyes wide as he stared at the blood and chi testing device in front of Su Ming. 1100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500. The numbers on the blood and chi testing device continued to soar, having surpassed the limits of a second-tier martial artist and effortlessly breaking through the threshold of a third-tier martial artist. Ultimately, the numbers stabilized at a value that made everyone's heart stop at 4,130. Blood and chi 4130. Su Ming blood and chi 4130 qualified. Looking at the number displayed on the blood and chi testing device, even the examiner beside the first device widened his eyes and announced Su Ming's testing score with a trembling voice. Hiss. It was unclear who gasped first, but it ignited a fuse and the entire audience erupted into an uproar. 4,130. My God, am I seeing things? Is this device broken? 4130 points of blood and chi. Isn't this the standard for a mid-tier, third-tier martial artist? How could a student reach such a level of blood and chi? With this level of blood and chi, not to mention being the top scorer in Linjiang City, even provincial champions are within reach, even national champions could be challenged. Wasn't he a waste, expelled from the first high school? Didn't they say he had no awakened abilities? How is this possible? This is insane. This world is crazy. Various exclamations, doubts, and incredulous roars almost overturned the entire examination. Too many people couldn't believe that this was the level of blood and chi that a candidate from Linjiang City could possess, with many suspecting that the testing device in front of Su Ming was broken. Hearing the doubts from the audience, several examiners quickly stepped forward to examine the device. However, the device was functioning without any faults, and they all tested their own blood and chi again, without finding any errors. After our testing, the first blood and chi testing device has no faults, and Su Ming's blood and chi test is valid. The examiners immediately announced unanimously that Su Ming's test score was valid. Wow! As the examiners announced this, the entire audience erupted into chaos. On the podium, Wang Zhenghua suddenly stood up, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his face first pale, then flushed with anger. His mind buzzed with only one thought echoing. Su Ming actually has over 4,000 blood and qi. What an extraordinary genius. I actually expelled such a monstrous genius. At that moment Wang Zhenghua felt as if his old face was burning, as if he had been slapped countless times. This is impossible. How could a waste who hasn't awakened any abilities have such high blood and qi? Next to him Wei Jiaxing slumped into his seat, shaking his head repeatedly. Bang! At that moment a loud slap echoed. Wei Jiaxing felt his body uncontrollably fly up, then heavily fell before the podium. Which bastard dares? Just as Wei Jiaxing stood up covering his rapidly swelling right cheek, he was about to question, but his words caught in his throat as he abruptly turned to look at Wang Zhenghua, who was staring at him with a grim expression. Seeing Wang Zhenghua's trembling right hand, Wei Jiaxing understood that it was the latter who had just slapped him. Principal. Principal. Shut up. From now on you are no longer the director of the first high school. Today pack your things and get out. Looking at Wei Jiaxing's cowardly demeanor, Wang Zhenghua thought about how the latter had expelled a genius like Su Ming from the first high school. Had it not been for the fact that Wei Jiaxing was his brother-in-law, he would have wanted to end him right now. However, even so, he didn't want to see the foolish Wei Jiaxing any longer and directly expelled him from the first high school. Little did he know that without his tacit approval, Wei Jiaxing as a director wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. Upon hearing that Wang Zhenghua was going to expel him, Wei Jiaxing trembled and wanted to argue. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as a slap. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zhenghua shouted angrily, his peak third-tier martial artist's aura suddenly erupting, pressing down on Wei Jiaxing. In an instant, Wei Jiaxing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his face changing drastically, and he no longer dared to say another word, quickly scrambling away from the podium. Haraha, Principal Wang, I must thank your first high school for sending such a monstrous genius to our 7th high school in Linjiang. After the martial arts exam, I will book a table at the VIP room of the Vienna Hotel and invite Principal Li from our 7th high school to join, and we will prepare some light drinks personally accompanying you. Please be sure to grace us with your presence. Seeing Wei Jiaxing's embarrassed escape, Lu Wen suddenly stood up laughing as he spoke, then gratefully cupped his hands towards Wang Zhenghua. Lu Wen's smile was genuinely joyful. However, upon hearing this, Wang Zhenghua's expression turned sour, as if he had just eaten a fly. Interesting. Seeing Wang Zhenghua's previous reaction along with Lu Wen's current statement, the other school principals, teachers, and masters of various martial arts schools in Linjiang City looked at Wang Zhenghua with a meaningful smile. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Wang Zhenghua only wanted to find a hole to hide in, and immediately coldly snorted at Lu Wen. No need, I suddenly feel a bit unwell, so I'll take my leave first. After Wang Zhenghua left, in a dejected manner, laughter erupted from the podium. How could he be so strong? With over 4,000 vitality, even with poor martial arts training, he could unleash a combat power exceeding 40,000. Just a month ago his vitality was below 4 points. How could it possibly have increased 1,000-fold in such a short time? At this moment, among the college entrance examination candidates from Linjiang No. 1 high school, Lin Man stared incredulously at the numbers displayed on the No. 1 vitality testing device, her mind in a state of chaos. A month ago Su Ming and she were still classmates, and she was aware of Su Ming's strength. Moreover, during the awakening ceremony a month ago, Su Ming did not awaken any abilities, otherwise Linjiang No. 1 would not have expelled him due to the subsidy issue. She initially thought that her current strength was sufficient to reign supreme in Linjiang City, yet unexpectedly the vitality Su Ming displayed now overwhelmed her completely. I thought he was strong, but I never expected him to be this strong. This kid is unbelievable. Thankfully I managed to escape with my life thanks to that old man's keen insight. I really need to be more restrained in the future. Among the candidates from No. 2 high school, Lin Tian looked at Su Ming in front of the No. 1 vitality testing device and couldn't help but shiver. Now he was extremely grateful that Lin Daoyuan had given him that slap, otherwise based on Su Ming's current displayed talent and strength, if he continued to provoke Su Ming, he would have long been unable to stand here. 4,130 vitality. A genius. A monstrous genius. I never expected that Linjiang City would one day produce such a prodigy. With such vitality, even without the support of martial arts combat powers, Su Ming's basic combat strength could already challenge the top scorer of the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. On the arena, the mayor of Linjiang City, a peak 4th-tier martial artist, was also shaken by Su Ming's vitality results, his whole body trembling with excitement. Everyone was astonished by the high vitality Su Ming tested, yet he remained extremely calm. He politely nodded to the examiner before returning to the team from Linjiang No. 7. As for the mental strength test, he did not participate. With his current vitality strength and having mastered the martial art Cloudbreaker Spear to perfection, his explosive combat power was already sufficient to secure the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's martial arts examination, even the national top scorer, without needing to prove himself with mental strength. Moreover, compared to his current vitality of over 4,000, his mental strength of only a little over 400 seemed rather insignificant. Why does Su Ming, being this strong, choose to come to Linjiang now? 7. As Su Ming returned to the team from Linjiang now. 7. The several candidates looked at him with admiration, yet a hint of confusion also arose in their hearts. The previous students who were dissatisfied with Lu Wen for bringing all the candidates from Linjiang no. 7 to pick up Su Ming had long since thrown their grievances to the back of their minds. Faced with the complicated gazes of the crowd, Su Ming seemed very calm as he returned to his seat, not saying a word. Ahem, let's continue with the testing. After the commotion caused by Su Ming brought a brief pause to the martial arts examination venue in Linjiang City, the mayor's voice finally rang out, directing the subsequent candidates to undergo vitality and mental strength tests. Soon all candidates completed their tests, with everyone meeting the standards to participate in the second phase of the assessment. After everyone tested their vitality and mental strength, the mayor of Linjiang City announced the start of the combat power assessment. Once again, candidates from Linjiang no. 1 went up first, one by one, battling against the metallic puppet, with results being assessed after 1 minute. However, with Su Ming's astonishing vitality test results preceding all others, everyone became disinterested in the practical assessments of the previous candidates. Even Lin Man, who had previously garnered much attention, only managed to score over 7,000 in her battle against the metallic puppet, which garnered only slight applause. Everyone's focus and anticipation remained on Su Ming. Next, Linjiang no. 7 Su Ming. With everyone's expectations, the mayor of Linjiang City finally called out Su Ming's name. Upon hearing Su Ming's name, everyone immediately perked up. Even the examiners at the arena turned to look at Su Ming, eagerly anticipating what combat power score he would achieve. Under the spotlight, Su Ming rose and slowly walked onto the stage, then took a long spear from the weapon rack at the side of the arena. Holding the spear, Su Ming said to the examiner adjusting the metallic puppet, "I am ready." Upon hearing this, the examiner nodded. Based on Su Ming's vitality test results, he set the combat power of the metallic puppet to the strength of a third-tier martial artist. After activating the puppet, he swiftly retreated from the stage. Buzz. The next moment, the metallic puppet charged at Su Ming, its iron fists heavily smashing down. Facing the charging metallic puppet, Su Ming did not evade. Instead, he tightly gripped the spear in his right hand, instantly activating his vitality. Cloudbreaker Spear. Just as the metallic puppet reached Su Ming, he thrust the spear forward with great force. Not only that, but the moment he thrust the spear, Su Ming also unleashed his berserk heart, instantly increasing his vitality strength to 8 times its original amount. Boom. A silvery spear light flashed, and the spear tip collided with the iron fist of the metallic puppet. The deafening roar echoed through the central square of Linjiang City. The immense noise even caused the soldiers on the outskirts of the square responsible for security to turn their heads toward the direction of the examination. At this moment in the examination venue of Linjiang City, with the thunderous boom just subsiding, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the audience in the stands, or the principals of various schools and martial arts halls on the podium, even the mayor of Linjiang City, everyone wore the same expression of disbelief. Everyone couldn't help but stand up, their eyes wide open, watching everything happening on the arena. On the arena, the spear in Su Ming's hand had already shattered into several segments, while the metallic puppet used for testing was blasted away several dozen meters. The entire right arm of the metallic puppet, which had just collided with Su Ming's spear, had vanished, replaced by severed wires sparkling with sparks. Su Ming actually disabled the metallic puppet with a single thrust. If I remember correctly, the mayor of Linjiang City just said that this metallic puppet could withstand a full force attack from a peak third-tier martial artist. Just how powerful was Su Ming's attack? Could it be that Su Ming's attacking power has already surpassed 3.0, reaching the level of a fourth-tier martial artist? 4130 vitality, unleashing over 3.0 combat power, at least an 8-fold increase in strength. Hiss, an 8-fold increase in combat power. What kind of freak is this? After a brief moment of silence, the entire examination venue erupted once again, filled with earth-shattering astonishment. Whoosh. After regaining his senses, the mayor of Linjiang City dashed onto the arena, almost leaping onto the puppet that Su Ming had just blasted, leaving it with a ruined metal arm. He stared at the sparks flickering from the severed right arm of the metal puppet, and then at the display on the puppet's head, showing a combat power assessment of 3.0, cards, his body shuddering violently. Such immense attacking power undoubtedly reached the strength of a 4th-tier warrior. Su Ming's combat power enhancement must be at least 7 times. The martial art he just displayed should be a clever martial art, the cloud-breaking spear, but even when perfected it could only unleash 5 times the combat power. For Su Ming to achieve such high combat power, he must possess a superhuman ability. He must have unleashed his superhuman ability in an instant to enhance his physical capabilities, which in conjunction with the cloud-breaking spear allowed him to explode over 3-0 in combat power. As the mayor of Linjiang City, a peak 4th-tier warrior, his vision was keen. Recalling the moment Su Ming attacked the metal puppet, he quickly formulated an analysis of Su Ming's situation. Thinking that Su Ming not only had astonishing vitality, but also possessed a superhuman ability, the mayor of Linjiang City couldn't help but breathe heavily. Top scholar Su Ming must be the top scholar of the martial examination in Jiangnan province. Our Linjiang City has finally produced a provincial champion. Moreover, he will be an unmatched talent. Taking a deep breath, the mayor suppressed the turmoil within and stood up, announcing in a voice infused with vigorous vitality, his words echoing across the entire square. Linjiang's 7th high candidate, Su Ming, final combat power assessment, 3-0 cards, full marks. Boom. As the mayor of Linjiang City personally announced Su Ming's final score, the atmosphere on-site ignited once again. 3-0-0-0-0-0. Su Ming is undoubtedly the champion of this martial examination in Linjiang City. Haha, too small, too narrow-minded. What does being the champion of Linjiang City's martial examination mean? Su Ming is definitely the champion of Jiangnan province this time. Indeed, in the past, the highest score for the martial examination champion of Jiangnan province was only around 1-0 combat power. Su Ming's 3-0-0-0 combat power makes him the undisputed champion of Jiangnan province. Ha, I can't wait to see the expression on the principal of First High when he learns about Su Ming's combat power. I want to see it too, but unfortunately the principal of First High has long left the martial examination site. However, I can imagine that his expression upon realizing Su Ming's strength has surpassed his own will be more exciting than any expression I've ever seen. Ha. Linjiang's 7th High wins effortlessly with the student taking the championship. The face of First High is utterly lost. The audience was buzzing with excitement. Good. Well done. Ha. At the podium, Lu Wen was so excited that his face turned bright red as he punched the air, almost jumping on the spot. Nearby, Zhang Lingchuan also wore an equally excited expression with astonishment and shock flashing in his eyes. Although he knew that Su Ming's strength was enough to kill late 3rd-tier beasts, he thought Su Ming's combat power would only be around 2-0-0. Yet Su Ming surprised him greatly today, directly incapacitating the metal puppet used for the martial examination, with one shot achieving a perfect score of 3-0 cards. This was far stronger than he had anticipated, truly beyond his expectations. Mayor, I suppose I won't have to compensate for the metal puppet, right? On the arena, Su Ming looked at the mayor of Linjiang City, who announced his perfect score publicly, then glanced at the metal puppet, his face showing a hint of apology as he looked at the mayor. Ha, of course not. The higher-ups in the country would be thrilled to have a genius who can smash metal puppets. Why would they let a genius compensate? But it's just a mere metal puppet. Compared to you, even 10,000 metal puppets are less precious than your finger. You can step down now, I will handle the rest. Hearing this, the mayor of Linjiang City couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded, slightly bowing to the mayor before stepping down from the arena. After Su Ming descended from the arena, the mayor of Linjiang City and several martial examination officials quickly approached the metal puppet. After some adjustments, the severed metal puppet stood up again. Although the metal puppet sustained significant damage from Su Ming's shot, the combat power assessment system was unharmed and could continue the combat power testing. Moreover, following Su Ming, the students who would take the stage next were all from Linjiang's 7th High, and the strongest among them were only 1st-tier warriors. The damaged metal puppet faced no pressure in completing the tests for these candidates. Before long, all candidates from Linjiang City finished their tests. After the mayor of Linjiang City and all the examiners uploaded the test results and videos to the Jiangnan Provincial Department, they announced the conclusion of the Linjiang City martial examination. Next was to quietly wait for the ranking of the martial examination results to be released the next day. Su Ming, you really bring me new surprises every time you appear. Tell me honestly, how strong is your true strength now? After leaving the examination site, Zhang Lingchuan immediately found Su Ming, his face still showing lingering shock as he spoke to Su Ming. Cough, not that strong. I can barely hold my own against mid-4th-tier warriors. Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not overly reveal his strength, but downplayed it slightly. In reality, with his current vitality combined with the level ability Raging Heart, providing an 8-fold enhancement to his physical qualities, and the perfected cloud-breaking spear for a full-force strike. His explosive combat power reached 165 surpassing most late 4th-tier warriors. So you're saying that you can trade blows with me now? Even so, upon hearing Su Ming's response, Jiang Lingquan couldn't help but gasp. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, not denying it. Damn, that's just monstrous. Seeing this, Jiang Lingquan couldn't help but curse for the first time in front of Su Ming. He never imagined that in just over 20 days Su Ming could grow to this extent, becoming a powerhouse that could stand alongside him. He knew that it had taken him decades of hard training to reach mid-4th tier. Compared to Su Ming, he felt that all his efforts in this lifetime had turned into a joke. Hearing Jiang Lingquan's complaints, Su Ming merely shrugged, wearing an innocent smile. Then the two of them took a car towards the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As for Linjiang's 7th High, Su Ming was just nominally enrolled there to take the college entrance examination. Now that he had taken the first place in the Linjiang City Martial Examination, with an unbeatable stance, the resource allocation towards Linjiang's 7th High next year would be his way of repaying them for his nominal enrollment, and he naturally would no longer have any connection with Linjiang's 7th High. Lu Wen understood this well, and tactfully did not follow. After Su Ming and Jiang Lingquan returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, they directly headed to the training room. Now he could gain 90 vitality from a day of training, and he was unwilling to waste time. This kid has monstrous talent and works so hard at training, he will definitely stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. This time our Extreme Martial Arts Hall has struck gold. If I had even a fraction of this kid's effort back in the day, perhaps I would have already been a mid-4th-tier warrior by now. Watching Su Ming dive straight into the training room upon returning, Jiang Lingquan's admiration grew, and he sighed before returning to his office. As expected, Su Ming has indeed taken first place in the entire province. At last Linjiang City can lift its head high. You rascal, I always knew it. This cohort of martial examination candidates from Jiangnan province is far superior to any. Indeed, in past years a score of around 120 was enough to contend for the martial exam champion, but this year not a single person among the top 10 scored below 150. Not only Jiangnan province, candidates from other provinces have also scored much higher than in previous years. Could the golden age of Hanxiang martial artists be upon us? The next day, as soon as the national exam results were released, Jiang Lingquan and the mayor of Linjiang City immediately checked the rankings. When they saw Su Ming's ranking, they were all overjoyed. The mayor of Linjiang City laughed aloud in his office, his delight echoing through City Hall. At the top of the Jiangnan Province Martial Exam leaderboard, the conspicuous first name was Su Ming. Jiangnan Province Martial Exam rankings. First, Su Ming, Linjiang City score 3000000. Second, Lin Feng, Jinling City score 187200. Third, Chu Yinran, Jinling City score 183000. Fourth, Wu Hao, Jinling City score 179800. From 2nd to 10th, the list was uniformly filled with candidates from the provincial capital Jinling City. The sole exception was first place, Su Ming from Linjiang City. Moreover, Su Ming's score created a chasm-like gap between him and Lin Feng in 2nd place. Immediately, Su Ming drew the attention of admissions officers at martial universities across the nation. At Jingxing University's martial admissions office, every eye was fixed on the news. Admissions director Zhao Wuji and dozens of other officers sat together watching provincial martial exam rankings flicker across the screen. They quickly evaluated each province's top 3 and drafted preferential offers and benefits to recruit those prodigies into Jingxing University. The students from Yundianxing province already have tailored recruitment plans. Next comes Jiangnan province. After formulating a special recruitment plan for Yundianxing province's top 3, Zhao switched the screen from Yundian to Jiangnan province's rankings. 300,000. Full marks. It has been nearly 10 years since anyone achieved a perfect score on the martial exam. Jiangnan province has produced such a prodigy. How could such a genius not come from Jinling City, the provincial capital, but from Linjiang City? What sort of city is that? I have never heard of it before. Found at Linjiang City, one of the most remote 18th-tier towns in the northwest of Jiangnan province. Who would have thought such a backwater could nurture a monstrous prodigy? To have cultivated to such a level in that desolate place is all the more remarkable. Quick, pull up Su Ming's martial exam video. Now I want to see how he achieved a perfect score. When the staff played the live surveillance footage of Su Ming's exam, the entire admissions office fell into sudden stunned silence. In the footage, Su Ming thrust his spear once. The specially made metal automaton engineered to withstand the full force of a peak rank 3 warrior had its right arm instantly torn apart as if it were paper. Fragments and sparks flew everywhere, scattering and clattering dozens of meters away. The long spear designated for the exam in Su Ming's hand snapped into several pieces and tumbled onto the arena floor. Watching that scene, every admissions officer at Jingxing University wore a frozen expression, their hearts rocked by a tidal surge of shock. Jingxing University is one of the nation's top institutions. Even those who teach there, let alone the admissions officers, possess at least the strength of a rank 5 martial artist. Moreover, they are relatively young rank 5 martial artists, young enough that in any era they would be hailed as geniuses. Their eyes are keener than the mayor of Linjiang cities. Each of them understood precisely what Su Ming's spear blast, which shattered the automaton's right arm, implied. After a brief stunned silence, Zhao Wuji sprang to his feet, a flash of fierce light igniting in it. This destruction could not have been caused by 300 Ka of combat power. Although the automaton's tolerance was rated at 300 Ka, its alloy was built to withstand a 500 Ka attack without breaking. Su Ming reduced the automaton's right arm to rubble with a single spear strike. Such combat power must be at least 1 million Ka. 300,000 points are merely the upper limit of the exam scoring, not the limit of Su Ming's strength. After speaking, he drew a deep breath, tamped down the expression of utter astonishment, and looked toward the 3 admissions officers in the front row, each radiating the aura of a rank 5 peak. Which of you 3 is willing to make the trip? Zhao's words faltered. He paused, reconsidered, then shook his head. Forget it. They'll go in person. Li Hui, take over the admissions analysis and lead the team. I'm going to Jiangnan province right now. With that, he left the admissions meeting room, stepped into the open air, rose into the void, and flew toward Linjiang City. His figure shrank to a speck and vanished on the horizon. Walking on empty air, this is a technique only mastered by 6th rank Grandmaster Realm powerhouses. The same spectacle was not unique to Jingxing University. At Mahai University's admissions office, the meeting room likewise fell into a deathly silence. This Su Ming's combat power is at least 1 million Ka. That single spear strike reached the standard of a mid-rank 4 martial artist. A genius, a monstrous prodigy. We must recruit him to Mahai University. Lao Guang continued presiding over the meeting. I'm heading to Jiangnan province at once. Lu Jiming, Mahai University's admissions director, made the same decision. He dashed out and rose into the void, flying toward Jiangnan province. Ha! Who would have thought Jiangnan province would produce such a monstrous prodigy? 18 years old, mid-rank 4 combat power. Even the legendary Lei Di in his prime was not markedly greater. If nothing unexpected occurs, Su Ming will surely become a Feng Wanga-level powerhouse. Even should he break beyond Feng Wang into invincible strength, his future is boundless. Being nearby grants advantage. I will set off now and recruit Su Ming to our Jiangnan University. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan University admissions director, Su Xiangming saw the video of Su Ming shattering the metal automaton and without hesitation flashed out of his office. Beyond Jingxing Mahai and Jiangnan universities, every one of the nation's top 10 martial universities had its admissions director personally fly to Linjiang City, each determined to recruit this peerless prodigy, Su Ming, to their own school. In the exclusive training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Su Ming continuously practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique in round after round, his vital energy surging like a great river, his breath long and steady. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan glanced at the tightly closed door, a deeper smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This kid is truly diligent. He has already started his training before dawn. With such perseverance, how can he not become a formidable force in the world? Originally, he had intended to share the good news of Su Ming securing the top spot in the provincial martial arts examination with him, but seeing Su Ming training, he decided not to disturb him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingchuan left the training room and headed towards the main hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Su Xiangming's figure descending from the sky, landing before him. Walking through the void, a master-level expert. Feeling the presence of Su Xiangming before him, Jiang Lingchuan's body trembled, and his face instantly became serious. He bowed and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Jiang Lingchuan, the branch head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Linjiang City. It is an honor to meet you, senior." Seeing this, Su Xiangming hurriedly waved his hand and spoke urgently. "Director Su from the admissions office of Jiangnan University. I just heard news at the 7th high school that Su Ming is currently at your academy. Could you take me to see him?" The admissions director of Jiangnan University. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Upon hearing Su Xiangming's words, Jiang Lingchuan shivered slightly, a look of surprise on his face, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Director Su Ming is indeed at our academy. However, he is still training in the training room. Would you like me to call him out?" Su Ming is still training. What a diligent martial arts genius. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's response, Su Xiangming's eyes lit up with increased admiration for Su Ming. Most other candidates would certainly indulge in leisure after the martial arts examination. Very few could be as dedicated as Su Ming, who immersed himself in training just a day after the exam. Little did he know that Su Ming had practiced for 15 hours straight on the day of the exam's conclusion after returning to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After silently praising Su Ming, a smile appeared on Su Xiangming's lips. No need, since Su Ming is in training. I will wait until he finishes before meeting him. Please take me to his training room. I will wait for him at the door. Although he was eager to recruit Su Ming to Jiangnan University, he was even more concerned that interrupting Su Ming during his training would leave a bad impression. Thus, even knowing that other martial arts university admissions teachers might arrive while he waited for Su Ming to finish, he still decided to wait. If that's the case, please follow me, Director Su. Hearing this, Jiang Lingquan did not dare to be negligent and quickly led Su Xiangming towards the training room on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Just as Jiang Lingquan brought Su Xiangming outside Su Ming's training room, another person entered the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, who was none other than Lu Zhiming, the admissions director of Demon Sea University. Director Lu, I didn't expect you to come in person. As Lu Zhiming entered the hall, another figure descended from the sky at the entrance, which was Zhao Wuji, the admissions director, who had rushed from Capital City University. Upon seeing Lu Zhiming, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shout loudly, "Director Zhao, you also came in." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Lu Zhiming turned around, and seeing Zhao Wuji, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he greeted him. The two were naturally very familiar with each other, both being admissions directors of the top martial arts universities in Huanxia. You two guys really didn't take long to arrive. At this moment, Su Xiangming on the second floor was also attracted by their conversation, turning to look at the hall on the first floor, smiling at the two. Though Su Xiangming smiled, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Both Capital City University and Demon Sea University ranked above Jiangnan University. In terms of teaching strength and faculty resources, Jiangnan University was not much inferior to the two, but the reputations of those two universities surpassed Jiangnan University. Now that the admissions directors of these two top universities had personally come, the difficulty for him to recruit Su Ming to Jiangnan University had significantly increased. Director Su, I knew you would definitely arrive before us. Hearing Su Xiangming's voice, both Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji simultaneously looked towards Su Xiangming and greeted him. Then the two flashed and directly moved from the first floor hall to the second floor without using the stairs. Another two master-level experts. Seeing the two before him, Jiang Lingquan's body trembled and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This was the first time he faced three master-level experts at such a close distance. The pressure was greater than he had ever experienced. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Jiang Lingquan endured it and explained Su Ming's current situation to Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji. Upon learning that Su Ming was still training in the training room, both Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji displayed expressions of surprise and admiration. Their choice was the same as Su Xiangming's. They silently stood outside the training room where Su Ming was waiting. Time passed from morning until deep into the night. At this moment, outside Su Ming's training room gathered were 10 admissions directors from the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, all of whom were master-level experts. In addition, there were over 30 admissions teachers from lower-ranking martial arts universities, all of whom were pinnacle 5th-tier experts. Director Jiang, does Su Ming train for such long hours every day? Glancing at the time, Su Xiangming turned to Jiang Lingquan. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of Lu Zhiming, Zhao Wuji, and the other university admissions directors all fell upon Jiang Lingquan. Su Ming, if you don't come out soon, I won't be able to withstand the pressure anymore. Faced with the gazes of so many powerful experts, Jiang Lingquan felt the pressure surge, internally lamenting. Yet he still wore a respectful smile and nodded to Su Xiangming. Director Su, a week ago Su Ming would spend 10 hours a day training in the training room. Recently, he has become even more diligent, training for about 15 hours every day. Let's wait a little longer, he will be out soon. 15 hours of training every day. Hearing Jiang Lingquan's words, all the admissions teachers around trembled, their faces showing signs of emotion. Rumble. Just then a mechanical sound of heavy movement came from the training room door, which slowly opened. What is happening here? As Su Ming opened the door, he was greeted by a crowd of people, all looking at him with eager eyes. Moreover, he felt an immense pressure from these individuals, clearly sensing that their strength surpassed that of Jiang Lingquan. Su Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise as he looked at Jiang Lingquan and asked, Master Jiang, what is this? Ha ha ha, Su Ming, you finally came out. These are all top admissions officers from the leading martial arts universities in Huanxia. Let me introduce them to you. This is Director Zhao from the Capital University. This is Director Lu from Demon Sea University. Oh, and this is... As Su Ming looked towards him, Jiang Lingquan immediately began introducing the top admissions officers one by one. Students greet all the teachers. After Zhang Lingxuan quickly introduced everyone, Su Ming nodded and acknowledged Director Zhao and the others. Not bad, not bad. Su Ming, I was the first to arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, having come early in the morning to wait outside for you. I must say you are the most talented and diligent student I have ever seen. Are you interested in coming to Jiangnan University? It's the top university in our province, close to home, and everything would be more convenient. Besides, Jiangnan University is no weaker than Capital University or Demon Sea University. After Zhang Lingxuan finished introducing everyone, Su Ming greeted them, and Su Xiangming immediately stepped forward to extend an invitation. Su Xiangming was quite shrewd, deliberately mentioning that he was the first to arrive, and invited Su Ming by emphasizing that Jiangnan University was a local university in Jiangnan province closer to home, without directly stating the benefits Su Ming would receive there. That old fox. Hearing Su Xiangming's words, both Zhao Wujie and Lu Jiming couldn't help but curse under their breath. To become the admissions director of a top martial arts university, they were all clever individuals and understood that in admissions the first one to bid had the least chance of recruiting a talented student. Unless the benefits offered at the beginning were exceptionally high, leading the pack and preventing others from adding more. Su Ming, come to Jibei University. Jibei University is willing to offer you 2,000 credits each year along with 200 million in scholarships and in a grade battle suit. As soon as Su Xiangming finished speaking, one of the university's admissions directors immediately invited Su Ming. Jibei University is also strong, ranking in the top 10 in Hangxia, holding the 9th position. Su Ming, we at Shandong University are willing to offer you 3,000 credits per year, 300 million in scholarships, plus in a grade battle suit, and in a grade long spear. However, as soon as the admissions officer from Jibei University spoke, another admissions officer from a top 10 national university eagerly addressed Su Ming. Shandong University ranks 5th nationally. Indeed, the top 10 martial arts universities are too wealthy, we cannot compete with them at all. Yes, a grade battle suits and weapons, even I am envious. This is just the benefits offered by the 5th-ranked martial arts university directors. Zhao from the top 3 universities haven't even spoken yet. It seems we can only play a supporting role this time. Indeed, it feels terrible to not be able to recruit such a monstrous talent right in front of us. As the admissions officer from Shandong University outlined the benefits, the other admissions officers behind them couldn't help but shake their heads, expressing their sentiments. At this moment, Zhao Wujie glanced at Lu Jiming and Su Xiangming beside him and smiled. I wonder what kind of benefits you two are prepared to offer to recruit students. Su Ming. Director Zhao, you don't need to test us. No matter what benefits Capital University offers, Su Ming Demon Sea University will provide even more. Lu Jiming looked at Zhao Wujie with a half-smile, arms crossed, wearing a calm expression. The other admissions officers nodded silently in agreement. Although Demon Sea University ranked slightly lower than Capital University, its economic conditions were recognized as the strongest in the country. Lu Jiming's words were certainly not meant to scare Zhao Wujie. So what if the benefits offered are high? No matter how good the items are, they also need to fit the individual. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie snorted coldly, then looked at Su Ming, immediately shifting his expression to a beaming smile. Su Ming, I see you have a good grasp of marksmanship. Our Capital University's president is an invincible powerhouse who has achieved enlightenment through the spear. If you join our Capital University, the president will certainly be delighted to take you as a disciple and impart his knowledge to you. Oh no, how could I forget this? Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Lu Jiming's expression suddenly. The president of Capital University is a peerless powerhouse who has surpassed the kingly realm, mastering the spear to an extraordinary degree. He once fought alone against 3 formidable foes on the starry battlefield at the peak of the kingly realm, ultimately slaying them and achieving invincibility with his spear. Since then, the name of Capital University President Bai Yufei has echoed throughout the Blue Star, hailed as the foremost spear master, revered as the spear saint of Hangxia. Countless martial artists wielding spears long to receive guidance from Bai Yufei. Su Ming, being a genius in spear techniques, would undoubtedly find it hard to refuse the enticing offer of becoming a disciple of the spear saint of Hangxia. Not only Lu Jiming, but also Su Xiangming and the other admissions officers from various martial arts universities shared the same sentiment. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Ming remained calm after hearing Zhao Wujie's words, showing no sign. He simply smiled slightly at Zhao Wujie, then turned his gaze towards Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming. Is there still a chance? Seeing Su Ming looking at them, Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming raised their eyebrows, their spirits lifted. Su Ming, if you are willing to come to Jiangnan University, the school will provide you with 1 billion in scholarships at once, along with 5,000 credits per year in a grade battle suit and a grade weapons. On top of that, as long as you enroll, you will receive the school's treasure to grade spear techniques. Su Xiangming could no longer hold back and spoke first, presenting Jiangnan University's benefits. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the admissions officers behind them collectively gasped, astonished by the benefits Su Xiaoming proposed. Su Ming, the benefits offered by our capital university are the same as those from Jiangnan University, but once you enter capital university, I can guarantee that the president will take you as a disciple. As soon as Su Xiaoming finished speaking, Zhao Wujia also unveiled the benefits that capital university could offer Su Ming. If it were any other genius wielding a spear who heard Zhao Wuji's conditions, they would undoubtedly choose capital university without hesitation. But Su Ming was different. With the system in place, as long as he had powerful martial arts, he could quickly comprehend them through point allocation, completely eliminating the need for a teacher. Regarding the conditions both men proposed, Su Ming did not respond immediately, but instead looked towards Lu Zhiming, the admissions director of Demon Sea University. Su Ming, although our Mohai University does not boast a peerless spear master like Hanxia Spear Saint, should you choose to join us, we will assign our finest instructors to guide you personally. Moreover, you will receive 5,000 academic credits annually, a 20 billion yuan scholarship, a complete set of Class A combat gear, including both suit and weaponry, and most significantly, an annual supply of Earth Dragon Essence blood. Lu Zhiming, noticing Su Ming's gaze settle upon him, felt a surge of delight, and immediately presented the most generous terms he was authorized to offer. Earth Dragon Essence blood. At those 4 words, the other recruitment officers present could not suppress exclamations of astonishment. Jiang Lingchuan in particular trembled visibly. Is Earth Dragon Essence blood truly so rare? And observing their reactions, Su Ming asked with genuine surprise. Rare? It is far more than that. At Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan slowly spoke, his expression awash with profound awe. As citizens of Hanxia, we all understand the weight carried by the word dragon. Any monstrous beast bearing the title dragon commands extraordinary power. Though the Earth Dragon is but a sub-dragon beast, once matured it invariably ascends to the formidable rank of 8th rank marquee level existence. And among 8th rank beasts, Earth Dragons stand unchallenged at the apex. To obtain Earth Dragon Essence blood, one must slay an Earth Dragon possessing marquee level strength, a feat demanding dragon slaying itself, followed by blood extraction. As for its efficacy, it dramatically enhances a martial artist's vital energy and fortifies the physical body, its potency dwarfing that of the 3-leaf violet blood fruit you previously consumed by an incalculable margin. Now do you grasp the true rarity of Earth Dragon Essence blood? And even after finishing his explanation, Jiang Lingchuan's face remained etched with reverent shock. Even the headquarters of the Ultimate Martial Arts Association possesses not a single vial of Earth Dragon Essence blood. After all, its Grandmaster and Deputy Masters alike have yet to transcend the 8th rank Marquis threshold. And Earth Dragons among Marquis rank beasts are undisputed sovereigns, dwelling deep within colossal abyssal caverns, perilous domains where throne rank monsters roam. To slay an Earth Dragon and extract its essence blood would require the combined might of the Ultimate Martial Arts Association's entire elite force, and even then success remains uncertain. Nah, I see. Having heard Jiang Lingchuan's explanation, Su Ming nodded in quiet comprehension. Yet though Earth Dragon Essence blood held immense value, his most urgent need remained 7th rank resources, specifically Vitality Water. Only Vitality Water could rouse his mother Lin Wanru from her comatose state. Vitality Water is merely a 7th rank resource, whereas Earth Dragon Essence blood is drawn from an 8th rank beast. By comparison, the latter is undoubtedly more precious. Since Mohai University pledges to supply me with 1 dose annually, surely exchanging my first portion for Vitality Water poses no difficulty. At once Su Ming turned to Director Lu and asked, Director Lu, I urgently require a vial of Vitality Water. May I exchange my inaugural dose of Earth Dragon Essence blood for it? His words struck Lu Zhiming with momentary disbelief, followed swiftly by elation. Su Ming's inquiry unmistakably signaled his choice of Mohai University, otherwise he would never have broached such a specific negotiation. Realizing this, Lu Zhiming burst into hearty laughter and declared, Of course, it is entirely possible. Yet I advise against exchanging Earth Dragon Essence blood for Vitality Water. Vitality Water is but a 7th rank resource. A single dose of Earth Dragon Essence blood could readily procure 10 doses in return. As I mentioned earlier, enrollment guarantees you 5,000 academic credits yearly, the university's universal currency. With your annual reward credits alone, you could redeem 2 vials of Vitality Water. Should you accept our offer, I shall revise your first-year academic reward to 2,500 credits plus 1 vial of Vitality Water, retaining all other benefits unchanged. How does this sound? Having spoken, Lu Zhiming regarded Su Ming with a serene, knowing smile, awaiting his reply. Upon hearing the proposal, Su Ming's heart stirred with quiet intensity. On the open market, Vitality Water fetches 100 billion yuan, Yet here, just 2,500 credits secure a vial. Then each credit equates to 4 million credit points. An annual credit conversion yields 200 billion yuan. Truly, these elite universities treat wealth as mere abstraction. Roughly calculating the credit-to-credit point exchange ratio, Su Ming inwardly marveled, then steeled himself and made his decision. First, he bowed slightly toward the recruitment officers from other martial arts universities, offering a courteous apologetic smile. I sincerely thank you all for your esteemed consideration, but I have chosen Mo High University. In hearing Su Ming's declaration, Su Xiangming, Zhao Wuji, and the others sighed softly in unison. Then, wearing expressions of wistful resignation, they cast one last glance at Su Ming before departing the Ultimate Martial Arts Association in succession. This was the peak of the National Martial Examination recruitment period, the fiercest contest among martial universities for provincial prodigies nationwide. Having already spent a full day on Su Ming and now witnessing his final decision, they had no reason to linger further. Su Ming, while others were present, I refrained from asking. Now that they've departed, may I inquire, have you awakened a superhuman class ability? Once the others had left, Lu Jiming fixed Su Ming with an expectant gaze. He had meticulously reviewed footage of Su Ming's examination, observing how against the metal golem, Su Ming unleashed a crank martial art, the fortune-shattering spear technique. Yet, given Su Ming's current vital energy reserves, even mastery of the fortune-shattering spear technique could not generate combat power exceeding 1 million. Thus, only one conclusion remained plausible: Su Ming possessed a high-tier superhuman class ability, one capable of instantly amplifying his physical prowess. Indeed, I have awakened an A-rank superhuman class ability. Su Ming offered no evasion. Excellent. 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 Su Ming, here is the formal agreement drafted by Mo High University. Its provisions align precisely with what I outlined earlier. Please review it at your leisure. Assuming no discrepancies arise, let us sign the contract without delay. In hearing Su Ming's confirmation, Lu Jiming wore an expression of vindicated certainty and exclaimed, "Excellent," thrice in rapid succession. He promptly produced the prepared contract and slid it across the table to Su Ming. Su Ming scanned its contents carefully, finding no irregularities, and signed with decisive grace, affixing his thumbprint beside his name. Student Su Ming, on behalf of Mo High University, I extend our warmest welcome. I shall now return to process your enrollment documents and student ID card. Tomorrow evening, I shall deliver both, and your vial of vitality water, to this very location. Very well, I shall await you here tomorrow afternoon, Director Liu. Learning that vitality water would be delivered within 24 hours, Su Ming's joy surged. He nodded eagerly, eyes bright with relief. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Jiming gave Su Ming a respectful nod, then escorted by Su Ming and Zhang Lingchuan to the entrance of the Ultimate Martial Arts Association, leapt skyward, vanishing into the night's vast darkness as he sped toward Mo High University. Su Ming, wasn't your superpower of the ice attribute from the natural system? When did it transform into a superhuman system power? And in a class 1 at that? As soon as Lu Jiming left, Zhang Lingchuan immediately turned to look at Su Ming, his face filled with suspicion and shock. Just now, when Su Ming told Lu Jiming that he possessed the A-class superhuman ability Rage of the Heart, he was completely taken aback. If Lu Jiming hadn't been there, he would have asked Su Ming what was going on long ago. Cough cough, Master Zhang, I never said I had only awakened a natural system superpower. Moreover, you never asked me if I had other powers before this. Upon hearing Zhang Lingchuan's words, Su Ming cleared his throat lightly and smiled. That seems to make sense. Su Ming's words caused Zhang Lingchuan to freeze for a moment, rendering him speechless, and he felt that what Su Ming said was indeed quite insightful. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Zhang Lingchuan took a deep breath and heavily patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Su Ming, you are the most monstrous genius I have ever seen, and you are also the hardest working genius I have ever encountered. As long as you maintain your current state, you will definitely become the most powerful warrior in Hanxia, and may even reach the realm of invincibility. Invincibility refers to the unparalleled powerhouse above the 9th-tier king level. Such beings are extremely rare throughout Hanxia. Since the Great Catastrophe, countless talents have emerged in Hanxia, many of whom are exceptionally gifted with even some awakening's glass powers. However, only a handful have been able to take that step. Although over the years countless prodigies have stopped short of the invincible realm, at this moment Zhang Lingchuan has great confidence in Su Ming. Not only because Su Ming possesses 2 powerful superpowers, but also because he works several times harder than ordinary people even with such extraordinary talent. An invincible powerhouse above the 9th-tier king level. I will take that step, and it won't take long. Looking at Jiang Lingquan's somewhat emotional and serious expression, Su Ming smiled slightly, showing no humility. The deep blue system is the greatest source of his confidence and a powerful support for his rapid ascent to the invincible realm. Watching Su Ming's unabashed confidence, Jiang Lingquan felt no issue with it. After a conversation, Su Ming bid farewell to Jiang Lingquan and returned home. Early the next morning, as usual, Su Ming arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, as soon as he arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts School, he encountered Lu Jiming, who had arrived earlier than him. Lu Jiming, being strong, greeted Su Ming. "First, Su Ming, you're here so early. I live in Linjiang City, so it's convenient for me to come and train, whereas Director Lu, you came from so far away from Demon Sea University and still arrived this early." Su Ming looked at Lu Jiming with a hint of a smile. Hearing that Su Ming had come to the Extreme Martial Arts School to train again, Lu Jiming showed a look of approval in his eyes, appreciating Su Ming even more. "I was just thinking of getting your admission procedures done as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly handed the student ID he had prepared for Su Ming from Demon City University. Special admission. Su Ming took the student ID and looked at the striking two large characters on it, feeling somewhat surprised. That's right, the enrollment teachers from various martial arts universities in Hanxia go around recruiting talented students from all over the country in advance. There is naturally a difference between students recruited by enrollment teachers personally and those admitted based on national martial arts examination scores a month later. Specially admitted students at Demon Sea University enjoy many privileges at the school, which you will understand once you get there, Lu Jiming explained with a smile, noticing the surprise on Su Ming's face. Su Ming nodded silently. The start date for Demon Sea University is a month and a half from now. There are still 50 days left. This is my contact number. Call me when you arrive in Demon City, and I will personally pick you up to the school. Here are the A-class combat suit and a class weapon. I promised you'd take them both. After Su Ming accepted the student ID, Lu Jiming took out a box containing the A-class combat suit and a class weapon long spear, and then he pulled out his business card and handed it to Su Ming. After handing over these items, Lu Jiming then waved his hand, and a palm-sized crystal bottle appeared in his hand, glowing on his right-hand ring. Inside the transparent crystal bottle, there was about 50 milliliters of emerald green liquid emitting a faint glow. Even through the bottle, Su Ming could feel the vibrant life force within. "Director Lu, is this?" Looking at the crystal bottle cradled in Lu Jiming's hand, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a burning gaze, and his breathing became rapid. "That's right, it is the water of life." Noticing Su Ming's thoughts, Lu Jiming nodded and handed the water of life to Su Ming. "The water of life is finally in my hands." After receiving the water of life, Su Ming cradled the crystal bottle, feeling as if he had obtained a treasure, his voice trembling with excitement. Although the overall value of the water of life is lower than that of a set of a class combat suit and a class weapon, in Su Ming's eyes the value of this water of life far exceeds any item Lu Jiming has given him at this moment. "Thank you, Director Lu. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Please help me keep this combat suit and long spear at the Extreme Martial Arts School, and I ask the master to take care of them. I will leave first." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Ming glanced at the two large boxes beside him and immediately said to Lu Jiming. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Lu Jiming to respond, Su Ming turned and left with the water of life. This kid is quite filial. Filial children never turn out bad. Watching Su Ming leave without hesitation, not even glancing at the A-class combat suit and a class weapon long spear at his feet, Lu Jiming nodded in satisfaction, praising him. After discovering Su Ming's urgency regarding the water of life last night, Lu Jiming investigated the reason and understood why Su Ming was in such a hurry to leave. At Linjiang City People's Hospital in the special care ward, Su Ming and Su Xiaowei both looked at Lin Weiner on the hospital bed with expressions of expectation and slight nervousness. At this moment, the water of life that Su Ming brought has already been applied to Lin Weiner under the doctor's instructions. Now both are waiting for Lin Weiner to awaken. "Xiao Ming, Xiaowei, you have all grown up." During the siblings' wait, Lin Weiner slowly opened her eyes slightly, turned her head to look at Su Ming and Su Xiaowei, and murmured softly, "Mom, you finally woke up." Hearing this, Su Xiaowei shouted excitedly, and then threw herself into Lin Weiner's arms, crying. It's been 3 years a mother has finally awakened. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes reddened as he felt a sense of a month and a half later. In the exclusive training room of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, where Su Ming was located, he held his breath and concentrated. With a soft exhale, he gripped the test long spear tightly, and then thrust it forward, striking the metallic target. Boom! The moment the long spear made contact with the metallic target, a loud bang echoed throughout the training room. In the next second, the battle power testing device's target was sent flying. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the battle power testing device fluctuated continuously before finally stabilizing at 440500. Huff. Standing in front of the battle power detector, Su Ming put away the spear and exhaled deeply, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the battle power value displayed on the device. He then brought up his attribute panel. Host Su Ming Vitality 88, 10 Mental 5, 21 Abilities Ice Crown S, Heart of Fury A Body Refinement Method Rising Sun, D Complete, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A Complete Meditation Method None Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Complete, Breaking Cloud Spear, C Complete Enhancement Points 3206. After nearly 40 days of cultivation, my vitality has increased by over 4,500. Without using the A-level Heart of Fury ability, my battle power from the Breaking Cloud Spear martial arts has already reached the level of a 4th-tier warrior. With a battle power of 4400, if I activate the A-level superhuman ability enhancing my physical capabilities and multiplying my battle power by 8, I would surpass 2 million. A battle power of 2 million is close to the peak of a 4th-tier warrior. This does not account for the A-level combat suit and A-level long spear rewards from the Demon Sea University, which would further enhance my strength. If I wear that A-level combat suit and wield an A-level weapon, even the mayor of Linjiang City would not be my opponent. After reviewing his attribute panel, Su Ming smiled broadly. The A-level combat suit can completely ignore attacks from powerhouses below the 6th tier. Moreover, the A-level weapons can easily penetrate the defenses of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. With Su Ming's current explosive power, even a 5th-tier ferocious beast would only have the option to flee upon facing him if he were to use the A-level combat suit and long spear. After all, a 5th-tier ferocious beast would not only be unable to break through Su Ming's combat suit's defenses, but would also be harmed by Su Ming's attacks. 5th-tier ferocious beasts are not lacking in intelligence and would certainly avoid entangling with Su Ming. As for the mayor of Linjiang City, he is merely a peak 4th-tier warrior and is indeed no match for Su Ming, who possesses a complete set of A-level combat suit and weapons. Tomorrow I'll be heading to Demon Sea University, so I won't train tonight. I will go home and enjoy a good meal. After glancing at the time, Su Ming decided not to train that evening and instead returned home to have dinner with his mother Lin Weiner and his sister Su Xiaowei. Since Lin Weiner awakened, he had devoted himself to cultivation training for at least 15 hours every day. Apart from sleeping, he spent most of his time at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After making his decision, Su Ming took off his training clothes, took a shower, changed into regular clothes, and headed home. Son, you're back. Hurry, sit down for dinner. I have a dish that will be ready soon. As Su Ming arrived home, Lin Weiner was just bringing a plate of stir-fried dishes to the table, smiling at Su Ming. She then turned and returned to the kitchen to continue her preparations. Compared to when she had just awakened, Lin Weiner appeared much healthier, with her vitality now reaching the strength of a latest-stage 2nd-tier warrior. The Water of Life is a 7th-tier resource. Using it on Lin Weiner not only healed all her injuries, but also significantly enhanced her physical attributes. Her strength had improved from a latest-stage 1st-tier warrior before her coma to a latest-stage 2nd-tier warrior. Moreover, because Su Ming was the top scorer of this year's martial arts examination in the Jiangnan province, the Linjiang City government specifically rewarded him with a standalone villa in the city center covering an area of 2,000 square meters and valued at 200 million credit points. Now Su Ming's family had moved from their old apartment to this large villa in the city center. Brother, Mom knows you're going to the magic capital tomorrow. These are all your favorite dishes, hee. At this moment, Su Xiaowei also peeked out from the kitchen holding 2 large bottles of functional beverages, placing them on the dining table. These 2 bottles of functional drinks are specially formulated supplements that not only taste great, but also provide effects similar to vitality powders, which can replenish a warrior's vitality. While their effectiveness for increasing vitality is not as strong as dedicated supplements like vitality powders, they are easier to absorb and do not require the assistance of body refinement techniques. Because of this, the price of these 2 bottles of functional drinks is not cheap, costing 10,000 credit points each. For an ordinary family of 3, 10,000 credit points can comfortably sustain them for a month. A functional drink costing 10,000 a bottle is undoubtedly a luxury item. However, for Su Ming now, he can easily afford such supplements. With his current strength, a single trip to the underground can earn him at least 10 million credit points. Even without entering the underground, Su Ming's 20 billion scholarship in his card allows him to overlook the cost of such supplements. Regular consumption of these functional drinks not only benefits lower-tier warriors, but is even more advantageous for those like Su Xiaowei who have yet to become warriors. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded swiftly, taking a seat at the dining table as the family joyfully reunited for the evening. The next day, with the send-off from his family and Zhang Lingquan, Su Ming boarded the high-speed train to the magic capital. Is over 2,000 kilometers away from Lingjiang City, but with the current high-speed train in Hanxia exceeding 800 kilometers per hour, reaching the magic capital from Lingjiang City takes less than 3 hours if it's a direct route. However, considering the time for passengers to board and alight at various stops, it takes over 3 hours from Lingjiang City to the magic capital. Su Ming had purchased a business class seat and was invited into the business cabin just as the train was about to depart. As soon as he sat down in the high-speed train, it didn't take long before the train started moving towards the distant magic capital. This is my first time in business class, and it's quite comfortable. The money spent was worth it. 3 hours will take a rest first. When I open my eyes again, I should be in the magic capital. Su Ming sat in his seat feeling very satisfied. He then closed his eyes to rest. Hiss. After an unknown period, Su Ming, half awake, suddenly felt the high-speed train suddenly slowed down, jolting him awake. Arrived. Something's not right. A stop shouldn't be so abrupt. Startled, Su Ming raised an eyebrow and immediately stood up from his seat. His ears twitched, his expression darkening. He could hear the sounds of a fierce battle coming from outside the train. Hold the train. Hold out until reinforcements arrive. Outside the high-speed train, a third-rank peak martial cultivator, the team leader assigned to escort the train, slashed a second-rank latest-stage ferocious beast clean off its feet with a single stroke, then shouted to the dozen or so accompanying cultivators of first and second-rank prowess standing nearby. Kill. Upon hearing their leader's command, the escort cultivators' eyes flared with feral resolve. They surged forward, forming a living wall before the train to meet the onrushing beasts heat-in. Boom. Roar. From outside the train, the roars of beasts and clash of combat grew ever louder and sharper. Now it wasn't only Su Ming, whose martial cultivation was already formidable, who could hear the commotion beyond the carriage walls. Passengers in the front few carriages nearest the swarm of beasts also caught the sounds. What's happening? The train's emergency braking, coupled with the unmistakable sounds of battle and bestial shrieks outside, instantly paled the faces of those front carriage passengers. They rushed to the windows, peering outward in alarm. That sounds like ferocious beasts. How could there be beasts on a high-speed rail line? No, look outside, everyone. Beasts. So many beasts. A beast tide. It's a full-scale beast tide surging straight toward us. Such a massive tide means a new abyssal rift must have opened nearby, or perhaps one has reawakened. This is the middle of nowhere. No military bases or major cities anywhere close. We'll never get reinforcements in time. We're doomed. Utterly doomed. Driver, reverse immediately. As passengers in the front carriages heard the chaos outside and saw through the panoramic windows a vast horde of beasts thundering toward the railway tracks, kicking up a storm of dust, their panic erupted. In a stampede of terror, everyone rushed backward through the carriages, shrieking, sprinting, colliding, sparking chaos that rapidly spread throughout the entire train. Crockum. At that very moment, the train's roof split open with a hydraulic hiss. Self-propelled artillery turrets rose from within, pivoted, and unleashed torrents of fire upon the encroaching beasts. 20mm barrels glowed cobalt blue as they spat unrelenting salvos. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Each round struck distant beasts with brutal precision, ripping through flesh and bone, tearing their bodies apart mid-lunge. The 20mm rail-mounted cannons possessed devastating power. Even third-rank peak beasts were riddled with holes like sieves. As the turrets roared at full capacity, the pressure on the cultivators defending the train's front eased dramatically. Yet the surrounding beasts were simply too numerous. Even at maximum firepower, the train could only delay, not halt, their advance. Worse still, this was no military-grade train. Its ammunition reserves were limited. Once depleted, the mere dozen escort cultivators would stand no chance against such an apocalyptic tide. A beast tide. So many beasts. Perfect timing. Inside the business class cabin, Su Ming gazed through the window at the teeming horde beyond the train, and his expression diverged sharply from those of the other passengers. Far from fear, his face lit with fierce exhilaration. Open the door. I'm going out. Without hesitation, he unzipped his carry-on case, containing the Class A combat suit, solar flare armor, and Class A long spear, obsidian lance, and swiftly donned both before addressing the attendant. Even as he fastened the final clasp, he declared, "Madam Attendant, the exterior is swarming with beasts. You'd be safer remaining aboard until rescue arrives. This train is equipped with an autonomous defense system, and our escort cultivators coordinate seamlessly. For now, we are secure inside. We've already dispatched emergency calls to nearby military bases and the Martial Cultivators Association in the nearest city. Reinforcements are en route. We need only hold firm until they arrive." Yet the attendant shook her head firmly, refusing Su Ming's request to disembark. Though his armored silhouette unmistakably marked him as a cultivator, his youthful appearance betrayed his status as a student. To her, his age implied limited strength. Against such overwhelming numbers, his intervention would likely. The attendant speaks wisely. All high-speed trains operating in wilderness zones feature reinforced hulls, especially business-class carriages engineered to withstand impacts from second-rank peak beasts. We're safe here, but if you force open the carriage doors and beasts breach the threshold, can you bear the risk? Exactly. We'll stay put and trust that the Hanxiao military will reach us swiftly. Young sir, I know becoming a cultivator so early breeds pride, but this beast tide is no trivial matter. Don't let impulsive bravado endanger every soul aboard. As the attendant's words faded, other business-class passengers rose en masse, faces tight with disapproval, as they turned towards Su Ming. Some pleaded for him to sit down, others rebuked him outright, forbidding reckless action. Amid their clamor, the train's Vulcan autocannons exhausted their last rounds and fell silent. With the heavy-caliber fire support gone, the dozen cultivators guarding the train's front were instantly overwhelmed. Su Ming listened impassively to their condemnation, to the fading echo of spent ordnance, then cast a cold, sweeping glance across the cabin before stepping forward. In an instant, his figure blurred, reappearing like a phantom before the business-class entrance. "You!" The attendant stationed there leapt back in shock, mouth opening to protest. Crabble! A deafening detonation shook the air. Su Ming advanced one step and kicked the reinforced door inward with explosive force. The massive steel-plated door tore free, hurtling over 30 meters like a guided projectile, smashing into a grove of trees, shattering trunks, and sending splinters flying in every direction. Whoosh! Without pause, Su Ming vanished from the doorway, blurring forward toward the heart of the beast. Bathed in sunlight, his crimson solar flare armor blazed with searing radiance as he streaked to the train's vanguard. At that moment, a third-rank junior beast and two second-rank latest-stage beasts converged from three directions upon a second-rank mid-tier escort cultivator, cutting off every possible retreat. "It's over." Staring into the maws of those monstrous forms, breathing in the coppery stench of their breath, despair flooded the cultivator's heart like icy floodwater. "Even in death, I will never allow these beasts to have it easy." The second-tier, mid-level martial artist, trapped in a desperate situation, did not give up resisting. His eyes turned crimson as he poured all his strength into a single strike against the charging third-tier ferocious beast. A loud clang echoed as the large blade in the hands of the accompanying martial artist collided with the third-tier ferocious beast. The brilliance flashed and vanished. Contrary to expectations, the scene of the third-tier ferocious beast annihilating the second-tier, mid-level martial artist did not occur. Instead, the third-tier beast was sent flying by the attack of this second-tier martial artist. Not only that, but the second-tier ferocious beasts charging in from both sides were also sent flying out together. What is happening? How did I suddenly become so strong? The second-tier martial artist was momentarily stunned as he gazed at the three ferocious beasts that had been knocked back, his face filled with confusion. At that moment, the three ferocious beasts charging towards him were not only sent flying by his strike, but were also spraying blood from their mouths and noses, bleeding in midair. As the three ferocious beasts landed, their presence vanished in an instant, resulting in their direct deaths. Boom, boom, boom. Awoo. As the three ferocious beasts before the second-tier martial artist were sent flying, a rainbow light flashed around the high-speed train. In the next moment, countless ferocious beasts soared into the air like sandbags struck by the mysterious rainbow light. As this scene unfolded before their eyes, all the martial artists guarding in front of the high-speed train stopped in shock, unable to utter a word. Because at that moment there were no ferocious beasts left before them. All had been struck and killed by that mysterious rainbow light. The booming sounds of collisions and the brief wails of the ferocious beasts filled the air. Wait, those three ferocious beasts were not killed by me, but by a powerful individual. To kill third-tier ferocious beasts so effortlessly, the newcomer must be at least a fourth-tier martial artist. It was only then that the initial martial artist reacted, staring at the continuously flashing rainbow light ahead, his pupils contracting. Not only him, but the other accompanying martial artists, including the peak third-tier captain, were all wide-eyed, watching the rainbow light that was rampaging through the tide of beasts. Awoo! The rainbow light was none other than Su Ming, who had forcefully burst out from the business-class compartment. At this moment, he was clad in an grade combat suit, completely able to ignore the attacks of ferocious beasts below fifth tier. Currently among the beasts charging out, none possessed strength exceeding that of a peak third-tier ferocious beast. With the grade spear, obsidian spear in hand, every casual strike from Su Ming could easily pierce through the defenses of these ferocious beasts in the tide, with blood splattering wherever he passed. Under Su Ming's assault, not a single ferocious beast could survive. However, even so, Su Ming had only temporarily halted the tide of beasts. They split from the front, flanking towards the high-speed train from both sides, their blood-red eyes filled with a thirst for the flesh and blood of the humans inside the carriage. This is bad. These ferocious beasts have gotten smarter. Quick, everyone split into 2 teams and block the beasts charging in from both sides. Seeing the tide of beasts unable to break through, Su Ming's defenses beginning to flank around, the captain of the accompanying martial artists changed his expression drastically. He immediately turned to the other accompanying martial artists who were still in a daze and shouted loudly, "Understood." Shaken by his voice, all the accompanying martial artists immediately came to their senses and replied in unison, rushing to the sides to prepare for a desperate battle against the flanking ferocious beasts. Just as they were about to set off, 2 rows of massive ice walls stretching over 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on the ground to their sides. These ice walls towered over 100 meters and exceeded 1,000 meters in length. Upon their appearance, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply by several degrees. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the ice walls appeared, the ferocious beasts that had flanked around crashed into the suddenly materialized walls, creating a violent roar. The ground trembled violently at that moment. However, facing the impact of these ferocious beasts, the rising ice walls stood unmoved like steel, while the beasts that collided with the walls were left dazed and fell before the walls, trampled by the subsequent charging beasts. In an instant, it was unclear how many ferocious beasts perished under the trampling of other beasts in the tide roar. Until the subsequent ferocious beasts halted, looking at the ice wall blocking their path. They all threw their heads back and howled, continually attempting to charge and break through the wall. Among them, several mid-level 3rd-tier iron-armored rhinoceroses also charged together, colliding with the wall at one point. However, Su Ming's spiritual power had now reached 521 points, fully exerting this great ability Ice Crown, achieving an ability combat power of over 2600. With the ice walls constructed from his ability, they were sufficient to withstand attacks from peak 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Kill. Having summoned the ice walls to block the tide of beasts, Su Ming shouted in a low voice, his figure flashing continuously as the obsidian spear unleashed countless spear shadows. While the obsidian spear harvested the surrounding ferocious beasts, countless ice spikes also gathered above the ice walls, descending like dense raindrops towards the tide of beasts below. Puff, puff, puff. Su Ming's current spiritual power and the ice spikes formed from the Ice Crown ability were not inferior in strength to the Fire God Cannon on the high-speed train. Even peak 3rd-tier ferocious beasts had to hastily dodge, not daring to withstand them. Under the attacks of these ice spikes, countless 1st-tier and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts were turned into ice sculptures, their lives completely frozen. Killed mid-level 3rd-tier ferocious beast Flame, Ape, 200 enhancement points. Killed mid-level 1st-tier ferocious beast Fear, Crocodile, 2 enhancement points. Killed late 2nd-tier ferocious beast Crimson Scorpion, 30 enhancement points. Current enhancement points 20,173. As these ferocious beasts were killed, Su Ming's Deep Blue system continually popped up kill notifications, with massive enhancement points surging in like a tide. In just a short moment, Su Ming had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts, accumulating enhancement points that surpassed 20,000. The speed at which these enhancement points were being harvested far exceeded his rate of acquiring enhancement points when he killed ferocious beasts in the hot spring town. To think I've already surpassed 20,000 enhancement points. This is not a tide of beasts, it's simply a series of moving experience packs. Successfully killed the mid-stage 3rd-tier beast Torn Cloud Leopard, obtaining 200 enhancement points. Successfully killed the latest stage 1st-tier beast Bloodfang Wolf, obtaining 3 enhancement points. After summoning the Ice Crown's special ability to raise 2 ice walls to block the onslaught of the beasts, Su Ming continuously maneuvered among the tide of beasts. The black obsidian spear flashed with light, creating countless spear shadows, while the ice spikes activated by the special ability incessantly claimed the lives of the surrounding beasts. The system's kill notifications echoed continuously, and Su Ming's enhancement points steadily and swiftly increased. Behind the 2 ice walls stood a group of martial artists in the vehicle, their eyes wide open as they stared at the scene before the ice walls. He actually blocked the beast tide with his own strength. This person's power must be at least that of a 5th-tier martial artist. Moreover, possessing such a powerful ice-type ability to withstand so many beasts, the level of this ability is definitely not low. I never expected that there would be such a strong individual on our train, truly a blessing from the heavens. With such a strong presence, we can definitely hold out until nearby martial artists and troops arrive, at which point we will be completely safe. Looking at the 2 towering ice walls, the martial artists guarded behind them wore excited expressions. Although the 2nd-tier martial artists were unable to see Su Ming's figure clearly, it did not diminish their admiration for him. Only the peak third-tier captain, after being shocked and delighted, furrowed his brow as he looked at the ever-increasing number of beasts rushing forward, his expression remaining grave. As a peak third-tier, he was much older and had more experience than the other second-tier martial artists. This beast tide is not small, and there are so many third-tier beasts. Even peak third-tier beasts have appeared. It won't be long before fourth-tier beasts emerge. The temporary appearance of that underground cave indicates that its level is definitely not low. I hope that the truly powerful beasts inside do not appear too soon. Otherwise, even that person in front won't be able to hold out for long. At this moment, seeing the continuously rushing beasts not only increasing in number, but also growing stronger, a hint of concern surfaced on the peak third-tier captain's brow. Roar! Just as if to confirm his suspicions, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated from a distance ahead. Boom! A pressure akin to the heavens collapsing instantly enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds. Hearing this roar and feeling the overwhelming pressure, everyone felt as if their chests had been struck heavily and their breathing nearly stalled. Roar! A whoa! At the same time, the surrounding beasts that were wildly charging also let out trembling roars and low growls, all coming to a halt and lying prostrate on the ground. This overwhelming sense of oppression, it's a sixth-tier beast, and not just any sixth-tier beast. Feeling this pressure, Ming also came to a stop, looking toward the direction from which the sound came. A grave expression appeared on his face underneath the coverage of the blazing sun armor. There, a powerful aura that made his scalp tingle was approaching. This sense of oppression was something even Lu Jiming and Zhao Wujie, the master-level instructors, could not compare to. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone, a golden-red figure rapidly charged in from the distance. In just a few breaths, a gigantic figure appeared in midair. Yellow. Golden Battle Lion. It's actually an adult golden battle lion. Upon seeing the massive figure in the air, the captain of the martial artists' faces changed dramatically and their pupils shrank in shock. An adult golden battle lion. This is bad. Ahead, Ming looked up at the golden lion, 3 meters tall and covered in a mane that flowed like molten gold. His expression under the armor grew extremely serious. Golden battle lions, once they reach adulthood, are all sixth-tier beasts possessing immense power and are among the top tier of sixth-tier beasts. And sixth-tier beasts correspond to sixth-tier Grandmaster-level martial artists. Such beasts can easily topple mountains and destroy cities. Roar! A low growl emitted from the mouth of the golden battle lion. The golden battle lion stood in midair, its lion-like eyes filled with contempt as it looked down upon the crowd before the train. Then its gaze fell upon Ming below. In the perception of the golden battle lion, Ming was the strongest among all those below. However, in its eyes, Ming was merely a slightly stronger ant. Casting a glance at the towering ice walls over 100 meters high and thousands of meters long, the golden battle lion took a slight step forward. Boom! In the air, with that single step from the golden battle lion, a visible ripple surged through the air. Boom! With just that single step in midair, the two ice walls conjured by Ming's ice crown instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards that scattered everywhere. Even Ming, standing before the ice walls, felt an invisible massive force crash against his chest, causing him to stagger back several steps. Humph! With a constricted chest, Ming let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. So powerful. After steadying himself, Ming felt a tremendous shock within. Just moments ago, the golden battle lion was able to unleash an attack capable of slaying peak fifth-tier martial artists merely by stomping its foot from several hundred meters above. If it weren't for the A-grade combat suit, the blazing sun armor, which had mitigated most of the golden battle lion's attack, he certainly wouldn't have escaped this encounter so lightly. Roar! In the sky, the golden battle lion, seeing that Ming actually withstood its attack and did not fall, flashed a glimmer of doubt and surprise in its eyes. Based on its earlier perception, it could ascertain that Ming's vitality was even weaker than that of a first-tier beast. Under normal circumstances, its earlier attack would have been sufficient to annihilate a peak fifth-tier beast, and eliminating Ming would have posed no challenge whatsoever. However, the golden battle lion was not only powerful, but also quite intelligent. Soon it discovered the reason Ming was able to survive its attack. Its gaze instantly locked onto the blazing sun armor that enveloped Ming's entire body, eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. After staring intently at Ming, in the next second, the golden battle lion's figure suddenly vanished. Not good. As soon as the golden battle lion disappeared, a surge of crisis suddenly arose from the depths of Ming's heart. Without any hesitation, Ming immediately activated the two special abilities Berserk Heart and Ice Crown. Almost instinctively, Ming's vitality surged wildly, and boundless cold air enveloped the black obsidian spear, thrusting it upward with all his might. Cloud Break Spear. Utilizing the special ability Berserk Heart, he unleashed the Cloud Break Spear attack, instantly breaking through to a battle power of 326 million. Now with the Ice-type ability of the Ice Crown intertwined, the power of this strike approached 4 million battle power, infinitely close to that of a peak 5th-tier martial artist. Boom. As the spear was thrust, the surrounding air emitted a piercing explosion sound. Bang. Su Ming, relying on his intuition, accurately predicted the appearance of the Golden War Lion with this shot. At the moment the Black Yao gun was fired, it violently collided with the right paw of the suddenly appearing Golden War Lion. With a loud crash, the air at the point of impact rippled, the atmospheric pressure exploded, creating a fierce wind that blew in all directions, stirring up a sandstorm. The accompanying warriors behind Su Ming hurriedly plunged their weapons into the ground, barely managing to steady themselves. At the same time, Su Ming, who was using all his strength to battle the Golden War Lion, felt an overwhelming force coming from the Black Yao gun. Thud, thud, thud. Under this immense force, Su Ming staggered back 3 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Even with the grade combat suit, the fierce sun set, which absorbed most of the power, his hands were still shaken, causing his palms to bleed. If not for Su Ming's firm grip on the Black Yao gun, this strike would have caused the grade weapon in his hand to fly out. Is this the power of a 7th-tier ferocious beast? Feeling like he was on a completely different level, after inserting the Black Yao gun into the ground to stabilize himself, Su Ming felt a metallic taste rising in his throat. A 7th-tier ferocious beast is beyond my current capability to contend with. Today seems to be my unlucky day. Oh, will I meet my end here? Suppressing the turbulent blood chi within him, Su Ming smiled wryly as he looked at the massive Golden War Lion before him. Had the Golden War Lion ever taken him seriously, he would not have lasted this long, as it had not attacked with full force in their 2 encounters. But now that the Golden War Lion had failed to kill him in 2 attempts, it would definitely not hold back any longer. As expected, the Golden War Lion, seeing that its successive attacks had failed to annihilate Su Ming, was consumed by rage, replacing its earlier disdain with fury. An ant that could have been easily crushed had survived its attacks twice, which filled it with immense humiliation. After a furious roar, the Golden War Lion unleashed its full power, once more slamming down its paw. Boom. The space around seemed to distort, and the air in front of its paw was compressed, producing a series of explosive sounds. The full-force strike of a 7th-tier ferocious beast caused the surrounding space to shake. Facing the Golden War Lion's paw, Su Ming felt an unprecedented pressure suddenly descend upon him. Under this pressure, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't even move a finger. A sense of life-and-death crisis surged within him. Not good. Dead legs run. Watching the Golden War Lion's paw coming down towards him, Su Ming screamed frantically in his heart. In that moment, time seemed to slow down, and all he could see was the ever-enlarging lion's paw. Thud. Just when Su Ming thought he was finished this time, the giant paw of the Golden War Lion seemed to hit an air wall, producing a muffled roar, unable to descend further. Roar. The attack, being inexplicably obstructed, made the Golden War Lion even more irritable. It roared as it stood upright in midair and slammed both its left and right paws down. However, this time the result was the same as before. The Golden War Lion's claws fell just half a meter above Su Ming's head and could not advance further. Even with all its strength, the Golden War Lion's frantic strikes failed to harm Su Ming in the slightest. What is going on with this Golden War Lion? No, I was saved. Su Ming, watching the Golden War Lion that could not harm him no matter how furious it became, was first taken aback, but soon realized that a true powerhouse had intervened. Moreover, at that moment, the pressure from the Golden War Lion had completely dissipated, allowing him to regain control over his body. Immediately, Su Ming moved swiftly to retreat, distancing himself from the Golden War Lion, and then looked back to see who had come to his aid. Roar. At the same time, the Golden War Lion finally sensed something was off, and turned to look towards the space behind Su Ming almost simultaneously. He saw an old man dressed in a plain white robe with his hands clasped behind his back, stepping through the air. His pace was slow, but with each step he took, he covered hundreds of meters, seemingly able to shrink the distance. In the blink of an eye, this figure had arrived between Su Ming and the Golden War Lion, standing with his hands behind his back, calmly glancing at the Golden War Lion before extending his right hand. Roar. As the old man moved, an invisible force locked onto the Golden War Lion. Instantly, the lion's pupils constricted, its golden fur standing on end, letting out an extreme, terrified roar. Without daring to linger, the Golden War Lion, possessing the strength of a 7th-tier grandmaster, turned and fled, lacking any of its previous imposing presence. Want to escape? Leave it to me. The old man in the air saw this and shouted sharply, then slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. Puff, puff, puff. In the distance, the Golden War Lion, which had just run a short distance, suddenly halted. Crack, crack. Under the astonished gaze of Su Ming and the accompanying warriors, the Golden War Lion's massive body suddenly shrank, and with the old man's fist tightening, the sound of bones cracking echoed. The Golden War Lion's body was crushed like a crumpled piece of paper, then it suddenly expanded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that erupted. Did it just die? Seeing the Golden War Lion being crushed to death like a chick by the suddenly appearing old man, both the accompanying warriors and Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief. This old man is definitely a powerful existence beyond the 7th tier Grandmaster. Watching the old man casually eliminate the Golden War Lion, Su Ming immediately speculated about the old man's strength. Being able to easily annihilate a Golden War Lion close to the peak of the 7th tier, this old man must at least be of the 8th tier noble level. Roar! As the Golden War Lion was killed in an instant by the old man, the remaining ferocious beasts could no longer suppress their fear and began to flee in terror. The beast tide immediately fled towards the direction they had come from at a speed faster than before. Seal. In the air, the old man, seeing the fleeing ferocious beasts, transformed his outstretched hand from a fist to an open palm and pressed down. Boom! A rumbling sound erupted, shaking the earth. At the location of the beast tide, the ground suddenly caved in, and looking down from above, one could see a giant palm imprint covering an area of 100 miles. Every ferocious beast within this massive palm print was annihilated, their blood staining the earth red. The might of a noble level is truly terrifying. Watching the scene before him, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, his heart shaken. Swish, swish, swish. After the elder extended his hand to subdue the thousands of ferocious beasts, several figures flew in from the distance. These individuals traversed through the air, showing great respect toward the elder. It was evident that they were at least masters in their own right. Their gray robes bore the same emblem on the chest as the elder's plain white robe, though the gray color seemed to diminish their imposing aura compared to the elder. We pay our respects to Lord Ling Tian. As the figures halted behind the elder, they immediately bowed respectfully, with the leader a middle-aged man exuding an aura of strength not inferior to the previous Golden Battle Lion. He was undoubtedly a 7th tier Grandmaster. Seeing this, Lord Ling Tian nodded lightly. Among this sudden beast tide, there is a 7th tier ferocious beast, the Golden Battle Lion. The newly appeared underground level is certainly not low. You should go investigate first, though I will follow shortly. Yes. Hearing the elder's command, the accompanying Grandmaster and several masters responded in unison, swiftly transforming into streaks of light, heading towards the direction of the beast tide. Swish! After watching the figures disappear, Lord Ling Tian flickered and appeared before Su Ming, his face adorned with a gentle smile as he gazed at him. You must be the top scorer of this year's martial arts examination in the Jiangnan province, right? Indeed, indeed. To have lasted 2 rounds under the Golden Battle Lion, possessing superhuman abilities and the power of ice attributes, your strength exceeds our expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's thoughts shifted, and the blazing sun suit covering his head dissipated like flowing water, revealing his somewhat pale face as he bowed respectfully to Lord Ling Tian. I, Su Ming, pay my respects to you, Senior Lord Ling Tian. Su Ming's demeanor was respectful. The elder before him appeared like a kindly neighbor, warm and approachable. However, Su Ming had just witnessed the elder effortlessly annihilate the 7th tier Golden Battle Lion with a mere flick of his fingers. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Ming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "How did you come to know of me, Senior?" Although I am a member of the Demon Suppression Office, I am also an honorary teacher at the Demon Sea University. Your grade combat suit, the Blazing Sun suit, is exclusive to the university and is awarded only to the top geniuses specially recruited each year. This year, among those specially recruited by Demon Sea University, only 2 individuals received the Blazing Sun suit as an award. You are the Blazing Sun suit, and your vitality has yet to reach the standard of a 4th tier warrior. Furthermore, considering your journey through Jiangnan province on the high-speed train, it is not hard to deduce your identity. Lord Ling Tian, noticing the puzzled expression on Su Ming's face, responded with a smile. With his level of strength, he could easily tell that Su Ming's vitality had not yet reached the threshold of 10,000 for a 4th tier warrior. However, Su Ming managed to withstand 2 attacks from an adult Golden Battle Lion with less than 4th tier warrior vitality, which genuinely surprised him. Even though the Golden Battle Lion had approached these attacks with disdain and had not used its true strength, it was still impressive that Su Ming could fend off 2 of its assaults. Moreover, the shot fired during Su Ming's second clash with the Golden Battle Lion had already reached the power level of an entry-level 5th tier warrior. In addition, Su Ming's ice abilities had not been recorded. When he realized that Su Ming could also wield ice abilities, he was taken aback. After all, according to Lu Ziming's record, Su Ming only possessed the A-grade superhuman ability Furious Heart. Now it appeared that Su Ming's abilities extended beyond just the furious heart. To wield the vitality of a less than 4th-tier warrior, to unleash attacks close to that of a 5th-tier warrior, and to possess 2 abilities. Such a genius was the strongest prodigy he had encountered in decades bar none. As a powerful figure in the Hanxia Demon Suppression Office and an honorary teacher at the Demon Sea University, Lord Ling Tian greatly valued talent. This was also the reason he chose to converse with Su Ming first after dealing with the Beast Tide rather than immediately heading to investigate the newly appeared underground location. Moreover, given the sudden appearance of this Beast Tide, had it not been for Su Ming standing up and exhausting all efforts to fend off the beast, by the time he arrived the ferocious beasts would have likely breached the defenses of the warriors accompanying the train, slaughtering all the other passengers aboard. It could be said that the lives of the thousands of passengers and crew on this high-speed train were saved by Su Ming. So you are a senior from the Demon Suppression Office. Upon hearing Lord Ling Tian declare himself as a strong figure from the Demon Suppression Office, Su Ming felt a deep respect. The Demon Suppression Office is the most powerful official organization in Hanxia, and all its members are masters who have undergone strict scrutiny. The sole mission of the Demon Suppression Office is to station throughout Hanxia, coordinating with local military forces to respond to any potential beast tides emerging from newly appeared underground locations. Furthermore, the assessment of the levels of newly appeared underground locations is also the responsibility of the strong members of the Demon Suppression Office, who risk their lives to be the first to enter and explore the size of the entire underground world and the power levels of all the ferocious beasts within. If there exists a 7th-tier or higher sealed Lord-level ferocious beast within the underground, there must be a strong figure from the Demon Suppression Office stationed outside. Su Ming, take out your student identification. Facing Su Ming's respectful greeting, Lord Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Student identification? Su Ming murmured in confusion. Seeing his puzzled expression, Lord Ling Tian immediately explained, "You saved the lives of over 1,000 people. This is a grand achievement. On behalf of the Demon Suppression Office and the Demon Sea University, I hereby reward you with 500 credits. This is what you deserve. Hand me your student identification and I will transfer the credits to you." "I see." After hearing Lord Ling Tian's explanation, Su Ming nodded slightly and promptly took out his student identification. After receiving Su Ming's student identification, Lord Ling Tian took out a device with a black crystal screen, scanned Su Ming's student identification, and completed the credit transfer. Before even entering the gates of Demon Sea University, Su Ming had already earned 500 credits, and the credits accumulated in his student identification had reached 3,000 points. If the students of Demon Sea University were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished, causing quite a stir. After all, many students at Demon Sea University might not even be able to accumulate 500 credits after a year of tasks. Done. After the credit transfer was completed, Ling Tianho returned Su Ming's student ID to him. Then he said to Su Ming, "Su Ming, you are quite to my liking. This is a little gadget I made earlier. When you stimulate it with your mental energy, it can unleash the full power of a peak master-level telekinetic awakening. With this gadget, you will be able to protect yourself in situations like today in the future." Saying this, Ling Tianho flipped his hand, and 2 sword-shaped jade pendants appeared in his palm. Could it be that Senior Ling Tianho is a telekinetic awakener? As he received the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants from Ling Tianho, feeling the terrifying telekinetic power contained within them, Su Ming's body shook, and he looked up at Ling Tianho in surprise. Telekinesis is a form of supernatural ability, a mental-based power that can kill without a trace. A telekinetic awakener is at least in a grade supernatural awakener, because mental-based powers like telekinesis start at a grade. This means that the elder before him is at least in a grade telekinetic awakener. Indeed, Ling Tianho nodded in response. No wonder you effortlessly killed that golden war lion and wiped out tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with just a wave of your hand. It turns out you are a telekinetic awakener. Junior Su Ming, thank you for bestowing these treasures, Senior. Hearing Ling Tianhao's response, Su Ming immediately recalled the scene of the elder crushing the golden war lion from afar, as well as the moment he obliterated the tide of beasts with a simple gesture, and he gratefully cupped his hands in thanks. He then treasured the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants which could unleash a full power strike from a peak 7th-tier telekinetic awakener. Among those of the same level, the attack of a telekinetic awakener is far more terrifying than that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, telekinetic attacks are even more unexpected. If used properly, even when facing a peak 7th-tier ferocious beast, he could eliminate it with the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants given to him by Ling Tianho. I still have to go investigate the new cave. Su Ming, you should return to the train and continue your journey. Seeing that Su Ming accepted the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants he offered, Ling Tianho laughed heartily. Then without waiting for Su Ming's response, he soared into the air and sped towards the direction of the newly. The two sword-shaped jade pendants both contain the full power strike of a peak master-level telekinetic awakener. Such life-saving items are worth more than the elixir of life. If converted into university credits, each sword-shaped jade pendant is worth no less than 10000 credits. He gave such a precious gift upon meeting Su Ming, just to build a good relationship with him in advance. For Ling Tianho believes that with Su Ming's talent his future will surely exceed the realm of a marquis, and it is certain that he will become a king-level powerhouse, possibly even an invincible being above the king level. Building a good relationship with Su Ming now is undoubtedly beneficial and harmless to him. Recently new caves have been appearing more frequently, and their levels are rising. Moreover, this year's martial arts examination candidates are generally much stronger and more talented than in previous years. This may be another great disaster cycle. I hope that before the next great disaster arrives these prodigies like Su Ming can grow up. Otherwise, relying only on us old fellows, it may not be possible to ensure that Blue Star safely passes the next great disaster. As Ling Tianho hurried towards the direction of the new cave, he glanced back at Su Ming, whose figure was rapidly shrinking in his sight side, and then turned back to look towards the direction where the new cave appeared, increasing his speed. The favor of saving my life and bestowing treasures today must be repaid well whenever I have the opportunity in the future. Looking at the rapidly disappearing figure of Ling Tianho in the distance, Su Ming smiled slightly before turning to walk towards the high-speed train behind him. Under the respectful gazes of the accompanying martial artists, Su Ming returned to the carriage where he had just kicked the door open. How much do you think the door of this carriage costs? Calculate the amount, and let me know or I will compensate you. Entering the carriage, Su Ming said to the attendant who was still standing by the door, "Ahem, this esteemed guest, you are the hero who saved us all. How can we let you pay for this? These losses will be borne by the company, we will definitely not let you our hero compensate." Hearing Su Ming's words, the attendant finally reacted, and quickly bowed to Su Ming, his attitude extremely respectful. Seeing this, Su Ming silently nodded, and then casually returned to his seat. At that moment the other passengers in the carriage looked at Su Ming with awe. As for those who had previously spoken harshly to him, they shrank back into their seats, their heads tucked in like quails, not daring to breathe a word. With the crisis of the beast tied outside resolved, Su Ming returned to his seat. The train attendant quickly reported the door situation of Su Ming's carriage, and soon someone came to temporarily reinforce and seal the damaged door. Following this, the high-speed train heading to Magic City set off again, speeding towards its destination. Dear passengers, we are approaching our destination, Magic City South Station. Passengers disembarking, please prepare your luggage and queue at the door to wait for disembarkation. In less than an hour, accompanied by the sound of the train's horn, the high-speed train that Su Ming was on arrived at its destination. After the train arrived, Su Ming quickly disembarked and arrived at the exit of Magic City South Station. He dialed Lu Ziming's number and learned that Lu Ziming was already waiting at the exit. Boom. As Su Ming hung up the phone, a roar of an engine like a wild beast echoed throughout the exit, drawing everyone's attention. Wow, that's the latest model of Hongqi's supercar with a market guidance price of 500 million. Which young master is it here to pick up? Are you blind? Can't you see the logo of Magic C University on the car? This must be a big shot from Magic C University. Today is the enrollment day for new students at Magic C University. Could this car be here to pick up a new student? It must be, but to have Magic C University use such a high-end luxury car for pickup this student is definitely a special admit of this year. I wonder which genius it could be. Look, the person in the car is getting out. This person looks familiar. Wait, isn't this the admissions director of Magic C University? This is a master-level powerhouse. Quick look, the special admit from Magic C University is also coming out. Wow, who is that kid to have a master-level powerhouse? The admissions director of Magic C University come personally to welcome him. When Lu Ziming got out of the car with a smile and helped Su Ming into the vehicle, a huge stir erupted at the exit of Magic City South Station. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the sports car arrived at a large cross-sea bridge. Classmate Su Ming, once we cross this Magic Sea bridge, we will reach our school. In the luxurious sports car, Lu Ziming looked at the winding cross-sea bridge ahead, smiling at Su Ming in the passenger seat. As he spoke, he had already driven to the entrance of the bridge and onto it. Splash! Just moments after Lu Ziming drove the luxurious car onto the bridge, the calm sea in the distance suddenly became tumultuous, and then a massive turtle's head burst forth from the water. Those eyes resembling the sun, moon, and stars gazed down with a scrutinizing look at the car driven by Su Ming and Lu Ziming. Upon noticing it was Lu Ziming driving with Su Ming, it withdrew its gaze and sank back beneath the waves. Director Lu, what was that just now? Only after the massive turtle's head sank back into the ocean did Su Ming still shake and turn to Lu Jiming in the driver's seat and ask. Just at that moment when he made eye contact with the gigantic turtle's head, he felt an unprecedented immense pressure. This pressure was even greater than that which he had felt from Ling Tianho before. Without a doubt, the owner of that massive turtle's head was undoubtedly more powerful than Ling Tianho, the 8th-tier Duke-level powerhouse. Quite shocking, isn't it? Lu Jiming looked at the astonished expression on Su Ming's face, a smile creeping up on his lips before he explained. That is our principal's beast partner, a mystical turtle that has followed our principal into battle for many years, and its strength has reached the 9th-tier king level, revered as Xianzun by the people of Magic Sea University. Our Magic Sea University is built on an island, and the entire island is the territory of our universe. It is precisely because Xianzun is stationed here that the ferocious beasts lurking in the sea dare not offend the waters surrounding Magic Sea University, ensuring the safety of both the university and the entire Magic City. With Xianzun here, those sea ferocious beasts do not dare to cross the line, which is one of the foundations of our Magic Sea University. After saying this, a proud expression appeared on Lu Jiming's face. A 9th-tier king-level mystical turtle, the foundation of Magic Sea University, is truly terrifying. Hearing Lu Jiming's explanation, the astonishment on Su Ming's face deepened. He had not expected that the principal's beast partner alone was such a terrifying existence at the king level. With just this king-level mystical turtle, all the people from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall combined would not be its match. The fact that Magic Sea University could become one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxiao left Su Ming genuinely shocked. There were few vehicles crossing the Magic Sea Bridge, and the road was wide. Lu Jiming drove the luxurious sports car at high speed, and in less than 10 minutes they crossed the bridge and arrived at the island where Magic Sea University was located. What a magnificent school! After getting out of the car, Su Ming looked up at the entrance of Magic Sea University and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Just arriving at Magic Sea University, he was shocked by its scale. The entire island was under the jurisdiction of Magic Sea University, covering an area of over 20 square kilometers. Before Su Ming stood the entrance of Magic Sea University, composed of 2 towering 100-meter-tall meteorite monoliths exuding majesty. Looking up, the most striking feature was a soaring alloy tower in the center of the school. Su Ming roughly estimated that the height of the alloy tower was at least 1 kilometer. What do you think? Impressive, right? When I first arrived at Magic Sea University, my reaction was just like yours. Lu Jiming smiled at Su Ming, observing his expression. Then he pointed to the towering alloy tower ahead. Su Ming, that is our school's heaven-reaching cultivation tower, with a total of 99 floors, established by the first principal of Magic Sea University, and it is the most valuable treasure of the entire institution. Inside the heaven-reaching cultivation tower, there are formations arranged by the first principal, using time manipulation abilities. For every floor ascended, the flow of time accelerates by a factor of 2. At the topmost floor of the heaven-reaching cultivation tower, time accelerates 100-fold compared to the... To cultivate in the heaven-reaching cultivation tower, one can only consume credits. As for how many credits are consumed for each floor, you can learn about it later on your own. First, I will take you to complete your enrollment procedures, and then I will show you to your dormitory. After saying this, Lu Jiming led the way. Heaven-reaching cultivation tower, time manipulation abilities. Behind him, Su Ming was once again shaken after hearing Lu Jiming's words. Time manipulation abilities are undoubtedly the most elite among all powers. The first principal of Magic Sea University possessed such formidable abilities and was able to establish the heaven-reaching cultivation tower, an extraordinary place for cultivation, indicating his strength was truly beyond comprehension. What puzzled Su Ming was why he had never heard of such a powerful figure before. Director Lu, the first principal of Magic Sea University, possesses time manipulation abilities. He must be an unparalleled powerhouse. Such a figure should be recorded in history, yet why have I never heard of the first principal's deeds? Su Ming quickened his pace to walk alongside Lu Jiming, asking as they walked. It is said that the matters of the first principal are of great significance and are classified. I do not know the details either. Perhaps only the current principal and a few of the highest-ranking officials in Hanxiao are aware of the secrets within. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Lu Jiming shook his head, indicating that he was also unaware. Seeing this, Su Ming did not ask further, instead, gazing at the towering, heaven-reaching cultivation tower in the center of the school, his mind racing. I am currently cultivating the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, gaining 90 points of vitality every day. If I could enter the heaven-reaching cultivation tower under 100-fold time acceleration, wouldn't my vitality gain reach 900 points a day? If this continues, I could become a master-level powerhouse in less than half a month. I just wonder how many credits it takes to cultivate for a day on the 99th floor of the heaven-reaching tower. With such thoughts in mind, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming towards the central administrative building of Magic. The enrollment procedures were handled on the top floor of the central administrative building. With Lu Jiming personally leading the way, Su Ming's enrollment process was completed very swiftly. Just a brief appearance was needed, and all procedures were finalized. After completing the procedures, Su Ming was led by Lu Jiming to his dormitory. Is this the student dormitory of Magic C University? It's so extravagant. When Su Ming saw the 3-story standalone villa covering 500 square meters complete, with a 500 square meter small courtyard, he was once again educated on the extravagance of Magic C University. This villa was even more luxurious than the one awarded to him by the Lingjiang city government in the city. It's actually nothing. Not every student dormitory at MOHI University is as good as this one. Apart from the dormitories for the special enrolled students, the dormitories for ordinary students at MOHI University are half the size of yours. Nearby Lu Jiming, who heard Su Ming's exclamation, explained with a smile. Upon hearing Lu Jiming's explanation, Su Ming shook his head and smiled helplessly. He couldn't help but feel that Lu Jiming was being overly extravagant. Although MOHI University only enrolls 1,000 students each year, that adds up to 4,000 students over 4 years. If each student were to be assigned a 500 square meter villa as a dormitory, just the student dormitories alone would require 200,000 square meters of land. Only a university like MOHI University, which occupies an island larger than 20 square kilometers, could afford to build so many luxurious villas for students to live in. Su Ming, after the school starts, MOHI University will have master-level instructors teaching various martial arts courses every day, and all students can freely choose the courses they wish to attend. Of course, you can also skip classes to take on tasks, earn credits, and exchange them for various martial arts and techniques from the school, or go to the Skyward Cultivation Tower to practice. In short, students at MOHI University enjoy a great deal of freedom. However, while students at MOHI University are free, everything within the university requires credits. Without credits, nothing can be achieved. Every student who wants to continue studying at MOHI University must complete tasks to earn credits, which is also the school's way of motivating students. But with the credit rewards the school offers you, you need not worry about credits. You can freely attend classes taught by master-level instructors. Just be sure not to miss the freshman competition a month from now. Alright, my task is complete. If you have any questions, you can directly ask the smart home assistant in your dormitory once you enter. It will help clarify your doubts. After finishing, Lu Jiming nodded to Su Ming and then turned to leave. Once Lu Jiming left, Su Ming quickly entered his own villa and sat down on the sofa in the hall. Welcome home, master. I am your smart home assistant. If you have any needs, feel free to tell me. As soon as Su Ming sat on the sofa, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him as a holographic projection, respectfully saying, please check how many credits it takes to cultivate for a day at the Skyward Cultivation Tower. Su Ming directly stated the question he most wanted to know. Understood, master. The credit consumption for cultivating at the Skyward Cultivation Tower varies by level. The first level requires 5 credits for a day of cultivation, the second level requires 10 credits, and the 99th level requires 2,000 credits for a day of cultivation. Soon the smart home assistant listed the credit consumption for each level of the Skyward Cultivation Tower. To cultivate for a day at the 99th level of the Skyward Cultivation Tower actually costs 2,000 credits. The credits awarded to me each year are only enough for 2 days of cultivation. Such consumption is indeed considerable. Seeing the credit consumption listed by the smart home assistant, Su Ming couldn't help but be astonished. List all the various techniques and martial arts collected by MOHI University, from high to low. After the complaints, Su Ming spoke to the smart assistant again. Understood, master. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the smart home assistant nodded in response. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Ming displaying various martial arts techniques from MOHI University. Initial visualization method, Shrank meditation method, exchange credits, 25,000 starry body, refinement technique, shrank body, refinement method, exchange credits, 22,000 ninefold, thunderblades, shrank martial arts, exchange credits, 20,000. Overlord spear, crank martial arts, exchange credits, 20. Wow, there are so many shrank martial arts and techniques. Indeed, the foundation of MOHI University is profound. However, the credits required to exchange for these shrank techniques and martial arts are far too many. Even with my treatment after 4 years, the credits awarded only suffice to exchange for 1 shrank martial art, not enough for the shrank meditation and body refinement methods. Su Ming continued to scroll through the various techniques and martial arts on the screen, unable to help but gasp in amazement at the dazzling array of options. Currently, my blood vitality is rapidly increasing with the help of the rank body refinement method, 100 refinements golden body, but my mental strength improvement is lagging far behind. What I need most now is a good meditation method. With my current 3,000 credits, I can't consider the rank meditation method for now, but the rank meditation method is worth a shot. This rank meditation method Tian Luo diagram is just right. After some contemplation, Su Ming decided to wager all his current 3,000 credits to purchase the rank meditation method Tian Luo diagram. Assistant, I want to purchase the rank meditation method Tian Luo diagram. Master, purchasing the Tian Luo diagram requires 3,000 credits. Shall I proceed with the purchase? The smart assistant asked for Su Ming's confirmation. Yes. Su Ming nodded. Understood, Master. The Tian Luo diagram has been ordered, costing 3,000 credits. Current credit balance 0. After Su Ming's confirmation, the smart assistant nodded, and a small line of text popped up above. Show me what tasks are available at Mohai University that I can take on to earn credits. After exhausting his credits, Su Ming immediately spoke to the smart assistant. Mohai University only recognizes credits. Without credits, progress is impossible. Even eating at the university becomes a challenge. Now that his credits were 0, he naturally needed to complete some tasks to earn credits before making other plans. Assist instructors in maintaining training facilities, reward 0. 5 credits. Hunt the heart of a 4th-tier beginner ferocious beast thunder leopard, reward 5 credits. Collect 3 magic essence crystals, reward 3 credits. Assist in the capture of 4th-tier peak fallen warrior scorpion, reward 20 credits. It seems that credits are indeed hard to earn. No wonder I only received 500 credits after single-handedly stopping a beast tide and saving more than 1,000 people on my way to school. Ordinary students probably have to work themselves to the bone for a month just to earn enough credits for 1 day of cultivation at the Skyward Cultivation Tower. After reviewing the various tasks and their credit rewards at Mohai University, Su Ming revealed a helpless smile, unable to help but exclaim. Even killing a 4th-tier beginner ferocious beast only yields 5 credits. To gather enough credits for 1 day of cultivation at the 99th level of the Skyward Cultivation Tower, he would need to take on 400 tasks to kill 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Not to mention how difficult that would be, just completing those 400 hunting tasks would take an unknown amount of time. Ding dong. Just as Su Ming was feeling exasperated, the doorbell suddenly rang. At this moment, who could possibly be visiting me? Could it be Director Liu with something left to convey? Hearing the doorbell ring, Su Ming's face flashed with curiosity. Just as he was wondering who it might be, the fully automated butler suddenly spoke, addressing Su Ming. Master, the A-level meditation manual Tian Luo diagram you ordered has arrived. It arrived so quickly. The words of the intelligent butler instantly brightened Su Ming's eyes, and he hurriedly got up to walk towards the door. Opening the door, Su Ming saw a young man around 20 years old holding a shiny silver suitcase standing at the entrance of his villa. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly approached and opened the door. Junior Su Ming, this is your package. Oh please. This suitcase has an intelligent password lock and requires your student ID to unlock it. As soon as Su Ming opened the door, the young man handed the suitcase to him with a radiant smile. Junior, are you also a student of Mohai University? Hearing the other party's words, Su Ming took the suitcase and asked in slight surprise. That's right, I'm a junior at Mohai University. A lot of tasks assigned by the school involve assisting with package deliveries, and the more valuable the items, the higher the delivery fee. For instance, for your delivery, I earned a full 5 credits, which is comparable to hunting a peak 3rd-tier ferocious beast. I was just lucky to grab this task. Running errands takes only a few minutes. After hearing Su Ming's inquiry, the young man chuckled and explained. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in understanding, then opened the suitcase in front of him. After confirming that the item delivered was indeed the A-level meditation manual Tian Luo diagram, he quickly completed the signing process. Once Su Ming finished signing, the young man who delivered the Tian Luo diagram left. After returning to his villa with the suitcase, Su Ming immediately took out the Tian Luo diagram and flipped through it from start to finish. If it were anyone else, even after obtaining the Tian Luo diagram, they would need to spend a considerable amount of time studying it before being able to cultivate. But Su Ming was completely different. With the deep blue system, he merely glanced through the Tian Luo diagram and a pleasant voice echoed in his mind. Ding, detected A-level meditation manual Tian Luo diagram. Would you like to spend 1,000 enhancement points to learn it? Without any hesitation, Su Ming immediately chose to learn. Ding successfully learned A-level meditation manual Tian Luo diagram, current proficiency beginner. You may spend 15,000 enhancement points to elevate the proficiency of the meditation manual Tian Luo diagram to perfection. As Su Ming chose to learn the Tian Luo diagram, the system promptly displayed a message in his mind filled with a wealth of insights and experiences regarding the cultivation of the Tian Luo diagram. Looking at the information that popped up on the system panel, Su Ming waved his hand and 15,000 enhancement points flowed into the Tian Luo diagram like a stream. In an instant, the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram surged from beginner to perfection. While traveling to Mo Hai University by high-speed rail, Su Ming had encountered a beast tide, and during the battle to fend it off, he had hunted a large number of ferocious beasts, accumulating over 100,000 enhancement points. Now the consumption of 15,000 enhancement points to enhance the A-level meditation manual Tianluo diagram was nothing to him. After raising the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram to perfection, Su Ming still had 100,000 enhancement points left. Just as Su Ming elevated the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram to perfection, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, reminiscent of thunder. In the next moment, countless insights and realizations regarding the cultivation of the Tianluo diagram surged forth from the depths of his mind, as if they were his own memories. In almost an instant, Su Ming's mastery of the A-level meditation manual Tianluo diagram reached an unparalleled realm. Simultaneously, after the proficiency of the Tianluo diagram was enhanced to perfection by the system, Su Ming felt his mind clear, and both his mental strength and perception capabilities were now several times stronger than before, as if the entire world had become clearer. This feeling is unique to a significant enhancement in mental strength. He wondered, I wonder how much enhancement has been brought to my mental strength by elevating the A-level meditation manual to perfection. After digesting the various realizations and insights that surged in his mind, Su Ming immediately shifted his gaze to his attribute panel. Host Su Ming Vitality 8900 Mental 2150 Abilities Ice Crown S, Berserk Heart A Body, Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, a Perfect Meditation Method Tianluo Diagram, a Perfect Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect, Breaking Cloud Spear, C Perfect Enhancement Points 106008. My mental strength has directly increased by over 1600 points. When I previously used the system to max out the proficiency of the A-level body refinement method 100 refinements golden body technique, the total vitality increase was only over 300. Breaking through 2,000 points of mental strength combined with the explosive power of my S-level ability, Ice Crown, my ice-based abilities combat power, has finally surpassed the million-card threshold. No wonder it takes 15,000 enhancement points to max out the proficiency of an A-level meditation manual. It's 6,000 enhancement points higher than the A-level body refinement method 100 refinements golden body technique. Upon seeing his current mental strength, Su Ming's eyes widened and a smile of surprise appeared on his face. Before learning the Tianluo diagram, his mental strength was only 521 points. After using the Deep Blue system to learn the Tianluo diagram, and then maxing out its proficiency, he had directly tripled his mental strength. Such astonishing growth was far greater than the increase he had experienced when cultivating the 100 refinements golden body technique. However, Su Ming thought about it and realized that the system's ability to enhance the proficiency of the A-level meditation manual so significantly might also be closely related to his current strength being far superior to what it was back then, especially since his physical vitality was now much higher than his mental strength. I should cultivate for a bit and see how much this perfected A-level meditation manual can enhance my mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suppressed the joy in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the living room floor, closing his eyes to meditate and cultivate the Tianluo diagram. As Su Ming closed his eyes and emptied his mind, his consciousness instantly arrived in an expanse of starry sky, where constellations flashed before him and points of starlight descended, merging into his consciousness. 8 hours had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Who had I really been cultivating for so long? I never imagined the Ming method would make time pass so swiftly. Su Ming glanced at the time, a trace of surprise crossing his face. He immediately opened his attribute panel, and his astonishment quickly gave way to delight. Spirit 2230. My spirit power has increased by 80 points, 10 points per hour, a far better result than simply swallowing spirit pills. If I supplement this with elixirs that assist spirit cultivation, my spirit growth will only accelerate. And this is only in a rank Mingxiang method. If I could obtain and shrank Mingxiang method at full proficiency, how exponentially faster would my spirit power rise? After tallying the spirit gained from 8 hours of meditation, Su Ming rejoiced with unrestrained. In merely 8 hours, he had achieved a leap in spirit power that ordinary awakeners might not attain in a lifetime. One can only imagine the potency of a fully mastered rank Mingxiang method Tianluo Tuo. As for how formidable a fully mastered Shrank Mingxiang method would be, Su Ming could not predict it. Master, you missed a call earlier. There is a voice message. At that moment, the intelligent whole house butler in Su Ming's villa materialized into form and addressed. It had received the call, while Su Ming was meditating, and seeing that he was in the midst of cultivation, it had chosen not to disturb him. Only after Su Ming withdrew from his cultivation did it inform him at once. Let me see. Hearing that someone had called and left a message, Su Ming snapped out of his delight and opened the message. It was from Lu Jiming, the admissions director who had helped him enroll. After listening, Su Ming understood why Lu had contacted him. Director Lu asked me to come to his office tomorrow to discuss the Dilong Jingxue. Dilong Jingxue is an 8th rank resource. Its enhancement to my qi and blood will be far greater than the San Yizi Shuigua. I just don't know whether my current constitution can withstand the baptism of such an 8th rank essence. Probably Director Lu summoned me to explain how to perform the baptism with the Dilong Jingxue. After a moment's thought, Su Ming sent Lu Jiming a received reply. He then pulled from the bulging pack Lin Wanru had stuffed into his backpack a heap of food and began to feast with. After I meet Director Lu tomorrow, I must start earning credits, otherwise there will be no meals to eat. At Emohai University, Su Ming said, as he ate the provisions Lin Wanru had brought. He had exhausted all his credits. Without any left, he could not even buy a meal within Emohai University. If he did not take missions to earn credits, he would have to leave the university to eat. After quietly filling his stomach, Su Ming did not resume cultivation. He went upstairs to wash, then returned to the master bedroom to rest. Early the next morning, Su Ming located the office Lu Jiming had indicated. He knocked on the door. After knocking, Lu Jiming's voice called from within. Su Ming pushed the door open. Director Lu, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Upon entering, he saw Lu seated at his desk leafing through papers. Su Ming, you're here. Please take a seat. Seeing him, Lu set aside his work, rose to greet him, and led Su Ming to the guest sofa in the office. Su Ming, this is the Dilong Jingxue awarded to you by the school. Lu knew the purpose of his visit. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized transparent vial, filled with crimson blood, appeared on the tea table before Su Ming. This is the Dilong Jingxue. Su Ming's eyes flashed with golden light. Although he was almost certain the crimson liquid was Dilong Jingxue, he could not help but whisper. Indeed, it is the Dilong Jingxue. This is the greatest benefit of your admission to Emohai University, Lu said with a smile and a nod. His expression then grew solemn. Su Ming, this Dilong Jingxue is the essence blood of an 8th rank ferocious beast imbued with immense qi and blood force. Even though the school's experts have refined it, it still contains wildly violent energy. Even a 7th rank grandmaster would find it difficult to fully assimilate a single vial if swallowed at once. As for you, you must not touch this Dilong Jingxue until you have broken through to 4th rank. Even upon reaching 4th rank, you may only use 1% each time. Pour that into a palm-sized bowl, dilute it with clear water, and drink the mixture in 3 portions to temper your flesh and blood. Under no circumstances should you consume too much at once, or you risk being torn apart by the essence. Hearing Liu's earnest counsel, Su Ming nodded. Director Lu, rest assured, I understand the danger. When he had been a 2nd rank warrior, he had once forcefully consumed a 4th rank resource, San Yizi Shui, when nearly bursting himself apart. That life and death ordeal remained vivid in his memory. Now confronted with an 8th rank resource, he approached it with extreme caution. Very well. Keep this Dilong Jingxue safe. Lu Jiming heard his reply, and seeing the seriousness on Su Ming's face, nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Director Lu. Su Ming accepted the vial as if it were a treasure and tucked it into his bosom. Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With the Dilong Jingxue in his possession, he could scarcely wait to test how much it would elevate him. He excused himself and departed. Ha, you're an impatient one. Go on then. Lu laughed, understanding Su Ming's eagerness, and waved. Su Ming nodded to Lu and left, carrying the Dilong Jingxue with him. Back in his dormitory, following Liu's instructions, he took a palm-sized bowl, poured in clear water, and added a single drop of Dilong Jingxue to the bowl. The moment a drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood fell into the bowl, the clear water instantly turned dark red, emanating a powerful aura of vitality. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate, directly picking up the bowl of blood water diluted from the Earth Dragon's essence, and tilting his head back to drink a third of it. Boom! As the diluted Earth Dragon's essence blood flowed down his throat, Su Ming felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of magma. An incredibly scorching sensation traveled from his esophagus to his abdomen, followed by a violent surge of energy that erupted from his belly, far more intense than the previous experience of consuming the 4th-tier high-grade treasure, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. However, Su Ming's physical condition was now much stronger than when he swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit before. Even though this energy was incredibly violent, it was nowhere near as unbearable as his previous experience in Cave No. 2 outside Linjiang City. My body has not yet reached its limit. Perhaps I do not need to refine a drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood in 3 portions, as Director Lu suggested. I can directly finish the remaining blood in the bowl, and the subsequent Earth Dragon's essence blood can be consumed drop by drop without dilution. Feeling the intensity of the energy within him, Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately drank all the remaining blood water in the bowl. Boom. After finishing the blood water, the energy within surged even more violently, and Su Ming felt a slight swelling in his body, but it was still within his tolerable range. This energy instantaneously coursed through his limbs and bones, causing every cell in his body to rejoice and madly absorb the violent energy. Although Su Ming was not yet a 4th-tier warrior, his vitality had reached 8,900 and not far from the standard of 1,000 vitality for 4th-tier warriors. With his grade superhuman abilities, his physical constitution was stronger than that of other warriors at the same level, and he also possessed grade ice attribute abilities that alleviated a considerable amount of energy impact, allowing him to withstand the massive energy of a full drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood with less than the vitality of a 4th-tier warrior. As the energy of the entire drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood erupted within him, Su Ming immediately began cultivating the 100 refinements golden body technique in the living room, and a faint golden hue appeared on his skin. After cultivating for a whole hour, he finally absorbed all the energy of this drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood. Vitality 9,400. A drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood can boost my vitality by 500 in just an hour. That's significantly higher than the vitality gained from practicing the vitality dispersal technique. Calculating this way, using up this entire bottle of Earth Dragon's essence blood could raise my vitality by 500. 2 bottles could elevate a person to a 5th-tier warrior. Is this the effect of 8th-tier resources? Indeed powerful. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ming glanced at his current vitality and was suddenly shocked by the enhancement effect of the Earth Dragon's essence blood. However, he did not know that not everyone could gain such a significant increase in vitality from consuming Earth Dragon's essence blood. Ordinary 4th-tier warriors, even with a drop of Earth Dragon's essence blood, would only gain about 200 vitality at most. After all, not everyone can cultivate an grade body refinement technique to perfection, allowing them to utilize the energy of the Earth Dragon's essence blood to its fullest. Others who used Earth Dragon's essence blood for cultivation would inevitably lose some of its energy. Let's have 2 more drops. I'll aim to break through to 1,000 vitality as a 4th-tier warrior this morning, and then take on a task in the afternoon. Closing his attribute panel, Su Ming turned his gaze to the transparent bottle of Earth Dragon's essence blood on his desk, reached out, poured out another drop, swallowed it directly, and then continued cultivating the 100 refinements golden body technique. 2 hours later, Su Ming stopped his cultivation, having broken through the 1,000 vitality barrier and officially becoming a 4th-tier warrior. Vitality 10,400. My vitality has officially surpassed the threshold of 1,000 for a 4th-tier warrior. Now, I am also a 4th-tier warrior. Next, let's see if there are tasks with higher academic credits available. Butler, please list all the current tasks at school for me. Oh, I want to start from the tasks with the highest academic credit rewards. After breaking through to a 4th-tier warrior, he did not continue cultivating, but asked the intelligent butler to open the school's taskbar, arranging the tasks by academic credit rewards from highest to lowest. Understood, master. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the humanoid projection of the intelligent butler immediately nodded respectfully. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before Su Ming, displaying all the current tasks at Magic Sea University arranged as per his instructions. Capture a grade wanted criminal Nichuan Ogasaka task requirements. The task taker must be at least latest stage 5th tier. Reward 300 academic credits. Go to Magic City Cave No. 7 and hunt the peak level 5th tier fierce beast Silver Moon Wolf King. For its fangs task requirements, the task taker must be at least a 5th tier warrior. Reward 200 academic credits. Recruit 4 students to assist Professor Zhao Renjia in collecting magic source flowers in Magic City Cave No. For task requirements, the task taker must be at least a 4th tier warrior. Current task members 34. Reward 120 academic credits. The highest reward for tasks is only 300 academic credits. It seems that the 500 academic credits I obtained from blocking the beast tide from Ling Tianho really was quite high. Su Ming glanced at the tasks in the top few rows and was somewhat surprised to see that the highest reward was only 300 academic credits. Subsequently, he fell silent, staring at the tasks ahead. These tasks with higher academic credit rewards have certain prerequisites. Now that my vitality has just reached the standard for a 4th tier warrior, I can take on the task of collecting magic source flowers. It's just right to see what kind of strength the fierce beasts in the caves near Magic City possess. Moreover, this collection task has already had 3 students from Magic Sea University take it. Since it's my first time entering the caves near Magic City, having these seniors around would provide some support. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming chose to assist AI who had just taken on a task available only to 4th-tier warriors. After selecting the task, he stored the bottle of Earth Dragon's essence blood safely in his room. With an hour left until the gathering time for all task participants, Su Ming first had a meal of dry rations he brought from home in the villa, followed by a half-hour rest. When it was nearly time to gather, he put on his A-grade combat suit, the Sunfire armor, took out his A-grade weapon, the obsidian gun, left the villa assigned to him by the school, and headed to the meeting point indicated in the task instructions. The meeting point for the task force is at the Martial Arts Hall of Mohai University. The reason for choosing the Martial Arts Hall is that the team needs to check whether each student's strength meets the task requirements before setting out. The Martial Arts Hall is equipped with the most advanced blood and chi testing devices in Hanxia. Excuse me, is this the meeting point for the task released by Professor Zhao Renjia? As Su Ming entered Mohai University, he followed the instructions in the task description to arrive at the designated location and politely inquired of the 3 young men and women before him. In front of Su Ming stood 3 individuals, 2 males and 1 female. One of the boys wore a pure white t-shirt, sported a neat short haircut, and had a robust physique. The other wore black-rimmed glasses with a friendly smile, exuding an air of elegance. As for the lone girl, she was tall with delicate features, wearing extremely short shorts, her bronze-colored long legs, without an ounce of excess flesh. All 3 exuded a powerful aura of blood and chi comparable to Zhang Lingchuan, the master of the Liming City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Clearly these 3 were all martial artists of mid-4th tier or above. Not bad. Are you the last student to accept the task? Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, the young woman among the 3 smiled and nodded at him, while also asking. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded in affirmation. Noticing this, the young woman took the lead to introduce herself with a smile. Hello, I am Song Zihan, a junior and a late 4th-tier martial artist. Junior student Zhang Yang, late 4th tier. Junior student Li Hao, mid 4th tier. After she finished her introduction, the other 2 boys also introduced themselves in turn. Seeing that the 3 had completed their self-introductions, Su Ming smiled slightly at them and said, I am a freshman Su Ming and a beginner 4th-tier martial artist. Freshman, beginner 4th tier. To his surprise, as soon as Su Ming finished introducing himself, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and Song Zihan all widened their eyes in astonishment and exclaimed. Although Mohai University is one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, known for its numerous talents, they had never heard of a freshman possessing the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist. Wait, your name is Su Ming. Could it be that you are the top scorer of Jiangnan province in this year's National College Entrance Examination, scoring 3.0 points? At that moment, Song Zihan suddenly reacted, her eyes widening as she looked at Su Ming and asked. Su Ming remained silent, merely smiling and nodding. Wow, it really is you. Upon hearing Su Ming's acknowledgement, Song Zihan covered her mouth with her hand, unable to help but gasp in surprise. Zhang Yang and Li Hao beside her also flashed with a hint of brilliance in their eyes. Achieving a perfect score of 3.0 in the National College Entrance Examination indicated that Su Ming must have possessed the strength of a beginner 4th-tier martial artist during the examination. Because the combat power standard for a beginner 4th-tier martial artist is to reach a combat power burst of 3.0. Now that nearly 2 months have passed since the National College Entrance Examination, considering Su Ming's prodigious talent and speed of improvement, he was likely being modest when he said he was a beginner 4th-tier martial artist. It seems that the escort team has gathered together. Just as Song Zihan, Li Hao, and Zhang Yang were astonished by Su Ming's identity, a calm voice suddenly came from nearby. The 4, including Su Ming, immediately turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses appearing in their view, smiling gently at them. Professor Zhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao all displayed expressions of awe and greeted him. So this is Professor Zhao. I can't sense any martial artist aura from him at all. Could it be that his strength is so formidable that I cannot perceive it, or is he merely an ordinary person? But if he is truly a hidden expert, then we students wouldn't need to escort him. Is the school intentionally assigning these tasks to let us earn credits? During this first meeting, as Su Ming sensed the ordinary aura emanating from Zhao Renjia, a sense of astonishment arose within him. Hehe, you must be the last student to accept the task. Could you please test your blood and chi? As for Zhang Yang and the others, I am already familiar with them, so there is no need for them to test again. While Su Ming was still surprised, Zhao Renjia had already approached the 4 of them and looked at Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming nodded in response, dismissing other thoughts from his mind, and quickly moved to a nearby blood and chi testing device to conduct the test. His actions drew the attention of Li Hao, Song Zihan, and Zhang Yang, who all turned to watch the results on the test. The 3 were curious about how strong Su Ming had become, having already displayed the combat power of a beginner 4th-tier martial artist over a month ago. As Su Ming placed his hand on the testing device, the numbers began to fluctuate rapidly, eventually stabilized. Blood and Qi 1,000. 10,400 blood and Qi, and he has just barely broken through to the level of a beginner 4th-tier martial artist. Upon seeing Su Ming's test results, Song Zihan and the others were clearly taken aback. In their perspective, someone as gifted as Su Ming, who had the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist over a month ago, should now possess at least 2,000 to 3,000 blood and Qi nearing or reaching the mid-4th-tier martial artist level. Perhaps Su Ming's blood and Qi are not as high as we imagined. He might have only had several thousand during the examination, and his martial arts level is not low, allowing him to unleash the combat power of a beginner 4th-tier martial artist. However, compared to ordinary people, the three were all geniuses and quickly came to their senses. With this thought, their initial surprise gradually faded. Could you meet the strength requirements for our task? There's no time to waste, let's set out now. At this moment, upon seeing Su Ming's test results, Zhao Renjie also revealed a satisfied smile and said to Su Ming and Song Zihan, "All right, Professor Zhao." The group quickly reached a consensus and then boarded Zhao Renjie's exclusive helicopter, departing from Mo High University to the No. 4 underground cave in Mo Do. The entrance to the No. 4 underground cave is located on another island near the coast of Mo Do, approximately 80 kilometers from the island where Missouri High University is situated. The group arrived at the entrance of the No. 4 underground cave in less than 20 minutes by helicopter. "Professor Zhao, please." After Su Ming followed Zhao Renjie to the military base outside the entrance of the No. 4 underground cave, as soon as they got off the plane, 2 officers with 2-star shoulder insignias approached them and personally escorted Zhao Renjie and Su Ming to the entrance. Moreover, 4 4th-tier martial artists from the military were also dispatched to accompany Zhao Renjie and Su Ming into the No. 4 underground cave. Professor Zhao's identity is not simple at all. After entering the No. 4 underground cave, Su Ming, who was in the middle of the group, thought to himself, "The elemental energy here is extraordinarily dense, no less than 3 times that of Linjiang City's No. 2 rift. If the ambient energy concentration in Linjiang City's No. 2 rift is sufficient to nurture 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, then 4th-tier ones must be commonplace within Shanghai's No. 4 rift, and 5th-tier specimens are certainly not unheard of." Upon entering Shanghai's No. 4 rift through its subterranean passage, Su Ming instantly sensed the overwhelming density of ambient energy permeating this spatial realm, a faint glint flashing across his eyes. His spiritual awareness had surged dramatically. With over 2,000 points of mental strength, his perception of the surroundings had grown exceptionally acute. The intense ambient energy within the rift stirred within him a heightened wariness. Though he had just broken through the 10th sandpoint threshold in physical Qi, he had only barely crossed the threshold of a 4th-tier cultivator. Even at full exertion, activating his rank ability, Frenzied Heart, and wielding the crank-perfected martial art, Piercing Cloud Spear technique, he could unleash a 40-fold combat power amplification, momentarily exceeding 4 million combat units. Yet, even this 4 million unit output equated merely to the baseline combat strength of an ordinary 5th-tier cultivator. Against a 5th-tier ferocious beast native to the Rift, victory would be exceedingly unlikely. He wore the A-rank combat suit, blazing sun armor capable of shielding him from 5th-tier beast attacks unscathed. But Zhao Renjie, the professor accompanying him, likely lacked such elite-grade defensive attire. This mission demanded absolute protection of Professor Zhao Renjie of Mo High University. Should the professor suffer harm, the mission would be deemed a failure. To secure the full 120 academic credits, Su Ming had to remain utterly vigilant. Every nerve taut, every sense sharpened, ready to confront any ferocious beast that might emerge without warning, ensuring the mission's flawless completion. "No need to be so tense, brother Su Ming. We've entered Shanghai's No. 4 rift countless times before. Though 5th-tier beasts dwell within the region we're heading toward harbors no ferocious beast stronger than late 4th-tier. Our current formation is more than sufficient to handle them." Seeing Su Ming repeatedly scanning their surroundings, Song Zihan smiled gently as she spoke. In her eyes, his vigilance stemmed solely from the nervousness of a first-time visitor to Shanghai's No. 4 rift. "Zihan speaks truly. Our team's strength renders 4th-tier beasts no cause for concern. Even if we encounter an early 5th-tier specimen, we possess the capability to slay it outright. Rest assured, brother Su Ming." No sooner had Song Zihan finished speaking than Zhang Yang's voice rang out, his face alight with unwavering confidence as he turned towards Su Ming. Among the 4 Mo High University students, Zhang Yang possessed the highest physical Qi, reaching 70,000 units. A prodigy not to be underestimated, Zhang Yang mastered an A-rank martial art and had cultivated it to the intermediate level, granting him a maximum 12-fold combat power amplification. At full exertion, his strikes exceeded 8 million combat units, more than enough when combined with Song Zihan and the others to overcome typical early 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Hearing their words, Su Ming offered no explanation, only a quiet, subtle nod. Roar. Scarcely had his head dipped when a thunderous bestial roar echoed from afar. All turned toward the sound. There, emerging into view, stood a dappled tiger nearly 3 meters tall. Its eyes, brimming with savage ferocity, bulged wide, locked unblinkingly upon their party. Low guttural growls vibrated with unmistakable menace. A mid-4th-tier ferocious beast, the golden-striped tiger. Its tiger whip is a rare treasure indeed. At the sight of the beast, Zhang Yang's face lit up with delight, his eyes gleaming. Beside him, Li Hao likewise wore an eager, anticipatory expression. Brother Su Ming, why don't you test your... Let us witness the prowess of this year's university entrance examination champion, the one who achieved a perfect score in the martial assessment. Song Zihan glanced briefly at the distant golden-striped tiger, then turned towards Su Ming with a softly probing question. Her voice was hushed, but silence reigned among the group, and her words reached every ear instantly. A perfect score on the national university exam. Already a 4th-tier cultivator in his first year. This young man is truly extraordinary. Then he must be one of Mo Hai University's specially recruited talents. Upon hearing Song Zihan's remark, the 4th-tier military cultivators accompanying them all turned to Su Ming with expressions of genuine astonishment. Until that moment, they had known nothing of Su Ming's identity, assuming only that he was an ordinary 3rd-year student from Mo Hai University, albeit one who had attained 4th-tier cultivation. They had never imagined he was in fact a freshman, freshly admitted after this year's national university examinations, having earned a flawless score. Beyond the 4 military cultivators, Zhang Yang and Li Hao also turned towards Su Ming with renewed, intrigued interest. Over a month earlier, during the national examinations, Su Ming had already unleashed 30,000 combat units, enough for a perfect score. Now they longed to see just how far his strength had advanced in that brief span. Then I'll take care of this golden-striped tiger. At Song Zihan's suggestion, Su Ming immediately accepted. A mid-4th-tier ferocious beast yielded substantial enhancement points, and though he'd already been contemplating how to intercept the beast before Zhang Yang or Li Hao could act, his resolve had remained uncertain. He cared little for the beast's rare materials, but those 1,000+ enhancement points were indispensable. Just as his dilemma peaked, Song Zihan delivered the perfect opening. Hardly had the words left his lips when Su Ming unsheathed the obsidian spear from his back, planted his feet firmly, and channeled the perfected mastery of the piercing cloud spear technique into his lower limbs with consummate precision. In the next instant, boom! A muffled detonation erupted beneath his feet, cratering the ground with a deep, jagged imprint, while his body shot forward like a launched artillery shell, streaking toward the golden-striped tiger hundreds of meters away. Incredible speed. As Su Ming vanished across dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and the others' eyes flared with sudden brilliance. That instantaneous burst alone placed him on par with mid-4th-tier cultivators in sheer velocity. This young man is truly exceptional. Old Lu Jiming has indeed secured a remarkable prospect for Mo Hai University. At the center of the group, Professor Zhao Renjia watched Su Ming's charge, adjusted his glasses with a faint, knowing smile. Piercing cloud spear. In the space of a breath, Su Ming closed the distance, his spear lunging forth like a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, its tip aimed unerringly at the tiger's vital point. Roar. Simultaneously, the golden-striped tiger roared in defiance, raising a massive forepaw, its dagger-like claws snapping outward to bat aside the descending obsidian spear. Though Su Ming had employed the perfected piercing cloud spear technique, he had yet to activate his rank ability, Frenzied Heart, meaning this strike carried only about 500,000 combat units of force. To the golden-striped tiger, such an attack, barely surpassing the strength of an early 4th-year cultivator, posed no threat whatsoever. That's exactly what you get for underestimating me. However, as Su Ming, holding the spear, looked at the golden-striped tiger's blatant disregard for him, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Roar. The golden-striped tiger was already a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, not lacking in intelligence. The moment the golden-striped tiger saw the smile on Su Ming's face, it felt a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of its heart, prompting it to let out a low growl. But now it was difficult for it to stop, as the black spear was already inches away from its paw that had been swiped at Su Ming. Raging Heart, unleash for me. At the moment the spear's tip collided with the golden-striped tiger's sharp claws, Su Ming fiercely activated his A-grade superhuman ability, Raging Heart. As the ability was activated, the blood-red heart-shaped phantom in Su Ming's sea of consciousness trembled violently. Instantly, the qi and blood throughout Su Ming surged dramatically, increasing his physical strength to 8 times its original amount. The spear, which originally had a combat power of 500, suddenly exploded with over 4 million combat power. At the moment of contact, the golden-striped tiger's claws were smashed off at the root by the spear's tip, and then the spear, carrying an unstoppable, terrifying might, stabbed towards the golden-striped tiger's head along the path of its swiped paw. Puff! Unsurprisingly, Su Ming's spear easily pierced into the massive head of the golden-striped tiger. As the spear entered its brain, the tiger's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief and terror. Before the golden-striped tiger could make any sound, Su Ming surged his chi and blood, thrusting his right hand with force. The black spear that had pierced into the tiger's head directly lifted its massive body off the ground. "Hey!" Su Ming called out, lightly exerting force with his right hand to swing the spear out from the golden-striped tiger's head, splattering blood. The golden-striped tiger, which weighed as much as a small car, was effortlessly flung several hundred meters away, like tossing a chick, crashing heavily onto the ground not far in front of Song Zihan and the others, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the golden-striped tiger had already breathed its last, its eyes wide open in death, still holding onto the terror that had yet to dissipate. Successfully killed. The mid-stage 4th-tier beast golden-striped tiger gained 2,000 enhancement points. At the same time, a kill notification popped up on Su Ming's system panel, directly granting him 2,000 enhancement points. The enhancement points gained from killing a 4th-tier beast are indeed high. I should tell Song Zihan and the others later that I will handle all the beasts we encounter on this journey. I could even forego the materials. Looking at the 2,000 enhancement points credited to him, Su Ming couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself. The enhancement points obtained from killing 4th-tier beasts are so abundant, but just a few of them could equate to the enhancement points he earned from battling in the caves of Linjiang City for half a month. Is this over already? With just one shot alone, he annihilated the mid-stage 4th-tier golden-striped tiger, and his chi and blood had just reached 100. Though the golden-striped tiger is a mid-stage 4th-tier beast, it is not weak among them, estimated to have a combat power of around 1 million. To eliminate this golden-striped tiger so easily, Su Ming's explosive combat power must have exceeded 1.5 million. Exceeding 1.5 million combat power means that Su Ming's spear strike had at least a 15-fold burst of power. Could it be that Su Ming at such a young age has mastered a grade martial art and cultivated it to a high level? Is this the capability of a specially recruited student from Mohai University? Their strength is truly terrifying. Looking at the golden-striped tiger that had been instantaneously killed by Su Ming, both Song Zihan and Zhang Yang, who were 3rd-year students at Mohai University, as well as the 4 4th-tier martial artists from the military, were all stunned. Especially Song Zihan and Li Hao. Both of them were mid-stage 4th-tier martial artists possessing around 300 chi and blood. Although they each exchanged for a grade martial art at Mohai University, they had only cultivated their respective grade martial arts to a beginner level, yielding only around 8 times the combat power burst. Under full effort, they estimated their strength was about comparable to Su Ming's. The thought that Su Ming, a freshman who had just entered Mohai University, was already as strong as them made both of them feel a sense of defeat. Seniors, you can handle the materials from the golden-striped tiger. While Song Zihan and the others were filled with emotion, Su Ming had already returned to the front of the team, standing on the head of the golden-striped tiger he had just killed, and spoke to them. "Let me handle it." Before Song Zihan and Zhang Yang could respond, Zhao Ranjia smiled and stepped forward, quickly arriving at the golden-striped tiger. He flipped his hand, and a dagger gleaming with a chilling light appeared in his grasp. Gripping the dagger, Zhao Ranjia skillfully began to dissect the corpse of the golden-striped tiger. His movements were extremely adept. Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden-striped tiger was swiftly dismantled, leaving Su Ming dumbfounded. If Su Ming were to describe it in one word, it would be as adept as a butcher. It was incredibly skilled. In less than a minute, all the valuable materials from the golden-striped tiger were collected by Zhao Ranjia. "These materials will be placed in my spatial ring. Once we return, I'll hand them over to you, and you can discuss how to..." After Zhao Ranjia finished processing the valuable materials from the golden-striped tiger, he smiled and explained to Su Ming and Song Zihan, then waved his hand, making the pile of dissected materials vanish. Upon hearing this, Song Zihan and Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, without any dissent. Spatial ring. Su Ming did not mind borrowing the materials that had been collected, rather his gaze fixed intently on the ring on Zhao Ranji's right index finger, which shimmered with a ghostly light. Su Ming, this spatial ring is crafted by an awakened user of spatial abilities. Each spatial ring is extremely difficult to make, and since awakened users of spatial abilities are quite rare, their value is very high, and they won't be available for sale on the market. However, at MO University, you can exchange 5,000 credits for a spatial ring that has a storage space of 10 cubic meters. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Zhao Ranjia put away his things, then turned to Su Ming with a smile. Cough cough, with 5,000 credits I think I won't consider exchanging for a spatial ring just yet. Hearing how expensive the spatial ring was, Su Ming immediately coughed lightly, and then smiled at everyone, saying, Professor, Zhao Senior's the golden striped tiger has been dealt with. Let's continue on our journey. I took on this task hoping to gain more experience in the caves. How about I handle all the beasts we encounter? Since it is senior brother Su Ming's request, I naturally must grant him due respect. Henceforth, any ferocious beast we encounter shall be engaged first by senior brother Su Ming. Same here. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Li Hao and Song Zihan voiced no objection. Zhang Yang, the strongest student at MO University, also turned to Su Ming and nodded with a smile. I'll stand guard for you. Should any beast prove beyond your reach, I'll intervene immediately. Having witnessed Su Ming's prowess firsthand, all three grew markedly more amicable toward him and readily assented to his proposal. Moreover, since Su Ming volunteered to eliminate the beast himself, they were more than content to conserve their strength. Hearing their replies, Su Ming gave a slight, not a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now that our course is decided, let us proceed. Besides Su Ming, Zhao Renjia, observing that the group had reached consensus, resumed leading the expedition toward the habitat of the Mo Yuan flowers. The No. 4 Mo Du underground cavern spanned a far greater expanse than the No. 2 Linjiang city cavern. Su Ming and his companions traversed the cavern for a full day and night before finally arriving at their destination. Along the way they encountered numerous ferocious beasts. Yet none surpassed the late fourth order in strength, and before Su Ming's obsidian spear, not a single beast endured even a single breath. Over that day and night Su Ming slew over 100 beasts, nearly half of them fourth order. Collectively they granted him a total of 123000 enhancement points. His accumulated enhancement points now totaled 224000, and the overwhelming might he displayed en route profoundly reshaped Zhang Yang's and Song Zihan's understanding of his capabilities. Whether mid or late fourth order, every beast fell to a single spear thrust before Su Ming, utterly obliterated in an instant. To slay a late fourth order beast with a single strike demonstrated combat power rivaling that of a peak fourth order cultivator, and even approaching that of an ordinary early fifth order warrior. To unleash such formidable power, comparable to an early fifth order warrior, with merely 10,000 units of vital chi, was so extraordinary that even Professor Zhao Renjia of Mo University repeatedly marveled at Su Ming's peerless talent, declaring it unprecedented in his lifetime. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Renjia gazed upon the valley ahead before turning to Su Ming and the others. That valley ahead is the natural habitat of the Mo Yuan flowers. Rich in celestial and terrestrial energy, these flowers rank among the fourth-order rare treasures, and fierce beasts inevitably gather around them. Remain vigilant and constantly monitor your surroundings. Yes, Professor Zhao. At his words, Zhang Yang, Su Ming, and the other two Mo University students responded instantly. The four military-aligned fourth-order warriors likewise nodded in unison. Soon under Zhao Renjia's guidance, the 9-member party surged forward into the valley. Before long, Su Ming beheld a vast floral sea ahead, fields of black blossoms swaying gently in the wind. Most of these black flowers remained tightly closed in bud, though many had already fully bloomed. Each open bloom measured roughly palm-sized and continuously radiated a dense aura of potent energy. Yet this floral sea was not composed solely of black blooms. Numerous massive ferocious beasts also occupied the surrounding terrain. Some beasts lay resting, others stood idly within the valley. Occasionally one or two would amble toward the blooming black flowers and devour them whole. These are the Mo Yuan flowers. Their energy density rivals even the three-leaved purple blood fruit. Indeed, as Professor Zhao forewarned, they have drawn a considerable number of beasts. Fortunately, no fifth-order beasts are present. This will not be difficult to handle. Observing the scene ahead, Su Ming's lips lifted slightly, and a spark of exhilaration flickered in his eyes. He estimated swiftly over 30 fourth-order beasts loitered near the floral sea. Slaying them all would yield another 70 or 80,000 enhancement points. Rower. As Su Ming and his companions surveyed the Mo Yuan flowers and the beasts encircling them, those very beasts sensed their presence. The first beast to detect them let out a sharp warning roar, immediately answered by a cascade of bestial howls. In the blink of an eye, all 30-odd fourth-order beasts turned as one towards Su Ming's group, eyes blazing with fury. Then a mid-fourth-order ironback mantis lunged forward first, prompting the rest to surge after it. In an instant, the 30-odd beasts coalesced into a formidable tide, charging straight towards Su Ming's party. All were fourth-order beasts, massive in stature, and their collective charge resembled 30-odd armored tanks barreling forward, shaking the very earth beneath Su Ming's feet. The beasts are charging. Stay alert. Protect Professor Zhao. Seeing the onslaught, Zhang Yang stepped forward at once, drawing the long blade, sheathed across his back, and taking position at the vanguard. Before his voice faded, Song Zihan and Li Hao had already moved to shield Zhao Renjia behind them. The remaining 4 military-aligned fourth-order warriors likewise unsheathed their weapons, their vital qi surging violently as they braced for imminent battle. Yet just as the group tensed for combat, a lone figure shot forth like a cannonball, rushing alone headlong into the 30-strong beast horde. Senior brother Su Ming, do not act rashly. Recognizing the figure as Su Ming, Zhang Yang's expression shifted instantly, and he shouted urgently after him. Though he'd grown familiar with Su Ming's strength during their time together, this was no ordinary foe. It was a horde of over 30 fourth-order beasts, several of which had already attained peak fourth-order power. Against such overwhelming odds, even he could not hope to emerge unscathed from a solo charge. Rest assured, senior brother Zhang, I know my limits. Hearing the cry from behind, Su Ming's lips curved faintly. With a mere thought, the Liang armor enveloped his entire body, like donning a crimson steel warframe. The moment the Liang armor manifested, Su Ming became a crimson phantom. Spear in hand, he plunged into the heart of the beast horde. His heart of frenzy ignited instantly, and the next second the obsidian spear lanced forward. Cloud-piercing spear. A blinding spear light flashed. Then the ironback mantis leading the charge was impaled through the skull. Yet in its dying convulsion, the beast swung its scythe-like arms with tremendous force, striking Su Ming squarely across the chest. Clang! That devastating blow only sparked against Su Ming's chest, leaving no wound, no bruise, not even causing him to stagger a single step backward. An rank combat suit's defense was simply impenetrable to fourth-order beasts. With a sharp sound, Su Ming pulled out the obsidian spear, and the 2-meter-tall ironback mantis fell to the ground, its head split open. At the moment the ironback mantis collapsed, a kill notification instantly popped up on the deep blue system panel, and another 2,000 enhancement points were credited. After eliminating the ironback mantis, Su Ming showed no signs of stopping. He quickly flashed and rushed towards the beasts behind him, spear in hand. Protected by his grade combat suit, Su Ming faced the fourth-tier beasts without a thought for defense, focusing solely on offense. The attacks from those beasts landed on him, but all were blocked by his blazing sun armor. The defensive power of the grade combat suit could completely disregard the attacks of fifth-tier beasts. Even if these fourth-tier beasts exerted all their strength, they could not leave a single scratch on Su Ming's combat suit. Moreover, against attacks beneath the master level, the blazing sun armor could absorb the energy from those attacks, which Su Ming could unleash to harm nearby enemies at his will. However, until now Su Ming had not utilized the stored energy from the blazing sun armor against the surrounding beast attacks, instead continuously accumulating energy from their strikes. He wielded the obsidian spear, consistently striking down the encroaching beasts. Only after Su Ming had consecutively slain 4 or 5 fourth-tier beasts, and withstood the surrounding beasts' attacks without a scratch, did Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao realize that the crimson battle armor on Su Ming was the unique grade combat suit of Magic Sea University. Is that the blazing sun armor? To think it's in a grade blazing sun armor. At our school it requires 10,000 credits to exchange for such an advanced combat suit. How could Su Ming, a new student at Magic Sea University, have amassed so many credits? The blazing sun armor can immunize against attacks from those below the master level. No wonder Su Ming dared to charge into the midst of the beasts alone. With this combat suit, he is already in an invincible position. Could this blazing sun armor be the school's enrollment reward for Su Ming? Upon realizing that the combat suit Su Ming wore was indeed the grade blazing sun armor, the three immediately grew agitated. After the initial shock, they quickly came to understand how Su Ming had acquired this combat suit. Having just entered Magic Sea University, Su Ming could not possibly have earned so many credits to exchange for the blazing sun armor. The only explanation is that the armor is the school's enrollment reward for him. Although they had been enrolled for over 2 years and had never heard of Magic Sea University, giving such a precious enrollment reward to specially recruited students, they recalled that Su Ming could slay fourth-tier latest-stage beasts with just his own strength, making the school's decision to grant him the blazing sun armor seem quite reasonable. A freshman with power comparable to a fifth-tier early-stage warrior is a rare prodigy. In the past few decades across the entire Hanxiao, such exceptional talent is one of a kind. For such an extraordinary talent, it would be an understatement for Magic Sea University not to value him highly. And a grade combat suit, how extravagant. If only we could have a grade combat suits, even with only the strength of a fourth-tier warrior, we would fear no one below the master level. Nearby, the four military warriors, hearing Zhang Yang and the others' exclamations, widened their eyes, gazing at the crimson figure in the midst of the beasts, their faces filled with envy. Even though they were military fourth-tier warriors more affluent than ordinary fourth-tier warriors, they wore merely a grade combat suit. For them, a grade combat suit was an unattainable treasure, a priceless item that they could not acquire even if they drained all their wealth. Among them, only Zhao Renjie, who had long known the conditions under which Lu Zhiming recruited Su Ming, remained calm, a faint smile on his lips, as he watched Su Ming relentlessly slaughter the beasts. Amidst the astonished gasps of Zhang Yang and others, Su Ming had already with thunderous speed slain over 20 beasts. Having witnessed Su Ming's formidable strength, the remaining beasts, despite their reluctance towards the magic source flower, could not help but emit terrified and unwilling roars, halting their advance towards Su Ming and turning to flee. These bloodthirsty beasts were now so scared that they dared not continue their assault, but chose to escape. Where do you think you're running? Seeing these experienced packs trying to flee, Su Ming immediately shouted angrily and exerted force with his legs. As his thoughts stirred, the energy stored in the blazing sun armor covering his body was mobilized, dark red energy flowing like meridians from above down to his feet. Then Su Ming stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The energy previously accumulated from the beast's attacks within the blazing sun armor erupted instantly, and with this step, he created a pit several meters in diameter in the ground. Under the tremendous energy explosion, he transformed into a flash of crimson lightning, charging forward momentarily, lifting off the ground. Piercing cloud spear. Su Ming instantly flew beside the nearest fourth-tier latest stage beast, his right hand gripping the obsidian spear, muscles swelling as he thrust forward. With a piercing sound, without any obstruction, this thrust pierced through the head of the fourth-tier latest stage beast. Such a swift strike left the beast no chance to react. Successfully slaying the fourth-tier latest stage beast, crimson armored lizard enhancement points 3. After instantly dispatching a fourth-tier latest stage beast, Su Ming stomped the ground again, mobilizing the energy stored in his combat suit, creating another large pit beneath him as he appeared in front of another fourth-tier beast. Then, with another thrust under the desperate gaze of this beast, the obsidian spear ruthlessly pierced its skull, successfully slaying the fourth-tier mid-stage beast, azure scale snake enhancement points 2000. Su Ming's movements did not pause even with the deep blue system's notification. After killing the azure scale snake, he repeated the process, his figure flashing. In just a few breaths, the remaining 10 or so fourth-tier beasts fell without any resistance beneath his obsidian spear. Gulp! When Su Ming finally stopped his slaughter, bloodied obsidian spear in hand, returning from the pile of beast corpses, Zhang Yang and the others couldn't help but swallow hard at Su Ming's godlike figure. In less than a minute, Su Ming had slaughtered over 30 fourth-tier beasts. Such strength and ruthlessness once again reshaped their perception of him. Professor Zhao, all the ferocious beasts ahead have been slain. We can now collect the demon source flowers. Amidst the deep shock of the crowd, Su Ming had already returned to the front of the team, removing the facial covering of the solar flare armor, and calmly spoke to Zhao Renjie. His expression was one of tranquility, as if the feat of slaying dozens of fourth-tier ferocious beasts was of little significance to him. Hearing this, Zhao Renjie nodded approvingly at Su Ming, then disregarded Song Zihan and the others who were still in shock, and stepped into the sea of demon source flowers to collect the ripe flowers. Seniors, you can take care of the corpses of those ferocious beasts. Su Ming turned to Song Zihan and Zhang Yang after seeing Zhao Renjie start collecting the flowers. Okay, sure. At this moment, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao finally reacted, quickly nodding and hurrying towards the large pile of ferocious beast corpses ahead. If all the materials from these fourth-tier ferocious beasts were collected, they could be sold for hundreds of millions outside. Even if the four of them split it evenly, each person would still receive at least 100 million credit points. Although credit points were of little use at Magic Sea University, they would become very valuable after graduation. While Zhang Yang and the other two were harvesting the materials from the fourth-tier ferocious beast corpses, the four military warriors spread out to guard the surroundings, vigilant against any further ferocious beasts charging from a distance. After about an hour, Zhao Renjie had basically collected all the ripe demon source flowers. Zhang Yang and the others had also gathered all the valuable materials from the fourth-tier ferocious beasts. Mission accomplished, let's go. After storing all the ferocious beast materials in his spatial ring, Zhao Renjie said to Su Ming and the others. Seeing this, Su Ming and the others had no objections, and the group immediately began to return the way. Since Su Ming had cleared the path of ferocious beasts along the way, they encountered very few beasts when heading back, moving even faster than before. Half a day later, Su Ming and his group arrived at a narrow gorge along the route. At this speed, we should be able to return to the outside of the No. for cave before dark today. In just 2 days earning 120 credits, this task is easier than I expected. Half a day later, Song Zihan smiled at Zhang Yang, glancing at the distance they had covered. Though she felt somewhat fatigued after over 30 hours without rest, the thought of returning to earn 120 credits invigorated her. Zhang Yang nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and added, "Indeed, but our ease this time is largely thanks to junior brother Su Ming. Yes, we didn't have to lift a finger. All the ferocious beasts were slain by junior brother Su Ming. After we return, he must take the lion's share of the materials from those beasts." As Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Hao nodded in agreement. Su Ming, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but smile slightly. In terms of gains, he was the one who benefited the most from this trip. Currently on his system panel, the accumulated enhancement points had remarkably exceeded 3, surpassing any previous total he had ever achieved. Stop! At that moment, the previously calm Zhao Renjia suddenly frowned and raised his hand to call out sharply. Instantly, the entire team's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. "Professor Zhao, what is it?" The captain of the military escort team and Zhang Yang both turned to Zhao Renjia at the same time and asked in a low voice. Zhao Renjia did not answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes, looking towards the front of the gorge. After a moment, a glint of sharpness appeared in his eyes as he whispered, "Something is coming up ahead." As soon as he spoke, as if to confirm his words, distant roars of ferocious beasts could be heard. Following that, a deep rumble, like rolling thunder, approached, causing the ground in the gorge to tremble. This commotion indicates a beast tide, and it's not small. Upon sensing the abnormality, Zhang Yang and the others immediately became serious, drawing their weapons and looking towards the front of the gorge. Su Ming also gripped the obsidian spear, his solar flare armor responding to his will, immediately enveloping his entire body. Soon a vast cloud of dust appeared ahead, swirling towards Su Ming and the others like a sandstorm. Beneath the sky of swirling dust were countless ferocious beasts, their eyes blood red as they roared and charged forward. Seeing the astonishing number of beasts ahead, everyone's expression changed. Holding a long knife, Song Zihan's delicate face was frosty as she furrowed her brows. How can there be such a large-scale beast tide in this place? Someone must be behind this. The strongest beasts in the know. For Cave of Magic City are only 5th tier, they do not have the ability to command so many beasts. This beast tide must have been deliberately triggered by someone. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly upon hearing this. This beast tide couldn't have arrived at a better or worse time, appearing right now in the gorge. It seems someone is targeting us, and the target is definitely Professor Zhao. We must ensure Professor Zhao's safety. At that moment, the leading 4th-tier latest warrior from the military spoke in a serious tone. As he finished speaking, everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, gathering around Zhao Renjia. At this moment, the beast tide was drawing ever closer to them. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and many small rocks rolled down from the rocky walls on both sides. Roar! Leading the charge were several particularly massive and fierce-looking ferocious beasts. One was a gigantic bull covered in green scales with a single horn, another was a saber-toothed tiger with wings sprouting from its ribs, and the last was a crimson serpent slithering on the ground, its scales sparking against the rocks. The pressure emanating from these 3 ferocious beasts was equivalent to that of early 5th-tier beasts. The 3 beasts ahead, the single-horned bull, the winged saber-toothed tiger, and the crimson serpent, are all early 5th-tier beasts. We cannot let them through. Junior brother Su Ming, let's go together and block these 3 5th-tier beasts. Zhang Yang said, his face immediately turning serious as he looked at the 3 beasts at the forefront. In the next moment, he concentrated his thoughts, and a set of Kraid nano combat armor quickly covered his entire body. He then brandished his long knife and charged towards the wave of beasts. Though the Kraid armor could only barely withstand the attacks of 5th-tier beasts, it would still reduce the impact of their strikes. Seeing Zhang Yang charge out, Su Ming showed no hesitation, wielding the obsidian spear as he stepped forward, following Zhang Yang into battle against the 3 leading ferocious beasts. Form a defensive formation to protect the professor. In an instant, as Su Ming and Zhang Yang charged forward, the military's 4th-tier latest warrior captain shouted. Then he and 3 other 4th-tier warriors from the military quickly changed their positions, forming a simple, yet comprehensive defensive formation centered around Zhao Renjia. At the forefront stood the military warrior captain, slamming a 1-person-high heavy shield forcefully into the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the heavy shield sank 3 inches into the ground, establishing itself at the front of the formation. Song Zihan and Li Hao stood solemnly on either side of Zhao Renjia, their fierce gazes locked onto the incoming tide of beasts ready for battle. Senior Zhang Yang, what is your maximum combat power? Following closely behind Zhang Yang, Su Ming asked while both rushed toward the beast tide. Although Zhang Yang was a 4th-tier latest warrior, Su Ming deduced that Zhang Yang's combat power must be at least equal to his own as he dared to charge directly toward the beast tide to confront the 3/5-tier ferocious beasts. If I unleash my full power now, I can probably achieve around 9 million combat power. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment at Su Ming's question, but quickly replied. 9 million combat power. Hearing Zhang Yang's response, Su Ming was taken aback. Zhang Yang's combat power was more than double his own. Immediately, he formed an idea and said to Zhang Yang, Senior Zhang Yang, I have the solar armor to protect me and am not afraid of these ferocious beast attacks. I will block the attacks of the 3/5-tier beasts, the winged saber-toothed tiger, and others while you seize the opportunity to strike them hard. Once my solar armor gathers enough energy, I will unleash a powerful attack to slay these 3 creatures. Su Ming's proposal made Zhang Yang's eyes light up, and he nodded immediately. Then let it be as the junior brother says. He was not worried about Su Ming's safety, as Su Ming mentioned with the rank battle suit the solar armor the 5th-tier ferocious beasts couldn't harm him. The attacks from these ferocious beasts hitting Su Ming would only continuously charge the solar armor, ultimately becoming the power for Su Ming to counterattack. As they spoke, Su Ming and Zhang Yang had already reached the 3/5-tier ferocious beasts ahead. Senior Zhang Yang, I shall go first. Seeing the charging unicorn bull-winged saber-toothed tiger and the crimson-scaled python, Su Ming shouted, then leaped over Zhang Yang, the obsidian spear piercing forward in an instant. With the perfect cloud-breaking spear martial art and the ranked superhuman ability Berserk Heart activated, Su Ming's spear unleashed over 4 million combat power instantly, the spear tip shimmering with cold light as it lunged toward the right eye of the unicorn bull. Moo! As a 5th-tier early-stage ferocious beast, the unicorn bull reacted swiftly. It exhaled a puff of white mist through its nostrils and tossed its head, blocking Su Ming's obsidian spear with its over 1-meter-long horn. Clang! A metallic sound rang out, and Su Ming felt a tremendous force transmitted through the obsidian spear into his hand. Bang! 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 In that instant of contact, the unicorn bull's body halted and was forced back several steps. As for Su Ming, he was also knocked back by the collision. What immense power! After being pushed back 7 or 8 meters, Su Ming finally steadied himself, a serious expression flashing across his face beneath the solar armor. The strength of the unicorn bull was undoubtedly among the top tier of 5th-tier early-stage ferocious beasts, nearing that of a mid-stage 5th-tier beast. Without the solar armor, he would have surely been sent flying by that collision. Roar! However, just as Su Ming regained his footing, a massive figure suddenly swooped down from the sky, powerful claws striking down on him. With a bang, Su Ming was sent flying over 10 meters. The one attacking him was the winged saber-toothed tiger. Caught by surprise, Su Ming had no time to react and was directly sent soaring. Thud! Before Su Ming could land, he saw a massive scaly crimson tail crashing toward him. In the next moment, he was heavily struck down to the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. The attacker was the 3rd 5th-tier early-stage ferocious beast, the crimson-scaled python. However, before the dust could settle, Su Ming crawled out from the pit, the obsidian spear gleaming with cold light, its tip aimed directly at the closest vital point of the crimson-scaled python. The crimson-scaled python did not expect Su Ming to emerge unscathed from its powerful strike, and caught off guard, it was hit by Su Ming's attack. The rank weapon, the obsidian spear, was incredibly sharp and fueled by Su Ming's over 4 million combat power, pierced through the outer layer of crimson scales of the crimson-scaled python. The scales shattered and blood splattered. The spear tip sank deep into the vital point of the crimson-scaled python, embedding itself into its flesh. Hiss! With this strike, the crimson-scaled python let out a piercing cry of pain, its massive body thrashing wildly. It broke free from Su Ming's obsidian spear, spraying out a fountain of hot blood, and swiftly retreated. Shadowless blade. However, just as the crimson-scaled python withdrew, Zhang Yang's figure appeared from nowhere, blood surging, wielding his blade, and struck heavily at the wound recently inflicted by Su Ming. With 9 million combat power unleashed, Zhang Yang's strike deeply embedded into the vital point of the crimson-scaled python, creating a wound over a meter deep, nearly severing the python's massive body that required 5 to 6 people to encircle. Roar! The crimson-scaled python let out an even more tragic cry of pain. Zhang Yang's sudden strike nearly took half of its life. Even if it did not die now, it would not survive for long. Bang! Wounded, the crimson-scaled python became utterly frenzied, its snake eyes blood red, and with a powerful whip of its tail it struck heavily at Zhang Yang. In an instant, Zhang Yang was slammed against the canyon wall like a cannonball, producing a low thud. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't bother to check on Zhang Yang's condition. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the wounded crimson-scaled python, sweeping the obsidian spear, fiercely landing again at the python's vital point. With a swoosh, Under Su Ming's powerful horizontal sweep, the crimson-scaled python was cleaved. The head of the crimson-scaled python let out a painful roar, its severed body writhing frantically on the ground. The immense vitality within the fifth-tier ferocious beast meant that even with such a fatal injury, it would not die immediately, but its end was near. Roar! Just as Su Ming was about to rush in for a finishing blow, the furious roar of the winged saber-toothed tiger came from his right. The tiger's eyes were blood-red, and it opened its massive jaws to bite at Su Ming. Its sharp teeth, no shorter than Su Ming's obsidian spear, glimmered with a fierce cold light, rushing toward him with a foul stench. Just in time. Facing the attack of the winged saber-toothed tiger, Su Ming showed not the slightest hint of panic, but rather a look of joy at the success of his plan. As the attack of the winged saber-toothed tiger struck him, his blazing sun suit directly absorbed all the damage, while also storing the energy from the powerful bite. Explode. With a thought, Su Ming activated all the energy stored in the blazing sun suit, unleashing it in an instant. Boom. A loud roar erupted as a layer of crimson energy light suddenly flashed across the blazing sun suit, releasing a dazzling and scorching energy akin to a sun, instantly prying open the jaws of the winged saber-toothed tiger. Not only that, but under the explosive energy of the blazing sun suit, the winged saber-toothed tiger's saber teeth suddenly shattered, and most of its sharp teeth were destroyed. Now is the time. Break Cloud Spear. As the energy from the blazing sun suit pried open the bloodied maw of the thud, with a full-powered strike from inside the winged saber-toothed tiger's mouth, without any external skin defense, Su Ming's thrust directly pierced through the upper jaw, and the obsidian spear, filled with ferocity, plunged into the tiger's brain. Roar! The winged saber-toothed tiger let out a shrill roar from the impact. Then, having struck true, Su Ming seized upon the opportunity, gripping the spear tightly, and violently twisted it, turning the tiger's brain into a mush. Under such an attack, the massive body of the winged saber-toothed tiger stiffened, collapsing straight down. Successfully killed the early-stage 5th-tier beast winged saber-toothed tiger, gaining 1/0 enhancement points. As the winged saber-toothed tiger fell, Su Ming stepped out of its mouth, and a prompt popped up on his system again. Successfully killed the early-stage 5th-tier beast crimson-scaled python, gaining 1/0 enhancement points. Just after stepping out of the winged saber-toothed tiger's mouth, Su Ming focused his gaze and saw that the two segments of the previously writhing crimson-scaled python on the ground were now completely still. With the winged saber-toothed tiger, a flying 5th-tier beast, taking care of the next ones will be much easier to. Su Ming merely glanced at the information that popped up on his system panel, casting a casual glance at the dead-winged saber-toothed tiger, a smile gracing his face. Among the 3 5th-tier beasts, even if the winged saber-toothed tiger wasn't the strongest, it was certainly the most troublesome. After all, with its pair of wings, the winged saber-toothed tiger could fly. Had he not seized the moment to catch it off guard and kill it once it became alert, it would have used its flying advantage to evade him. At his current stage as a 4th-tier warrior, he lacked the ability to fly and could pose no threat to the flying winged saber-toothed tiger. Moo! Just then a deafening roar rapidly approached. Su Ming looked up to see the unicorn bull charging toward him. At this critical moment, Su Ming thrust out the obsidian spear, colliding once again with the unicorn bull. Boom! As before, both sides were forced back. Boom! Meanwhile, a large number of 5th-tier and below beasts had already rushed up from behind the beast tide, with a dozen beasts charging towards Su Ming, while the others surrounded Zhao Ranjia and the others tightly. Su Ming had just thought of moving to help Song Zihan and the others kill some 4th-tier beasts to alleviate their pressure, but he was once again blocked by the recovering unicorn bull, forcing him to a halt. Clearly, the strength of the unicorn bull was a notch higher than that of the winged saber-toothed tiger, and the crimson system evolved my level superpower Fury Heart. Seeing Zhang Yang was motionless and unable to kill the unicorn bull in a short time, Su Ming immediately focused his thoughts and spoke to the system. Evolving the A-level superpower into an S-level superpower only required 1/0 enhancement points, and Su Ming's over 3/0 enhancement points were more than enough. Boom, boom, boom. As Su Ming ordered the evolution of Fury Heart, the 1/0 enhancement points were rapidly consumed like flowing water, and in the next moment the heart-shaped mark in his spiritual sea began to pulse wildly. An immense energy suddenly surged from within Su Ming, coursing through his entire body in an instant, activating all his cells to madly absorb the substantial energy generated by the system's evolution of superpowers. As the enhancement points were fully consumed, the blood-red heart mark in Su Ming's spiritual sea transformed into a golden little figure radiating an aura that was not at all weaker than the nearby ice crown. Consumed 1/0 enhancement points, the A-level superpower Fury Heart was upgraded to S-level superpower Furious Titan. Boom! At the moment the evolution of Fury Heart was completed, Su Ming's vitality and blood surged dramatically. Because Su Ming had initially activated the level superpower Fury Heart at the moment of its evolution completion, his eyes turned golden, resembling an enraged titan. In the next moment, Su Ming felt an unprecedented surge of power filling his entire being. Looking at the charging unicorn bull, once more Su Ming shouted fiercely, gripping his obsidian spear tightly, and thrust it towards the oncoming unicorn bull. Break Cloud Spear. Facing Su Ming's thrust, the unicorn bull, just like before, collided its tough and sturdy horn against it. Bang! With another collision between the obsidian spear and the unicorn's horn, a dull thud resounded. Moo! Following that came a roar filled with astonishment and a hint of panic. The massive body of the unicorn bull was sent flying back, crashing heavily into the beast tied 100 meters behind, knocking several third-tier and fourth-tier beasts aside. In contrast, Su Ming stood still without any movement, maintaining the posture of one-handed spear thrust. The unicorn bull quickly got back on its feet after being knocked back, shaking its head, which had become slightly dizzy from the impact, and then stared at Su Ming with disbelief. Just as the unicorn bull stared at Su Ming with uncertainty, Su Ming divided some of his attention to his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 14,000. Mental energy 3,000. Abilities Ice Crown S, Rage Titan S. Body Refinement Method Rising Sun D Perfect, 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method Celestial Diagram A Perfect. Martial Arts Diamond Spear Technique D Perfect, Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfect. Enhancement Points 238,600. The evolution of the Grade ability Berserk Heart into this Grade ability Rage Titan has increased my vitality by 3,600 points all at once. Such a significant boost in vitality. Moreover, I feel that activating this Grade superhuman ability Rage Titan has at least doubled my physical enhancement compared to Berserk Heart. With my current vitality of 14,000 combined with at least a 16-fold enhancement from the superhuman ability, the combat power unleashed by my perfect cloud-breaking spear is estimated to have surpassed 12 million. Although I still have the vitality value of a low-tier 4th stage, my explosive combat power has already surpassed Senior Zhang Yang. Seeing the increase in vitality and mental energy gained from the evolution of his Berserk Heart ability, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. With a pair of golden pupils looking past the combat helmet made of the nanomaterials of the Rising Sun armor at the unicorn bull in the distance, he suddenly sprang forward, his figure shooting out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of over 100 meters, and the obsidian spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, attacking the unicorn bull once more. With 14,000 vitality plus the 16-fold enhancement from this Great ability Rage Titan, Su Ming's temporary vitality strength had already exceeded 220,000, double the standard of 100,000 for a low-tier 5th stage warrior. The enhancement of his physical abilities boosted his speed, making it at least double what it was before. Su Ming's suddenly increased speed caught the unicorn bull off guard. Faced with Su Ming's sudden spear thrust, the unicorn bull was unable to respond in time with its strongest horn and could only awkwardly turn its head, causing Su Ming's spear, originally aimed at its right eye, to strike the top of its head instead. Clang! The obsidian spear, empowered with over 12 million combat power, struck heavily against the unicorn bull's head, resonating with a metallic tremor. In the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from the unicorn bull's mouth. Moo! Despite its desperate attempt to evade Su Ming's attack aimed at its fragile eyes, the force of Su Ming's spear broke through its thick-skinned defense, penetrating the skull beneath and stabbed into its brain. Die! Although the obsidian spear got stuck in the unicorn bull's hard skull after penetrating, unable to swirl like it did when piercing through the jaw of the blade-toothed tiger. Su Ming unleashed his Grade Ice ability Ice Crown, with the extreme cold effortlessly rushing into the unicorn bull's mind through the obsidian spear, instantly freezing everything within its skull. With 3,000 mental energy and the 50-fold explosion of the Grade Ice Crown ability, Su Ming's ice attack was no weaker than that of a latest-stage 4th-tier Ice Awakener. Even a powerful beast like the unicorn bull, known for its defense, instantly lost its vitality under such intense ice ability, getting killed by Su Ming's freezing attack. Successfully killing the low-tier 5th stage beast unicorn bull, enhancement points 10,000. With the unicorn bull frozen to death, Su Ming earned another 10,000 enhancement points. After slaying the last low-tier 5th stage beast, Su Ming did not linger, withdrawing the obsidian spear, his figure darting through the tide of beasts like a phantom heading towards Zhao Renjia and the others. At this moment, Zhao Renjia and his group were surrounded by a multitude of beasts, with 4 4th stage military warriors along with Song Zihan and Li Hao protecting Zhao Renjia in the center, continuously slaying the surrounding beasts. However, under the assault of numerous beasts, the 6th, though all 4th stage warriors were somewhat flustered. After all, there were plenty of 4th stage beasts in this wave. Among the beasts attacking them, there were several latest stage 4th tier beasts and 2 peak 4th tier beasts. Each charge from these 4th tier beasts put immense pressure on Song Zihan and the others. In just a few seconds of contact, a thin layer of sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. Beast die. Just as Song Zihan and the others were under immense pressure, a furious shout rang out. They saw a red figure appear, and then the spear light flickered. The 4th stage beasts before them began to fall one after another. In just a few breaths, the surrounding beasts were cleared, and the corpses of over a dozen 4th tier beasts fell around them, forming a wall of dead bodies blocking the beasts behind. It's Su Ming. After clearing the nearby 4th tier beasts, Su Ming's figure stopped, and only then did Song Zihan and the others realize that the red figure was Su Ming clad in the rising sun armor. Seeing Su Ming arrive, Song Zihan couldn't help but exclaim softly. Li Hao, on the other hand, cast a glance around, but was obstructed by the circle of beast corpses, unable to see the situation further away. Immediately, Li Hao said to Su Ming, "Thank you, Su Ming, for coming to our aid. Please go back and assist Zhang Yang in holding off the remaining 5th tier beasts. The strongest 4th tier beasts here are dead, and we can handle the rest." Indeed, Su Ming, it's too much for just Zhang Yang to fend off the 2 remaining 5th tier beasts alone. Oh, hurry and help. At this moment, hearing Li Hao's voice, Song Zihan also quickly responded, urging Su Ming. They only saw Su Ming and Zhang Yang working together to slice the crimson scale python in half, but their line of sight was blocked by the rushing tide of beasts, unaware of what happened next. Now seeing Su Ming charging over, they thought he had temporarily given up on those 2 5th tier beasts, allowing Zhang Yang to handle it alone, while he came to slay the surrounding latest stage and peak 4th tier beasts to alleviate their pressure. No need, I have already slain all 3 5th tier beasts. We just need to eradicate the remaining beasts, and as for Senior Zhang Yang, I believe he will be fine for now. However, upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head. What a... As soon as Su Ming said this, both Song Zihan and Zhang Hao gasped in shock, staring at Su Ming with wide eyes, as if he were a monster. Even the other 4 military warriors were no exception. From the moment Su Ming charged out to deal with the 3 low-tier 5th stage beasts to now returning to them, it had been less than half a minute. This meant that Su Ming, a low-tier 4th stage warrior, had slain 3 low-tier 5th stage beasts in just half a minute. Such astonishing combat power was unheard of. It was all by the might of the Liang suit, that a grade combat armor. Without it, I could not have so swiftly dispatched the 3 early 5th rank feral beasts. Everyone stay alert. The beasts around us are about to surge again, Su Ming said with a light laugh as he regarded the exaggerated expressions of Song Zihan and the others. A volley of roars drew near, countless feral beasts vaulted over the ring of 4th rank corpses, and eyes blazing crimson drove toward them. Seeing this, Song Zihan, Li Hao, and the others could no longer afford to gape in shock. They snapped to attention, tightened their grips on their weapons, and aimed at the charging beasts. Su Ming once more closed the Liang suit over his face to shield himself, then lifted his spear and plunged back into the tide of beasts. With the 5th rank predators gone, and the post-evolution class superhuman ability, Kuangnu Jingang, granting a massive surge to his vitality, Su Ming moved as if nothing stood before him. Spear light danced wherever he passed, and batches of 3rd and 4th rank beasts toppled. System successfully slain late 3rd rank feral beast, Tiejiaxinyo. Enhancement points 300. System successfully slain early 4th rank feral beast, Li Zhao Guangxi. Enhancement points 1000. As more beasts fell to Su Ming, his system panel flashed incessant kill notifications, and enhancement points accumulated at a startling pace. Ahem. Junior brother Su Ming actually took down 3 5th rank beasts. His combat power is astonishing, especially that final burst. Junior brother Su Ming's strength is like a bottomless pit, its depth can never be fathomed. At that moment, Zhang Yang, who had been struck by the Qi Lin Mang's tail and hurled into a nearby rock wall before the creature died, finally emerged from the dust. After coughing twice, he stared at the 3 dead 5th rank carcasses, his eyes filled with profound shock. Although Zhang Yang had been briefly stunned by the Qi Lin Mang's attack, he had witnessed in stark reality the entire process of Su Ming slaying the 3 5th rank beasts. What Su Ming displayed truly startled him, especially when facing the Dujiao Maniu. The instant his strength suddenly multiplied several times nearly made Zhang Yang's jaw drop. Noticing the beasts closing in on him, Zhang Yang drew a deep breath, tamped down the tumultuous vitality in his chest, calmed his stunned heart, and called out softly, "Kill!" With that cry, Zhang Yang hefted his blade and joined the fray. Though he found the early 5th rank beasts somewhat overwhelming against the 3rd and 4th rank predators, he fought like a grim reaper. The charging beasts could scarcely withstand a single stroke from him and were cut down in droves. Only a few fourth-rank monsters held him off for a moment before falling to his blade. Zhang Yang was like a tiger among sheep in that pack under the fifth-rank predators, yet compared to Su Ming's slaughtering speed, he lagged far behind. Elsewhere, with Su Ming joining the fight, the pressure on Song Zihan, Li Hao, and the others eased markedly. Fewer than 10% of the beasts evaded Su Ming's onslaught to reach them. Moreover, the creatures that slipped through were intentionally allowed by Su Ming, low-rank beasts all beneath fourth rank, so Song Zihan and the others handled them with ease. With the fifth-rank beasts dealt with, the tide of monsters began to dwindle rapidly beneath the slaughter of Su Ming, Zhang Yang, Song Zihan, and the others. Aside from those 3 early fifth-rank beasts, the rest of the tide amounted to a little over 1,000. Within half an hour, the beasts in the canyon were entirely subdued. Nearly 90% had been slain by Su Ming, and he had taken down the higher-ranked ones. By the battles, in Su Ming's enhancement points surpassed 16 million, enough to evolve the S-class Bing Huangguan Mian ability, once upgrading it to an S-class power. Phew, at last it's over without major calamity. Only after impaling the final third-rank beast with a spear did Su Ming finally exhale. He withdrew the Liang suit's face cover, revealing his striking visage, and inhaled deeply. Though he now possessed the vitality of an early fourth-rank martial artist after such prolonged intense combat, especially having unleashed the Kuangnu Jingang ability, his expenditure was not insignificant. As for his S-class superhuman ability, Kuangnu Jingang, after slaughtering the 3 fifth-rank beasts, and then cutting down all the fourth-rank beasts in the tide, he retracted the ability to spare his body undue strain. At his present strength, even at full exertion, activating the S-class Kuangnu Jingang could be sustained for at most about 10 minutes. Even having early disabled the S-class augmentation, Su Ming, with 140 vitality and the Poyan spear at crank fully mastered, could unleash a burst of combat power scarcely inferior to an ordinary mid-fourth-rank warrior. In his normal physical state, he could effortlessly one-shot the remaining third-rank beasts. Su Ming, we owe you this time. Without you would have been in serious trouble. After the battle, Zhao Renjie smiled at Su Ming, whose breathing was heavier than usual, his gaze full of the talent and strength Su Ming displayed in this fight had far exceeded Zhao Renjie's expectations. Su Ming merely returned a faint smile and made no comment. Then he addressed Song Zihan and the others. Seniors, we've slain so many beasts. We must not waste them. Let us harvest the materials from their bodies together. Yes, yes. Song Zihan replied excitedly. The materials from so many fourth-rank beasts and the 3 early fifth-rank ones would fetch an astronomical sum if sold. Upon hearing this, Song Zihan immediately brightened, drew his weapon, and moved toward the nearest fourth-rank car. Zhang Yang and Li Hao did not hesitate either. They drew their weapons and began collecting materials from the surrounding bodies. You 4 should join as well. Everyone contributed to this beast tide. The materials should be shared by. After Song Zihan and the 2 others began harvesting materials, Su Ming looked to the 4 military martial artists and smiled as he spoke. He had noticed the 4 soldiers eyeing the carcasses with glittering desire when they first surveyed the scene. There were so many bodies here that relying only on him and the Mo High University students to collect the materials would take at least 2 hours. With the 4 joining, the time could be halved. Very well, we will follow your lead. The lead military martial artist said hastily, cupping his hands to Su Ming, and then plunged in with the other 3 to gather the resources. Just as Su Ming was about to join the collection, a sharp arrow streaked through the air, its heat scorching, and flew straight for Zhao Renjie's head. Professor Zhao, watch out. Su Ming was the first to detect the ambush arrow and shouted urgently. He attempted to intercept it, but the distance between him and Zhao Renjie rendered him utterly unable to block the shot in time. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes narrowed sharply, and his will surged forth. Almost instantly, the ambient air temperature plummeted by over 12 degrees. And before Zhao Renjie, a dozen ice walls materialized, each several meters thick. These were ice walls conjured through Su Ming's Shrank cryokinetic ability Crown of Frost. With his current level of mental fortitude, each wall could withstand the full-force strike of a 4th-tier, mid-level martial cultivator. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yet even as Su Ming solidified the walls, the blazing arrow pierced through them with terrifying ease, as though a red-hot branding iron had been thrust into a slice of cheese less than a millimeter thick. The arrow carved a fist-sized aperture through each wall, its velocity undiminished, hurtling straight toward Zhao Renjie. So powerful. Su Ming's expression turned ashen the instant he sensed the arrow's overwhelming might. To pierce a dozen walls capable of absorbing the full assault of a 4th-tier mid-level cultivator, without losing a shred of momentum, meant this single arrow carried the destructive force of a 5th-tier peak cultivator, or even greater. And the assailant who launched it must have already surpassed the 5th-tier threshold. A Grandmaster's ambush. That single realization flashed across Su Ming's mind. Faced with a Grandmaster's ambush, he knew he could not possibly save Zhao Renjie. His sole imperative now was survival. His rank combat suit was the only thing standing between him and certain death at a Grandmaster's hand. As for the other's safety, he could no longer afford to consider it. So you finally revealed yourself? Just as Su Ming braced for Zhao Renjie's imminent demise, a cold, resonant snort echoed from the void itself. In the next breath, a figure materialized before Zhao Renjie and seized the arrow mere instants before it would have struck him dead center. The arrow thrashed violently in his grip, yet it advanced not a fraction further, arrested just half a foot from Zhao Renjie's brow. Bang! With a sudden crushing clinch, the figure reduced the entire arrow to shimmering dust, scattering it into the air. Old Mo, you've got impeccable timing. 1 second later, and I'd be dead. Zhao Renjie smiled up at the mysterious figure who had appeared before him, teasing, unshaken, utterly devoid of fear. What on earth is happening? Did Professor Zhao anticipate this all along? Su Ming stared frozen at Zhao Renjie's serene countenance, and at the enigmatic powerhouse now addressed as Old Mo, whose sudden appearance left him speechless. Clearly Zhao Renjie had foreseen every twist of this unfolding drama. Otherwise such composure would be impossible. Whoosh! At that very instant a figure erupted from behind a rocky outcrop to the right of the canyon, vanishing into the distance without pause. Even as he fled, he loosed arrows towards Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the other students of Mo High University. Their potency rivaled the earlier arrow aimed at Zhao Renjie. Locking onto Su Ming and Song Zihan, they sent chills racing down their spines. Yet the moment those 3 arrows left the bowstring, the mysterious figure beside Zhao Renjie moved. You dare harm others under my gaze, Mo Wendeog. A frigid snort reverberated through the canyon. Then a blade's silver arc streaked past Su Ming's face, cleaving all 3 arrows into glittering fragments before they could draw near. The blade's lingering force continued upward, slashing through a dense layer of cloud before dissolving into the boundless expanse above. Simultaneously, Su Ming felt a phantom-like blur whirl past him, lifting a gale in it. When he steadied himself and looked up, the man who called himself Mo Wendeog was already soaring across the sky, pursuing the assassin who had vanished moments before. 2 Grandmasters. Only then did Song Zihan and Zhang Yang snap back to reality, staring dumbfounded as the 2 figures shrank into distant specks vanishing beyond the horizon. The 4 military cultivators stood equally stunned, no less awestruck than Song Zihan's group. Professor Zhao, what exactly is going on? Su Ming recovered his wits first. He abandoned his plan to harvest materials from the slain beast corpses and turned directly to Zhao Renjie. His voice jolted Song Zihan and the others from their daze, drawing their collective gaze to Zhao Renjie. It was unmistakable he had anticipated everything. The ambusher was an assassin of the Dark Council. This mission, to guide you 4 fourth-year students into Catacomb No. 4, was designed solely to lure him out. As for the finer details, you need not know them. What matters is that your mission has been completed. Should Old Mo succeed in capturing the Dark Council assassin, each of you will receive an additional 200 academic credits upon returning. Zhao Renjie adjusted his glasses with a faint knowing smile, and calmly explained to the group. Though Zhao Renjie withheld specifics, the mere utterance of Dark Council made Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao gasp aloud, their faces flushing with fury. What is the Dark Council? Only Su Ming wore a look of genuine confusion, glancing between Zhao Renjie and the other's, curiosity alight in his eyes. From Song Zihan and Zhang Yang's expressions alone, he understood the Dark Council and Mo High University bore deep, bitter enmity. This is a clandestine faction known only to elite cultivators of major martial universities. You've only just entered Mo High University, so naturally you're unfamiliar with it. The Dark Council is an underground syndicate composed of global pariahs, dedicated to hunting down martial prodigies and scientists whose breakthroughs advance cultivation worldwide. Of course, senior officials in Hanxia suspect the Council's meteoric rise, and its unusually frequent operations within Hanxia could not have occurred without covert support from that great power across the ocean. Yet after decades, no concrete evidence has ever surfaced, so for now it remains nothing more than speculation. Noting Su Ming's puzzled expression, Zhao Renjie strolled beside him to the corpse of a 4th-year ferocious beast crouched, drew his dagger, and began carefully harvesting its materials, all while recounting the intelligence on the Dark Council. After listening to Zhao Renjie's explanation, Su Ming's doubts were somewhat alleviated, yet a new question immediately arose. He looked at Zhao Renjie, whose expression was calm, as if the thrilling scene just now was merely an everyday interlude, and could not help but asked Professor, "How did you know from the very beginning that there would be master-level assassins from the Dark Council lying in wait for this mission? And you brought us students who were unaware and only at the 4th stage of martial arts to cave no. For just to lure the snake out of its hole." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, Li Hao, and the 4 military martial artists nearby changed slightly, all eyes fixated on Zhao Renjie. Zhao Renjie paused in his actions of cutting beast materials, then nodded calmly, a hint of apology in his smile, as he turned to Su Ming and said, "I apologize for not explaining the situation to you all beforehand. The assassins from the Dark Council are extremely cunning, and their movements are unpredictable. I had no choice but to resort to this strategy. Moreover, the news about me going out to collect the Demon Source Flower was indeed intentionally leaked, and with my identity and the project I am researching, it was enough to attract the Dark Council to take risks. The reason for involving you students was to prevent an overly powerful escort from dissuading the Dark Council from taking action. However, the school had also made ample preparations for this operation, secretly arranging additional protective forces. The person you just saw was one of the strong protectors watching over us." Although Zhao Renjie's tone was calm, everyone still felt a wave of fear wash over them. This mission in reality was just bait for fishing. A master-level assassination, had it not been for the timely appearance of the elder Mo Winda, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the beast tied just now and the arrow shot at them by the assassin from the Dark Council truly made them feel as though they had walked through the gates of hell. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and spoke first. "Professor Zhao, the Dark Council is a matter of great importance. We understand, but we hope that if there is a next time, the school can inform us in advance." "Yes, Professor Zhao, you really scared us." As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Song Zihan chimed in. As third-year students, the two were clearly aware of the rampant actions of the Dark Council, but after experiencing a life-and-death crisis, it was natural for them to express their grievances. "If I had told you in advance, those cunning people from the Dark Council would have seen through the flaws, and it wouldn't have had the same effect today, ha." Upon hearing this, Zhao Renjie shook his head and smiled. Noticing that Su Ming and Zhang Yang still looked rather discontent, he added, "All right, I admit that the school did not consider this properly. This time, regardless of whether we catch the assassin from the Dark Council, how about I give you 4 an extra 300 credits? Now that sounds better." Hearing Zhao Renjie's promise, Su Ming and Zhang Yang nodded with smiles. Seeing this, Zhao Renjie let out a helpless sigh and said, "Well done, everyone. Let's clean up the battlefield first. These are indeed tangible spoils of war." His reminder brought everyone back to their senses from the earlier thrilling episode. Looking at the numerous beast corpses in the canyon, their eyes lit up with excitement once more. Although this mission exceeded their expectations, fortunately, it was a case of no harm without gain, and without the assassin from the Dark Council, they wouldn't have had such a huge windfall. At this moment, Su Ming also stopped dwelling on the past and began to focus on processing the beast. Risk and reward coexist. Although this mission was fraught with danger, his gains were significant. He not only acquired a vast amount of enhancement points, but also evolved his abilities to level, dramatically increasing his strength. The group plunged back into their busy collection work. With Zhao Renjie's support, everyone processed the beast corpses much faster. About 40 minutes later, all the valuable beast materials in the canyon had been collected, piled into a. Zhao Renjie's spatial ring flickered with light as he gathered all these materials, saying, "These materials will be appraised for their value when we return, converted into credit points for distribution. Does everyone agree?" "No objections." Everyone replied in unison. With Zhao Renjie in charge of managing and processing, it was definitely the safest option. At that moment, a streak of light swept across the distant sky and quickly landed in front of them. It was Mo Winda who had gone to pursue the assassin. In his hand, he was dragging a middle-aged man who was weak and unconscious. The man's face was pale, his black clothes torn in several places, clearly subdued after a fierce battle. "Old Mo, how did it go?" Seeing this, Zhao Renjie's eyes brightened, and he immediately stepped forward to ask. Mo Winda casually tossed the man onto the ground. His tone indifferent caught him. "This guy is quite slippery and not weak, so I had to expend some effort. He has already been incapacitated, and I must take him back for thorough interrogation." "Thank you for your hard work," Zhao Renjie nodded. Mo Winda's gaze swept over the chaotic canyon and the unscathed crowd, pausing momentarily on Su Ming, revealing a hint of subtle surprise and approval in his eyes. Evidently, Su Ming's earlier performance had also exceeded his expectations. "Mission accomplished, let's head back." "Yes." With a wave of Zhao Renjie's hand, everyone immediately complied. With Mo Winda, a master-level powerhouse, accompanying them, the return journey became extraordinarily smooth. The powerful aura of the master level radiated out, causing the beasts along the way to flee in fear. The group returned to the entrance of Cave No. For in Magic City, at a much faster pace than when they arrived, and after passing through the cave passage they returned to the military base outside. After completing the handover procedures, everyone took a helicopter back to Magic Sea University. Once back at school, Zhao Renjie immediately went to handle follow-up matters, while Su Ming, Song Zihan, and the others quickly received a notification about the completion of their mission on their student IDs. Mission Assist Professor Zhao Renjie in collecting the Demon Source Flower completed reward credits, 120 special contribution, reward successfully handled an unexpected crisis, assisting in drawing out a master-level assassin from the Dark Council reward credits, 300 not bad, in just 2 days out we earned 420 credits. If we have such missions every day we could accumulate 5000 credits in a month. Looking at the credited 420 credits, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he softly murmured. Beside him Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao also looked delighted. Su Ming, let's go. Senior sister will treat you to a good meal in the school cafeteria. At this moment Song Zihan suddenly stepped forward to invite Su Ming. Yes, Su Ming, we definitely made a lot of credits this time. We must celebrate properly, let's all go for a feast. As soon as Song Zihan finished speaking, Zhang Yang also stepped forward and said to Su Ming with Li Hao. The strength Su Ming displayed had completely impressed them, making them realize just how extraordinary his talent truly was. The three wanted to build a good relationship with such a talented individual. However, Su Ming shook his head and responded with a smile, thank you seniors, but I have things to attend to. Let's talk later when I have time. After saying this, without waiting for Song Zihan and Zhang Yang to respond, Su Ming swiftly turned and left. Seeing this, Song Zihan and the others could only helplessly exchange glances and then walk towards the school cafeteria together. Su Ming bid farewell to Song Zihan and the others, then headed straight back to his own villa. 420 credits are enough for my daily expenses at Magic Sea University. Next I'll focus on cultivating and refining that bottle of Earth Dragon's blood before taking on any tasks. Back at the villa, Su Ming went straight to the second floor, entered his room, and took out that bottle of Earth Dragon's. Without any hesitation, he poured out a drop of Earth Dragon's blood and consumed it, then began practicing the perfected Grade A body refining technique, 100 refinements golden body art. After an hour of cultivation, Su Ming completely exhausted the energy of that drop of Earth Dragon's blood, boosting his vitality by 500 points. Without hesitation, Su Ming consumed another drop of Earth Dragon's blood and continued to cultivate, only stopping when he felt hungry. He then went to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal and packed several portions of food to take back to his dorm for further cultivation. This cultivation lasted for 10 hours. As his body gradually adapted, the amount he consumed increased from the initial 1 drop, slowly rising to 1.5 drops, then to 2 drops. With each consumption, he could feel a significant increase in his vitality and further enhancement of his physical body. By the time Su Ming stopped cultivating, he had consumed 20 drops of Earth Dragon's blood, dramatically increasing his vitality by 1000 points. Gore. As soon as his cultivation stopped, Su Ming's stomach let out a thunderous growl of hunger. Feeling the hunger from his stomach, Su Ming went straight to the kitchen and devoured all the beast meat he had packed from the cafeteria. Although school credits are hard to earn, they have strong purchasing power. Such a large amount of Tier 4 beast meat only costs 0.5 credits. If these 420 credits were just for food and drink, they would be enough for an ordinary student at Magic Sea University to get through 4 years of college. After eating his fill, Su Ming let out a satisfied burp, smiling to himself. Ding, your account ending in 9527 has received 5 billion credit points. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. It seems that Professor Zhao has finished processing all the beast materials. 5 billion credit points. The materials from high-level beasts are indeed valuable. Now that I have the Earth Dragon's blood and 8th grade cultivation resource, my vitality is increasing rapidly, but my mental strength isn't keeping pace with the increase in vitality. Perhaps I can use this large sum to purchase some resources that enhance mental strength in Magic City. Seeing the message on his phone, Su Ming's mind sparked. Although Magic Sea University offers many resources to enhance mental strength, these resources need to be exchanged for credits, and the required credits are quite substantial. Now that Su Ming has acquired such a large sum, it is naturally more appropriate to use this money to buy resources for cultivation outside. Moreover, Magic City is one of the largest cities in Hanhua. The resources sold in the market, both in quantity and quality, are certainly much better than those in Linjiang City. With his current strength, using credit points to purchase a batch of Tier 4 or 5 resources to enhance mental strength is sufficient. He can save credits for high-level materials that cannot be bought outside, or to enter the Tongtian Cultivation Tower for training. After making his decision, Su Ming put away his phone, tidied up the dining table, quickly washed up, and lay down on his spacious 3-meter-wide mattress for a good sleep. In the following days, Su Ming stayed in his dormitory to cultivate until the next day after consuming all the Earth Dragon's blood, when he finally left Magic Sea University and took a taxi towards Magic City. Having digested all the Earth Dragon's blood, Su Ming's vitality had now reached an astonishing 63500 points. About an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the city center of Magic City, appearing on the most bustling street in all of Magic City. Just after getting out of the car, he looked up at the magnificent building in front of him. At the top of this building stood the 4 characters Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Before departing, Su Ming had already inquired about the location of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's branch in Magic City. In addition to providing training for martial artists, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall also operates a business concerning various resources needed for martial artist cultivation, including vitality elixirs, mental pills, and various heavenly materials. As a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming not only enjoys free access to vitality elixirs, mental pills, and premium training rooms, but also benefits from a 20% discount when purchasing heavenly materials. The discount is the main reason why Su Ming came to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to purchase heavenly materials for cultivation. Although a 20% discount may seem minor, the value of any Tier 4 heavenly material is not low. This time he plans to spend the entire 5 billion credit points to buy heavenly materials that promote mental cultivation, and the discount will save him 1 billion credit points. After closing the car doors, Su Ming walked into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Hello, welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. How may I assist you? As soon as Su Ming entered the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a beautiful and tall receptionist approached him with a professional smile. I'm here to purchase some resources that can enhance mental strength. Su Ming glanced at her and replied lightly. Purchasing resources to enhance mental strength. Could he be an awakened? Hearing Su Ming's words, the receptionist was taken aback, and realizing he might be an awakened, her attitude became even more respectful. Of course, please follow me, esteemed guest. Without hesitation, the receptionist immediately gestured for Su Ming to follow her and led the way. Esteemed guest, the 4th floor is where we sell heavenly materials that enhance mental strength. Soon she brought Su Ming to the 4th floor, where the heavenly materials for promoting mental cultivation were located. The 1st and 2nd floors are where the coaches of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall collectively teach the students, while the 3rd and 4th floors are the areas that sell various martial artist cultivation items. As for the 5th floor and above, they consist of private VIP cultivation rooms for VIP members and clients of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, even used for unknown teaching by the hall's coaches. You go ahead and be busy. They'll browse around here for a bit. Su Ming glanced at the 4th floor hall and said to the receptionist beside him. Sure. After the receptionist left, Su Ming began to explore the 4th floor. No wonder it's Magic City. Our resources that could be considered treasures in Linjiang City are surprisingly everywhere here. There are so many awakened ones here, while they're rare in Linjiang City. Looking at the various heavenly materials displayed on the counter and the hundreds of customers on the 4th floor, just like him, selecting heavenly materials, Su Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. After contemplating, he settled down and walked past each counter, searching for the heavenly materials that walking slowly along the display case, Su Ming's gaze swept over the various cultivation resources. 3rd tier advanced resources, spirit concentration flower. Price, 3 million credit points. 4th tier intermediate resources, purple soul crystal. Price, 12 million credit points. The prices of 3rd tier cultivation resources are still reasonable, but once it reaches the 4th tier, there is no resource priced below 10 million credit points. Looking at the prices of these cultivation resources, Su Ming couldn't help but mutter inwardly, so expensive. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a display case. Inside the case lay a deep blue fruit, its surface adorned with natural cloud patterns, subtly emanating a calming aura. The information beneath this blue fruit was also more detailed than the resources he had seen before. Cloud pattern spirit fruit, a top-tier 4th tier spiritual treasure sourced from the depths of the Magic City No. 5 cave, containing pure spiritual energy that can significantly nourish the sea of consciousness and enhance mental strength. Price, 50 million credit points. Significantly enhance mental strength. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading the description. This was exactly what he needed right now. A top-tier 4th tier spiritual treasure would definitely enhance his mental strength far beyond that of a spirit pill. Previously, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit he absorbed in the Linjiang City No. 2 cave was also a top-tier 4th tier resource, which had greatly boosted his vitality by 1,500 points. It was reasonable to assume that this top-tier cloud pattern spirit fruit would not be much different in its enhancement of his mental strength. Although the price of 50 million credit points for a single cloud pattern spirit fruit was extraordinarily high, the recent deposit of 5 billion credits made it entirely affordable for him. Moreover, as a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he was eligible for a 20 discount, meaning he only needed to pay 40 million for each. Excuse me, how many cloud pattern spirit fruits does your martial arts hall currently have in stock? Su Ming waved to summon a nearby staff member in uniform. The staff member glanced at the display case wearing a professional smile. Hello, sir. The cloud pattern spirit fruit is a sought-after resource. Currently, our headquarters has 58 pieces in stock. How many would you like? 58 pieces. Su Ming was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. If he could acquire all 58, it would be enough for him to use for a while and significantly enhance his mental strength. Without any hesitation, Su Ming directly stated, okay, I'll take all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits. You're taking all of them. The staff member's smile instantly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. 58 pieces totaling a staggering 2.9 billion credit points. Even for core descendants of large families, purchasing such a massive amount of cultivation resources at once was extremely rare. Su Ming looked at the staff member's expression, smiled calmly, and confirmed, yes, I want them all. The staff member took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and his attitude became more respectful. Understood. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. I will immediately retrieve all the cloud pattern spirit fruits from the warehouse for you. Just as the staff member was about to leave, an arrogant voice interrupted from the side. Cloud pattern spirit fruit, this is good stuff. I just happen to need it to refine my mental strength. Su Ming turned to look only to see a young couple walking towards him. The young man was in his early 20s, dressed in an expensive custom casual outfit, his expression somewhat arrogant, as he had his arm around a beautifully dressed female companion. The young man's gaze landed on the cloud pattern spirit fruit, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and then he commanded the staff member with an air of superiority, you go get me 20 cloud pattern spirit fruits. The staff member paused, turning to face the newcomer, showing a look of difficulty before cautiously saying, young Master San, I'm very sorry, but this esteemed guest has just decided to purchase all 58 of our stock of cloud pattern spirit fruits. Upon hearing this, the young man frowned and finally looked at Su Ming, scanning him up and down. Su Ming was dressed in ordinary casual clothes and wore no conspicuous family insignia or valuable accessories, making him appear not like a member of a wealthy family. However, upon hearing that Su Ming had just bought 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits, he realized that Su Ming's funds were substantial. One should not judge by appearances. Yet even so, when he looked at Su Ming, there was still a hint of disdain in his eyes, and he said to Su Ming in a dismissive tone, but kid, I also have my eyes on those cloud pattern spirit fruits. You must give me 20 out of the 58. Here's 1.05 billion credit points. The extra is a reward for you. After saying this, he pulled out an unnamed black card from his pocket and tossed it towards Su Ming, the card landing at Su Ming's feet, clearly done on purpose. Seeing this, Su Ming's expression turned slightly cold. He did not even glance at the black card at his feet, but stared at the young man coldly, saying there should be a first-come, first-served principle. I have already decided to take all the cloud pattern spirit fruits. Letting you have 20 is a favor, not letting you have any is the norm. You'd better put away that arrogant attitude of yours. After saying this, Su Ming turned directly to the staff member beside him, taking out a gold card from his pocket and handing it to the staff member. Please pack all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits without exception. The staff member hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still accepted the gold card Su Ming handed him, slowly nodding. All right. Understood, esteemed guest. However, the young man across from him, seeing that Su Ming did not take him seriously, immediately darkened his expression. Kid, do you know who I am? What does it matter who you are? Su Ming replied dismissively. His attitude instantly made the young man furious, his forehead veins popping as he shouted, listen carefully, I am from the Qin family of the Magic City Qin Chun. In the Magic City, there are very few people who dare to disregard what I want. Upon hearing this, Su Ming pondered for a moment and quickly recalled that before he left Linjiang City for the Magic City, Jiang Lingchuan had mentioned some major forces in the Magic City that needed attention, including the Qin family. The Qin family of the Magic City was a powerful martial arts family with a peak grandmaster in residence, and the number of masters in the family was no less than 10. Their influence in the Magic City was considerable. It was said that even the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had to give the Qin family some face. Seeing Su Ming's silent, Qin Shen assumed he was intimidated, and a proud expression returned to his face. Now that you know, I won't pursue you for your earlier rudeness. After saying this, Qin Shen looked at the staff member beside Su Ming and loudly commanded, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and pack 20 cloud pattern spirit fruits for me and charge it to the account of our Qin family. His words left the staff member in a difficult position, because whether it was young Master Qin-san from the Qin family or this mysterious guest who had just purchased 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits, he could not afford to offend either. I said it, I want all these cloud patterns containing the divine fruit, not leaving a single one behind. Just as the staff was in a dilemma, Su Ming spoke again, his voice still calm. At this moment, the commotion here also caught the attention of many people on the fourth floor, all eyes turning towards Su Ming and Qin Chun. That's the third young master of the Qin family. Who is that daring to speak to the third young master of the Qin family like that? He having a conflict with the third young master of the Qin family. This kid is probably in for some trouble. Upon seeing Qin Shen's figure, many people's faces lit up with interest, and they directly gathered nearby to watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Qin Shen's expression froze, his gaze turning dark. No one in Modu dares to disrespect the Qin family. What do you think you are daring to compete with me? His female companion beside him scoffed, looking at Su Ming with disdain. Exactly, young Master Chun is giving you face by showing interest in your things. Don't be ungrateful and ask for trouble. Su Ming was too lazy to waste words with him, directly telling the staff, please hurry up with the checkout. Before the staff could act, Qin Shen's voice filled with rage and mockery rang out first. Good. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you won't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. As soon as his words fell, a surge of blood surged within Qin Shun, and a force belonging to a fourth-tier martial artist erupted. He suddenly reached out, aiming to grab Su Ming's shoulder, wanting to put him in a difficult position. In his eyes, Su Ming was likely just some nouveau riche who didn't know his place. Moreover, how strong could someone as young as Su Ming really be? However, the next moment his expression suddenly changed. He saw that his hand had only reached halfway before it could no longer advance an inch. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Su Ming was quicker, accurately gripping his wrist with his right hand. The speed of this move left him no time to react. Qin Shen's face changed, trying to break free, but he found that the opponent's grip was as unyielding as steel. No matter how he exerted himself, he couldn't budge an inch. Immediately after, an overwhelmingly powerful force transmitted from Su Ming's hand, crushing his wrist bone with a series of cracking sounds, and intense pain surged through him. A sudden cry of agony erupted, and cold sweat instantly appeared on Qin Shen's forehead. The cry of pain had come from his mouth. The female companion behind Qin Shen was immediately frightened and screamed, What are you doing? Let go of young Master Chun. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the fourth floor. Isn't that the third young master of the Qin family, Qin Chun? Why is he fighting with someone? Who is that young man opposite? I don't seem to have seen him before, yet he can easily subdue Qin Shun. Although Qin Shun is a wastrel, he is still a fourth-tier martial artist thanks to the resources of his family, yet he has no power to fight back. Wow, this kid is so fierce, daring to attack Qin Shun in public. There's a good show to watch now, and not many dare to provoke the Qin family in Modu. It's about time that this guy has been so arrogant, and now he's finally met someone tough. Hurry up and take pictures for social media. This is big news. Seeing this scene, everyone on the fourth floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall began to discuss excitedly or in surprise, with many taking out their phones to snap pictures. The whispers around him and the phone cameras aimed at him made Qin Shen feel an immense sense of humiliation. He immediately roared at Su Ming, Bastard! Dare to touch me. The Qin family will never let you off. Let go of me now. Su Ming's gaze was icy. He hadn't wanted to cause trouble, but since the other party kept pushing him and even took the initiative to attack, he couldn't be blamed. Crack! A faint sound of bone cracking echoed. Qin Shen let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. His wrist was actually crushed by Su Ming. After crushing Qin Shen's wrist, Su Ming finally released his grip, but did not let him go. Instead, he lifted his leg and kicked directly at Qin Shen's stomach. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and Qin Shen staggered back several steps, falling to the ground, with his remaining good left hand clutching his stomach, curled up on the ground, writhing in pain, his face pale. Young Master Chun. After a while, the female companion who had come with Qin Shen finally reacted, quickly turning and jogging to Qin Shen's side, hurriedly helping him up. Qin Shen gritted his teeth in pain, and with the support of his companion, he finally stood up. You little brat, you're dead. You better wait here. We're leaving. After standing up, Qin Shen glared at Su Ming with extreme resentment, leaving a harsh remark before allowing his female companion to take him away. After their earlier confrontation, Qin Shen now understood that he was no match for Su Ming. With no experts from the Qin family accompanying him, he could only temporarily avoid the conflict and wait until he returned to call for help to eliminate Su Ming. However, before they could leave, a powerful aura rapidly approached from upstairs. Soon a middle-aged man in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall management attire with a steady demeanor came quickly. The middle-aged man scanned the scene, and upon seeing the disheveled Qin Shen, his brows furrowed tightly, as he coldly asked the staff beside Su Ming, what happened? Before the staff could reply, a voice sounded first. Supervisor Wang. You came just in time. Everyone turned to the sound, and Qin Shun looked at the middle-aged man as if he had seen a savior. The middle-aged man's attention shifted from the staff to Qin Shun. Seeing him look towards this side, Qin Shun immediately pointed at Su Ming and sternly said, "Supervisor Wang, this kid attacked me in the martial hall and injured me. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall must give me an explanation." Upon hearing this, Supervisor Wang immediately looked at Su Ming. To serve as a supervisor in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Modu, the middle-aged man's strength was not weak, being a latest-stage 5th-tier martial artist. A martial artist of the 4th tier at such a young age, and he has rendered Qin Shun powerless to retaliate. Which family's genius is this? How come I have never seen him before? Just a glance at Su Ming, he felt the blood and chi power of a 4th-tier martial artist emanating from him, and his heart sank. Then he looked at Qin Shun's injuries, his expression somewhat troubled. Qin Shun, being the 3rd young master of the Qin family, had been injured in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If he did not give the Qin family an explanation with their arrogance, this matter would definitely not end well today. "Sir, may I know your name? Why did you injure someone in my Extreme Martial Arts Hall?" Taking a deep breath, Supervisor Wang looked at Su Ming and asked. His tone was relatively polite. Being able to sit in this position, he naturally had a keen eye. The moment he saw Su Ming, he knew that he was not an ordinary person. "Director Wang, instead of asking me here, you might as well check the surveillance footage. It would save you time." Faced with Director Wang's inquiry, Su Ming refrained from revealing his name and retorted bluntly. Su Ming's response left Director Wang momentarily stunned, surprised by Su Ming's audacious attitude. At the same time, he somewhat guessed that this incident was certainly instigated by Qin Shun, the notorious young master. However, before he could respond further, Qin Shun interjected, "Director Wang, why waste words with him? He injured me, which is akin to slapping the Qin family's face. Do you Extreme Martial Arts Dojo intend to offend our Qin family over a nameless nobody? My grandfather is Qin Mu. Qin Mu is the name of the esteemed grandmaster at the pinnacle of the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Director Wang furrowed his brow, feeling the pressure. The Qin family's influence is indeed vast, and the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo had instructed them to accommodate some of the prominent families in Modu. After a moment of silence, he lowered his voice and said to Su Ming, "Sir, regardless of how it started, it is never right to cause harm within the dojo. So I ask that you apologize to young Master Qin. It would be better for both of us." Otherwise what? Su Ming interrupted him, looking at him with indifference. Under Su Ming's gaze, Director Wang was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a wave of pressure. Su Ming, so young, yet possessing such strength, must undoubtedly have a significant background, while the Qin family is not to be trifled with in Modu. He had originally thought to have Su Ming apologize to Qin Shun, then smooth things over with some kind words to Qin Shun, effectively downplaying the situation. However, he did not expect Su Ming to be so resolute, directly disrupting his subsequent plans. "Director Wang, is it enough to settle with just an apology for injuring me? Moreover, look at his current attitude. He clearly does not take the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo or the Qin family seriously. Such a wicked person must be apprehended immediately, or I want him to know the consequences of offending me. I have already notified my family. The experts from the Qin family are on their way. If my family's experts arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, and you have not taken down this person, be prepared to face the Qin family's repercussions." On the other side, Qin Shun looked at Su Ming's expression, his anger rising even further, and immediately pressured Director Wang. Faced with Qin Shun's pressure, Director Wang took a deep breath and ultimately made his decision. Compared to an unknown young genius, the weight of the Qin family in Modu was clearly more significant. He stepped forward, the aura of a 5th-tier martial artist subtly emanating as he pressed towards Su Ming, simultaneously speaking, "Sir, please cooperate." At that moment, Su Ming slowly took out a badge from his pocket. This badge was entirely dark gold, engraved with the emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, but beneath the emblem, there were 5 tiny star marks radiating a unique energy fluctuation. This was indeed the identity badge of a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. Extreme Martial Arts Dojo S-Class Core Member Badge. Upon seeing the badge presented by Su Ming, Director Wang's words were immediately halted, and his pupils contracted suddenly. After a brief silence, he gasped in astonishment. The pressure he exerted on Su Ming dissipated instantly, and disbelief and extreme shock appeared on his face. As the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo in Modu, he understood better than anyone what the dark gold badge with 5-star marks represented. A dark gold badge with 5-star marks was not just an ordinary core member, but an S-Class core member strictly vetted by the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo and designated by the Dojo Master. S-Class core members enjoy the highest privileges and resource allocations within the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. Each one is a future pillar that the dojo prioritizes in cultivating. Their status is even to some extent sufficient to engage in equal dialogue with the master of the extreme martial arts dojo in modu far beyond what a mere dojo supervisor could compare. Su Ming put away the badge and coldly gazed at Director Wang. Do you still want me to apologize now? Faced with Su Ming's indifferent gaze, Director Wang broke into a cold sweat, his attitude making a complete turnaround as he hurriedly forced a smile, bowing to Su Ming. Cough cough, my lord, it was a misunderstanding, ha. Now he fully understood why this young man faced the threat of the Qin family with such confidence. As an S-class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, his identity and importance mean that not even a spoiled young master of the Qin family, let alone the grandmaster of the Qin family, would dare to act against Su Ming. He is actually an S-class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. It's over. If my father and the others find out I've offended an S-class core member, they will definitely break my legs. What should I do? What to do? Qin Shin saw Director Wang's sudden change in attitude, and combined with the words he just heard, instantly realized that Su Ming's identity was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Though he was a spoiled youth, he was not completely ignorant upon learning that Su Ming was an S-class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. His face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Su Ming. He had indeed kicked a hard iron plate this time, and it was an unimaginably hard iron plate. However, Su Ming merely cast a slight glance at the ashen-faced Qin Shun and the terrified Director Wang, saying nothing further, but turned his gaze back to the cloud-patterned spirit fruits in the display case, slowly saying, Director Wang, can we now have someone pack all the cloud-patterned spirit fruits from the dojo? Su Ming's words caused Director Wang to tremble all over, and he hurriedly replied, yes, of course. After saying that, he immediately turned to the staff beside Su Ming and sternly shouted, what are you still dawdling for? Quickly pack all the cloud-patterned spirit fruits for the Lord. Under his reprimand, the staff member felt extremely aggrieved, but dared not voice any complaints, quickly turning to head to the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo's warehouse. My lord, is there anything else you need to purchase? After the staff left, Director Wang smiled at Su Ming again. Su Ming glanced at Director Wang and did not pursue his previous rudeness, but slowly said, I need to purchase around 3 billion worth of resources that can enhance mental power or assist in mental power cultivation. Since you are the supervisor, recommend me something. The resources available on the 4th floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo are diverse, and with Director Wang's recommendation, I can save a lot of time. All right, my lord, please follow me. Upon hearing this, Director Wang did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took the lead, while Qin Shin wished he could drive the other party out of the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo, not caring about him at all. Under the guidance of Director Wang, Su Ming stepped over the black card thrown by Qin Shin, walking past him openly, without even glancing at him again. Knowing Su Ming's identity, Qin Shin saw him brush past, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to breathe too loudly, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Seeing that Su Ming did not pursue his responsibility further, he bore the pain in his abdomen and wrist, hurriedly bent down to pick up the black card he had thrown away before awkwardly fleeing the Extreme Martial Arts Dojo. This kid is actually an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It's unbelievable. It's not surprising at all. Just based on his ability to easily subdue Qin Shin, just now he's conservatively estimated to be a mid-level 4th-tier warrior. With such a powerful strength at such a young age, if I were a high-ranking member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, I would undoubtedly provide him with the highest level of treatment. Haha, it's the first time I've seen Qin Shin so embarrassed, unable to retaliate after being humiliated. After all, he is an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a treasure of the hall. To provoke him is to stand against the entire Extreme Martial Arts Hall. If Qin Shin dares to act against him, the Qin family won't be able to protect him. That's true. Although the Qin family has considerable strength and a peak grandmaster watching over them, they still pale in comparison to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, which possesses 8th-tier noble warriors. As they watched Qin Shin escape in embarrassment from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming, under the guidance of Supervisor Wang, headed elsewhere to select suitable cultivation resources. The surrounding crowd then lowered their voices, unable to resist discussing among themselves. Even though these people's discussions were hushed, Su Ming, with his current strength, could naturally hear everything. Regarding their discussions, Su Ming merely smiled indifferently. Then, under Supervisor Wang's introduction, he procured a batch of suitable cultivation resources, and after applying an 80 discount, he spent all 50 billion on his card before stopping. When all the resources were packed in front of Su Ming, he lifted several large bags, and said to Supervisor Wang, I need a cultivation room. Please arrange it. My lord, please follow me. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Supervisor Wang did not dare to delay, and immediately led the way. The two took the elevator directly to the 28th floor. My lord, this is the highest level cultivation room in our Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The equipment inside is fully equipped, and the building materials can withstand attacks from Grand Master-level warriors. You can cultivate to your heart's content inside. Supervisor Wang brought Su Ming into a spacious cultivation room and introduced it to him. Not bad, I'll be cultivating here for the next few days. Don't disturb me unless necessary. The fees for the cultivation room will be settled after I finish cultivating. Su Ming glanced at the cultivation room in front of him, nodded in satisfaction. My lord, you are an S-level core member of the hall. You can use all the cultivation rooms for free. Hearing Su Ming's words, Supervisor Wang immediately responded with a smile. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded, then issued a dismissal order and closed the door to the cultivation room. Fortunately, this lord has a good temper, otherwise I might not be able to keep my position as supervisor this time. Damn Qinshan, he almost got me killed. Looking at the closed door of the cultivation room, Supervisor Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then grumbled indignantly. Outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, not long after Qinshan had left, he encountered a middle-aged man who resembled him to some extent, stepping down from the air before him. The newcomer was none other than Qinshan's father, Qin Ba's 6th-tier Grand Master-level powerhouse. Son, who hurt you like this? Whoever dared to hurt you like this clearly doesn't take the Qin family seriously. Come, let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and demand an explanation. Upon reaching Qinshan, Qin Ba's expression immediately darkened. Father, this. I fell by myself, and it has nothing to do with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Let's just go back. Seeing Qin Ba about to rush into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to confront them, Qinshan hurriedly held him back with his left hand. He dared not tell Qin Ba that he had just offended an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and could only stiffen his neck and lie. Ridiculous. How could a 4th-tier warrior fall like this? However, upon hearing this, Qin Ba snorted coldly and his brows furrowed, sensing an ominous premonition in his heart. He knew what kind of character his son had to make Qinshan suffer, and not dare to pursue the matter must mean that the person involved had an extraordinary identity. Immediately, Qin Ba's face darkened again, and he looked sternly at Qinshan, continuing to ask, you better explain clearly, who exactly did you provoke? I. Faced with Qin Ba's stern gaze, Qinshan stammered, unable to dare speak the truth for a long time. You were with him, you must know what happened just now. Tell me everything you know without leaving out a single word, or you know the consequences. Seeing Qinshan's state, Qin Ba's heart sank to the bottom, and he turned to the female companion beside Qinshan, giving a stern command. The female companion next to Qinshan, startled by his scolding, trembled and did not dare to conceal anything, immediately recounting the entire sequence of events. Wayward son. Upon hearing the full account and learning that Qinshan had provoked an S-level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, who was also a young genius, Qin Ba couldn't help but curse in anger and raised his hand to slap Qinshan. The sound was so loud that it almost echoed throughout the entire street, drawing the attention of passers-by, and even many people from nearby shops rushed out to see what was happening at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. They saw Qin Ba standing before Qinshan, raising his right hand as if to slap him. Let me see what the matter is. Aren't those the Qin family father and son? The third young master of the Qin family is usually the most favored. Why is Qin Ba so angry with him today? What on earth happened? Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but murmur. Qin Ba, hand raised, looked at his son with a flushed face, ultimately retracting his right hand. Wayward son, take me in. I will personally apologize to that person. Qin Ba took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and coldly said. Hearing this, Qinshan quickly nodded obediently and led Qin Ba back to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, Qin Ba couldn't care less about the injuries on Qinshan. He only wished to gain Su Ming's forgiveness to ensure that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would not hold the Qin family accountable. As for Qinshan, although his injuries looked serious, they weren't too severe for a 4th-tier warrior. Given Qinshan's physical condition as a 4th-tier warrior, he would quickly recover to his original state after taking some healing medicine. The Lord is currently cultivating and is unavailable to meet guests. The head of the Qin family should return. After Qin Ba entered the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and found Supervisor Wang to explain his intent, Supervisor Wang shook his head at him. Supervisor Wang, please just take us to the outside of that person's cultivation room. Don't worry, I promise not to disturb his cultivation. I will just have my useless son wait outside until that person finishes cultivating, then I will personally apologize to him. Upon hearing that he couldn't meet Su Ming immediately, Qin Ba immediately made another decision. In that case, please follow me. This is the cultivation room where Lord Su Ming resides. You must not disturb him until he finishes his. Manager Wang brought Qin Ba and his son to the outside of Su Ming's cultivation room, reminding them before turning to leave. The cultivation room where Su Ming is located is the most elite training space in the Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Institute, capable of withstanding attacks from master-level powerhouses. Even Qin Ba would be unable to forcibly break in. If Qin Ba dares to disturb Su Ming's training, the experts and the head of the Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Institute will discover it immediately, and Qin Ba will face severe consequences. Manager Wang was confident that Qin Ba would not dare to act recklessly, as he expected after he left Qin Ba, and Qin Shen remained obediently at the door waiting. Father, must we wait here the whole time? After half an hour, Qin Shen looked at the unmoving door of the cultivation room and turned to Qin Ba asking, "Wait for me. It's only been a short time, and you're already losing patience." Hearing Qin Shen's words, Qin Ba's expression darkened as he scolded. Qin Ba's reprimand caused Qin Shen to shrink back, not daring to say another word, and he could only obediently wait outside. Inside the cultivation room, Su Ming was unaware of everything happening outside. Upon entering the cultivation room, he immediately swallowed a cloud-patterned spirit fruit, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate on the Tian Luo diagram. At this moment, Su Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, cultivating while digesting the medicinal power of the cloud-patterned spirit fruit. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Ming opened his eyes. In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed from his eyes. The effect of one cloud-patterned spirit fruit can last for an hour, and I feel no burden while cultivating. Let's see how much my mental power has increased. Su Ming softly uttered, immediately calling up his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 63,500. Spirit 6,800. Ability Ice Crown S. Rage King Kong S. Body Refinement Technique Rising Sun D. Complete. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A. Complete. Meditation Technique Tian Luo Diagram A. Complete. Martial Arts King Kong Spear Technique D. Complete. Breaking Cloud Spear C. Complete. Enhancement Points 138,4600. With 6,800 points of mental power, this hour of cultivation actually increased my mental power by 1,000 points. This means that if I use all the cloud pattern spirit fruits, I can increase my mental power by 58,000 points, bringing it to the same level as my vitality. After glancing at his current mental power, a strong joy appeared on Su Ming's face. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out another cloud pattern spirit fruit and swallowed it. The cloud pattern spirit fruit melted in his mouth, and the immense medicinal power instantly enveloped Su Ming's entire body, then surged towards his brow. Su Ming immediately operated the Tian Luo diagram, crazily absorbing the medicinal power of the cloud pattern spirit fruit. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been cultivating in the room for a week. During these 5 days, he not only absorbed all 58 cloud pattern spirit fruits, but also exhausted another batch of cultivation resources worth around 3 billion that he had purchased. 50 billion in resources, just like that. Indeed, the saying rich in martial arts and poor in literature. Inside the cultivation room, after digesting the last 4th-tier advanced cultivation resource, Su Ming stood up to stretch his muscles and looked at the empty bags in front of him, unable to help but sigh. Then he shifted the topic and a smile appeared on his lips. However, the strength gained from these 50 billion is not small. In just a week, my mental power has increased from 5,800 points to 93,600 points, an increase of 87,800 points. At this moment, Su Ming's mental power had already surpassed 90,000 points, nearing the strength of a 4th-tier peak awakener. Had it not been for the excessive use of cloud pattern spirit fruits and other resources leading to a tolerance that diminished the mental power gains from subsequent uses, with these 50 billion resources, Su Ming's mental power could have easily surpassed 100,000 points and become a 5th-tier awakener. Nevertheless, even so, Su Ming's mental power increase in this week is still astonishing. After all, even among awakens with class abilities, those using the same resources cannot increase their mental power as much as Su Ming. Because not everyone possesses a system like Su Ming, which not only grants him dual class abilities, but also maxed out the proficiency of a class meditation technique. Whether it is the dual class abilities or the fully mastered a class meditation technique, both allow Su Ming's mental power to increase at a rate far exceeding that of other awakens of the same realm. Now I have 38 million enhancement points. It is possible to evolve the Ice Crown into an S-class ability. After finishing his cultivation, Su Ming's gaze returned to his attribute panel, contemplating the more than 38 million enhancement points. System evolve my class ability Ice Crown. Su Ming commanded the system without hesitation. Evolving class ability Ice Crown requires 1 million enhancement points. Do you wish to continue? The amount of enhancement points to be consumed was significant, and after receiving Su Ming's command, the system displayed another prompt. Yes. Seeing this, Su Ming confirmed again. Boom. As Su Ming confirmed, 1 million enhancement points transformed into a torrent, instantly flowing into the Ice Crown ability. In the next moment, Su Ming felt his mental power rapidly increasing. Simultaneously, an energy storm erupted within his sea of consciousness. The ice crystal crown originally located above Su Ming's soul rapidly absorbed this suddenly emerging energy, then emitted a dazzling golden light, completely enveloping the ice crystal crown in the blink of an eye. After an unknown amount of time, the golden light surrounding the ice crystal crown finally weakened and slowly dissipated. Once the golden light had completely vanished, the original ice crystal crown above Su Ming's soul transformed into a special magical rune symbol, a sword of ice emanating an extreme chill that made even the soul tremble. 1,000,000 enhancement points consumed. S-Class Nature Ability Ice Crown evolved into S-Class Nature Ability Extreme Ice Emperor's Armament. At the moment the ice sword appeared, a prompt immediately popped up on Su Ming's system. Simultaneously, Su Ming felt a connection and promptly opened his attribute panel. Host Su Ming. Vitality 64,000. Spirit 108,600. Ability Extreme Ice Emperor's Armament SS U Rage King Kong S. Divine Ability Absolute Frost Soul Slayer, an S-Class ability Extreme Ice Emperor's Armament that consumes a large amount of mental power to summon the Absolute Frost Emperor Sword, ignoring all defenses directly striking the soul. Body Refinement Technique Rising Sun D complete. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique A complete. Meditation Technique Tian Luo Diagram A complete. Martial Arts King Kong Spear Technique D complete. Breaking Cloud Spear C complete. Enhancement points 384,600. After the S-Grade Ice Crown Diadem evolved into the S-Grade Extreme Ice Emperor Artifact, it not only boosted Su Ming's mental strength by 1500 points, but also granted him a new supernatural ability. It also slightly increased Su Ming's vitality. Indeed, my previous insight was correct. After the Ice Crown Diadem evolved into the Extreme Ice Emperor Artifact, I directly gained a new ability. Could the supernatural ability Absolute Frost Soul Slaughter summon that ice sword from my sea of consciousness to directly engage in battle? Looking at the newly appeared supernatural ability section in his attribute panel, Su Ming's eyes lit up, revealing a mixture of joy and curiosity. Never mind that I need to test just how powerful my current combat strength is. Soon Su Ming calmed his excited heart and walked toward the combat power testing device at the back of the training room. The combat power testing device at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Magic City can withstand attacks from master-level experts, allowing Su Ming to unleash his full power without restraint. Taking a long spear from the training room, Su Ming activated all his vitality and then unleashed the Furious Diamond supernatural ability. The martial art Breaking Cloud Spear was instantly executed, and the spear struck the testing target with overwhelming force. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the next second the testing target before Su Ming was blasted away, crashing heavily into the combat power testing device. Immediately after, the display screen on the combat power testing device went wild, finally stopping at a value that left Su Ming momentarily stunned. Combat power, 96 million. Wow, 96 million combat power. It's almost approaching the master-level expert standard of 100 million combat power. It seems I underestimated the power of the S-Grade Furious Diamond supernatural ability. The amplification is much higher than I initially estimated. Looking at the combat power displayed on the testing device, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim after a brief moment of astonishment. His current vitality was 640 points, and using the perfected Breaking Cloud Spear could unleash 5 times his combat power, which meant his own combat power explosion would be 2 million. Yet now, with the activation of the S-Grade Furious Diamond supernatural ability, he directly generated a combat power of 96 million, achieving a 30-fold amplification. When he had just finished evolving the A-Grade supernatural ability Raging Heart in the Magic City Underground No. For he only estimated that the S-Grade Furious Diamond would enhance his physical quality by over 16 times, roughly around 20 times. Now, through the precise calculations of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's equipment, the S-Grade Furious Diamond supernatural ability had actually strengthened his physical quality by 30 times, exceeding his estimate by 10 times. This undoubtedly brought him a tremendous surprise. Although I can currently unleash combat power close to a master-level expert due to the temporary 30-fold enhancement from the S-Grade supernatural ability, when I truly confront a master-level expert, I wouldn't stand a chance given their aerial advantage. I still need to see how much combat power my current supernatural ability can unleash. With joy in his heart, Su Ming focused his thoughts and activated the newly evolved S-Grade supernatural ability Extreme Ice Emperor Artifact. Instantly, the temperature in the entire training room plummeted, and a layer of white frost formed on the surrounding walls and ceiling. Above Su Ming's head, a long spear formed from ice-type supernatural energy quickly coalesced. Go! With a thought, Su Ming sent the ice spear hurtling towards the testing target of the combat power testing device. Bang! Crack! Crack! With a crisp sound, the testing target was once again forcefully blasted away. Moreover, it was encased in a layer of solid ice, unable to rebound to its original position. Meanwhile, the numbers on the combat power testing device's display screen fluctuated wildly, finally stopping at a number that left Su Ming once again astonished. Combat power 108. 6,108. 6 million combat power. I've surpassed 100 million combat power. This exceeds the minimum combat power standard for master-level experts. The S-grade Ice-type supernatural ability Extreme Ice Emperor artifact actually boasts a staggering 100-fold amplification. Amazing. Now my physical combat power and supernatural combat power are basically on par, especially since my supernatural combat power has reached the master level. Even if I encounter a true master-level expert, I now have the means to contend with them. This time Su Ming was stunned for a full 2 seconds before taking a deep breath and said with a face full of joy, "The 100-fold amplification of the Extreme Ice Emperor artifact exceeded his expectations." Moreover, with his supernatural combat power exceeding 100 million, Su Ming now possessed the means to threaten master-level experts, because he could freely unleash his supernatural ability to freeze opponents within the range of his mental energy. With Su Ming's current mental strength of 1000, his mental energy could cover a radius of a kilometer. Within that kilometer radius, the flying advantage of master-level experts would be rendered completely null. After staying here for a week, it's time to return to school. But before that, I should enjoy one last good meal. After all, I can take full advantage of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After testing his supernatural combat power, Su Ming glanced at the time, suppressing his excitement. With a thought, the temperature in the entire training room returned to normal. Simultaneously, all the surrounding frost disappeared, and the ice-encased testing target returned to its original position. After finishing all this, Su Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he ordered a variety of food through the intelligence system in the training room and had a hearty meal before heading towards the training room's exit. Even the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Linjiang City provided 3 meals a day, and naturally the training room that Su Ming was in was well-equipped with even fancier dishes than those in Linjiang City. During this week, Su Ming ordered various dishes made from beast meats through the intelligence system of the training room, all of which were 4th tier or above delicious dishes made from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts. If Su Ming had not only focused on cultivating his mental energy rather than his vitality this time, he wouldn't have eaten much. The amount of beast meat he consumed over this week would have been quite substantial. Even so, his consumption in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's training room exceeded 10 million credit points. Since Su Ming was a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, all his expenses in the training room were reimbursed by the hall, and he didn't have to pay a single cent. Splash! Su Ming arrived at the door and pressed the switch, causing the alloy door to slowly open. But as the door opened, Su Ming saw 2 figures appear before him, one of whom was a familiar face. Qinshan, why is he here? The middle-aged man next to him looks a lot like him. He must be his father. Could it be that after dealing with the junior, the senior has come to settle the score with me? Seeing Qinshan and Qinba in an instant, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing as he quickly contemplated. Splash! Just as Su Ming was pondering that Qinba and Qinshan were here to cause him trouble, Qinshan suddenly knelt down before him. Then he saw Qinshan give him a resounding slap across the face, apologizing. "This brother, it was my oversight, Qinshan, that offended you. Please forgive me this once." As soon as Qinshan finished speaking, Qinba took out a non-sounding black card from his pocket and handed it to Su Ming with a sincere expression. "This young friend, I am Qinba, Qinshan's father. My son was ignorant and wronged you, and it is my fault as a father. This 20 billion credit points are a small token from our Qin family. I hope you can forgive my son for his previous offense. How about it?" Qinba's posture was extremely humble as he presented the black card to Su Ming with both hands slightly bowing. He understood well what its level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall represented. If Su Ming held on to Qinshan, even if the entire Qin family mobilized, it would be difficult to protect him. So these two are here to apologize. It seems the Qin family is aware of my identity as an level core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, otherwise they wouldn't act this way. This unexpected scene caused Su Ming to momentarily freeze, then he understood that the Qin family had learned of his identity and had come to make amends. Su Ming looked at the kneeling Qinshan and the black card being offered by Qinba, paused in silence for a moment, and finally nodded, accepting the black card from Qinba. After receiving the black card, Su Ming spoke lightly. "Get up and let this matter end here. 20 billion is no small sum, and the Qin family's influence in Magic City is also considerable." He had no reason to antagonize them. "Thank you, brother," Qinshan exclaimed, and immediately stood up, a look of relief spreading across his face. Seeing this, Qinba also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. Thank you for your understanding, young friend. May I ask for your name? Su Ming. Su Ming's expression remained indifferent. Upon hearing this, Qinba smiled and nodded. So it's Su Ming, a pleasure to meet you. I have booked a banquet at the Bulgari Hotel. I hope you can honor me with your presence, young friend Su Ming. After learning Su Ming's name, Qinba wished to befriend a genius like him. However, Su Ming shook his head and replied, No, I have matters to attend to at Magic Sea University and must decline your kind offer, Mr. Qin. You are also a student at Magic Sea University. Upon hearing Su Ming mention returning to Magic Sea University, Qin's expression showed surprise, and without waiting for Qinba to respond, he asked suddenly. Su Ming glanced at Qin and nodded. Qinba, hearing this, also regarded Su Ming with a look of surprise. Qin's eyes lit up, and as his mind raced, he made a decision that both Su Ming and Qinba did not expect. He suddenly clasped his fists towards Su Ming and said, Brother Su Ming, your strength has impressed me. I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Please accept me as your younger brother. This. Looking at the sincere Qin, Su Ming hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. If that's the case, then so be it. In Magic City, the Qin family's influence is strong. Accepting Qin as a younger brother would benefit him more than harm. Great. Younger brother Qin here pays respects to the elder brother. Upon hearing this, Qin was overjoyed and immediately bowed to Su Ming again. Seeing this scene, Qinba felt secretly delighted. Su Ming agreeing to accept Qin meant that the Qin family had effectively established a connection with him, which was better than merely inviting him to dinner to build rapport. By the way, elder brother, what year are you in at Magic Sea University, and how is your strength so formidable? After acknowledging Su Ming as his elder brother, Qin recalled Su Ming's displayed strength and couldn't help but ask curiously. Although he was a mid-tier 4th-stage martial artist cultivated through the family's resources, his strength was not weak. In fact, under the martial arts offered by the Qin family, his actual combat power was stronger than that of an average mid-tier 4th-stage martial artist. At that time, Su Ming had easily defeated him, leaving him with no room to retaliate. His strength was at least close to that of a peak 4th-stage martial artist. In his view, those with such strength at Magic Sea University were generally third-year students. However, Su Ming's answer was completely beyond Qin's expectations. Su Ming, after listening to Qin's inquiry, responded with an indifferent expression, I am a specially enrolled student of this year's Magic Sea University. This year's specially enrolled student. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, both Qin and Qinba exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Specially enrolled students at Magic Sea University are more exceptional than ordinary geniuses. Each one is a key focus of the school's cultivation with limitless future potential. However, what shocked the two the most was Su Ming stating that he was this year's specially enrolled student. Both Qinba and Qin had seen many specially enrolled students from Magic Sea University, but this was the first time they had encountered one with the strength surpassing that of a peak 4th-stage martial artist right after entering as a freshman. Having nearly the strength of a 5th-stage martial artist right at the start of his freshman year, Su Ming's talent and potential were simply terrifying. At this moment, amidst the shock, Qinba felt an immense sense of relief for having made the right choice, for not choosing to be enemies with Su Ming, but instead going to great lengths to befriend him. Elder brother, your talent is truly astonishing. After a long time, Qin finally reacted, his face filled with deep admiration. Qinba also praised Su Ming, saying, Young friend Su Ming, your talent is unparalleled in my lifetime, and you will surely become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Hearing their compliments, Su Ming smiled noncommittally. If he were to tell them that his true strength could already rival that of those who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, he wondered what their reaction would be. After exchanging a few more words, Qinba tactfully took his leave. After Qinba left, Qin excitedly said to Su Ming, Elder brother, to celebrate your forgiveness and acceptance of me as your younger brother, allow me to treat you to a meal at the best hotel in Magic City. However, Su Ming shook his head, saying, No need, I plan to return to Magic Sea University to take on tasks for credits. Having just had a hearty meal before opening the training room door, he wasn't hungry for more. Upon hearing this, Qin could only nod, and then said to Su Ming, Then let me drive you back to school, elder brother. Su Ming glanced at him and nodded, As you wish. Then Su Ming and Qin left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall together. Qin also took his own car to return Su Ming to Magic Sea University. In the week that followed, Qin's injuries had fully healed thanks to the healing medicines provided by Qinba. Oh, isn't that the waste of the Qin family? As soon as they got out of the car and entered the gates of Magic Sea University, an unpleasant voice rang out. Su Ming and Qin turned their heads and saw a tall young man in black training gear approaching with several companions, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Qin. The tall young man was named Huang Hao, a direct descendant of the Huang family in Magic City. The Huang family and the Qin family were evenly matched in strength, and both sides had been engaged in open and covert struggles, which had created an unfriendly relationship between Huang Hao and Qin Shun. Huang Hao and Qin Shun were of similar age, both third-year students, but Huang Hao's talent far exceeded that of Qin Shun, as he was a special recruit of Magic Sea University. Currently, Huang Hao was a latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist, not only at a higher level than Qin Shun, but also possessing an A-class superhuman ability known as demonic ape transformation. Once he activated his ability, his strength could increase several times, enough to surpass an average early-stage fifth-tier martial artist. Qin Shun had suffered many losses to Huang Hao in the past, and Huang Hao had frequently troubled Qin Shun at school. Over time, Qin Shun had learned to dodge Huang Hao whenever he saw him, and a significant reason for Qin Shun hiding outside the school was his fear of encountering Huang Hao. Upon seeing Huang Hao approach, Qin Shun's expression immediately turned grim, his gaze evasive, as he whispered to Su Ming, "Boss, we need to leave quickly." "Oh, trying to dodge again. Qin Shun, it seems you haven't forgotten the lesson of avoiding me all this time outside this." Huang Hao laughed mockingly at Qin Shun's demeanor. His laughter prompted his companions to burst into laughter. Hearing their laughter, Qin Shun clenched his fists, his face flushing red. However, confronted with Huang Hao's words, he dared not retort and only wished to leave with Su Ming. Watching Huang Hao and his group being so arrogant, Su Ming frowned and asked Qin Shun, "Who is this person?" Qin Shun's face reddened as he quietly explained, "Boss, he is Huang Hao, a member of the Huang family in Magic City. The Huang family and our Qin family have always been at odds. He is very powerful, so we should leave quickly." After saying this, he attempted to pull Su Ming away. However, upon hearing Qin Shun call Su Ming boss, Huang Hao's interest was piqued. He turned his gaze towards Su Ming and scrutinized him, then mocked, "Qin Shun, you really are going backwards in life. This kid looks younger than you, and you actually call him boss. You truly embarrass the prestigious families of Magic City. Hey kid, I don't care who you are, I have Qin Shun under my thumb. You better distance yourself from him, otherwise you'll have to avoid me like Qin Shun does when you see me at Magic Sea University." Upon hearing Huang Hao's arrogant words, Su Ming's gaze instantly turned cold. He initially did not want to intervene, but it was clear that the other party was not willing to let them off easily, and had actively provoked him. With his current mental strength, he could clearly sense that Huang Hao's vitality was approximately around 80,000, a true latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist. A latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist daring to make him evade was simply laughable. Immediately, Su Ming stepped forward and coldly said to Huang Hao, "Right. I give you 3 seconds to apologize and scram." Huang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Ha! Apologize? And tell me to scram? Kid, do you have any idea who you were talking to? Huh? Is this kid crazy? How dare you speak to Brother Hao like that? Look at this kid, he must be a new student just entering Magic Sea University and doesn't even know how formidable Brother Hao is. Brother Hao, it seems we need to teach this kid a lesson so he knows the rules." Huang Hao's companions laughed along. Huang Hao, upon hearing this, also suppressed his laughter, his expression turning cold. He stared at Su Ming and scoffed, "Kid, you are quite arrogant, aren't you? Just don't know if your abilities match your words." Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Huang Hao's vitality erupted violently, the aura of a latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist being unleashed without reserve, pressing down on Su Ming. At the same time, his body began to undergo a transformation, muscles bulging dense black, fur sprouting on his skin, and his teeth becoming sharp, as if he had transformed into a humanoid demonic ape. A class ability, demonic ape transformation. After activating his ability, Huang Hao's vitality surged, directly breaking through the threshold of a fifth-tier martial artist, even pushing towards the mid-fifth tier. "Kid, if you kneel and apologize, I might consider going easy on you." After activating demonic ape transformation, Huang Hao's voice turned hoarse like a beast, with his eyes shining with ferocity. His companions, upon seeing this, retreated, watching the unfolding drama with interest. It's Huang Hao. He's going to fight again. This kid could enter Magic Sea University, so he must be a student as well, but I've never seen this face on the rankings. His strength must be mediocre. That guy is going to be in trouble. Huang Hao's demonic ape transformation ability is extremely powerful. There are few rivals at the same level. How did this kid provoke Huang Hao? It seems he is with Qin Shun. I think I heard Qin Shun call him boss. So that's Qin Shun's big brother. No wonder he got into a conflict with Huang Hao. Huang Hao is ranked 36th on the Magic Sea University leaderboard. This kid is going to suffer. Many students from Magic Sea University were attracted by the commotion and turned their attention to the location of Su Ming and Huang Hao, unable to help but discuss the situation. In the center, Qin Shun felt Huang Hao's terrifying pressure, his face turning pale as he instinctively took half a step back. But seeing Su Ming's calm expression next to him, he mustered the courage to stand firm, gritting his teeth and angrily saying to Huang How Huang Hao. Don't go too far. This is school. Heh, and what if it's school? Just teaching a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. However, Huang Hao completely ignored Chen's admonition. Magic Sea University did not prohibit students from competing against each other. On the contrary, it encouraged students to spar as martial artists could only progress rapidly through constant refinement. Thus, as long as there were no fatalities or serious injuries, the school would not intervene in the fights between students. Kid, brace yourself. Huang Hao shouted, suddenly stepping forward, his massive ape-like hand slamming towards Su Ming with a howling wind. This strike was so powerful it could shatter metal and stone. The surrounding spectators held their breath as if they could already see Su Ming being sent flying by the blow. Qin Shan was so frightened, he closed his eyes. However, in the face of this fierce strike, Su Ming merely raised his right hand indifferently. The glass superhuman ability Fury Titan was instantly activated, and he casually threw a punch at the ape-like palm that Huang Hao was slapping towards him. Bang! A dull and heavy sound echoed. At the moment their palms collided, the sinister smile on Huang Hao's face froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and horror. He felt an indescribable, terrifying force emanating from the opponent's palm. His ape-like strength, capable of shattering steel, felt as if it had struck an ancient divine mountain, remaining utterly unmoved. Not only that, but that terrifying force also surged wildly into his body through his arm. Crack! The clear sound of bones fracturing echoed. Huang Hao let out a piercing scream, his entire body flying backward as if struck by a boom. He crashed heavily onto the ground several meters away, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the earth. His beastly transformed right arm was now twisted in an unnatural manner, clearly indicating a fracture. The surroundings immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, as if they had seen a ghost. What incredible strength! To defeat Huang Hao with a single move, how is that possible? In just one move, without even using any abilities or martial arts, he defeated Huang Hao, who had transformed into a magical ape and had strength comparable to a 5th-tier warrior. I must be seeing things. Huang Hao is a genius, ranked 36th on the storm list of Mohai University, yet he was defeated so easily. Who on earth is this kid? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the surrounding students suddenly erupted in a clamor. Hearing the commotion around him, Qin Shan opened his eyes in confusion, but when he saw the scene before him, he widened his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, filled with shock, while countless questions arose in his mind. What just happened? The boss defeated Huang Hao in one move. Isn't he just a freshman? How can he be this strong? Qin Shan knew Su Ming was strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. After all, he only knew that Su Ming had just entered Mohai University as a freshman. Before this, he believed Su Ming's strength was at most comparable to a 5th-tier early-stage warrior. But now it seemed that Su Ming could defeat Huang Hao in one blow. Such strength likely meant that he had surpassed the majority of 5th-tier mid-stage warriors. You little brat, you're looking for death. However, upon hearing the discussions around him, Huang Hao's eyes turned red, disregarding the excruciating pain from his fractured right hand, and he yelled furiously at Su Ming. A flash of dim light appeared as a tumtor-long black alloy staff materialized in his hand. With his left hand gripping the staff, he summoned all his energy and charged towards Su Ming once more. Magical Ape Staff Technique. With a roar, the staff was swung down towards Su Ming with overwhelming momentum. This is Brother Hao's Magical Ape Staff Technique. The Magical Ape Staff Technique is a class martial art, and Brother Hao has mastered it to the beginner level, achieving an 8-fold increase in muscle strength. This blow's power is enough to overwhelm even 5th-tier mid-stage warriors. This kid will be either dead or severely injured. Watching Huang Hao wield the staff towards Su Ming, his accompanying companions' eyes brightened, and the astonishment on their faces quickly faded, replaced by expressions of delight. Behind Su Ming, seeing Huang Hao swing the staff at him, he immediately shouted, "Boss, be careful. Die." At the same time, Huang Hao, charging towards Su Ming, gave a sinister smile, as if envisioning Su Ming's head being crushed under his staff. He himself was a 4th-tier latest-stage warrior with over 80,000 energy points. After activating his A-class superhuman ability, he transformed into a magical ape, temporarily enhancing his physical attributes 6-fold. Coupled with the 8-fold burst of strength from the beginner-level Magical Ape Staff Technique, this blow's power exceeded 40 million calories, enough to terrify any ordinary 5th-tier mid-stage warrior. This is utterly absurd. At that moment, from behind the crowd, a teacher from Mohai University, who had been observing the battle between Su Ming and Huang Hao, furrowed his brows and prepared to intervene to stop Huang Hao's strike. In his view, if Huang Hao's blow landed, Su Ming would surely be in grave danger. What a kid! However, just as he was about to intervene, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixated on Su Ming, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the arena, just as Huang Hao's staff was about to strike down, a shield of ice suddenly appeared above Su Ming's head. Bang! Immediately afterward, the staff slammed violently against the ice shield above Su Ming's head, producing a thunderous roar. As a result of the strike, the ice shield only trembled slightly, losing a few ice shards without any visible cracks. In contrast, Huang Hao's staff was forcefully repelled upward by the tremendous recoil, nearly slipping from his grasp. Huang Hao took a step back, forcibly gripping the staff in his hand, while the shock from the recoil made his left hand throb with pain. After steadying himself, Huang Hao frowned at the ice shield above Su Ming, his crimson eyes flashing with a brutal glint as he surveyed his surroundings and shouted angrily. From the collision just now, Huang Hao confirmed the strength of the ice shield, which could fully withstand the full-force attacks of even 5th-tier latest-stage or peak warriors. This meant that the person who conjured this ice shield was at least a 5th-tier peak awakened. In his view, it was impossible for Su Ming to be this powerful. The ice shield above his head must have been conjured by someone else, most likely a teacher from Mo High University, who had been secretly observing everything, acting to prevent him from harming Su Ming. However, before Huang Hao's voice could finish, Su Ming coldly snorted, "Stop searching him right in front of you." As he spoke, Su Ming raised his right hand, and the ice shield above his head transformed into a spear, exuding an extreme chill, which he grasped in his hand. "So it's you this? How is this possible?" When Huang Hao turned his gaze to Su Ming, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, his crimson eyes widened in shock. He never expected that Su Ming possessed such a terrifying ice ability. But Su Ming did not continue speaking. Instead, he gripped the ice spear tightly and thrust it violently toward Huang Hao. Not good. A strong sense of crisis surged suddenly. Huang Hao realized the danger and hurriedly lifted the staff to defend. Ding! The ice spear collided with the staff, producing a metallic clash. In the next second, Huang Hao's towering figure was once again sent flying, the staff slipping from his grasp due to the shock. Bang! Huang Hao and his weapon crashed to the ground, creating a muffled sound. This time, Huang Hao directly reverted from his beast form, collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness while his left hand was encased in a thick layer of frost. The smiles that had just appeared on Huang Hao's companions' faces froze completely, and Qin Shen, along with the surrounding students, stared dumbfounded at the fainted Huang Hao, unable to utter a word in shock. Once again, the entire arena fell into a dead silence. After knocking Huang Hao unconscious, Su Ming did not continue to strike. In fact, he had held back quite a bit of his strength during that last blow. During the conflict between the two sides, he keenly sensed that there were more than one teacher from Mo High University secretly observing the battle. At the moment Huang Hao attacked with full force, he also felt one of the teachers preparing to intervene. Even if he did not counter, Huang Hao's strike could not possibly hit him. For this reason, Su Ming knew that if he were too heavy-handed and threatened Huang Hao's life, those teachers would also intervene to stop him, which is why he held back. Otherwise, without the rules of Mo High University relying solely on Huang Hao's previous clear intent to take his life with that strike, he would have long since killed Huang Hao on the spot. However, although he did not kill Huang Hao this time, it would at least ensure that Huang Hao would lie in bed for a week. With a faint glance at the unconscious Huang Hao on the ground, Su Ming willed the icy spear in his hand to dissipate. He did not linger any longer, but turned to look at the still dazed Qin Shen, saying lightly, "Let's go." After finishing, he walked straight ahead. "Oh, okay, boss, wait for me." Qin Shen regained his senses, took a deep look at Huang Hao lying far away on the ground, and hurriedly followed Su Ming. Following behind Su Ming, Qin Shen looked at Su Ming's back ahead, his eyes filled with extreme shock and fervent admiration. As Su Ming walked by, the surrounding students automatically parted to create a path, all watching him leave with awe-filled gazes. "How go? Quickly take How Gu to the school hospital. Make way, hurry up, and make way." After Su Ming and Qin Shen left, Huang Hao's companions finally rushed to his side, hurriedly lifting him up and quickly heading towards the school hospital. Huang Hao ranked 36th on the wind and cloud ranking, actually lost so quickly and so thoroughly. From that last strike, I felt that the person had held back, otherwise Huang Hao would definitely not be merely unconscious. The physical combat power capable of suppressing the beastly Huang Hao indicates that his physical strength is at least not inferior to a mid-stage 5th-tier warrior. Moreover, being able to withstand Huang Hao's full-force strike, his ice-based ability is at least as powerful as his physical combat power. What terrifying strength! This strength can definitely rank within the top 20 of the wind and cloud ranking. There is no such person among the 50 strong on Mo High University's wind and cloud ranking. Is he a student of our school? When did our school produce such a powerhouse? Could he be a new student this year? Impossible, new students cannot possibly have such strong strength. If he's a new student, I'll eat my hat. After Huang Hao's companions took him away, the surrounding students finally came back to their senses from the shock and the scene instantly erupted into discussion, with everyone speculating about Su Ming's background. What a remarkable kid. The power of that ability is already not weaker than a peak 5th tier awakened. This kid looks unfamiliar. He's not on MO High University's Wind and Cloud ranking. I need to check who this genius is. The rankings on the Wind and Cloud ranking need to be updated. Not only the surrounding students were discussing the battle between Su Ming and Huang Hao, but even the teachers nearby who were secretly observing this scene were also impressed by the strength Su Ming displayed. Since Su Ming was a special enrollment student and rarely appeared at school apart from the teachers in the admissions office, only a few people knew of his existence. The nearby teachers were still unaware of Su Ming's identity. Boss, can you tell me what your current strength is? Meanwhile, Qin Shen followed Su Ming towards the dormitory area, unable to resist, asking Su Ming, his face full of curiosity. My current strength can handle anything below the master level. Su Ming replied confidently with a smile. Hiss. A first-year student already possesses peak 5th tier strength. Is this really a human? Hearing Su Ming's response, Qin Shen couldn't help but gasp, feeling greatly shocked. At the same time, Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in his heart. If Su Ming had been a bit heavier-handed back at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he probably would have been lying on the mountain by now. Shaking his head and casting aside his thoughts, Qin Shen hurriedly gave Su Ming a thumbs up, shouting in admiration, "Boss is awesome." Alright, enough flattery. Tell me about the Wind and Cloud ranking at MO High University. Hearing Qin Shen's shout, Su Ming shook his head and asked. Previously, when he had punched Huang Hao away, he heard someone mention that Huang Hao was a genius ranked 36th on MO High University's Wind and Cloud ranking, which piqued his interest in the ranking. Boss doesn't know about the Wind and Cloud ranking. Qin Shen was taken aback initially, but soon reacted. It's normal since Boss just arrived at MO High University. The Wind and Cloud ranking at MO High University records the 50 strongest students currently enrolled. Every genius that can enter the ranking possesses strength comparable to a typical mid-stage 5th-tier warrior. Huang Hao ranked 36th on the Wind and Cloud ranking due to the A-class martial arts magic ape staff technique specially prepared for him by the Guansheng Martial Arts Hall, and his own A-class superhuman ability, which allowed him to have the vitality of a latest-stage 4th-tier warrior. However, with your strength, Boss, breaking into the top 20 of the Wind and Cloud ranking is absolutely not a problem. Hearing Qin Shen's words, Su Ming was somewhat surprised, and then asked, can't I make it into the top 10? Qin Shen, hearing this, gave an awkward smile, and replied to him, Boss, the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud ranking are all true prodigies, each possessing records of defeating master-level powerhouses. So to break into the top 10, you need at least master-level strength. However, Boss has just entered MO High University. With your talent, by the time you reach your 2nd year, you can definitely break into the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. This was not flattery. The top 10 geniuses on the Wind and Cloud ranking are all 3rd and 4th year students, having trained for at least 2 more years than Su Ming. Su Ming had only entered MO High University for less than half a month and already possessed peak 5th tier. Now that Su Ming is a specially recruited student at MO High University and also an class core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, his future training speed will only accelerate compared to before he entered MO High University. Qin Shen believed that as long as Su Ming diligently cultivated at MO High University for a year, his strength would undoubtedly rise significantly, and by his 2nd year, defeating master-level powerhouses would be entirely feasible. Su Ming nodded gently at this, and then asked, so who is the strongest person on the Wind and Cloud ranking? What level of strength do they have? The strongest individual on the MO High Wind and Cloud ranking is the current 3rd-year special enrollment student Jiang Xinyao, who is also recognized as the school beauty by all students at MO High University. As for the strength of the goddess Jiang, she was already able to defeat mid-stage masters by the end of last semester, and now after a summer vacation her power must have only grown stronger. By the way, Boss, goddess Jiang is also an Ice-type ability awakener like you, and her Ice-type ability has reached rank. It is this rank Ice ability that allows her to firmly hold the top position on the Wind and Cloud ranking in her 3rd year. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Qin Shen immediately shared what he knew. In rank Ice ability, how hearing that the number 1 on the Wind and Cloud ranking, Jiang Xinyao, is actually in rank Ice-type ability awakener, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Boss, since you were able to easily block Huang Hao's full force strike, your Ice ability must not be weaker than goddess Jiang's, it should be rank 2, right? Just after Su Ming finished his thought, Qin Shen, who was beside him, laughed and said. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded, confirming that before today his Ice ability was indeed rank. But as of now, after evolving with 1,000,000 enhancement points, his Ice ability has reached S rank, surpassing Jiang Xinyo's. However, Su Ming did not reveal the truth to Qin Shen. I knew it. Seeing Su Ming nod in agreement, Qin Shen's eyes lit up, feeling incredibly fortunate about his choice at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and immediately showered Su Ming with compliments. Before long the two arrived at the front of Su Ming's dormitory. "I've reached my dorm, so I won't keep you. You can head back to yours." Standing outside the gate of the villa, Su Ming spoke to Qin Shen. Qin Shen noted Su Ming's dorm location, and then said goodbye before leaving alone. After Qin Shen left, Su Ming returned to the villa assigned to him by the school. Without much rest, he summoned the smart housekeeper and began selecting tasks from the school again. "With my current strength, I can match a martial artist just entering the master realm. With my power and the protection of the Luyang suit, as long as I don't encounter a late-stage master, I can ensure my own safety and can take on higher-level beast hunting tasks. The 5th-tier beast hunting tasks offer over 50 credits each. Taking on these 5th-tier beast hunting tasks is perfect for accumulating credits while harvesting enhancement points." Soon Su Ming confirmed his task objectives, quickly reviewed all the 5th-tier beast hunting tasks from the school, and chose several that could be completed in the same cave, then left the school with his equipment. As Su Ming went out to complete tasks and earn credits, the incident of him striking Huang Hao at the school gate quickly spread throughout Mohai University. Under the investigation of the teachers, Su Ming's identity as a first-year student was also revealed. Upon learning that a first-year student could defeat Huang Hao, ranked 36th on the Mohai Wind and Cloud ranking, in just 2 moves, both students and teachers at Mohai University were stirred. Meanwhile, based on Su Ming's performance in defeating Huang Hao, the teachers at Mohai University reorganized the Wind and Cloud ranking. Su Ming made his debut on the Wind and Cloud ranking at Mohai University, directly placing 16th, the only first-year student on the list. Xin Yao quickly looked at the latest rankings on the Wind and Cloud ranking. This new student, named Su Ming, has jumped directly to 16th place. Oh my! He is still a first-year student. In a luxurious villa in the female dormitory area of Mohai University, Liang Mingming's eyes widened as she looked at the information displayed on her tablet, unable to contain her exclamation. She then handed her tablet to a tall, stunningly beautiful girl beside her. The girl was none other than Jiang Xinyao, the school beauty mentioned by Qin Shen earlier. A first-year student ranked 16th on the Wind and Cloud ranking. Hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her delicate face as she hurriedly took the tablet from Liang Mingming. This Su Ming is indeed a first-year student and looks quite handsome. Upon seeing the information about Su Ming on the tablet, Jiang Xinyao couldn't help but praise. "Xinyao, I just saw on the campus wall that this Su Ming is also an Ice-type ability awakener. Here is the video of him battling Huang Hao this morning. Take a look." At that moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Liang Mingming, displayed by the smart system of the villa, showing a video of the scene where Su Ming battled Huang Hao. Jiang Xinyao looked up, her gaze fixed on the video in front of her. After the video finished playing, Liang Mingming's voice rang out again, filled with a hint of amazement. "Are all first-year students this powerful now? To defeat Huang Hao so decisively, this strength is even stronger than what you had back then, Xinyao. I indeed can't compare to him. Although I can't sense how strong Su Ming's ice ability is from the video, the ease with which he defeated Huang Hao suggests that his ice ability level is likely not lower than mine." Hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao nodded in agreement. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up and said to Liang Mingming, "Mingming, I need to go to the Tongtian training tower to cultivate. Would you like to join me?" Didn't we just finish training?" Upon hearing Jiang Xinyo's words, Liang Mingming was momentarily taken aback. But she quickly realized that her competitive friend must have felt a sense of urgency after witnessing Su Ming's displayed strength and talent. Once she understood, Liang Mingming immediately responded, "Xinyao, I won't go. You can cultivate by yourself." "Okay, then I'll go cultivate by myself." Hearing Liang Mingming's words, Jiang Xinyao nodded and then left the dormitory. What a remarkable Su Ming. No wonder he's the first prodigy to achieve a perfect score on the college entrance exam in so many years. To surge to 16th place on the Wind and Cloud ranking just after entering his first year at Mohai University has produced a genius even more extraordinary than Jiang Xinyao this time. With Su Ming's talent, it won't be long before he breaks into the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. The new generation pushes the old generation forward. The changes in the Mohai Wind and Cloud ranking not only elicited strong reactions from Liang Mingming and Jiang Xinyao, but all students ranked on the Wind and Cloud ranking were equally astonished to learn that such a first-year student had jumped to 16th place. In an instant, Su Ming's name spread throughout Mohai University, known by everyone. This kid was actually able to catch the attack from Huang Hao in his beast form with his bare hands, and even push him back. Has he completely refined that bottle of Earth Dragon blood? But even if he could refine the Earth Dragon blood of the 8th rank, that bottle would only increase his vitality by about 30,000. How could he possibly push back the beastified Huang Hao with a single punch and break his right hand? Wait, is that an Ice-type ability? Damn, This kid even has an ice-type ability hidden. He is actually a dual ability awakener. On the other side in the admissions office of Mo University in the director's office, Lu Jiming was watching the video of Su Ming battling Huang Hao and suddenly stood up with wide eyes. Su Ming was personally recruited by him into Mo University. Before this, he only knew that Su Ming possessed an A-class superhuman ability. After all, at the time, Su Ming's vitality tested at over 4,000 during the college entrance exam, yet he could blow up the exam puppet with a C-class martial art. This level of combat power could not have been achieved without the support of abilities. When Lu Jiming recruited Su Ming, he had also asked if Su Ming possessed any abilities. Su Ming confirmed that he had an A-class superhuman ability. It was precisely because of this that Lu Jiming did not continue to investigate whether Su Ming had any other abilities. At that time, Jiang Lingchuan, who was beside him when Su Ming mentioned his A-class superhuman ability, was stunned and naturally did not think about the fact that Su Ming also had an ice-type ability. Before Lu Jiming saw the video of Su Ming and Huang Hao's confrontation, he only knew that Su Ming had an A-class superhuman ability. Initially, when he saw Su Ming push Huang Hao back with his first punch, he was puzzled about how Su Ming managed to do it. But with Su Ming's second strike, that unexpected ice-type ability caused his mind to crash on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jiming immediately replayed the video and began to analyze it carefully. A typical genius with an A-class superhuman ability would see an increase in vitality of about 30,000 from refining a bottle of Earth Dragon blood. Unless one can cultivate an A-class body refining technique to perfection, maximizing the use of Earth Dragon blood to increase vitality by about 40 to 50,000. But even so, Su Ming's vitality at most was only around 60,000, while Huang Hao's vitality exceeded 80,000. With the same A-class superhuman ability, Su Ming, whose vitality is at least 20,000 lower than Huang Hao's, has a physical battle strength that is dozens of thousands of cards lower than Huang Hao's. Yet this kid could still send the beastified Huang Hao flying with a punch, and he hasn't even shown any traces of using martial arts. His superhuman ability is definitely not just A-class. And that ice-type ability, which could withstand a full strike from Huang Hao using the Demon Ape Staff technique, must be quite impressive, as well probably exceeding S-class. So, I have recruited a peerless genius with dual S-class abilities for our school, eh? Hiss. After calming down and watching the battle between Su Ming and Huang Hao again, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement at his analysis. The thought that Su Ming might be a genius who awakened two S-class abilities made it impossible for Lu Jiming to contain his excitement. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, the commotion caused by his battle with Huang Hao had created quite a stir at Mo University. At that moment, he was alone with a spear searching for his mission target in the know. For dungeon of Mo Do with all the ferocious beasts he encountered falling under the blade of his obsidian spear. With Su Ming's current strength, there was no ferocious beast in the know. For dungeon of Mo Do that could match him. Any ferocious beast he encountered could not withstand a single strike from his spear. Thus Su Ming fought in the know. For dungeon of Mo Do for 3 days, finally completing all 7 of his tasks to kill 5th-rank ferocious beasts. After collecting the materials needed for the tasks, he returned to the mission hall of Mo University to submit his tasks. You are Su Ming. As Su Ming handed over the materials from the 7 5th-rank ferocious beasts at the counter in the mission hall, a girl responsible for assisting Su Ming behind the counter immediately looked at his student ID and exclaimed. Her exclamation immediately drew the attention of many people around. Su Ming, it's him. The genius who ranked 16th on the storm list as a freshman. Finally, I've seen the real person. He looks even more handsome than in the videos. Look at the few ferocious beast materials in front of him. It seems like he even has the wings of a 5th-rank latest-stage ferocious beast, the silver-winged griffin. Su Ming was actually able to kill a 5th-rank latest-stage ferocious beast, the silver-winged griffin. With such strength, he is probably not far from becoming a grandmaster. With such strength as a freshman, Su Ming will definitely become a king-level powerhouse in the future. In the mission hall, those students who had originally focused on their tasks turned their attention to Su Ming. Upon seeing him, many were just as surprised as the girl at the counter. When did I become so famous? Ranked 16th on the storm list. Su Ming had been hunting ferocious beasts in the know. For dungeon of Mo Do for the past few days, and was unaware that his fame had spread throughout Mo University. Hearing the surrounding exclamations, Su Ming calmly nodded at the girl at the counter, but his heart was filled with, especially when he noticed the surrounding girls looking at him with sparkling eyes, as if they wanted to stick to him. He felt even less inclined to stay in the mission hall. Sister, please finish the task settlement quickly, so I can take on new tasks. Su Ming reminded the girl in front of him, who was staring at him in a daze. The task staff in the mission hall of Mo High University are also students of Mo High University and can earn a considerable amount of credits. So the girl in front of Su Ming was also a student of Mo High University, and this was a good job that was usually taken by senior students. Okay. The girl responded, finally snapping back to reality after Su Ming's reminder. After using the equipment to verify with no issues, she quickly credited Su Ming's account with the credits for the completed tasks. Completing 7 fifth-rank tasks directly added 400 credits to Su Ming's account. There are only 3 fifth-rank tasks left. I need to grab them quickly. After submitting the tasks, Su Ming took another look at today's tasks and found that there were only 3 left for killing 5th-rank ferocious beasts and collecting ferocious beast materials. Without any hesitation, he immediately snatched up those 3 tasks. He then opted for several tasks to hunt 4th-rank ferocious beasts and quickly left the mission hall, continuing towards the dungeon outside Mo High University. Over the next half-month, Su Ming shuttled almost daily between the school's task hall and the caverns surrounding. It was not until the day before the Mo High University freshman tournament began that Su Ming returned to campus and stopped accepting field assignments. In those 2 weeks, he had slain over 30 5th-rank ferocious beasts, while the number of beasts below the 5th rank reached into the thousands. Most of those beasts had been encountered and dispatched by Su Ming while he was scouting for hunting targets. Having felled so many, his accumulated enhancement points once again surpassed 1 million. At the same time, over nearly 20 days, Su Ming averaged hundreds of credits per day. His credit total had climbed to 250, enough for him to train 1 full day on the top floor of the Tongtian training tower. With 2500 credits saved, he could afford a day on the tower's highest level. However, the top floor of the Tongtian training tower only offered a 100x time acceleration and cost 200 credits, a poor bargain for any student not desperate to advance immediately. The tower's 20th floor, by contrast, provided a 20x time acceleration and consumed merely 150 credits for a day's training. For those not in a rush, the 20th floor was far more economical. After the freshman tournament concluded, he'll enter the Tongtian training tower to train. Glancing at his current credits, Su Ming passed on the tower's summit and chose the 20th floor, where time flowed 20 times faster. One day on the tower's topmost floor required 200 credits, equating to 100 days of training in the outside world. But if he spent the same 200 credits on the 20th floor, Su Ming could train for 13 days, yielding at least the equivalent of 260 days in the outside world, a far better return. Su Ming had no urgent need to accelerate his growth recklessly. Naturally, he preferred the option with the highest cost performance. Having decided, he glanced at the virtual screen the home's intelligent steward displayed. It showed the announcement for Mo High University's freshman tournament. Besides the tournament schedule, the notice listed the prizes. Only the top 3 in Mo High University's freshman tournament would receive rewards. First place would grant the winner the chance to choose one grade martial art from the school's collection and would also receive an additional 200 credits. Second place lost the extra 200 credits, but could still select one grade martial art. Third place would receive only 5,000 credits. A grade martial arts at Mo High University typically sold for 8 to 10,000 credits. The first place prize in total exceeded 10,000 credits. The school was generous. I could even pre-select one of the school's prized grade martial arts now, Su Ming thought with a small smile as he read the tournament details. With his current strength, the freshman tournament posed no challenge. The first place prize was his to claim. Just as Su Ming confidently opened Mo High University's martial arts repository to pick a prize technique, his phone began to ring. He saw the call came from Lu Jiming. Why would Director Lu call him at this hour? Surprised by the caller ID, Su Ming answered. Director Lu, is something the matter? He asked first. On the other end, Lu Jiming's voice came through. Su Ming, am calling to inform you that you need not participate in tomorrow's freshman tournament. Not participate? Why? The sudden news stunned Su Ming. He had been determined to win first place and select in a grade martial art to bolster his combat power. Lu Jiming chuckled lightly when he heard the urgency in Su Ming's voice. Su Ming, don't be hasty. Let me finish explaining. He then explained why the school had decided to excuse Su Ming from the tournament. Apparently, after Su Ming had nearly slain Huang Hao in seconds half a month ago, the university leadership realized Su Ming's strength was on an entirely different plane from his fellow freshmen. There was one other special admit at Mo High University who enjoyed similar preferential treatment, an awakener named Zhu Jun, who possessed great psychic talent and had topped the Beha provincial exams with an astonishing score of 280. Yet in the month since entering Mo High University, Zhu Jun had only advanced to roughly the level of a late 4th-rank fighter. Compared to Su Ming's peak 5th-rank combat prowess, the gap was vast. Within the freshman cohort, Su Ming's strength created a clear rupture. He was the undisputed ruler among newcomers, and had he competed, the first-place result would have been a foregone conclusion. Therefore, the administration removed Su Ming from the lineup so the other students could vie for tournament rankings and be spurred into greater effort. As for Su Ming, though he would forego the title of freshman champion, the school had decided to award him a prize that surpassed the first-place reward. Su Ming, Lu Jiming said finally, the leadership has decided you may directly choose any one grade martial art from the school's collection. I may choose any grade martial art, and I don't have to join the freshman tournament. Su Ming's eyes lit up at Liu's words. Yes, you can browse the school's repository now and purchase whichever grade martial art you desire. The campus network will transmit the technique directly to the intelligent core of your villa. Hearing his excitement, Lu Jiming laughed. Very well. Thank you, Director Lu. Su Ming answered. After a few polite words, Su Ming hurriedly ended the call. Not only would he receive a greater reward than the freshman champion, he needn't endure the tedious contest. The school had truly given him an enormous surprise. Now let me see which grade martial art suits me. Steward opened the school's martial arts repository and filter out all grade techniques. Impatient after hanging up, Su Ming immediately accessed the university's repository to inspect the available grade martial arts. At once, master, responded the intelligent steward. The virtual screen before Su Ming flickered and switched to the Mahai University repository, displaying every grade martial art for him to peruse. The martial arts library of Mohai University accumulated through generations of strong practitioners records no less than 10,000 types of martial arts. However, strength martial arts are considered the pinnacle worldwide, extremely rare. Even in the martial arts library of Mohai University, the current collection of strength martial arts consists of only 13 volumes. Su Ming quickly read through the introductions of these 13 strength martial arts, and soon his gaze was fixed on the 7th volume. Ice Prison World Spear Strength Martial Arts, created by the Xianyuan martial sage 200 years ago. It comprises 3 techniques that can combine physical strength with ice-based abilities capable of unleashing up to 50 times combat power. Price 20000 credits. To be able to combine ice-based abilities with physical combat power and then unleash 50 times combat power, this strength martial art Ice Prison World Spear is simply tailor-made for me. Looking at the introduction of the Ice Prison World Spear, Su Ming's eyes sparkled, revealing an expression of ecstatic joy. Now his ice-based abilities had evolved to S rank with a maximum explosive combat power of 100 times. If he could cultivate the Ice Prison World Spear to perfection and fully master the 3rd technique, with an additional 50 times combat power, the combined effect would yield a staggering 5,000 times combat power. With his current spiritual power exceeding 100,000, even without counting physical vitality, a pure explosion of 5,000 times combat power would allow him to unleash over 5 billion calories of power. Over 5 billion calories of combat power would likely be enough to instantly defeat a mid-stage master. Even for a later-stage master unleashing their full power, it would be rare for them to reach 5 billion combat power. After roughly estimating the maximum combat power he could unleash by cultivating the Ice Prison World Spear to perfection, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. With a gasp, Su Ming wasted no time and directly purchased the strength martial art Ice Prison World Spear. Originally, this strength martial art required 200 credits to purchase, but Su Ming's student account had been granted a one-time free purchase of an strength martial art by the school's higher-ups. Thus, without any surprises, Su Ming successfully acquired this strength martial art. Master, you have a new email, please check it. After Su Ming purchased the Ice Prison World Spear, the voice of the intelligent home assistant sounded again. A message box popped up in the lower right corner of the virtual screen in front of Su Ming, flashing continuously. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately opened it. This document contained the complete cultivation methods for the Ice Prison World Spear. Once Su Ming opened the document regarding the Ice Prison World Spear, it detailed the cultivation descriptions and included video tutorials on the Ice Prison World Spear, just as Zhang Lingchuan had done when he provided the A-rank body refinement technique, 100 refinements golden body. Every movement, every muscle exertion, every aspect of vitality explosion, and even the details of spiritual power manipulation were all thoroughly demonstrated. Su Ming spent half an hour understanding this strength martial art from start to finish. However, after watching the full set of martial arts demonstrations and detailed cultivation methods, he was left utterly confused. In comparison to the crank martial art Breaking Cloud Spear, the strength martial art Ice Prison World Spear was evidently much more profound. When Su Ming learned Breaking Cloud Spear, he grasped it after just one viewing without any systematic enhancements. But now, after watching the Ice Prison World Spear once, Su Ming felt completely bewildered, not knowing where to start, only aware that the Ice Prison World Spear consisted of 3 techniques. The first technique, Breaking Abyss, can unleash 15 times combat power when fully mastered. The second technique, Judgment, can unleash 30 times combat power when fully mastered. The third technique, Eternal Silence, can unleash 50 times combat power when fully mastered. As expected of Enshrank martial art, the difficulty of cultivating the Ice Prison World Spear is extraordinarily high. Even the rank body refinement technique and meditation methods pale in comparison by several folds. I guess that even a true martial arts genius would struggle to grasp the fundamentals of this rank martial art after just one viewing. After finishing watching the Ice Prison World Spear, Su Ming rubbed his somewhat dazed head and murmured softly. He immediately prepared to watch it again. But in the next moment a smile appeared on his lips. A most melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected Shrank Martial Art Ice Prison World Spear. Would you like to spend 100 enhancement points to learn it? Learn. Although learning in Shrank martial art requires 10,000 enhancement points, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly chose to learn. In the next second the system's voice rang out again in his mind. Ding! Successfully learned Shrank martial art Ice Prison World Spear. Current proficiency beginner. You can continue to spend 9900 enhancement points to raise the proficiency of Ice Prison World Spear to perfection. Boom. As this voice sounded, countless insights regarding the Ice Prison World Spear flooded into Su Ming's mind, and the obscure and difficult parts he had previously encountered suddenly became clear. However, he only had insights into the first technique of the Ice Prison World Spear. As for the subsequent two techniques, Su Ming was still completely clueless, and he could only continue to allocate points to improve his proficiency in the Ice Prison World Spear before quickly mastering the following two techniques. System raised the proficiency of Ice Prison World Spear to perfection. After digesting the sudden influx of insights into the spear techniques, Su Ming immediately addressed the system. Ding! Raising the proficiency of Ice Prison World Spear to perfection requires consuming 9900 enhancement points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. After 20 days of hunting, the enhancement points Su Ming accumulated from slaying fierce beasts had exceeded 1 million. Now the enhancement points were sufficient to raise the proficiency of Ice Prison World Spear to perfection. Boom. With a thought from Su Ming, 9900 enhancement points transformed into a torrent of energy instantly flowing into the Shrank martial art Ice Prison World Spear. A large amount of insights and key points regarding the cultivation of Ice Prison World Spear surged once more into Su Ming's mind. These memories felt as if he had personally cultivated the Ice Prison World Spear for hundreds of years, profoundly rooted within him. The massive influx of memories caused Su Ming to involuntarily close his eyes. Not only that, but even Su Ming's body produced muscle memory of the Ice Prison World Spear cultivation under the system's enhancement. Almost simultaneously, a fierce aura began to emanate from Su Ming, growing stronger. He stood still, appearing unchanged from before, yet he gave off an entirely different feeling. 50 times combat power explosion achieved. After a long time, Su Ming finally opened his eyes after digesting all the memories that had surged in. At the moment he opened his eyes, a cold gleam flickered, and the temperature of the entire villa dropped sharply, only to return to normal in the blink of an eye. Now that I have obtained the Shrank martial arts, I can use all the upcoming credits for cultivation in the Tongtian. However, before that I still need to make a trip to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to purchase a batch of cultivation resources before entering the Tongtian Training Tower. Once the Ice Prison Penetrating World Spear has been enhanced through the system and cultivated to perfection, Su Ming turned and walked towards the door. With the Shrank martial arts directly rewarded by the school, he no longer needed to worry about learning new martial arts, allowing him to use all the credits he earned for cultivation in the Tongtian Training Tower. What he currently needs are only resources of the 4th and 5th tier, which can generally be gathered at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to meet his cultivation needs. Su Ming naturally does not have to exchange credits for resources in the Magic Sea University Resource Library if he can purchase them outside with money. Su Ming's plan now is to buy the cultivation resources he needs for 20 days at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and then take these resources to the 20th floor of the Tongtian Training Tower for cultivation. Not only Su Ming is doing this, almost all the students at Magic Sea University are like him, purchasing resources to cultivate with money outside. It is not easy for ordinary students at Magic Sea University to earn credits unless they exchange for the extremely rare high-tier resources in the external market, which they all spend on entering the Tongtian Training Tower for cultivation. Some even run to restaurants outside the school for every meal just to save that fraction of a credit. Just as Su Ming left the villa and walked out the gate, he happened to run into Qinshen. Upon seeing Su Ming, Qinshen immediately greeted him. Qinshen, what a coincidence. Su Ming nodded and greeted him. Hearing Su Ming's greeting, Qinshen laughed. and said it's not really a coincidence. I heard the new student competition is tomorrow, and I thought you would be back at school, so I came to find you. You specifically came to find me. Is there something going on? Su Ming asked in surprise. It's nothing major, just thinking about inviting you out for a meal. Qinshan replied with a smile. After acknowledging Su Ming as his boss at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he had wanted to treat him to a meal, but Su Ming was in a hurry to return to Magic Sea University and said they could get together another time. However, since returning to Magic Sea University with Su Ming, he often went out, and Qinshan had come to look for Su Ming several times without even seeing him. Today Qinshan thought that since the new student competition was tomorrow, Su Ming must have returned, so he came again and coincidentally ran into him. Perfect. I need to make a trip to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall today, so let's go together. Hearing this, Su Ming did not refuse. Alright, boss, wait a moment, I'll go get the car. Qinshan exclaimed and quickly turned to leave. In less than 3 minutes, Qinshan arrived in his luxury sports car, taking Su Ming to the Magic City. Before heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Su Ming could not resist Qinshan's enthusiastic invitation and first went to the Bulgari Hotel for a meal. After arriving at the Bulgari Hotel, a tall and graceful female server greeted them and led them to the reserved private room. Upon reaching the top-floor restaurant of the Bulgari Hotel, they found it already bustling with people. Su Ming and Qinshan followed the server through the restaurant's hall towards the private room. Tomorrow is the new student competition at Magic Sea University. I heard that there is a genius among the freshmen this year who scored full marks in the college entrance exam. I know that's the provincial champion from Jiangnan province. I think his name is Su Ming. Besides Su Ming, there is another genius among the freshmen who has awakened strength abilities. I think his name is Zhu Jun. This year's new student competition will be quite interesting. Tomorrow, the new student competition at Magic Sea University is open to the public. I have already snagged tickets for the inner arena. Did you get yours? I got them long ago. Oh, I do not want to miss such an exciting competition this year. I must witness the talent of this year's geniuses at Magic Sea University. The level of this year's college entrance exam candidates from Hanxia is evidently higher than in previous years. Beijing University has also recruited many geniuses this year. With so many geniuses emerging from Hanxia this year, our nation's strength will surely rise to new heights in the near future, surpassing all other countries in the world. As Su Ming and Qinshan walked through the restaurant, they overheard many diners discussing the new student competition at Magic Sea University, along with others talking about acquiring tickets to witness the event. It was clear that the new student competition at Magic Sea University was not merely an event for the university itself, but a grand occasion attracting the attention of the entire Magic City. Boss, it seems your reputation is quite substantial, Qinshan said with a smile upon hearing the discussions of the diners. Su Ming simply nodded with a smile in response. After all, it was a perfect score in the college entrance exam, something that hadn't happened in decades. It was hard not to attract attention. While they conversed, they entered the private room, and the hotel manager immediately arranged for the dishes to be served, quickly filling the table. The dishes were mostly made from meat of 4th tier and above, ferocious beasts, and various medicinal dishes rich in flavor and aroma, and contained considerable energy. Su Ming and Qinshan were ravenous. Without much conversation, they began to dig into their food. While Su Ming and Qinshan were dining in the private room, a table of young men and women in the hall of the hotel restaurant listening to the discussions of other diners wore smiles on their faces. Jessica, this Su Ming from Magic Sea University might be someone you can compete with. At this moment, a girl said to someone beside her. Upon hearing her, a burly muscular man replied, a perfect score in the Hanxia college entrance exam at best equates to 30,000 battle power. Jessica was already able to battle early-stage 5th-tier experts before entering our federal university. How could Su Ming be a match for Jessica? Right, Jessica? He then turned his gaze to a handsome boy with blonde hair and blue eyes among them, who was indeed Jessica. At that moment, Jessica was cutting a piece of beef with her knife and fork, slowly chewing it. After swallowing it, she wiped her lips with a napkin and confidently looked at the two who had spoken, saying, among this year's talents from Hanxia, only this Su Ming has some potential. I hope he won't disappoint me, otherwise this task will be too dull. Jessica is right. If the talents from Hanxia this year aren't strong enough, it will indeed be quite boring for us geniuses from the Federal Empire to come to Hanxia this time. After hearing Jessica's words, the other young men and women at the table exchanged glances, all revealing smiles. Inside the private room, after enjoying a hearty meal, Su Ming declined Qinshan's proposal to arrange other programs and directly asked Qinshan to drive him to the Extreme Martial Arts School in Magic City. The black luxury sports car zipped through the bustling streets of Magic City like a flash of lightning, and within just over 20 minutes, it came to a smooth stop in front of the technologically advanced entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Boss, should I wait for you here? Qinshan turned off the engine and looked at Su Ming in the passenger seat. No need, you can head back. I will need some time for this procurement, and we'll head back to school afterward. Su Ming pushed the door open and got out, waving his hand at Qin Shen. All right, take care, boss. Qin Shen replied, nodding without asking further. Su Ming adjusted his collar and stepped into the lobby of the Extreme Martial Arts School. As soon as he entered, Manager Wang, who had already been notified, hurried over with a warm smile full of respect. Master Su Ming, you have arrived. Manager Wang slightly bowed, his attitude even more humble than the. It was clear that news of Su Ming's easy defeat of Huang Hao at the entrance of Magic Sea University, ranking 16th on the Wind and Cloud list, had already reached him. Manager Wang, I need to procure a batch of cultivation resources to assist in the growth of vitality and mental strength, each amounting to 10 billion credit points. Here is the list. Su Ming nodded slightly and directly explained his purpose, handing over his phone, which displayed the carefully selected list of resources. These resources were meticulously chosen based on the maximum absorption efficiency of his perfected body forging technique and meditation method, comprising mainly of 4th and 5th tier resources. Manager Wang took the phone with both hands, and upon a brief glance his heart jolted. The variety of resources on the list was vast, and the total value astonishingly reached 200 billion credit points. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately replied, "Please sit for a moment, master. I will personally prepare everything for you at the quickest speed." Su Ming was invited to the VIP room to rest, and a maid served fragrant tea. Su Ming took a sip, and then closed his eyes to rest, quietly waiting. The efficiency of the Extreme Martial Arts School was exceptionally high. In just over half an hour, Manager Wang returned, followed by several staff members pushing carts filled with various sealed boxes. "Master Su Ming, all the resources you requested are ready. Please take a look." Manager Wang handed over a detailed list and a portable testing device to Su Ming. Su Ming stood up and casually opened several boxes to check. Inside the boxes were either crystal-clear fruits or crystals shimmering with energy, light, or thick liquids contained in specially designed jade bottles, all of which were high-quality items. The values displayed on the testing device also completely met his requirements. "No problem. Swipe the card." Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, then took out the golden card marked with the special symbol of the Extreme Martial Arts School. "All right, master, you can enjoy a 20% discount. This time it will cost you 160 billion credit points." Manager Wang took the golden card with both hands and swiped it on his portable device. Beep. Payment successful, deducted 160 billion credit points. Hearing the prompt sound, Manager Wang's smile widened, and he respectfully returned the golden card. This transaction would also yield him a considerable commission. "Master Su Ming, do you need us to send the items to Magic Sea University?" Upon seeing Su Ming put away the golden card, Manager Wang looked at the pile of resources in front of him and inquired. Su Ming nodded in response. Manager Wang immediately arranged for people and vehicles to escort Su Ming back to Magic Sea University. After returning to Magic Sea University, Su Ming did not go back to his villa, but directly asked the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School to bring the resources he purchased to the towering cultivation tower in the center of the school. The lobby inside the tower was spacious and bright, with several students coming to cultivate. When Su Ming appeared, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Now he was a prominent figure at Magic Sea University, easily recognizable. It's Su Ming. Isn't he the new student ranked 16th on the Wind and Cloud list? Is he here to cultivate in the Sky Tower? That must be the vehicle from the Extreme Martial Arts School. The energy fluctuations from those boxes are so rich. Could they all be cultivation resources? Looking at the scene, it was clear that Su Ming would be spending a significant amount of time in the Sky Cultivation Tower, but isn't the new student competition tomorrow? Did he withdraw from the competition? Whispers of discussion floated around, but Su Ming seemed oblivious as he walked straight to the service desk deep within the lobby. "Senior sister, I would like to rent the cultivation room on the 20th floor for 2 days. He handed over his student ID. The senior sister at the service desk recognized Su Ming and showed a hint of surprise, but quickly regained her composure and smiled at him. The 20th floor costs 150 credits per day, totaling 300 credits for 2 days. Su Ming nodded, confirming the deduction before receiving the corresponding access card, which was the key to room 2 on the 20th floor of the Sky Cultivation Tower. After completing the formalities, Su Ming had the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School unload the resources, then ignoring the curious and awed gazes around him, he quickly entered the dedicated elevator leading to the upper floors with the staff and a large amount of cultivation resources. The elevator ascended rapidly and soon stopped on the 20th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened and a wave of energy that was 10 times denser and purer than that outside rushed in, making Su Ming feel as if every cell in his body was leaping with excitement. Following the signs, he quickly found room 2. using the access card to open the heavy alloy door. A nearly 100 square meter room that was simply outfitted yet fully equipped appeared before him. "Just move the items inside and you can leave," Su Ming said to the staff from the Extreme Martial Arts School as he opened the door. "Understood, Master Su Ming." Upon hearing this, the workers swiftly sprang into action. Soon the cultivation room was left with only Su Ming and the large amount of resources he had purchased. As Su Ming locked the heavy door behind him, isolating himself from all external disturbances, the entire room, too, shuddered slightly. Su Ming immediately sensed something unusual. It seemed as if the surrounding space-time altered with the closing of the door. He intended to contemplate this anomaly closely, but it vanished in an instant. Shaking his head, Su Ming decided not to pursue it further. Instead, he looked at the two large boxes before him and smiled. 2 days in the outside world equates to 40 days here. That's enough time for me to fully digest this batch of resources. Now it begins. Focus on cultivation. With that, he did not hesitate and immediately opened one of the boxes filled with resources. The first item he took out was a fruit the size of a longan, crimson all over and radiating scorching vitality energy. This was a 4th-year junior resource known as Crimson Blood Fruit, which could significantly enhance a martial artist's vitality, far superior to vitality powder. Su Ming consumed the Crimson Blood Fruit, and the fruit instantly transformed into a torrent of searing energy that surged through his limbs and bones. 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. He immediately activated the grade body forging technique he had perfected, guiding the energy to temper his flesh and nourish his vitality. In an instant of practicing the body forging technique, a faint golden glow appeared on the surface of Su Ming's body, with vitality flowing like a raging river, producing a low rumbling sound as his vitality steadily grew. Once the Crimson Blood Fruit was fully digested, Su Ming took out another resource to consume before continuing his cultivation. He repeatedly cycled through using vitality resources and mental resources, cultivating without pause. Under the 20-fold acceleration of time, Su Ming remained in the cultivation room for the duration of 20 days without ever stepping out. Within the 20th level of the Tower of Ascension, Su Ming was completely immersed in the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing strength. Every day, he could clearly feel the significant growth in his vitality and mental energy. His perfected body refining technique and meditation method, coupled with a wealth of cultivation resources along with the powerful foundation brought by his two extraordinary abilities, made his cultivation efficiency reach an exceedingly terrifying level. Inside the Tower of Ascension, Su Ming practiced for 18 hours each day and rested for 6. His vitality increased steadily by around 250 points each day, while his mental energy improved by approximately 200 points. Time quietly passed outside. Within the Tower of Ascension, the resources piled high before Su Ming visibly diminished. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day after Su Ming entered the Tower of Ascension, just before the 2 days of cultivation were about to conclude, the last batch of resources was completely absorbed and refined by Su Ming. Buzz. As all the resources were thoroughly digested and absorbed, a powerful aura much stronger than before involuntarily emanated from Su Ming's body, causing the air in the training room to ripple. Huff! Su Ming finished his cultivation and exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his mind immediately sinking into his attribute panel. Host: Su Ming Vitality 69400, Mental Energy 113200, Abilities: Extreme Ice Emperor's Tool SS, Rage Titan S, Divine Ability Absolute, Frost Soul Slayer Body, Refining Technique Rising Sun D, Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, a perfect meditation method, Heavenly Luo Diagram, a perfect martial arts Diamond Spear Technique D, Perfect Cloud Piercing Spear C, Perfect Ice Prison World Piercing Spear S, Perfect Enhancement Points 63711. I've gained an additional 5,000 points of vitality and 4,000 points of mental energy. These 300 credits and 2 billion credit points were well spent. Su Ming felt the surging power within him, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. At this moment his vitality was nearly 70,000, and his mental energy had also surpassed the 110,000 mark. His strength had made significant progress compared to before entering the Tower of Ascension. With the cultivation resources nearly exhausted and time almost up, it's time to leave. I wonder how the results of the new student competition at Demon Sea University are now. Su Ming stood up, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he walked toward the door, then pushed open the door of the training room and stepped outside. At the moment he exited the Tower of Ascension, a thunderous cheer and applause echoed from the central square of Demon Sea University. Feeling the commotion from that direction, Su Ming's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace, rushing toward the central square. He too wanted to see who the top new student of this batch was. At this moment on the enormous stage of the central square, a tall and slender young man with sharp eyes stood alone at the center of the stage, exuding an air of pride. He was none other than Zhu Jun from the North River Province, a holder of class mental abilities and the top scorer in the college entrance examination of North River Province. After 2 days of competition, I announced that the first place in the 2,397th new student competition of Demon Sea University is classmate Zhu Jun. Let us congratulate him with warm applause. Clap, clap, clap. Zhu Jun, Zhu Jun, Zhu Jun. As the host's voice spread across the square, applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Zhu Jun basked in the attention of the crowd, his face displaying a proud expression. In the finals, Zhu Jun's displayed strength has already reached the peak of a fourth-tier warrior, truly deserving of being in class ability awakeners. Aside from Zhu Jun, the second and third places also possess formidable strength, both being a class ability awakeners with combat power not inferior to that of the late fourth tier. The quality of new students at Demon Sea University this year is much higher than before. Talents are emerging. May heaven bless Hanxia. The spectators present were also fervently discussing the students who ranked high in the new student competition at Demon Sea University, all of them shocked by the formidable strength of these new students. It's a pity that the boss went to the Tower of Ascension for cultivation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Zhu Jun who took first place in the new student competition. From the audience seats, Qin Shen looked at the arrogant Zhu Jun on the stage, sighing softly. However, just as the scene was bustling with excitement, an out-of-place voice, clearly carrying a distinct foreign accent, cut through the noise, reaching everyone's ears. Hee, is this the first place of the new students at Demon Sea University? Doesn't look that impressive. As the words fell, several figures stood up from the front seats in the inner area, parting the crowd and walking directly to the front of the stage. The leader was a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man with a handsome face, but a hint of arrogance. He wore a well-tailored casual suit, a playful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth as he scrutinized Zhu Jun on the stage. Behind him followed several other young men and women of exceptional demeanor, all blonde-haired and blue-eyed with prominent noses, clearly not from Hanxia. The enthusiastic atmosphere on site instantly cooled down, and all eyes turned to these unexpected guests. Zhu Jun's expression sank instantly, his gaze sharp as he looked at the speaker below the stage. Who are you? What do you mean, eh? The blonde youth chuckled lightly, leaping effortlessly onto the several-meter high stage, standing opposite Zhu Jun. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jessica from the American Federation University. I am one of the golden sequence students of this year at the American Federation University. I heard that Hanxia Demon Sea University has recruited many talents this year, so I specially brought my classmates across the ocean to see for myself. But it seems that your new students have disappointed me. Jessica's tone carried an inherent sense of superiority as he scanned Zhu Jun with a provocative look, shaking his head in disappointment. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. American Federation University, these guys are from the American Federation. What does he mean by that? Is he here to stir things up? The American Federation has always been at odds with Hanxia, consistently opposing us internationally. They must be here to pick a fight. This guy is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. How can our talents from Hanxia be looked down upon by these foreign devils? Zhu Jun, teach this ignorant guy a good lesson. Indeed, we must make him understand the strength of our Hanxia talents. The audience instantly erupted, filled with righteous indignation. The school leaders on the high platform, including Lu Jiming, frowned. You have no proof. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? If you cannot prove your identity, please leave immediately and do not interrupt the upcoming award ceremony of Demon Sea University. At this moment, the president of Demon Sea University, Yang Zhen, stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping toward Jessica. Buzz. The moment Yang Zhen's gaze fell upon Jessica, the smile on Jessica's face instantly vanished, and her pupils involuntarily contracted. For in that moment when Yang Zhen looked at her, she felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. Such formidable strength. This is the principle of Mo High University. It feels as if he could kill me with just a glance. This invisible pressure descended, causing Jessica's pupils to shrink sharply, making her feel as if she were facing a colossal, ancient, divine mountain descending from the sky, causing her very soul to tremble. Not just Jessica, but the several students from American University behind her also felt an immense pressure, their expressions changing drastically. Yang Zhen, I believe with my presence there is no need for my students to prove their identities, right? Just as Jessica and the American University students were filled with dread, a voice that seemed to hold a smile, yet was not a smile, rang out. The moment the voice sounded, the pressure on Jessica and the others suddenly vanished. Before the voice could finish, a figure appeared on the stage, standing in front of Jessica. The newcomer was a bald, muscular man with a hawk-like nose, standing over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, emanating a savage aura. Principal Shijia. Upon recognizing the figure Jessica and the America University students behind her displayed joy, their hearts settling. The bald man was indeed the principal of America University, a top-tier powerhouse who had reached the peak. Shijie, since you say they are your students, then there is no need for proof, but what exactly does your visit with your school's people mean? On the high platform, upon seeing Shijie, Yangzhen squinted his eyes and snorted lightly. As the principals of the top martial arts universities of the two superpowers Hanxia and America, both being Peking realm powerhouses, Yangzhen and Shijie were clearly not strangers. Yangzhen Jessica is a new student enrolled by the Federal University this year, and she is the first genius to enter the golden sequence in decades. However, although Jessica's talent is outstanding, her pride is too great. I brought her to Hanxia this time to show her the monstrous geniuses here. Using your ancient saying from Hanxia, I want Jessica to know that there are people beyond people and skies beyond skies to temper her arrogant character. Why not let these two little ones spar and exchange ideas? Shijie looked at the apparent displeasure on Yangzhen's face, yet did not get angry. Instead, he explained, though his words sounded polite, anyone with discernment could tell he had brought Jessica, the rare genius of America, to stir up trouble. What he termed as exchange and sparring was in fact an attempt to defeat the strongest newcomer from Mohai University in front of a crowd to stomp on the pride of Hanxia's geniuses. This kid is indeed a genius of the golden sequence. His ability level must be no less than S rank, perhaps even exceeding it. After hearing Ziji's words, Yangzhen's expression immediately darkened. With his strength, he could clearly sense Jessica's blood vitality intensity. Previously, he had sensed that her blood vitality had just broken through 80,000, placing her among the stronger latest-stage fourth-tier martial artists. Though possessing such high vitality at her age was indeed rare, it was still insufficient to earn the golden sequence evaluation from America University. Thus, he initially did not take Jessica's words seriously, assuming she was exaggerating. Now, with Shijie, a Peking realm powerhouse, personally confirming it, Jessica being able to become a golden sequence student with the vitality intensity of a latest-stage fourth-tier martial artist, meant she must have awakened an exceptionally powerful ability. Shijie, why are you not speaking? Is it that the mighty Hanxia, a great nation, dares not allow its genius to spar with foreign geniuses? Or is it that Mohai University is afraid to let its students compete? If so, I have no choice but to take Jessica to the capital university for sparring. On the stage, seeing that Yangzhen had not responded even after he clarified his intent, Shijie spoke again. He brought Jessica here to challenge the new genius students of Hanxia's top martial arts universities to let the world know that America had produced a prodigy who could overshadow all peers from Hanxia. He wanted Jessica from his school to step over all of Hanxia's geniuses and gain fame across the seas. Principal, the honor of Mohai University cannot be tarnished. I request to battle with Jessica from America. On the stage, upon hearing Ziji's sarcastic words, Zhu Jun clenched his fists and turned to Yangzhen, calling out, "Very well, then be careful and hold back." Originally, Yangzhen had wanted to find an excuse to avoid Ziji's premeditated provocation, but seeing Zhu Jun volunteer, he could not refuse any longer and nodded. This was not only for Zhu Jun, but also a warning to Jessica. He was well aware of the prowess of the golden sequence students from America University. Although Zhu Jun's strength was not weak and he awakened in strength ability Phoenix Flame, his instinct told him that Zhu Jun was not Jessica's match. That's right, Jessica, make sure to learn from the genius of Mohai University. Shijie smiled meaningfully at Jessica after hearing Yangzhen's words. Shijie, why don't we join together to watch the duel? Yangzhen called to Shijie, and immediately a staff member from Mohai University added a chair beside Yangzhen's seat. Though Shijie came with ill intent as the principal of Mohai University, and a Peking realm powerhouse, Yangzhen could not appear too petty lest rumors spread that Mohai University did not even arrange a seat for their opponent. Thus, Shijie gladly accepted, and in a flash before others could see clearly, he appeared on the high platform. The two exchanged glances, then sat down, focusing their attention entirely on the stage. Meanwhile, all present turned their gaze to Zhu Jun and Jessica on the stage. This America University clearly came to challenge us. Junior Zhu Jun, teach Jessica a good lesson. Let these foreigners see the strength of our Mohai. Hanxia must not be humiliated. Oh, let's crush this golden sequence. The audience, including many students from Mohai University and visitors from Hanxia, were all shouting, filled with fervor. Clearly, the arrogance of Jessica and Shijie had already provoked their anger. So it's Jessica, huh? Today let me show you the prowess of Hanxia's talents. On the arena, Zhu Jun let out a cold shout, his blood and chi erupting explosively around him, the scorching aura radiating outward, causing the metallic arena beneath his feet to begin to heat up. He understood that the opponent dared to provoke Hanxia for a reason. Thus, he held nothing back from the very beginning, directly unleashing his strength ability Phoenix Flame. Screech. It was as if a clear melodious cry of a phoenix resonated throughout the square. Zhu Jun thrust his palms forward, and the overwhelming mental force mixed with his blazing blood, transforming into a massive fire phoenix with a wingspan of over 5 meters. The fire phoenix was vividly lifelike, its feathers composed of leaping crimson flames, its eyes burning with golden light. Wherever it passed, the air warped and heat waves surged, carrying a terrifying might that could incinerate everything as it lunged fiercely towards Jessica. The power of this strike had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary 4th-tier warrior, even exceeding the full force of a 5th-tier early-stage awakened being. That fire phoenix feels like it could melt steel. Such powerful flame abilities, Zhu Jun's strike is enough to make even me, a 5th-tier early-stage senior, feel apprehensive. Incredible. Is this the power of rank abilities? Coming in with a full-force strike, well done. Zhu Jun, my junior, is formidable. With just this move, the outcome is decided. Let's see if that Jessica dares to be arrogant. Let him experience the might of our Hanxiao flames. Zhu Jun's attack power is something even a 5th-tier early-stage warrior cannot withstand. If Jessica only has the 4th-tier latest-stage blood power he showed, he definitely won't be able to block it. As Zhu Jun made his move, the audience erupted with cheers and gasps akin to a tidal wave. The students from Demon Sea University were flushed with excitement, waving their fists. They had all witnessed Zhu Jun's Phoenix Flame ability sweeping through the freshman competition. Seeing such might now, their confidence surged, believing victory was at hand. Even some of the school leaders in the high stands revealed a hint of approval and anticipation in their eyes. However, facing the fire phoenix that could make even 5th-tier early-stage warriors tense, the playful smile on Jessica's face remained unchanged. Instead, it held a gaze, as if looking at a curious toy. Rank natural fire ability. Interesting. But unfortunately, it's still lacking. Facing the rapidly approaching fire phoenix, Jessica calmly shook his head, his tone indifferent. Just as the fire phoenix was about to reach him, Jessica finally moved. Radiant Holy Dragon, half-dragon transformation. He did not evade, but rather slightly shook his arms. An aura far more formidable than Zhu Jun's suddenly erupted. Buzz. A dazzling yet gentle white halo spread from within Jessica, instantly covering his body with a layer of dense dragon scales glimmering like jade. His hands transformed into dragon claws, the fingertips sharp with slight protrusions on either side of his forehead. As if dragon horns were about to pierce through his skin, his pupils transformed into cold, pale golden vertical slits. This was Jessica's awakened S-rank superhuman ability, Radiant Holy Dragon, allowing him to transform into a dragon, greatly enhancing his physical prowess. However, facing Zhu Jun's Fire Phoenix attack, Jessica still held back, opting for only a half-dragon transformation instead of a full one. Even so, after partially transforming, Jessica's blood power intensity surged to a terrifying level, nearing that of a peak 5th-tier warrior. The immense pressure even made some audience members near the front row of the arena feel a halt in their breath. What a terrifying aura! What level is this foreigner's ability? The amplification is astonishing. Those things sprouting from his body look like dragon scales of a Western dragon. Did I just hear the term dragon transformation? Could it be a dragon-type transformation ability among the superhumans? Anything related to dragons is top-tier abilities. Even a Western dragon is a huge problem now. This aura rivals that of a peak 5th tier, and he's just a freshman. The cheers from the audience abruptly halted, replaced by sounds of disbelief and gasps. A sense of foreboding enveloped the crowd. Yet the next scene unfolding eased their tension. Facing Zhu Jun's imposing Fire Phoenix, Jessica surprisingly did not dodge. He took the impact full force as the Fire Phoenix collided with him. Boom! The flames erupted, lighting up the sky. The endless fire instantly engulfed Jessica's figure. The scorching airwaves even triggered the protective energy shield at the edge of the arena, causing ripples. It hit. Wonderful. Some students couldn't help but cheer again, eager to see Jessica burn in a pitiful state. However, those powerful senior special students and the high-ranking officials from Demon Sea University on the platform wore grave expressions, silently staring at the area shrouded in flames. As the initiator of the attack, Zhu Jun's face also grew serious, showing no sign of excitement over hitting Jessica. As the flames dissipated, the scene that had been obscured by the blazing fire gradually became clear. To their amazement, Jessica stood proudly and placed the white jade dragon scales on his body, shimmering with a beautiful luster under the firelight, completely unscathed. Even the small patch of arena beneath his feet remained intact, shielded by the dragon scales, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding areas that were slightly reddened from the heat. How is this possible? Seeing Jessica unharmed, the smiles on the faces of the cheering students instantly froze, staring in disbelief at the half-dragon transformed Jessica. Jessica thoroughly enjoyed the changing expressions of these Demon Sea University students, his pale, golden vertical pupils filled with disdain as he glanced at the now more serious Zhu Jun, grinning widely. Is this your strongest attack? It doesn't even qualify to tickle me. After my dragon transformation, I have immense immunity to elemental abilities. Your flames cannot shake the layer of dragon-scale defense on my body at all. You've attacked, now it's my turn. Before his voice even faded, Jessica's figure suddenly blurred. What incredible speed! Zhu Jun only felt a flash before his eyes, a gust of malevolent wind rushed towards him, causing his heart to race. But before he could make any effective defensive or evasive actions, Jessica's attack had already descended. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jessica's fist covered in dragon scales landed solidly on Zhu Jun's chest. What appeared to be a casual strike contained terrifying power that could shatter mountains and crack stones. Upon contact with Zhu Jun, it caved in his chest, and the back of his shirt exploded into a large hole. Zhu Jun was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his eyes bulging as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire figure flying backward like a kite, with a broken string arcing through the air, before crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena several meters away. In an instant, the champion of the new student competition at Emohai University, the Shrank Ability Awakener Zhu Jun, found himself unable to withstand even a single move from Jessica despite using all his strength. This scene plunged the entire central square of Emohai University into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at the proud and godlike Jessica standing on the arena and the fallen, pitiful Zhu Jun. Many students from Emohai University turned red with anger, especially those who had just been shouting for Zhu Jun to teach Jessica a lesson. Their faces now burned like fire. Just a second ago, they had been immersed in the cheers for Zhu Jun's powerful ability, only to have reality cruelly shatter their expectations. The reversal came too swiftly. The immense contrast of falling from the clouds to the abyss filled the hearts of the students at Emohai University with frustration and anger, but more so with an indescribable sense of helplessness. Though Jessica was arrogant, she indeed had the capital to be so. Even Zhu Jun, the first-place winner of the new student competition, was no match for her single strike, indicating her strength surpassed 99% of the students at Emohai University. Only the top 10 geniuses on the Emohai Wind and Cloud rankings could truly stand a chance against her. However, Jessica was a freshman from the American Federation University, while the top 10 geniuses on the Emohai University rankings were all upperclassmen, making it dishonorable for them to challenge Jessica even if they won. Trash. Jessica glanced at Zhu Jun, who lay unconscious at the edge of the arena, and let out a soft snort. She then surveyed the crowd, taking in the shocked, angry, and unwilling expressions below. Facing the thousands of gazes around her, Jessica not only showed no restraint, but became even more arrogant. She suddenly raised her right hand, extending her index finger, and gently waved it towards the direction of the Emohai University students in the audience. Her voice, filled with extreme arrogance and provocation, clearly resonated throughout the entire square. Is this all the first-year students of Emohai University are capable of? Is this the strength of the top geniuses of Hanxia? Truly disappointing. Since your freshmen are so weak, I now challenge the second-year students of Emohai University. Let your strongest genius from the second year come up and fight me. With Jessica's words, the silence of the central square of Emohai University was instantly shattered, replaced by an oppressive anger and an uproar that soared to the sky. Bastard. Too arrogant. Bullying too much. Oh. It's infuriating. Who can go up and... The students of Emohai University in the audience all turned red-faced, fists clenched their chests, heaving violently, their eyes ablaze with fury. Many spectators from Hanxia were equally indignant, itching to rush onto the stage to teach this arrogant person a lesson. However, anger could not change the facts. Even Zhu Jun, the strongest freshman, had been defeated in an instant, or Jessica had demonstrated strength that was no weaker than a fifth-year peak warrior. Even among the special recruits of the second-year students at Emohai University, no one could guarantee they could defeat Jessica. If these second-year students went up to challenge Jessica and won, it would be fine, but if they lost, Emohai University would be utterly humiliated. On the high platform, Principal Yang Jun had already instructed someone to carry the unconscious Zhu Jun off the stage for treatment. Looking at Zhu Jun's caved-in chest, it was evident that at least half of his ribs were broken. Zhu Jun's tragic state made Yang Jun's expression turn extremely grim as he turned to Shijie and said coldly, "Shijie, your student was too ruthless." Shijie, however, wore a satisfied smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Addressing Yang Jun's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "Yang Jun, Jessica actually held back. That punch just now was not her full strength." Not her full strength. Could it be that this child can already battle a master? Ziji's words instantly shocked the high-ranking officials of Mo High University on the platform, their gazes towards Jessica, filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Jun raised an eyebrow, his expression grave as he looked at the exceedingly arrogant Jessica on the arena, then turned to Shijie and asked, Shijie, what level is this kid's awakened ability? Radiant Holy Dragon. S-strength superhuman ability capable of enhancing physical attributes by 80 times when fully transformed into a dragon. Shijie had come over this time to show off, so he had nothing to hide, and generously revealed Jessica's ability level and enhancement. S-rank 80 times enhancement. Upon hearing Ziji's response, Yang Jun's breath caught in his throat. Ultimately, he could only helplessly sigh, slowly stating, Shijie, your American Federation has produced an extraordinary genius this year. With those words, even Yang Jun, a peak, king-level powerhouse, felt a surge of helplessness. If what Shijie said is true, then among the current freshmen of Mo High University, no one would stand a chance against Jessica, not even the most outstanding Su Ming. Of course. Hearing Yang Jun's words, Shijie nodded proudly, a smug smile on his face. Yang Jun's reaction was exactly as he had anticipated, and this feeling of everything being under control was immensely satisfying. Especially seeing Yang Jun and the high-ranking officials of Mo High University along with the students all at a loss made him feel even more triumphant. Yang Jun, I brought Jessica here to temper the arrogant nature of your Hanxia geniuses, but it seems you have disappointed me. The outcome has had the opposite effect, making this kid even more arrogant. Watching Jessica still provocatively challenging the students of Mo High University on the arena, Ziji's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy and disappointment. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that this old fellow was mocking the students of Mo High University for being too weak. This insincere, sarcastic demeanor made the other high-ranking officials behind Yang Jun clench their fists silently. Yang Jun also twitched his mouth slightly forcibly, suppressing the anger within him, preparing to acknowledge that Jessica was indeed an once-in-a-century genius and send him away. Where did this arrogant fool come from, daring to act wild at Mo High University? However, before he could speak, a calm voice came from the edge of the square. The voice was not loud, yet oddly suppressed the noise of the crowd, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the once boisterous central square of Mo High University fell silent, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. At the edge of the square, a young man dressed in simple casual wear, tall and handsome, was striding toward the arena. In just a few breaths, he had crossed the distance of over 100 meters and appeared on the arena. The newcomer was none other than Su Ming. Su Ming. Su Ming is here. Our Mo High University's strongest freshman. Such speed. I didn't even see how Su Ming stepped onto the arena. Although I do not know why Su Ming skipped the freshman tournament, if he intervenes, he will surely shatter Jessica. Junior Su Ming, give that arrogant fellow a proper thrashing for us. Once the students who recognized Su Ming made out his figure ascending the platform, they all grew excited. In the stands, Qin Shen, seeing Su Ming appear, could not hide his excitement. He sprang to his feet and yelled, "Boss, beat the hell out of him." Qin Shen's outburst immediately drew the attention of many nearby onlookers. Yet for those at Mo High University who knew Su Ming's strength, it was no surprise that a junior like Qin Shen would call a freshman his boss. Su Ming now ranked 16th on Mo High University's prestige list, a prodigy whose power surpassed 99% of the school's talents. If Su Ming wished to take disciples, even most fourth-year students would clamor to become his followers. This kid is even a late fourth-rank warrior. On the elevated platform, Shijie, the instant Su Ming appeared, perceived a faint emission of qi and vitality from him, estimating it at roughly 70,000. 70,000 vitality is already the standard for a late fourth-rank warrior. Compared with Jessica, the gap is only about 10,000, placing them both in the same late fourth-rank tier. Jessica's rapid rise to the late fourth rank and cultivation of vitality beyond 80,000 owed itself to her S-level superhuman-type ability. Su Ming and Jessica were of the same age, both at the late fourth rank. The speed of his progress made Shijie withdraw his smile and soberly turned to Yang Jun. Yang Jun, is this also a freshman from your school? Yang Jun nodded and kept his gaze fixed on Su Ming, his eyes shining. He too sensed Su Ming's near 70,000 vitality. Good lad. This strength is even greater than what Ling Tianho told me. You have not disappointed me. You deserve special treatment. An A-level superhuman ability may not match Jessica's, but this fellow also carries a stronger ice-type ability. If his ice power ranks high enough, perhaps he will surprise everyone. Watching the calm, unhurried expression on Su Ming's face, Yang Jun remained outwardly composed, yet inwardly eager to see how potent Su Ming's ice ability truly was. In fact, on Su Ming's way to Mo High University, when he encountered Ling Tianho, Ling had already informed Yang Jun of Su Ming's strength at that time. Yang Jun learned earlier than Lu Jiming, the man who recruited Su Ming into Mohai University, that besides an A-level superhuman ability, Su Ming also possessed an ice-type ability. Even so, Yang Jun did not place much hope in Su Ming's ability to defeat Jessica. After all, the Huiyao Shenglong Huiyao Holy Dragon superhuman ability, Shi Jie mentioned, gave Jessica an enormous boost in combat strength. Geniuses awakened with S-level abilities are exceedingly rare across history, fewer than can be counted on two hands worldwide. Each S-level power brings a terrifying augmentation to one's strength. To him, if Su Ming could at least draw even with Jessica, it would be enough to frustrate Shi Jie and Jessica's plan to swagger through Hanxia. Shi Jie, seeing Yang Jun's reaction, darkened and turned his gaze to the platform. So you are Su Ming, the one who scored full marks on Hanxia's martial exam. On the platform, Jessica watched Su Ming with keen interest. It seems you assembled considerable intelligence to come to Mohai University and show off. Enough talk, strike. If I attack first, you won't get the chance. Faced with Jessica's provocation, Su Ming snorted coldly. He made a single gesture, the air temperature plummeted, and an ice crystal spear materialized in his hand. He planted it into the ground and regarded Jessica with proud composure. Hope your strength is as loud as your mouth. Seeing Su Ming's audacity exceed her own, Jessica's face darkened, and she sneered. She could not bear anyone more arrogant than herself, especially one from Hanxia. Though enraged, Jessica did not underestimate him. To her, his continued arrogance after witnessing her strength signaled absolute confidence. He clearly relied on some solid advantage. Rising Dragon Fist. At that thought, she filled her body with vitality and roared. Her right hand formed a fist as her chi surged, and she slammed out a fierce punch. With the strike, a golden dragon head apparition burst forth roaring as it smashed towards Su Ming. That is this class martial art from our armory, Rising Dragon Fist, and by the look of it, Jessica has brought it to the intermediate realm. As in class art, an intermediate Rising Dragon Fist can unleash a 20-fold surge in power. Now half-dragonized, Jessica's vitality nears 1,000,000. This punch has reached Grandmaster level. This fellow Su Ming is brazen indeed. Letting Jessica strike first means he's courting death. Below the stage, as Jessica's attack erupted, several students from AI Malika Federal University grew wildly excited and cheered boisterously. A Grandmaster-level strike. Hearing the cheers nearby, Mohai University students' faces drained, they widened their eyes and looked anxiously toward the impending collision on the platform. Confronted by that towering golden dragon punch, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Feeling the blow's near 200 million combat power, he could not deny Jessica's talent, and that her strength so thoroughly outclassed their peers. As the dragon punch surged forward, Su Ming moved. In that instant, his class superhuman ability, Kuangnu Jingang Raging Vajra, detonated. Its 30-fold vitality amplification sent his aura rocketing, his vitality instantly surging past 2 million. He swung his right hand, holding the ice spear forward. The first form of the Bingyu Guanshi spear, Piyuan Abyss Break, was unleashed in an instant. The cold spear shot out. A blinding spear radiance flashed across the arena, tearing the air with a fierce howl as it charged straight at Jessica's punch shadow. This time he had relied solely on the strength of his body. Yet even so, this class Kuangnu Jingang's 30-fold vitality boost combined with Kaiju Judgment S' 15-fold power burst made his spear's combat power reach 300 million, 100 million greater than Jessica's attack.